Okay, Shane. Get the picture. A guy in front of you with a .38, a guy in back with a rifle, and you with nothing. If wishing will make it so, you better start wishing to be somewhere else fast, because...
This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Model Murder.
Waiter, my compliments to the chef. This shrimp's superb.
Look, maybe I'm talking out of turn, Mr. Franklin. After all, you're hiring me, but 20 a day is mighty short wages for some of the things I get involved in. And I've learned that the phony cases usually have the biggest hospital bills.
Phony, Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, I get a message that you want to see me urgently. Okay, I come dashing down here, expecting you to be tearing your hair or dying from a leaky artery. So what do I find?
You find me in a seafood bar enjoying New Orleans' most succulent river shrimp and sipping excellent dry Manhattan.
That's right. Then you give me a story about a girl, Marianne Chevney. I have to find her and bring her to her home by Friday midnight or she loses $8 million.
Is that too complicated?
No, Mr. Franklin, it's too simple. Instead of giving me any details, you go on chewing your shrimp.
And sipping my Manhattans. Waiter, one more of the same, dry. You sure you won't join me, Mr. Shayne?
Look, this picture you gave me, is it the only one you have?
The most recent, yes. It was taken a few weeks before Marianne ran away from home 7 years ago.
Oh.
She never got along with her father.
What about this Friday business? Why Friday after 7 years?
Simply because Friday at midnight, Marianne will be 25.
So she's got to return home by then or she doesn't get her money.
Brilliant. Wait, another order of shrimp, please.
You're sure giving me a lot of time. This is Thursday. I got one whole day. Marianne's father was your partner, half-owner of Chevney Franklin Importers, huh?
That's right.
Chevney died over 3 weeks ago. Why the sudden concern now?
Oh, I haven't been idle. I've been running ads for the girl in the papers.
Yeah, you've been a busy little bee, you have.
Mr. Shayne.
All right, what happens to the $8 million if Marianne Chevney doesn't get home in time?
It goes into the business.
But you're the business now.
That's right. Don't look so perplexed. It's quite simple, really.
Yeah, something simple. You're hiring me to find her so that you can lose $8 million.
Precisely, Mr. Shayne. Waiter, another dry Manhattan.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
From the minute I walked into the seafood bar at the Carlton Manor Hotel and sat down opposite Franklin of Chevney Franklin Importers, I knew I was walking into something with more angles and a course in advanced geometry. My first impulse after hearing his story was to tell Mr. Franklin to go peddle his shrimp. Only I suddenly remembered that the only jingle I could raise in my pockets was the sound of my car keys rattling around. It seems his partner, Chevney, had died some 3 weeks before, and $8 million he couldn't take with him was waiting for his errant daughter, Marianne, who'd run away from home 7 years ago when she was 18. I was supposed to find the girl and bring her to her late father's house before Friday midnight, tomorrow night. Well, I took another look at the photo of the girl. The words Harrison Halstead Model Agency were stamped on the back. At least she'd worked there 7 years ago. I decided to give it a whirl. The receptionist was a sugar blonde with a cooperative look in her eyes.
Well, I sure would like to help you, Mr. Shayne, but I really don't know any Miss Chevney.
And you handle a lot of models here.
Oh, that's right.
This photograph help you any?
Pretty. No, I'm afraid not.
It was taken 7 years ago.
I'd just bet you'd go for something a little older.
And you'd have a good bet. The boss around?
Well, yes, Mr. Shayne, but I don't know.
What is I want to... Oh. Yes, sir?
Mr. Shayne's looking for a girl by the name of Chevney, Mr. Halstead.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Now, this photograph.
No. What do you want with her?
Oh, she's got $8 million coming to her.
Sorry, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that's okay.
Miss Winters, get Miller on the phone, will you? Said he'll be ready at 2 this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
He recognized the photo.
Did he, Mr. Shayne?
You're a real good kid. Company girl, loyal.
Thank you.
Follow the rules.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just trying to help a penniless girl get $8 million.
Well, take one of our cards, Mr. Shayne. You just might want to come back.
Thanks. I don't have $8 million, but...
You don't need $8 million.
How much?
Just enough for a rare steak and baked there.
It's a deal. Miss Winters struck me as a girl with the wrong name. There's nothing chilly in her attitude. As for this Halstead character, he was one of those guys with a monogram complex. Everywhere you looked, you found H.H. staring you in the face. Harrison Halstead. On his tie, on the pocket of his shirt. Even the cigarette lighter on the reception desk had the same two H's sort of leaning against one another. And the agency card Miss Winters had given me, they were there, too. As I waited for the elevator, I turned the card over. The handwriting was nice and firm. Matey Carter, 2614 Mount York Avenue, might be able to help you. I thought, Shane, how would you get along without that winning personality of yours? Matey Carter's place was a little bungalow in a court. There was a light on behind curtains. I rang the bell.
Yes?
Miss Carter?
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Marianne Chevney.
I don't know anybody by that name.
Miss Winters at the Halstead agency
I can't. I don't know her. She isn't here.
Easy. You better lower the volume. What'll the neighbors think?
Come in.
Thanks. Oh, look, Miss Carter, I'm not trying to do anything but find Miss Chevney so I can give her $8 million.
She doesn't want.
Now, you see, it doesn't pay to keep secrets. Where is she?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know she doesn't want the money?
She told me.
Oh, you spoke to her?
No. Why don't you leave me alone? I don't know anything.
Look, all I want... never mind, Miss Carter. Maybe I got a bum steer. Sorry I bothered you. I suppose I could have broken her down if I'd kept at it. But I suddenly found what I came for. There was an envelope face down on the desk. From where I was standing, I was able to read the return address on the flap. Big as life it was. The initials MC, apartment 5, and the address 318 East 54th Street, New York City. MC, Marion Chevney. As I drove back to town, I began to get a familiar feeling. Maybe I don't have eyes behind my head, but I do have a little spot between my shoulder blades that's got a special talent. If somebody's following me, it begins to itch. It had bothered me a little right after I left the Halstead agency, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Right now, it was giving me the squirms in high gear, and I decided to do something about it. I pulled off the main road onto a side street, but quick. I parked, doused the lights, and waited. Cars kept going by, and I spotted a maroon job with one light dimmer than the other, coming around the block for the second time. This time, it went about 100 yards past me, and then it parked. I waited. Nobody got out of the car. The spot between my shoulders stopped itching. I knew I was on solid ground. I got out of the car and started up the street. I saw the guy behind the wheel of the maroon job looking straight ahead as if he had nothing better to do than just sit there. I pulled the door open and slid into the front seat.
Huh? What's doing, champ?
Nice tail job.
No?
Pro job.
Well, you're not so bad yourself. Spotting it.
New Orleans does that for me. There's a feel to the city. You must be from out of town.
Yeah.
Working?
Yeah.
Jonathan Franklin?
Never heard of him.
Franklin Chevney importers. Bananas, I think.
I hate bananas.
Who is it?
You're doing all the talking, champ.
This is a tough town for strangers.
Not so tough.
You're not so tough either. Right, nice tie you got. Slips up nice and easy. You can't talk, champ, but you can sure listen. That's a very pretty color you're turning on. Let's see. Yeah, shoulder holster, 45 automatic. Okay, you can breathe now, but don't overdo it. And take a tip. I don't like being followed, and strangers in town ought to be courteous.
You're a pretty tough boy, Shane.
No, I'm the easygoingest guy in the world. I just don't like being tailed. Remember, mind your manners when you're in a strange city, champ. Franklin was in the dining room of the hotel carving up some rare roast beef with Yorkshire pudding on the side. I dropped into a chair on the other side of his table and told him what I'd found out. As usual, he got real interested.
New York, eh? Will you join me, Mr. Shayne?
You're real worried about getting Marianne Chevney back here before tomorrow night, aren't you?
Oh, you can't rush things, my boy.
Ah, this case smells clear across the river. Don't you trust me, Mr. Franklin?
One moment, Mr. Shayne. Wait up.
Yes, sir?
Bring me a phone, please. You were saying...
I said somebody's been tailing me. I'd like to know why.
You're implying, Mr. Shayne, that because I don't trust you, I've hired someone to watch you?
In a nutshell.
And that is not true. But the fact that someone is following you is very disconcerting.
Your telephone, Mr. Franklin?
Yes. Oh, thank you, waiter. Your pardon, Mr. Shayne. Travel desk, please. Hello? This is Jonathan Franklin speaking. Will you arrange for a charter plane with the New Orleans Charter Service, please? In the name of Michael Shayne. In about an hour. It's now 8:30. The plane is to go to New York and leave here at 9:30. Thank you.
Well, you're full of surprises, Mr. Franklin.
And I've got another one for you.
Yeah?
If you succeed in bringing Marianne back here before midnight tomorrow, there's a $1,000 bonus for you.
Sometimes, Mr. Franklin, your conversation is positively brilliant. A chartered plane to New York and a $1,000 jackpot at the end of the rainbow. I felt like a captain of industry as the plane got the right away from the airport tower and circled in for a landing. New York, great little city. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when the taxi pulled up in front of 518 East 54th Street. I told the cabbie to wait. What's money to me? Took the stairs of the brownstone 2 at a time. Apartment 5 was at the end of the hall on the first floor. I knocked. Nothing happened. I knocked again. Nobody could sleep like that. Then I tried the door. Locked. Apparently Marianne was a dirty stay-out late. Across the hall, the door to apartment number 4 said manager. I walked over and started knocking again.
Well, what is it? What is it?
I'm sorry to get you out of bed all the time, but I'd like you to open the door to apartment 5.
Are you crazy waking a body at 4 in the morning?
Look, I'm a private detective. I'm looking for the girl who has that apartment. I want to get in, so I'll be there when she gets home.
Private detective, huh? I'm sorry. If you was a police, it'd be...
Does this give me the necessary rank?
$5.
All right, make it 10.
Well, why didn't you tell me he was a private detective in the first place? Come on. Hey, light switch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Here's your pound of flesh.
Now, you won't tell her that I let you... Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah. Over there. On the floor in the hall.
First, I saw a lot of blonde hair. And then I saw there was a girl attached to it. She probably would have been real pretty without that bullet hole in her forehead.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
A glutton by the name of Jonathan Franklin had waved an ice-cold scent in front of my nose, but strangely enough, it still had a strong odor. My assignment was to find Marianne Chevney and get her back to her late dad's home so she could collect $8 million, according to the terms of her inheritance. Well, I picked up the trail at the Harrison Halstead Model Agency, where Miss Chevney had once worked. Mr. H.H. and his secretary, Miss Winters, acted like I was after atomic secrets. And as I left, Miss Winters shoved a card in my hand with the name and address of Matey Carter. Well, Miss Carter had the willies bad, but I picked up the information that the girl I was looking for was in New York. Franklin stopped eating roast beef long enough to charter a plane for me. And I arrived at the end of the trail just in time to find my quarry still warm, but with a bullet in her head.
My police, we'll have to call the police.
Yeah, but not before I make a phone call long distance.
It won't be long now, will you? Son, because they get real mad. If you don't tell
long distance, I want you to get me Mr. Jonathan Franklin at the Carlton Manor in New Orleans. Collect Michael Shayne at this end. That's right. This is Circle 65970.
Hear my reputation. You know this will be in the papers, don't you? Be police all over the place and reporters.
Yeah, and her blood stains a nice carpet,
Yeah,
too.
we're
I
gonna
feel real
put
sorry for you. Hello?
Don't be long.
Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Yeah.
Yes, what is it, please?
Take your earmuffs off. You might like to hear this.
What is it, Shane?
Just a second, Mr. Franklin. Look, old timer. Don't you have a telephone in your own apartment?
Yes. Well, I never thought of that.
Well, think of it.
Well, Shane?
The gal is dead.
Really?
Now, what do you want me to do?
Come on home. You've done a good job.
You're not sorry?
No. Should I be?
What about the $1,000 bonus? I guess that's cold turkey, huh?
We'll talk about it when you get back.
Yeah.
Cold turkey, did you say?
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned it. That's an excellent thought. With a glass of cold milk, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Shane.
I had a little time before the cops had come, so I started moseying around the apartment. First thing that caught my eye was a cigarette lighter on an end table. It looked familiar. Very familiar. All of a sudden, I knew why. There was a monogram on it. Yeah, 2 H's sort of leaning against each other. I got the long-distance operator again and put in a call to Mr. Halstead, also collect.
There is no answer.
Are you sure you got the right guy?
Harrison Halstead's residence in New Orleans, Orange 2435.
Okay, thanks, operator.
Shall I try later?
No, thanks. I didn't know how, but it was pretty obvious that Halstead was in this thing up to his ears. I kept on wandering around the living room, and then I found it. There was a letter on the table in a girl's handwriting. The date was just 2 days ago, and the letter started with the words, Dear Matey. I didn't have to read the signature to know it was Mary Ann. I took a good look at the girl on the floor. Her hair was blonde, only there was about a 1/16 of an inch of dark brunette showing at the hairline. I got real smart then. I finally figured it out. This girl was Matey Carter, and the frightened girl back in New Orleans was really Mary Ann Chevney. Only somebody else had apparently made the same mistake, and it was my guess he was hightailing it back to New Orleans to correct his error. I made a quick call to homicide to pay my respects and then headed for the airport. Luckily, the plane was ready to go when I got there. Oh, Shane, you had the girl in your hands and then you waltzed off with a dream. One thing was clear. Mary Ann Chevney had plenty to worry about. It took me just 10 minutes from the time I landed back in New Orleans to get to her place. The door to Mary Ann's bungalow was locked, and there was no answer to my banging. I started around the house trying to get a look-see inside. Nothing. Nobody home. When I got around to the rear and peeked in the bedroom, I saw why. The place was empty. Either she decided to run, or else she'd been taken on a trip without a return ticket. I scrambled over to the Carlton Manor, and guess what? Yeah, Jonathan Franklin was eating.
It seems you made a mistake, Mr. Shane.
How do you know?
The papers. Wasn't Mary Ann who was killed in New York. It was a girl by the name of Carter, Madeline Carter.
You still want me to find Mary Ann?
Oh, of course. Let's see. It's 3 now. You only have 9 hours left. Would you have some lunch? Bouillabaisse?
No, thanks.
Don't you ever find time to eat?
Yeah, but I'm peculiar. I only eat 3 meals a day. Mary Ann Chevney's life was in danger, and I wanted to get to her while she was still hale and hearty. I drove over to Halstead's agency. Miss Winters still had that cooperative look.
Well, hi there.
Hi, where's your boss?
Out.
Been in today?
Well, I know. As a matter of fact, he hadn't.
Did you try to reach him at home?
Yes, I did.
He wasn't there, huh?
Oh, is something wrong?
Something's very wrong, sweetheart. Look, that note you slipped me last night.
Not the kind I usually write.
Matey Carter, you knew I was looking for Mary Ann Chevney.
Well, I said Matey Carter might be a help. She's a friend of Miss Chevney's.
You didn't know there was a switch?
Switch?
Matey Carter was in New York. She was killed last night.
Killed?
Halstead could have taken a plane up there last night, couldn't he?
Well, I don't know.
As far as you know, he could have, couldn't he?
Well, yes. I haven't spoken to him since last night.
Tell me, is he a bachelor?
Yeah.
Lives alone?
Uh-huh.
In town or in the country?
Both.
Oh, he has a country place. Where?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. You want me to look it up?
You bet I do, sweetheart. If I'm not too late, it might make the difference between a long and wealthy life or a 45 slug to Mary Ann Chevney. It took me almost an hour to drive out to where Halstead had his beach home. The place had a real subtropical flavor, bordering on the Gulf and surrounded by a mass of lush undergrowth and stubby cypress trees. I didn't bother to announce myself. I just barged in. She'd been here, all right. There was a woman's jacket over a chair in the big paneled living room, and her purse half open on the floor. I went to the back door and opened it and looked out. Bounced off a stone, and I caught a glint of the bullet as it whined off on its ricochet. It had come from the left. I ducked back into the house. He had shells to burn, whoever he was. There was no sense in my perching like a sitting duck, so I started toward the front. The living room had been empty a moment before, but now there was a man in it, a man with a gun. Halstead.
Stop where you are, Mr. Shayne, and raise your hands.
Where's Marianne?
It's none of your business. I said raise your hands.
Now, look, Halstead, don't be coy about this thing. There's a guy out there with a gun, a big gun, and he's got big ideas.
So have I. Move back. Against the wall.
Look, who's working for who around here?
You're sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong, Shayne. Told you yesterday if there was anything about Marianne Chevney you ought to concern yourself with.
What did you do with her?
Let's just say she's in protective custody.
Yours?
As I said, that's none of your business. Hello, champ. What you doing?
Still tailing me, huh?
Yeah. And this time, no necktie. Very bad taste. Huh? Drop that rifle. I don't think so. You ought to practice more, you mess.
Oh, this is real cute. Champ was in the kitchen with a rifle, and you're in here with a pistol, Halstead. You both have a grudge against me, only you can't stop worrying about each other.
Shayne, who is that man in the kitchen?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but I think he's after Marianne, too. Aren't you, Champ?
Could be, but right now I get more points. Missed again. Just stick your head into that doorway once more. Now, Mr. Shayne, I'll give you just 3 seconds to tell me what you want.
I told you.
I want the truth, now.
What difference does it make what I want with the girl if you're already...
All right, Shayne, I warned you.
We'll be back in just a moment with Mike Shayne and the thrilling climax to our story.
It was a second or two before I realized Halstead had fired at the laddie with the rifle, not me. But I wasn't inclined to administer first aid to Champ lying in the kitchen doorway because from the look on Halstead's face, he was getting ready for a repeat performance. And then I got a shock. Like when the shower suddenly turns from hot to cold. Marianne, the real Marianne, stepped into the room and went over to Halstead. I figured it was time to call a halt and settle who was who. Hello, Marianne.
You killed Matey.
No, the Champ in the kitchen, it was his work.
Why don't you leave me alone, all of you?
All I've been trying to do is bring you back to your father's home by midnight tonight so you can inherit the $8 million he left you.
Marianne and I were married last night, Shayne.
What?
Now the matter of her inheritance is my business. So why don't you leave us alone?
I will if Marianne or Mrs. Halstead will go back to her father's house.
But why, Mr. Shayne? Why should I go back there?
Well, if the $8 million doesn't mean anything to you, the 1,000 I stand to collect means plenty to me. I knew it was the right time. 6 o'clock, when I walked into the dining room at the Carlton Manor. Jonathan Franklin was having breast of guinea hen under glass and a white wine.
Well, won't you sit down? I'll have the waiter get you.
No, thanks.
Yeah. You look calm and relaxed, Mr. Shayne. Success?
Yes.
Splendid. And Marianne?
I found her. And her husband.
Her husband?
That's right. Oh, your boy is down at headquarters, Mr. Franklin.
Headquarters? My boy?
Yes, the chap. He taught when he came to. He got a little overeager after he trailed me to Halstead's beach house, and Halstead winged him.
Oh.
The way I figured it wasn't a question of Marianne getting back to her father's home before her 25th birthday.
No? This wine is delicious. 1929 Sauterne.
No, it was a question of whether or not she'd reach her 25th birthday. And that's why you had me searching for her, to find her so you could have her killed before she did.
Now, you're not going to spoil my dinner.
You know, there's an old saying, Mr. Franklin, the foolish person eats himself into the grave.
You say he talked?
Yes. He told us why he'd been following me. So that if I found Marianne, he could kill her. He told us how he was sent to New York before I left. Oh, I should have guessed that, Mr. Franklin. It only takes 10 minutes to get to the airport from here. Why make the charter for an hour later?
You have a point.
And there was only one person besides myself and Marianne who knew the address of Matey Carter in New York.
Yeah. I should have thought of that, I suppose.
You finished with your dinner, Mr. Franklin?
Yeah.
Because if you are, there are some men waiting for you in the lobby. Homicide detail.
You're spoiling my digestion, Mr. Shayne.
Doesn't matter, Mr. Franklin. From now on, you'll be eating crow. Hearty appetite.
Mike, what I can't understand is why Mr. Franklin was so eager to get his partner's money. He must have made the same amount himself. After all, $8 million.
That's enough bait for anybody, sweetheart. With his appetite, maybe he needs $16 million to keep in groceries, especially with prices the way they are today.
Oh, Mike. Sugar, you're cute.
Now on, eat your steak. And will you have red wine served with it? Waiter, a sparkling burgundy, domestic. Year of 1948.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Started skidding across the wet, slippery road. I tried to straighten it out, but I couldn't. After the hit on the head and the clip on the chin, this was one too many. Yeah, this is the third strike on little Mike, and I went out.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Borrowed Heirloom.
Nurse. Oh, nurse.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for Clarence Drake's room. I'm Mike Shayne.
Oh, yes, Mr. Shayne. Mr. Drake is expecting you. His room's right down the corridor, if you'll follow me.
Look, I don't know this, Mr. Drake. Have you any idea why he sent for me?
Well, no, he asked me to telephone a private detective for him. I found your name in the directory, so I called you.
Oh, thanks. Mr. Drake pretty sick?
Oh, no. No, he tripped. He fell down the stairs at his home 2 days ago, so his wife thought it best that he be brought here to the hospital for observation. This is Mr. Drake's room on the left.
Okay, thanks.
Come in.
Mr. Clarence Drake?
Yes, indeed. You're Michael Shayne?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. You got here very promptly, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah. You mind if I smoke?
Well, not at all. Nice lighter.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Shayne, I want you to run an errand for me. A very important errand.
Oh?
Yes. Pull open the drawer on that bed table, please.
Okay.
You see those keys?
Mm-hmm.
The big one fits a strong box which is built into the floor under my bed at home.
Strong box?
Yes. Now, I've written the address on this piece of paper.
It's out in the country ways, huh?
I want you to go out there right away. Tell my wife I sent you. Have her show to my bedroom, and then... But first, be sure you're alone in my room.
Alone? Now, look, what's this all about?
Let me finish, Mr. Shayne.
Go ahead.
Now, unlock the strongbox. In it, you'll find a large black leather jewel case. Bring the case back to me.
What's in the leather case, Mr. Drake?
Shh.
Huh?
Not so loud.
Well, now, look, what's all this hocus-pocus routine about? What's in the leather case?
Mr. Shayne, please, not so loud. I can't take any chances.
Oh, now, look, if you're going to hire me, you better tell me what's in this mystery satchel I'm going to be lugging around.
All right. But first, are you sure we're alone here?
Alone? Look, you don't see anyone else wandering around the room, do you?
Nevertheless, I must be sure. Look out in the hall.
Now, look, there's no one here.
Please do as I say, Mr. Shayne.
Okay. There, you satisfied now?
Yes.
Okay, what's in the leather case, Mr. Drake?
Lean over my bed.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Now, what's in the leather case?
Nothing.
What?
It's empty, Mr. Shayne. It's empty.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the borrowed heirlooms.
Well, just about the time I figure I'm through being surprised at anything, I get a surprise. Like 60-year-old Clarence Drake telling me the jewel case he was sending me out to his house to get was empty. I was to bring it back to his hospital room and report everything that happened. Well, the whole deal sounded a little phony, but at least it was a deal, which was more than I'd had all week. So, an hour later, about 8 p.m., I was pushing the doorbell at the address Drake gave me. A gloomy old two-story house in the country. After a while, a woman opened the door. She was about 55, I guess, and her face was just as gloomy and forbidding as the house.
Yes?
Mrs. Drake?
No. Mrs. Lesperance, the housekeeper.
Oh, well, look, I'm Mike Shayne. Mr. Drake sent me out here.
Why?
To get something of his and take it to him, okay?
What is it?
Well, now, look, if it's all the same to you, I'll talk to Mr. Drake's wife.
Come in.
Pleasant woman. I followed her down the hall, and then she motioned me into a room on the right. I went in and waited. Like the rest of the house, this room looked tired and depressed. I stood looking out the window for a few minutes, and then I could feel someone staring at me. I turned around. There, standing in the doorway, was a woman about 30. Beautiful in an insolent sort of way.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello?
I'm Lydia Drake.
Oh?
Mrs. Clarence Drake.
You mean you're Mr. Drake's wife?
What else? Well, go ahead. Say it.
Say what?
What you thinking?
What I'm...
Sure, young wife, old husband. She must have married him for his money.
Oh, look, Mrs. Drake, I'm
married
sure
him for his money, sure. Take a look around you, Mr. Shayne. This shabby room, the whole dilapidated, beaten-down house. Doesn't it look like we're just busting out all over with money, doesn't it?
Look, Mrs. Drake, I was surprised that you were so young, that's all. As for why you married Mr. Drake, I'm sure that's none of my business. At any rate, I hadn't thought much about it one way or the other.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm out of hearing people talk about me. Watching the expression in their eyes when they look at me. I can't understand someone marrying a man like Mr. Drake because he was kind to her when she was his secretary. Because she was lonely. Oh, what does it matter? Why am I blitting it all out to you?
I don't know. You, used to work for Mr. Drake, huh?
Yes, he retired 2 years ago. We were married shortly after that.
I see. Oh, cigarette?
Thanks.
Thought I had a lighter here somewhere.
Lydia! Lydia!
In here, George.
Lydia, I thought you were going to... Oh, sorry. Didn't know you had company.
This is Mr. Shayne, George.
Hello. Let me give you a light, Lydia.
Thanks. George Hanna's Mr. Shayne. He rents a room here.
Oh, how are you?
Have to make ends meet some way.
You see, Shayne, I'm the chief source of income for Mr. and Mrs. Drake. And in return, they give me a fairly decent room and the attic, which I've made over into a study.
George, I'm sure Mr. Shayne isn't interested.
Well, don't be too sure, Lydia. After all, most people are interested in the fact that I'm writing a book.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, some people seem to be extremely interested. Your very charming housekeeper, Mrs. Lesperance.
You know how I feel about Mrs. Lesperance, George.
I believe I heard my name mentioned. Does somebody want me?
My dear Mrs. Lesperance, I'm quite certain nobody wants you.
George.
Your humor matches the rest of your personality completely, Mr. Hanna.
That's enough, Mrs. Lesperance. I'm sure Mr. Shayne has better things to do than listen to this.
Well, as a matter of fact,
Incidentally, Mr. Shayne, I'm still not quite clear as to what you want. I think Mrs. Lesperance said, Clarence, my husband sent you.
Yeah. He wanted me to get something out of his room and take it to him at the hospital.
Oh, what was it?
Why, leather case.
Leather case. I see.
So if you'll show me to his room,
Mr. Drake's room's at the head of the stairs, Mr. Shayne. Go right on up.
charming little group. Well, I found the leather case in Drake's room. Yeah, it was empty, all right. And I still couldn't figure out why Drake had sent me after it. I rearranged the furniture and put the leather case under my arm. Then I went downstairs. Oh, Mrs. Drake, I'm leaving now. Mrs. Drake? Miss Drake, where are you? Mrs. Lesperance? Mrs. Lesperance? What goes here? George? George? There was no answer from any of them. I poked around the downstairs rooms for a couple of minutes, but I couldn't find anyone. So I went outside. A light rain was falling. I started down the path toward my car, and then as I rounded a clump of bushes, a stick lashed out and caught me full on the shins. The pain doubled me over. Before I could straighten up again, something heavy came down on the back of my neck, and I flopped face down in the mud. I lay there stunned for a few seconds. I could feel someone grab the leather case away from me. By the time I got to my feet, there was no one in sight. I was still a little bleary, and I knew I'd have no chance of catching whoever it was, so I started walking down the path again. I got to my car, got in, and started the motor. Before I could pull away, a rugged-looking gent loomed up fast beside the car and jerked the door open.
Get out.
Hey, what's the big idea?
I said get out.
Get your hands off of me.
Okay, you get out the hard way.
Hey, cut it out.
Now, let's have it.
Have what?
The leather case.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter. Let's have that case.
Oh, look, Ape, are you the guy that clipped me a couple of minutes ago?
What are you talking about?
Because if you are, you ought to know I don't have the case anymore. And if you are, I got a couple of things to settle with you right now.
Don't stall around, stupid. Let's have that case.
I told you I don't have it.
Okay, bright boy, okay.
His fist drove me back against the car, and he came at me. I put everything I had into a left hook, and I connected. He bounced back a couple of yards and went down. Then I saw him fishing around in his pocket. I figured he was going for a gun, and I also figured this was no place to be any longer. I dug out fast, and I didn't look back. I was on a side road leading to the highway. I made a sharp turn, and then I eased up a little. And then out of nowhere rode a dark sedan. It came at my car fast. And before I knew what was happening, the sedan sideswiped me. My car started skidding across the wet, slippery road. I tried to straighten it out, but I couldn't. I spotted a tree by the side of the road. My car was headed straight for it. I twisted the steering wheel again. No use. The side of my car crashed into the tree and bounced back. Snapped my head like a whip. Waves of blackness started flooding over me. I tried to fight them back. But after the hit on the head and the clip on the chin, this one was one too many. Yeah, this was the third strike on little Mike. And I went out.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the borrowed heirlooms.
It all started when old Clarence Drake, who was recuperating in the hospital from a fall, hired me to go to his house in the country and bring back an empty leather jewel case. I went out there and met his wife, Lydia, the housekeeper, Mrs. Lesperance, and a guy named George Hannes. Well, I got the empty jewel case out of Drake's bedroom, came downstairs, and found the house empty. So I started down the path toward my car. Then a number of things started happening to me, all of them bad. 1, I was rabbit-punched and the leather case was lifted from me. 2, I tangled with a muscle man near my car. And 3, I got away from him only to have a dark sedan sideswipe my car and send it into a tree. When I came to, I managed to get the car started. Drove to the hospital and went up to Clarence Drake's room.
Well, Mr. Shayne, back already?
Back already, Mr. Drake.
You found my house all right?
I found your house all right.
Well, did anything happen?
Did anything happen? Did anything happen, you ask? Why, you lunatic, I'll tell you what happened. I got hit on the shins. I got hit on the back of my head. I got hit on the jaw. Someone ran my car into a tree and knocked me out. And you ask me if anything happened.
Oh, that happened to you? Good.
Good? Now, look,
It proves I was right.
Well, now, isn't that real nice to know? Right about what?
Someone is trying to get my jewels, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You mean you were just using me as bait?
Well,
Oh, now I've seen everything. Of all the...
Mr. Shayne, please don't be angry.
Oh, no, I should be delirious with joy, I suppose. I should be happy for these lumps on my head and my shins.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Shayne. I really am. I didn't intend you should get hurt.
Oh, but it won't happen again, believe me.
But, Mr. Shayne, you gotta help me.
Help you? No, Drake, you're gonna help me.
Help you?
Yeah, by never coming near me again.
No, please, Mr. Shayne, let me tell you about it. About myself.
Okay, tell me your story, but I'm warning you it's not gonna do you any good.
Mr. Shayne, I was married once before. My first wife passed away 3 years ago. And, well, I don't like to speak ill of the departed, but the plain fact is, she ruined me financially.
How do you mean?
She kept after me to buy jewelry for her, Mr. Shayne. Was an obsession with her. She used to say she wanted them for heirlooms.
Yeah?
She was always insisting I take her to jewelry stores and buy things for her. I did. Took all my money. After she died, I realized I was practically penniless. I've had a very hard time managing ever since.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Drake. Doesn't sound like such a problem to me. You've still got the jewelry, haven't you?
Yes. It's hidden in my bedroom at home.
Why did you sell the jewelry?
I suppose I could do that, but I'd rather starve first.
What?
Yes. Sounds insane to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little.
I know. I couldn't really expect anyone to understand it. But, well, my first wife wanted that jewelry to be kept as heirlooms, Mr. Shayne, and so as badly as I need the money, I'd never sell the jewelry. Never. Because if that's what she wanted, well, that's what I want, too. Even though she ruined me, I loved her, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, I guess you did.
So, won't you please help me?
Okay, I'll help you, Mr. Drake. Well, I was willing to admit I ought to have my head examined for sticking with Drake. But there was something about the little guy that had gotten to me all of a sudden. I drove back to the house in the country, parked my car, and started up the path. Then I stopped. The house was dark, except for an irregular pinpoint of light that moved around in Drake's room upstairs. Somebody was in there with a flashlight. I started for the house, and then the flashlight went off. I ran up to the front door, but it was locked. I went around to the back of the house. Locked. I opened it and went in. There, standing just inside the door, was the room of George Hanna's.
Well, Mr. Shayne.
That's right, George. What are you doing here?
Why, I live here, remember? Matter of fact, I was about to ask you what you're doing here.
Look, when I was out here to get that leather case earlier this evening, everybody around here disappeared all of a sudden. Where were you?
Why, I went out for a walk.
Yeah? You weren't by any chance the guy who clipped me in the shins and on the back of the neck, were you?
Me? Hardly, Shayne. Why would I do a thing like that?
You could have had a reason. Or maybe you were driving that sedan that sideswiped me.
My, what an imagination. You still haven't told me what you're doing.
Not that it's any of your business, Junior, but Mr. Drake sent me.
Oh, I see. Still running errands for the old boy, hmm? Well, when I first moved in here, he used to have me galloping around running foolish errands for him. But I finally got wise to him. He's harmless, of course, but just a little, shall we say, strange.
That's interesting to know, George. Incidentally, Drake will be getting out of the hospital pretty soon.
Oh? Well, that's nice. It'll be good to have the old coot around again. I sort of miss him.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'll see you later. I left George standing in the back hall and went toward the living room. There was a light on now, and Mrs. Drake was standing on the stairs.
You're back again, Mr. Shayne.
I'm back again, Mrs. Drake.
What do you want this time?
I'm not sure yet.
That's supposed to be a joke?
No, it isn't. Mr. Drake wanted me to just sort of look around a little.
I see.
Incidentally, I didn't know until a little while ago that Mr. Drake had been married before.
Yes.
You
You his first wife?
Slightly, enough to dislike her thoroughly.
Oh?
Charming woman, apparently threw away just about all of Mr. Drake's money. Of course, this is no concern of yours, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, if Mr. Drake wants you to poke around the place, go ahead. Please be brief.
I will.
I'm going to bed.
Good night. Mrs. Lesperance. How long you been hiding behind that door?
I wasn't hiding.
Come on, don't give me that.
All right, I was hiding. I was listening to you and Mrs. Drake.
Yeah? Now, look, just what's your angle in this deal, Mrs. Lesperance?
My angle?
Yeah, I got a strong hunch you're more than just a housekeeper around here. You know, maybe you're the one who's after Drake's jewelry.
That's right, Mr. Shayne.
Huh?
I've been trying to get Mr. Drake's jewelry for a long time.
Well, I'll be... Look, maybe you're also the one who hit me over the head earlier tonight.
Why, no,
Or sideswiped my car.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Shayne. I must admit I did hire a man to try to get the jewel case from you.
The big ape who jumped me at my car was your boy, huh?
Yes.
Okay, that clears up one little item anyway. You better start talking right now, Mrs. Lesperance. I want a lot of answers from you.
Yes. I can't keep silent anymore. Even though I was sworn to secrecy. I must talk now.
Sworn to secrecy? What are you talking about?
I've been housekeeper here a good many years, Mr. Shayne. I was here before the first Mrs. Drake died. And everything I've done has been done on her behalf.
Now, look, you're leaving me way behind. Let's start at the beginning.
All right, Mr. Shayne. But not here. Come to my room, please. We can talk there.
I followed her to her room at the back of the house, and we had a little talk. It was a short talk, but very interesting. Afterward, I walked out the front door, slipped the night latch, and slammed the door behind me. I got in my car, gunned it a couple of times, and pulled away. Made the sharp turn onto the side road, and then I stopped. Then I got out of my car and walked back toward the house. I guess I'd been waiting about 15 minutes when I saw the flashlight again in Mr. Drake's room. I eased up to the house and in the front door, turned the knob to Drake's door softly, and went in the room. Then I spotted a figure holding a flashlight in one hand and prying a panel loose with the other. Just as I came up behind him, he got the panel off, reached in and pulled out a leather jewel case. I had a strong hunch this jewel case wasn't empty. Hello, George.
Shayne.
Finally found Drake's jewels, huh?
How did you...
So the old boy was off his trolley, huh? Maybe so, but not the way you think.
Shayne, maybe we can...
Make a deal? I don't think so. Particularly after the way you rabbit-punched me earlier tonight. Now let's have the jewels.
No.
I said let's have them.
I'll take the jewels, Mr. Shayne.
Well, Mrs. Drake.
Yes.
Lydia, thank heaven
Shut up, George. Now, neither of you is to move. I've called the police.
Police? Lydia, are you out of your mind?
Of course not. It's very simple. I caught the two of you trying to rob the house. I'm turning you over to the police.
Pretty neat.
Lydia, if this is your idea of a joke...
I think the lady means it, George.
Why, you double-crossing...
Get back,
Now, look,
George.
Mrs. Drake, you...
You too, Mr. Shayne. Yes, I'm turning you both over to the police, and I think I can make the case stick. I'm certain they'll believe me when I say I caught you both red-handed.
Lydia,
Until the police get here, let me assure you this gun's loaded. I won't hesitate to use it, if necessary, on either or both of you.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I stood with Mrs. Drake pointing a gun at me and at George, who was pretty obviously her ex-boyfriend right now.
Lydia, you...
I said shut up,
Are
George.
you by any chance the one who sideswiped my car earlier, Mrs. Drake?
Yes, I thought you had the jewels then. Later, when George told me the case he'd taken from you was empty, I realized the jewels must still be here.
All this time you've been stringing me along, while I tore this dump apart looking for the jewels, telling me what we were going to do when I found them. And all the while you were planning to double-cross me. Well, you won't get away with this.
Oh, you're wrong, George. I will get away with it because I've been smart.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Mrs. Drake.
Well, I am sure. Why do you think I married Clarence? Why do you think I stuck with him these 2 years? Because I knew he had the jewels and had them hidden somewhere. I knew I'd find them someday and get out of here. See, gentlemen, it's all very legal this way. I'm Clarence's wife, you know. I have a right to the jewels, even though he never wanted me to find them. Now they're mine, and it's all very smart and very legal. What do you mean?
What you're getting is nothing, Mrs. Drake.
Mr. Shayne, don't try to tell me the jewels aren't genuine.
Oh, they're genuine, all right. Take a look at them. Go ahead.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, and genuine. So genuine, they've still got the price tags on them.
Price tags?
Shayne, I don't get it.
Oh, it's really pretty simple. Drake told me his first wife spent all his money buying jewelry. It was really the other way around, you see. She spent all her money paying off for Drake to keep him out of trouble and out of jail.
Out of jail? What are you trying to say?
Drake is a kleptomaniac.
A what?
Yeah, he lifted all those jewels from various stores without their permission.
That's a lie.
Oh, no, it isn't. I got the whole story from Mrs. Lesperance just a few minutes ago. Drake's first wife asked her just before she died to find the jewels and return them. I guess she figured that way Drake's name would be cleared and she could rest easier.
But what you say is true, and these are stolen jewels, and
Then they're going back to their rightful owners, and I'll take care of that.
No, you won't, Mr. Shayne.
Drake!
Clarence!
Stop that gun, idiot! Stop it. Now give me the jewels. There.
You know, Drake, up until I got the truth from Mrs. Lesperance, I was feeling sorry for you. The noble gent who'd starve rather than sell his wife's heirlooms.
So all this time it's been you and George, Lydia. You and George after my jewels.
Clarence, well, what are you...
Drake, don't do that. You and George, Lydia, after my jewels.
Put down that gun, Drake.
Get back, Shayne. Get back.
I lunged at him. Just as he pulled the trigger, my hand hit his arm. The slug whistled under my nose and into the wall. And then I twisted the gun away from him hard, and he just sort of collapsed after that. Well, the cops arrived about then. Took over. The cops, incidentally, that Lydia had called earlier. Very obliging of her, she discovered. And that's just about that. Except I got back my cigarette lighter that Drake had lifted from me. And now I'm waiting for the reward, though, on the jewelry. At least it'll be enough to have my car repaired. The next time anybody asks me to go get an empty jewel case for them, or any other fool thing like that, I'll probably do it.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and is written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for the light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade. It was headed straight for my throat. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Mail Order Murders.
Who is it?
Shayne, Mike Shayne.
Oh. Hello, Mr.
Shayne, come in quickly, please.
Yeah. Hey, look, what's all
Did anyone follow you here to my apartment, Mr. Shayne?
Follow me? Well, not that I know of. What's this all about, and why the hocus-pocus routine?
I can't afford to take any chances.
Oh? Can you afford to tell me what it's all about?
My name is Kinsella, William Kinsella.
Yeah, I know. You told me that over the phone.
You're sure no one followed you here?
Sure enough. Now, you're going to let me in on
I want to
what's
hire you, Mr. Shayne.
Well, that's the first thing you've said that makes sense. What do you want me to do?
Protect me.
Oh, from what?
I don't know.
You don't know? Now, let's not start the double talk again.
Please, Mr. Shayne. Well, to tell the truth, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can see that, but what of?
I tell you, I don't know. Sure, it sounds insane, but here, Mr. Shayne, I received this through the mail this afternoon.
Yeah, 4 names at the top of the page.
Yes.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert.
Yes. Now, read what's written underneath the names, Mr. Shayne.
Those who have sinned will be punished. It may come swiftly or slowly or by an unknown hand, but punishment is inevitable, and the punishment is death.
Yes. Yes, you see now why I'm terrified. It's a death note, Mr. Shayne. A death note. And my name is at the top of the list.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail-order murders.
Started out as a pretty routine day. I'd helped an elderly lady find a necklace which turned out to be mislaid instead of stolen, and I'd spent the afternoon at a pretty stuffy wedding reception guarding the gifts. But then in the evening, a jittery little guy named Kinsella called me over to his apartment and showed me a death note he'd just gotten, listing his name with 3 others. One look at Kinsella's face told me he thought the guy who'd sent the note meant business.
Mr. Shayne, you've got to protect me. Money's no object. First,
Now, just a minute, Mr. Kinsella. Let's slow down a little, huh? Have you any idea who might have sent the note?
None. Not at all, Mr. Shayne. It's a complete and horrible mystery to me.
Sounds like some kind of fanatic or crank. Those who have sinned will be punished.
Yes, it does sound like some sort of fanatic, but who?
This the first notes you've gotten?
No, there have been others, but I never paid much attention before because the notes were vague. But this note mentions death, and it lists names.
Yeah. I wonder if the boy who wrote the note is after you himself or if he's thinking of sending someone.
What do you mean?
The note says death may come by an unknown hand.
But that's the terrible part of this whole thing. I don't know who sent the threat. I don't know who's after me, and I most certainly don't know why.
The note says something about those who have sinned.
That's ridiculous. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in my past that would possibly warrant such
Yeah. Well, what do these friends of yours say about it?
Friends? What friends?
Well, the other names on the list here. Let's see. Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, Tom Swigert.
They're no friends of mine.
Well, acquaintances, then.
You don't understand, Mr. Shayne. I don't even know these people.
Huh?
I've never heard of any of them. Their names mean nothing to me.
You sure about that, Mr. Kinsella?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it sort of complicates things. I thought maybe if I could find something that connects you with these other 3, some link between you, we might have something to go on. But...
Mr. Shayne, please stay here with me and protect me, at least long enough for me to wind up my affairs so that I can leave New Orleans if necessary.
Well,
I don't know what your usual rate of pay is per day, but I'll double it.
You know, you're getting more convincing by the moment, Mr. Kinsella.
I have plenty of room for you here.
Okay. I'll go home and pick up a toothbrush and be back here in an hour. I went outside and down the street. I was thinking about how terrified Kinsella seemed to be about the whole thing. I was wondering if maybe he knew a little more about why someone wanted to kill him than he'd told me. Then about half a block away from Kinsella's apartment, I spotted what was undoubtedly one of the last of its kind in existence. An organ grinder man. He was a stocky, barrel-chested gent. And the hand organ he was cranking sounded as if it was protesting against overwork. On his shoulder perched a little monkey dressed in a red corduroy suit and a green hat with a feather. The whole sight took me back about 20 years. So I fished around in my pocket for a coin and waited for him. Hello? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Well,
I guess you didn't see me. Sort of a dark night.
Yes, a dark night.
Oh, yeah. You know, I haven't seen an organ grinder since I was a kid, practically.
So? There's not many of us left now.
No, I guess not. You're working kind of late tonight, huh?
Night, day, makes no difference.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, it's a monkey you got there.
He's a fine monkey, Pepe. You want to see Pepe do dance?
No, I'm afraid I haven't the time.
Name is Demetrius.
Demetrius. Some other time. Here's a little something.
You talk to Pepe, he catch.
Okay. Hey, he could play shortstop on a few teams I know of. Where'd you get it?
Must go now. Thanks, mister. Good night.
Demetrius started cranking the hand organ again and moved on down the street. Pepe turned around, stared at me a moment, and then delicately stuck out his tongue. Such gratitude. I went to my room, picked up my things, and went back to Kinsella's apartment. He showed me to my new room. I suggested he lock his door and also his window because it was a ground floor apartment. Then we both turned in. I guess it was a little after midnight when something woke me up. I couldn't tell just what it was, but I remembered vaguely hearing some kind of sound. I got out of bed and went out in the living room. Turned on the lights. Nothing there. Then I went to Kinsella's bedroom door. Mr. Kinsella? Mr. Kinsella? Hey, Kinsella!
What is it?
It's Shayne. Open the door.
What's the matter, Shayne?
You had me worried for a minute.
I guess I was sound asleep. What is it?
Something woke me up. A slight noise. I thought I'd better check to make sure you're okay.
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Matter of fact, I was having a very pleasant dream. I could hear some sort of strange music. Seemed like it was right under my window.
Music?
Yes, like a calliope. I could hear...
A calliope?
Oh, sort of.
Wait a minute. Could it have been a hand organ?
Why, yes, that's what it was. I dreamt I...
Maybe the music wasn't a dream. Demetrius really does work late.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Skip it. Well, let's turn in again. Nothing happened the rest of the night, except that I had a long dream about perching on a guy's shoulder dressed in a red corduroy suit while people tossed nickels at me. It might be an easier way to make a living at that. The next morning, bright and early, I told Kinsella to lock himself in for the day. Then I went down to police headquarters and in the door marked homicide.
Hello, Shayne.
Good morning, Inspector. How's the mastermind of the Homicide Bureau these days?
Thanks. You looking for a job, Shayne, or you want to borrow some dough?
No. As you sometimes say to people, wrong twice. I already have a job. Matter of fact, that's what I came down to talk to you about.
I'm all...
Ears. I know.
Talk, funny man.
I've been hired by a guy named Kinsella who received what looks like a crank note. He was taking the whole thing very seriously.
So
the note has 4 names on it. Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert. May not be anything to it, but I just thought I'd drop in and let you know.
Have it again.
Have what again?
The list.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert.
Yeah.
Why, do you know any of them? How about Ellen Dant? Kinsella said her name meant nothing to him.
Or me.
How about Joshua Jaffet?
And I've never heard of your client, Kinsella. Only one we have a line on is this Tom Swigert.
Swigert's his last name on the list. What about him?
Shayne, did you ever hear of the Gouge killing a couple of years back?
The Gouge killing? No. What was that?
Well, there was a rich old gent named Daniel Gouge. He used to live on the island of Capri in the Mediterranean. One day he turned up dead with quite a few thousand of his dollars missing. This guy, Tom Swigert, was on the island at the time. He was questioned about the killing, but he was released later for lack of evidence.
You think this note Kinsella got has anything to do with the Gouge killing?
I don't know yet.
You suppose maybe there's some connection between Swigert and the rest of the names on the list, then?
That'd be a guess, Shane, and right now I'm not in a guessing mood.
Of course, the whole thing could be some crackpot's idea of a joke.
It might.
You don't think so, huh?
Nope.
Hey, incidentally, how come this Tom Swigert's the only guy on the list you know anything about? The friend of yours or something?
Not exactly a friend. Right now, he's sort of a special project of mine.
What do you mean?
We found Swigert down near the waterfront last night. Had a knife in his back. Very dead. In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail-order murders.
It all started when a guy named Kinsella hired me to protect him from an unknown killer who'd sent him a death threat. On the note were listed 4 names: Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffett, and Tom Swigert. Kinsella said he didn't know any of the other 3. So the next morning, I wasn't sure just how seriously to take the note when I went down to police headquarters to tell Inspector Lefebvre about it. But Lefebvre took it very seriously, and with good reason. He told me that the last man on the list, Tom Swigert, had been murdered the night before.
So, like I say, Shane, whoever wrote that note means business.
You know, Lefebvre, it'd be interesting if it turned out that the reason Swigert was killed had something to do with that Gouge killing.
I don't feel like playing guessing games.
Well, maybe we'll find out before long, huh?
Shane, you're a real nice boy.
Lefebvre, there's only one reason you ever say those sweet things to me. That's when you want me to keep out of something.
Yeah.
Why?
Because whoever wrote that note wasn't kidding. He's vicious and deadly. He's already killed once, and there are 3 more names on his list.
So?
So if you get mixed up in it and get in his way, you could get burned bad.
Thanks for the advice, Lefebvre.
No charge.
Tell you what, I'll carry my little fire extinguisher with me full time.
You do that, Shane. Just one more thing.
Oh, no, Lefebvre. You're not going to give me that don't leave town routine again.
I was going to suggest that you do.
That evening, I decided to pay a call on Ellen Dant, whose name was right under Kinsella's on the death list. I looked up her address and went over. Ellen lived in an expensive-looking apartment, and she was a very smooth-looking creature. She wasn't very impressed when I told her about the note Kinsella had gotten.
Mr. Shayne, I've never heard of this man Kinsella. Why should I be concerned about his getting threatening notes? I got one of them, too. But I think it's probably somebody's feeble idea of a joke.
Not much of a joke, Miss Dant. Kinsella says he doesn't know you.
That makes it mutual, then. As I've been trying to tell you.
How about a gent named Joshua Jaffett?
I'm afraid I don't know him either.
Or Tom Swigert?
Really, Mr. Shayne?
That's just as well you didn't know Swigert, I guess. He got himself killed last night.
Oh?
But that doesn't concern you.
No, it doesn't. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Sure, just one more thing, Miss Dant. Ever happen to hear of a rich old guy named Daniel Gouge?
Gouge?
Yeah, I used to live on the island of Capri.
Really, Mr. Shayne? Running around asking people about names they've never heard of before. Haven't you anything better to do?
Not right now, Ellen, but maybe I'll think of something. See you around. My next stop was at the home of Joshua Jaffett over on the other side of town. He was a tall, thin guy with thick glasses, a sharp nose, and a sharper tongue. He kept the nose buried in an enormous stamp album.
Mr. Shayne, must you stand in my light? I can't even see these stamps, let alone get them in the right places.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
How did it clue?
Quite a collection you got there.
One of the best.
You seem to specialize in stamps from the Mediterranean.
Any law against that?
Not that I know of. Ever done much traveling around there?
None. Now, where did I put that Malta step? Now, look here, Shayne.
I'm looking.
This is all foolishness, complete, utter foolishness. Just because I got a crackpot note from some prankster, there's no reason for you to come around and bother me with your silly questions. I've told you I don't know any of the people on the list. Now, if you kind...
Maybe I...
Mr. Shayne, will you stop standing in my light?
I got out of Joshua's light and out of his house. But outside, it occurred to me friend Joshua had been just a little too quick to say no when I asked him if he'd ever been in the Mediterranean. So I went across the street and waited in the dark. I didn't know exactly what I was waiting for, but I waited anyway. Then, about 10 minutes later, I heard someone coming down the street. Yeah, it was my old friend Demetrius, the organ grinder man. Hello, Demetrius.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Hey, you really get around, don't you?
You maybe follow me, mister?
Me? No, matter of fact, I was beginning to wonder if it wasn't the other way around.
I don't know what you talk about.
Oh, no. Of course not. Where do you usually hang out around town?
The street they call St. Louis.
You, been in this country long, Demetrius?
No, not so long, mister.
Where do you come from?
It's a long way from here. Sunny land, blue water.
It sounds like the Mediterranean.
Yes, it's a beautiful place.
That's what they tell me, Demetrius.
Good night, mister.
Demetrius disappeared around the corner. I stood there a while longer across the street and up a little way from Jaffett's house. It was about 10 minutes later that a dark-colored coupe turned the corner and eased to a stop in front of the house. Someone got out and headed for the door. I couldn't see very much, but it looked like a woman. Then as she opened the door, the light from the hall outlined her face. It was Ellen Dance. Yeah, the girl who said she'd never heard of Joshua Jaffett. She closed the door behind her, but not more than 2 minutes later, she came flying out again and jumped into a car. I started across the street toward her. Hey! Hey, wait a minute! Ellen! Hey! But I was too late. I crossed the street and walked in the open front door of Jaffett's house. There was no one in sight. I started down the hall, and when I got to the library, I stopped. Yeah, there was Jaffett, all right. Sitting at his desk, his nose still buried in the stamp album. And like Tom Swigert, he had a knife in his back. And also like Swigert, Jaffett was dead. I stood there a minute or two looking at the charming sight in front of me, and then I went over and picked up a telephone.
Calling me, Shane?
The fever.
Looks like the boy we're after is quite a knife artist, huh?
Yeah, but I'm not so sure he's a boy. You know, the more I think about it, Lefevre, the more it looks like these killings are tied up with the one over in Capri 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You found out any more about what really happened over there?
A little, not much. This rich old guy, Gouge, lived alone, except for one combination servant and secretary. Looks like now there were several in on the killing. Maybe it was a hired job, huh?
Shane, I told you once to get out of this deal. Now I'm telling you twice. I think you're biting off a lot more than you can chew.
You forget, Inspector. I have a real strong jaw.
Mm-hmm. Just be sure you don't lead with it.
The Fever's boys arrived about then and went to work. I left, and I went straight to Ellen Dance's apartment. Because it looked to me like this case was going to wind up real fast, and I couldn't think of a better place to wind it up than at her apartment. I didn't even bother to knock because the door was unlocked. I pushed it open with my foot and waited. Nothing happened. I went in. The room was dark except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for a light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade that was coming down at me fast. I lunged to one side, and the blade ripped down through my coat sleeve. I tried to grab it, but I was off balance, and then the knife came down through the air again, and this time it was headed straight for my throat.
We'll be back in a moment with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Ellen Dance's apartment, in the dark, with a knife coming down at my throat. I managed to get one hand up just in time to grab the knife blade. Cut into my palm, but I held on and grabbed the killer's wrist with my other hand. It was a small wrist, but strong. The knife started twisting up at me, so I put everything I had into one wrench and dove for the floor, twisting the killer's wrist as I fell. Suddenly, the knife went skittering across the floor. I jumped to my feet just as the door slammed. I went out in the hall, but whoever it was had been too fast for me. There was no one in sight out on the street when I got there. So I gave up the chase and headed for Kinsella's apartment. And I wasn't in a very pleasant mood. Look, Kinsella, I'm getting awfully tired of this whole deal.
But, Mr. Shayne,
You lied to me when you said you didn't know what this is all about.
Oh. All right, Mr. Shayne. It's true. I have lied to you. But you apparently know a lot of the story already. I might as well tell you the rest of it.
Spill it.
I was Daniel Gouge's secretary in Capri. He was murdered for his money. I found out who the killer was. I've been running away ever since. The killer has been following me and has had someone else after me. Someone I don't know.
Yeah? Why didn't you tell the police who the killer was?
I know I should have done that long ago, but I don't expect anyone to understand, but it was because of the way I felt about the killer. I couldn't help myself.
I see. Just one more question. Did Daniel Gouge have any particular girlfriend?
Yes, Mr. Shayne.
Okay. We're going to set a little trap. Here's a pencil. I want you to write a note to Gouge's girlfriend, Ellen Dance.
Mr. Shayne.
Tell her you'll turn her in unless she meets you on the corner in front of my office at midnight with some dough.
But I couldn't do that.
Look, I'll be there with you.
I wasn't thinking of myself. I just...
Look, you want to go on this way forever?
No, but...
Write it.
Very well. What are you going to do with it?
Gonna use it as bait. You're not exactly the world's best penman, are you?
I'm sorry. It's because I'm nervous and upset, I guess. I'm having a hard time forming the letters.
Yeah.
I'll write another note.
Oh, never mind. I think I won't be able to read this one all right. Okay, Kinsella, stay here in your apartment until 11:45, then take a cab to my office and meet me on the corner in front. I think maybe we'll get this whole thing wound up. I put the note in my pocket and left. I went over to St. Louis Street and hung around until Demetrius, the monkey organ man, came along. I made a little conversation with him and invited him to the party in front of my office. Then I called the Fever's office and left an invitation for him, too. I was hoping it'd be quite a gathering. Kinsella was the first to arrive, right on the dot at midnight.
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, you're right on time, Kinsella.
Yes, I've been riding around in the cab for a few minutes, waiting until 12. Has she shown up?
Not yet. We'll just stand here in the shadows and wait.
Mr. Shayne, would it be all right if I sort of kept out of sight when she comes? I just would rather not see her after all that's happened and, well, because of the way I feel about her.
Yeah, I think that'd be okay, Kinsella.
I'd appreciate it very much. It isn't easy for me to do this. Mr. Shayne, someone's coming.
Relax, it isn't Ellen.
Shayne?
Hello, Lefevre.
I got your message. Now, what's this all about?
Just giving a little party, Lefevre. I knew you'd never forgive yourself if you missed it.
Mr. Shayne, who's this?
Lefevre, a friend of mine. Lefevre, this is Mr. Kinsella, my client.
Hello?
I'm afraid I don't understand this, Mr. Shayne. I thought just you and I were to be...
Wait a minute. Yeah, here he comes.
Here who comes?
The guest of honor. A guy named Demetrius.
Why, it's an organ grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shayne, do you think that he is working for Ellen?
Well, we'll soon find out. Hello, Demetrius.
Hello, mister.
This supposed to be the floor show, Shayne?
You never can tell, Lefevre.
Mr. Shayne, will you kindly explain?
Mister. What's the matter, Demetrius?
Who is this man with you?
Well, he's my client, Mr. Kinsella. Why?
He's the one, mister. He's the one.
Huh?
Yes, he's the one I saw leave his apartment the night the first man was killed. Yes, this Quintela.
Let's have that again.
Why,
The man's insane.
yes, I saw him. And then when the second man was killed, I was near his house. I looked through the window. I saw this Quintela stab him to death.
I tell you, he's crazy.
And then tonight, when you were at the woman's apartment, mister, this Quintela was there too. He attacked you.
Kinsella's got a gun.
I see it, Lefebvre. I see it. Oh. Well, I think that'll keep our friend Kinsella on ice until your voice and caught him away, Lefebvre.
Yeah. So Kinsella was the knife artist, huh?
Sure looks that way. Now, if we only had the girl, we'd be...
She's been in jail for an hour, Shane. We picked her up.
Oh? Did you get a story out of her?
Yeah. From what she said, it looks like she, Jaffet, and Swaggart hired a guy to kill Gouge over on Capri. The three of them then decided to cross the killer. They took the dough and left in a hurry. So now it turns out that Kinsella here was the killer, and he's been looking for them ever since.
That sounds logical. He put his own name on top of the death list to take suspicion off of him.
Well, all I can say is you're longer on luck than you're on brain, Shane.
Oh?
Arranging this little trap to pick up the wrong girl. Plenty lucky for you this guy Demetrius spilled what he'd seen and broke the case for you.
I guess you're right, Lefebvre.
Yeah, maybe next time you'll remember to keep out of these things.
I'll try to, sir.
Mister.
Oh, yeah, Demetrius. I'd almost forgotten you were here. Thanks. Thanks a lot for all your help.
That's all right, mister.
Here's a little something for your trouble. No. Over here.
Thank you, mister. Thank you.
Demetrius didn't see that dough you held out to him.
No.
He's blind.
Mm-hmm. Demetrius is blind.
Shane,
like you say, Lefebvre, it's lucky he broke the case for me, isn't it? Good night, genius.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chen. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from the
Have a seat, Mr. Lima.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shayne. It was good of you to wait for me in your office this evening to see me.
Oh, you sounded pretty upset over the phone.
Oh, I am, senor, I am. It is also bewildering. I do not know what to do, where to turn. Then the thought occurred to me that perhaps someone like you could help me.
Well, you're not the only one who's bewildered, Lima.
Senor?
I'm in the dark, too. You still haven't told me what this is all about. All you said over the phone was you wanted to see me right away.
Oh, but of course. You must excuse me, Senor Shayne. It is just that I have been so upset.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I flew up from Havana this morning.
Oh, is that your home down there?
Yes, it is. I have extensive holdings in and around Havana and have lived there for a little more than 2 years now.
You up here in New Orleans on a vacation?
Oh, no, indeed, senor. I came up because of my friend Julian. His last letter sounded so urgent, I felt I must...
Look, Lima, do me a big favor, would you?
Why, of course, senor. What is it?
Start from the beginning. I'm way behind.
Oh, but of course, senor.
Now, you live in Havana.
Yes.
You have a friend here in New Orleans named Julian.
Yes.
What about him?
I have not seen Julian since I went to Havana. And then I have not heard from him. And then suddenly yesterday I received a letter from him saying he was in danger. He wanted me to come up here right away.
Uh-huh. Is he in danger?
Julian?
Well, that's who we're talking about, isn't it?
Oh, but of course, senor. Now remember, I received this letter from Julian only yesterday.
You said that once.
When I arrived here, I went at once to Julian's address. And, Senor Shayne, it is impossible. I cannot believe it.
Can't believe what?
Senor, they told me Julian has been dead for 2 years.
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
Well, to think I've heard just about everything. When a little character named Lima waltzed into my office from Havana and told me he'd just gotten a letter from a man who'd been dead for 2 years, I must admit it rocked me back a little. Judging from the expression on Lima's face, the whole experience had rocked him, and plenty.
I tell you, it is not possible Julian is dead, Mr. Shayne. There must be some mistake.
Well, look, Lima, maybe somebody else wrote that letter to you.
No. Julian was my friend. I knew his handwriting like I know my own. And the things he said in his letter proved to me beyond all doubt that it was Julian who was writing.
Well, in that case, it looks like your friend's alive now.
But no, senor. They tell me he's dead.
Oh, now, look, he can't be both.
Well, I know it sounds insane, senor. But it is impossible Julian is dead. And yet, they tell me it is impossible for him to be alive.
Just a minute.
Now, that is where you come in, Senor Shayne.
Me?
Yes. I want to hire you to try and find Julian, if he, as I still hope, is alive. And if he is dead, then I want you to find out that, too. Here is my telephone number.
I don't know. It looks like a pretty crazy assignment.
For $100.
I'd find the job not half so crazy. Okay, give me the address where Julian used to live, and drop in here at the office tomorrow. I may have something for you. Of course, I wasn't nearly as sure of that as I sounded. The next morning, I went to the address Lima had given me, the place where his friend Julian had lived. It was a little ramshackle 2-story building near the waterfront. On the first floor were 2 shops, and up above them were a few furnished rooms. One of the shops had a sign over the door which read, Yi Fang, Tropical Fish. Not a very nice thing to say about yourself. I went in, and a chubby little gent with horn-rimmed glasses and a broad grin waddled up to me.
So, good morning. You like buy some fine tropical fish?
No. What I want's a little tropical information.
Yes. Have many good guppies. See, all tanks to left, guppies.
Yeah, lots of guppies. Now,
Yes, everybody buy guppies.
Not quite. Now, look, a guy named Julian used to live up over this shop.
Yes. You like guppies?
Well, I haven't anything against him, but about this Julian...
Yes. Giant ancestor.
Yeah, how long ago?
Yes. You like buy some guppies?
No, I don't like to buy some guppies. How long ago did Julian die?
1-2 years ago.
What happened to him?
Yes. Do not know. One day they tell me he is dead. So... Mister, you sure...
No guppies. The king of the guppies bowed me gracefully to the door and out. The shop next door also had a sign out front. This one read, A. Valdane, Passport Service. Inside, a tall, thin gent sitting on a high stool greeted me as I stepped through the door.
Come in, my friend, come in. A. Valdane at your service. Perhaps a little passport information?
Not today.
Expert passport photos, too reasonable.
What I want is...
Information.
As a matter of fact, yeah. How'd you know?
Thin walls, my friend. You're the first man who, to my knowledge, has ever walked out of the place next door without a bowl full of guppies.
You know something? For a moment, it looked like Yi Fang was going to keep his record intact. Well, you probably heard what or who I was talking about then. The guy named Julian.
You too,
What do you mean?
There was a loony little guy in here yesterday claiming Julian was alive.
Oh, Lima. Look, did you know Julian very well?
No, only slightly. He lived in one of the rooms upstairs. That's about all I knew about him.
And there's no doubt about his death, huh?
Not as far as I know.
Now, how did Julian die?
Well, Julian was quite a water lover. He used to go out on a little boat a lot. One night, a storm came up out in the Gulf. The next morning, they found Julian's boat floating upside down. No Julian. No Julian ever since.
Did anyone actually see him drown?
Who's running around during storms watching people drown?
Yeah, you got a point there. Look, did you know any of Julian's friends, who he ran around with, anything like that?
Well, like I say, I didn't know him very well. He had a girl whose name was Celeste. They used to hang out at Maxim's bar a lot.
Okay, anyone else?
Not that I can... No. Wait. I did see Julian talking to the professor a couple of times.
The professor? You mean the old drifter over on Exchange Street?
Yes, that's the one. Character who knows just about everyone. Will gladly tell you all about them for the price of a drink.
Oh, thanks, Valdane. I headed for Maxim's bar where Valdane had said Celeste and Julian used to spend some time. On the way, I got the feeling I was being followed, but I couldn't spot anyone. I don't know, maybe it was just my imagination. When I got to Maxim's, I asked the bartender about Celeste. Found out she dropped in almost every day. So I sat down at a table and waited. About an hour later, a girl who answered the bartender's description of Celeste came in and sat down. I eased over to her table.
Hello.
Hello. Can I join you?
Why not?
Thanks. You used to be Julian's girlfriend, huh?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Have your fun.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't get
What
it.
are you trying to do? Make me feel like a big heel or something?
Here, look, Celeste.
Sure, I play up to the boys now, you and the others. A girl's got to get along. But I was Julian's girl. Don't you forget that. Sure, I was his girlfriend. What do you think I've been trying to forget for 2 years? Him, Julian. Now, you come along and throw his name up to me.
Look, Celeste, I'm not trying to make you feel like a heel, and I'm sorry if mentioning his name's made you feel bad. Julian's not alive, man.
Are you kidding? Of course he's not alive. He's been dead for 2 years.
That's all I wanted to know, Celeste. Thanks. I was beginning to think Valdane knew what he was talking about when he said Lima was slightly off his trolley for thinking Julian was still alive. But I still had that other lead Valdane had given me, the professor over on Exchange Street. I found the professor at his usual corner, sitting on a packing crate, holding forth to a few bewildered floaters. He was a scarecrow of a man, dressed, as always, in a dilapidated cutaway coat, open-toed shoes that weren't designed that way, and a wing collar with no tie.
And so I say, gentlemen, that the curse of our age, our civilization, is our mechanistic, high-speed, materialistic approach. Aesthetics is a forgotten word. The love of beauty for its own sake has paled before the ruthless march
Hello,
of...
Professor.
Mr. Shayne, how do you do, sir? Indeed, it's been quite some time since you last visited this humble thoroughfare.
Yeah, still educating the masses, huh?
Yes, trying in my own feeble way to impart some small yearning for the higher things into the unfortunate souls. A discouraging task, to be sure.
Look, could I talk to you a minute?
Certainly, certainly. We will discuss this subject further at some later date, gentlemen. I must now grant a private audience to my friend here. Will you join me on this humble crate, Mr. Shayne? Or shall we adjourn to more comfortable surroundings where we may, perchance, partake of some small but cheering...
I want your answers to make sense. We stay here.
I question greatly the merits of your decision, but will yield temporarily to your puritanism. What is it you want?
You remember a guy named Julian?
Julian? Of course I do. A charming scoundrel, and a generous one. In the old days, he used frequently to purchase cheering libations for me in return for small but useful bits of information which I was able to donate.
Yeah. Look, what did Julian do for a living anyway, Professor?
Mr. Shayne, it was not what Julian did for a living, it was whom he did.
Oh, I see. Julian was quite a boy to work all the angles, huh?
His talents along those lines were tremendous. He had a small but efficient organization and based a very successful career on assorted projects such as blackmail, connivery, forgery, and an entire line of bunco enterprises, which showed Julian to be a man of great imagination.
Any of Julian's old outfits still around?
I have heard one of them is. I don't know.
And Julian?
My dear sir, Julian died 2 years ago.
Yeah. You don't have any reason for thinking otherwise?
Certainly not.
Okay, Professor, thanks.
Not at all, Mr. Shayne. I'm always glad to help, even if at some discomfort to myself.
What do you mean?
Simply that I suffer from a peculiar condition of the throat. Excessive conversation, particularly when helpful information is involved, dries out the delicate membranes and causes...
Yeah. Okay, Professor. Here you are.
I accept your voluntary contribution, sir, not merely for myself, but in the name of all disconsolate and thirsty humanity. And I thank you.
So now I was fresh out of Leeds. I'd gotten nowhere. Lima was waiting for me in my office, and when I told him that as far as I was concerned the case was closed, his face fell a mile.
But, Senor Shayne, you cannot mean that you will not help me anymore.
Look, Lima, Julian died 2 years ago. So a couple of days ago, you say you got a letter which you think was written by him.
I do not think. I know.
Yeah. Look, there's something I don't quite get about you. You say you and Julian were friends. Yet from what I hear, Julian was quite an unsavory character. Blackmail, bunco, etc.
Well, perhaps Julian was a little weak where money was concerned. But he was always a good friend to me.
Well, there's another angle about this that interests me, too, Lima. You told me you suddenly acquired some holdings in Cuba a couple of years ago. And Julian was a blackmailer.
What are you talking about?
You, got those holdings legitimately, I'm sure.
Well, of course I did. Mr. Shayne, I'm not hiring you to make foolish insinuations about me, but to find Julian.
You're absolutely right, and I'm telling you, Julian's dead.
No, please. You must keep looking.
Look, it's no use, Lima.
Please, Mr. Shayne. Please, I beg of you. Money is no objection with me. You must keep on looking for Julian.
You sure have a lot of faith that he's alive, Lima. Okay, I'll take one more crack at it. I went back to the waterfront and into Valdane's passport place. I was hoping there might be some other lead he could give me, something he'd forgotten before. He just laughed at me. So I left. Then, as I was walking along the sidewalk, a little character sidled up to me.
Shayne?
Well, yeah, who are you?
You're looking for Julian, Shayne?
Julian? I was, but no more. Why?
Why no more?
Because it's sort of silly to look for a dead man.
You're wrong, Shayne. Julian's alive.
What?
I'm telling you, Julian's alive. I saw him with my own eyes, only yesterday.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
It all started when a little guy named Lima from Havana told me he'd gotten a letter from a friend of his, Julian, here in New Orleans, saying he was in trouble and asking Lima to come up. When Lima arrived in New Orleans, they told him Julian had been dead for 2 years. He didn't believe it, so he hired me to find Julian. I went to the address where Julian used to live, a 2-story building with 2 shops downstairs and some rooms upstairs. Yi Feng, who sold tropical fish, said Julian was dead. So did a gent named Valdane, who ran a passport service next door. Celeste, Julian's girlfriend, and the character called the Professor were also unanimous that Julian was dead. So there I was, walking along the sidewalk, ready to give the whole thing up when a little guy sidled up to me fast.
I'm giving it to you straight, Shayne. Julian's alive.
Look, who are you anyway? What's your angle?
Well, just call me Joey and put it down on a pal of Julian's. Now, I heard it around you've been looking for him. So I thought that maybe there might be something in it for him, and for me, of course. I could tell you where to find him.
Look, there'll be plenty in it for both of you if I find him.
Well, okay, I'll take a chance. When I bumped into Julian yesterday, he wrote his address down on a piece of paper for me. Here it is.
Okay, thanks. Incidentally, have you by any chance been following me around the last day or two?
Me? No. Why?
Oh, skip it. Thanks for the information. I took the piece of paper and compared it with a sample of Julian's handwriting Lima had given me. It matched. I headed for the address on the piece of paper. And again, on the way over, I had the feeling I was being followed. But like before, I couldn't spot anyone. Julian's address turned out to be just a block away from the place where he used to live. The door to the room was ajar, so I pushed it the rest of the way open and went in. Yeah, there was someone in the room, all right. But it wasn't Julian.
What are you doing here?
Well, Julian's girlfriend, Celeste. So maybe Julian isn't as dead as you tried to make me think before, huh?
I don't know what you're talking
quit
about.
Stalling. Come on.
All right, but I was telling you the truth before. I didn't know then that Julian was alive. Just an hour ago, he called me and told me to meet him here. I came right over. He was here, Julian, my Julian.
Where is he now?
Well,
said he had some things to do, that he'd meet me later at Maxim's bar. Why do you want to know these things? Who are you and what do
Doesn't
you...
matter who I am. You've already told me what I want to know. Just one more thing. What size guy is Julian?
Why, he's short.
Short guy, huh? Okay, Celeste. Thanks a lot. And all of a sudden, the trail had gotten very hot. I went down the stairs and outside, and as I started down the sidewalk, I was thinking about what Celeste had told me, that Julian was a short guy. I started checking off the people I've been running around with lately. The Professor and Valdane, both tall men. And Lima, Yi Fang, king of the Guppies, and Joey, the guy who'd slipped Julian's new address in my hand a little while ago, they were all short guys. And then I remembered my feeling about being followed. So I decided to find out who it was. I turned a corner, slipped into an alley, and waited. I waited 15 minutes, but nobody came along. I finally gave up and went into the store next door and over to the payphone. Lima, this is Shane. Well, looks like you were right after all. Yeah, about Julian being alive. Now, look, calm down, will you? Look, meet me at my office in 15 minutes, and I'll tell you all about it. I went outside and continued down the street. As I approached Julian's old address, I spotted Yi Fang and Valdane both lounging around in front of their shops.
Ah, so happy gentlemen maybe would like to buy some fine. Oh, so is you.
You don't sound very happy about it.
I do not like people who do not like fine guppies.
Look, I told you I've got nothing against guppies. I just... Oh, skip it.
Still running around looking for dead men, Shane?
Yeah, Valdane, only suddenly one of them isn't so dead anymore.
Julian? Don't tell me he's come to life.
Don't be too surprised if he did.
I'd be very surprised.
You know, you sound awfully sure about him being dead.
Do I? Well, I didn't kill Julian, if that's what you mean. Didn't know him well enough. Matter of fact, if you're really interested, I wasn't even around when he died.
Oh?
For the last couple of years, up until a few weeks ago, I've been sort of a guest of the state, shall we say.
Penitentiary, huh?
Well, if you want to put it crudely, yes.
Well, I'll tell Julian hello for you when I see him, Valdane. That may be before long. 15 minutes later, I pulled up in front of my office. I climbed the stairs and went in. I was expecting that Lima would be waiting for me, but he was nowhere in sight. Then I spotted it on my desk. A little slip of paper. I picked it up and read it. Shane, I've learned that you are looking for me, and I want to talk to you. Come to my old address at once and wait for me there. Julian. Yeah, Julian at last. I slipped the note in my pocket and waited a while for Lima, but he didn't show up. So about 9 p.m., I went over to Julian's old address. Both Yi Fang and Valdane's places were closed for the night. I went up the rickety outside stairway, in the door, and down the hall to the door at the end, Julian's old room. He'd told me to wait for him. That meant he wouldn't be there yet. The door was unlocked. I opened it and went in. The room looked lived in. Not like it had been vacant for 2 years. Then I heard the door softly close behind me. Without turning around, I knew it had been a trap. Then I heard another sound. A gun was slowly being cocked. And I realized this was the end of the line, payoff time. Yeah, little Mike had finally solved the case the hard way.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Julian's old room with a gun at my back and a pretty strong hunch as to who was holding that gun. One look over my shoulder told me my hunch was right.
Hello, Shane. You can turn around now.
Hello, Valdez. So you're my boy, huh?
I'm afraid it's the other way around, my friend. You're my boy.
Yeah. Well, it was beginning to add up to you, Valdez, once I got all the figures together.
Huh? Just what were the figures, Shane?
Figure 1. Lima suddenly comes into extensive holdings in Cuba 2 years ago. Now, just suppose it hadn't been quite legal, that he'd hired someone like Julian, for example, to help him. Maybe a little forgery to help him acquire those holdings.
Well. You added the first column of figures very accurately.
Thanks. So then maybe Lima starts getting blackmailed by the guy who'd done the forgery for him. What Lima never knew was that Julian had a few boys working for him. That it was one of those boys who'd done the forgery, not Julian. A boy named Valdez.
You're a little sharper than I thought, Shane. I hadn't figured you'd tumble to that.
Well, you very obligingly tipped me off to it a little while ago.
I did?
Mm-hmm. You told me you'd been in jail for the last couple of years. And just got out a couple of weeks ago. Lima told me he hadn't heard from Julian for 2 years until he got that letter a few days ago. So it added up that the letter supposedly from Julian was actually written by you. Just as you'd written the other blackmail notes before you went to prison.
Well, I can see I did the right thing when I decided to put you out of the way, Shane. You were getting too close to me.
That was pretty neat, too, Valdez, the way you...
And you're getting too close to me now. Get back, Shane.
The way you hired Joey to tell me Julian was alive. And you even got Celeste to help you.
Yes. Yes, I've been keeping her consoled in the absence of Julian. She very obligingly left that note in your office telling you to come here. Well, that's just about the story, Shane. You stalled all you're going to.
Well, it was worth a try. Incidentally, was it you who was following me while I made the rounds looking for Julian?
No, it was I.
Lima. Hey!
Drop that gun, Valdez. Drop it. Now.
Lima, how'd you know to come here?
Very simple. When you telephoned me to meet you at your office, I went there and found the note signed Julian, telling you to come here. I came over right away, and I've been waiting in the next room.
Oh, look, Lima, Julian really is dead.
I know that, senor.
Huh?
I killed him 2 years ago.
You what?
Lima. Don't move, Valdez. I thought Julian was the one who had done the forgery for me and was blackmailing me. I did not know there were men working for him. I killed him, and the blackmail note stopped. Then when I got another one last week in the same handwriting, I realized it had not been Julian after all. I came to New Orleans.
You hired me to find Julian and then followed me, huh?
Yes. I hoped that in your investigation you would uncover a member of Julian's organization, the real blackmailer. And you did. It is Valdez.
Lima, I won't blackmail you anymore. I swear
it. It is too late for that, Valdez. It is too late for you to do anything but die.
I started trying to circle around toward Lima, but I never got there. Valdez dove at him about then, but too late. The slug caught Valdez in midair and flopped him down on the floor. He lay still. Lima stood there for maybe 30 seconds, alternately looking down at Valdez and then up at me. There was a faint suggestion of a smile on his face, not a very pretty smile. Then finally he turned to me and took a step toward me.
So?
Now look, Lima.
You are next, Senor Shayne. Your job is done. And mine will shortly be finished also.
Now, wait a minute.
I will not wait. It will be now. Who is making noise and frightening guppies, please?
Get back. I said get away from me. Thanks, Chief Bump. Thanks a lot.
I do not understand, please. What is commotion all about?
You know, you just did me a big favor, Yifang. You took Lima's eyes off me just long enough for me to clip him.
But I do
How'd
not...
you happen to come barging up here anyway?
I live back of shop downstairs. Suddenly, I hear big noise from upstairs. I do not like guppies to be frightened. I run up to see what causes big noise.
You got here just in time to stop another big noise, too.
I have become very enraged when guppies are frightened.
Oh, you know something? I'm glad you do. Look, Yifang, do me a favor, huh? Sell me about a dozen of those guppies of yours first thing in the morning.
Ah, so... Very happy to hear, Sam. You finally decide you like Guppy.
Oh, you converted me, brother. Yeah, from now on, I'm an ardent Guppy fan. Believe me. The room was dark except for a ray of moon.
Michael Shayne, you must have some idea why Judge Thorman wants to see you.
Honey, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I received a letter signed by those men who head Judge Thorman's campaign committee.
Mm-hmm.
It told me literally nothing, darling, all of which I was warned to keep hush-hush.
Oh, confidential stuff, huh?
Mm-hmm, very. I'm requested to appear at Judge Thorman's home at 7 o'clock tonight. I don't know why, darling. That's all the note had to say.
Oh, it's about 4:15 now.
Uh-huh. Which means you must curb your curiosity for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh, then I'm going?
Well, it's not your company I love, sugar. It's your shorthand.
Well, I'm glad to know something about me attracts you. Michael, do you know Judge Thorman?
No.
Oh. Well, then Judge Thorman must know you. Otherwise, why should he...
Take it easy, will you, baby? Please, we'll know at 7 o'clock tonight.
The Hastings Manufacturing Company and the K-Side Corporation present Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. At approximately the same time, Shayne and his blonde assistant Phyllis Knight are discussing the mysterious note summoning Shayne to Judge Thorman's home at 7 o'clock. Mysterious events are shaping themselves in Judge Thorman's study. The judge is conversing with one of his committee men.
Eating at the club tonight, Judge?
As usual, but not until after the meeting. By the way, has this Michael Shayne fellow been contacted?
Yes, a note was sent asking him to be here tonight at 7.
Oh, good. He comes highly recommended.
Yes?
If I didn't know you were one of my best friends, I'd say you didn't particularly care whether we ever find out who's making these silly telephone threats against my life.
I was just thinking of this Michael Shayne fellow. I don't think he'll be much help.
Inspector Coyle and Chief Randall assured me he was as capable an investigator as we
No
could
doubt.
find.
I'm afraid Shayne will be too late.
What the devil are you...
I made those calls, Judge.
You? What sort of stupid joke is this?
It's neither stupid nor a joke, my dear Judge. Do you remember Carlton Winters?
Winters? Well, yes, Carlton Winters, a forger. I sentenced him 16 years ago it was. What of it?
You won't know my face, Judge. But look at the hatred in my eyes, and you'll see Carlton Winters.
But
You've known me as your friend for 10 years. Yes, it's taken me 10 years to ready myself for this moment. These hands you felt so sorry about. I deliberately crippled them so that I could be that much surer of my revenge. This face.
Yes, I see it now.
You see the man you sent away for forgery. The man whose wife later divorced him and married Paul Redfern. You took everything from me.
You were guilty.
That makes little difference. You enabled Paul Redfern to take Estelle from me. I vowed I'd pay you off, remember? It'll be over quickly, Judge, quickly. The suicide note is ready. I have your own gun.
Suicide?
Only to outward appearances, Judge. It'll really be murder.
Wait, get that gun away from my head, you fool!
No, Judge. Not when I've waited 10 years for this.
All right, let's go over the facts, Inspector. Phil, take notes, please.
All right. And incidentally, I copied those statements from Detective Johnson's notes, Mike.
Oh, fine, thanks. Well, Inspector?
Well, the judge's wife, dead 5 years. The married couple acted as Judge Thorman's cook and body servant. Missed the day off, checked, and they've been at a relative's home all day. Usually on Wednesdays, the judge had dinner at his club. Missed tonight, as there was to be a meeting here at 7.
Yeah, that's right. Something about tracing crank calls. Say, these 3 men on the committee, there was Thomas Charles Hart.
Yes, he's a retired businessman from the East.
Oh.
Horace Epperly, big construction man. Paul Redfern, ex-prosecutor.
Incidentally, all 3 of their alibis aren't worthy of the name. Not one of them can prove where he was between 4 and 5.
Well, now, go easy there, Shayne. They're all big men. It's suicide.
Yeah, so the note says, but I still don't believe it. Mr. Epperly found the body, huh?
Yeah, about 6:30. Came in when he found the door open.
Open? Open or unlocked, Inspector?
Oh, sorry, unlocked.
Oh, uh-huh.
Now, look, Shayne, let's not make a mystery out of this yet. The judge is big people, and I'm here only to make sure there was nothing funny.
Well, that's excuse enough to look around. The gun has a corrugated handle, so that eliminates fingerprints, right?
Right, but there are powder burns on the right temple, and the bullet ranged slightly upward. That and the note stack up to suicide.
Yeah, but that note. How does it read again?
Just a minute. Yeah. My guilt hangs heavy on my mind. I can no longer face my friends. Some years ago, I sent an innocent man to prison.
Wait a second. Give me that line again, Inspector.
Some years ago, I sent an innocent man to prison.
Okay, that's enough. Handwriting been identified?
Yeah, by Hart, Napoli, and Redmond.
You know, for a fellow of the judge's caliber, it's pretty dramatic stuff.
People hopped up to suicide are psychodramatic. What's that about putting the neurosis on paper?
It makes bad reading, that's all.
Oh, Inspector.
Oh, come in, gentlemen.
Thank you. Glad to find you still here.
We've agreed this terrible thing must be kept quiet as long as possible.
Gentlemen, this is Michael Shayne and Miss Knight. Mr. Hart, Napoli, Redmond.
How do you do?
About keeping this affair quiet, Inspector.
Well, perhaps for a day or two.
We haven't much chance to keep the facts covered up.
Gentlemen, please, may I ask, did any of you know about the judge's suicide desire?
He never discussed such a thing with any of us.
But all the evidence points to suicide, Mr. Shayne.
Yes, if we can believe that note, but I'm not so sure.
Then you're thinking it might have been murder?
That's what we're going to find out. In the meantime, Inspector, I want to run out and have a little talk with Joey Peller.
Yeah, good idea.
Peller? Peller, isn't he the man with a remarkable memory?
Yes, Mr. Redfern. And I want him to jog my memory.
Yes, what do you want?
Mr. Feller?
Yes, who are you?
A friend of Michael Shayne.
Come in. Take a chair. Sit down. Don't mind if I squat here, Miss Rocker. Easy on my back.
Not at all. I'll stand because I can only stay a moment. Mr. Shayne suggested I see you. I want some information.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Mr. Feller, do you recall a rather sensational case about 16 years ago when Judge Thorman sentenced a forger, a Carlton Winters?
Winters. Let me see. Yep. Mm-hmm. Quiet enough, boy. I think I recollect that Winters, second Judge Thorman, life. Yes, and Redford, too. He was the prosecutor.
Very good. Anything else, Mr. Peller?
Let me think. Huh? Yep, I do. Never heard anything more about Winters, but I think he was killed or died in an accident in Chicago. I'm thinking. Yep. Mm-hmm. I got it.
What, Mr. Peller?
About 3 years after Winters was sent up, his wife, Estelle was her name, I think. Well, she divorced him, and believe it or not, she married Paul Redfern. Yep, and Redfern retired from public office right after that.
You've been a big help, Mr. Peller.
I'm always glad to help Shayne's friend. Anything else, Mr. You get your name?
You won't need it, Peller.
What you doing with that knife?
You know too much, Mr. Peller. If you are like most car owners these days, you're looking forward to the day when you can get a new car, and the chances are that day is still quite a long way off. Meanwhile, it is false economy for you to cheat yourself out of good car performance and to take chances on a serious breakdown. Just drive your car into a good repair shop and get a professional checkup. Your serviceman may find, for example, that your piston rings are worn out. But worn-out rings alone are causing oil waste and the loss of pep and power. In this case, what you need is to replace your piston rings with Hastings piston rings. They stop oil pumping, check cylinder wear, restore engine performance. So whenever you need new rings, it will pay you to get Hastings piston rings. They're tough, but oh so gentle. Tough on oil pumping, gentle on cylinder walls. Now remember that name, Hastings piston rings. The best money you can spend on your car. Now back to Michael Shayne, private detective. It seems that Shayne had decided on a step in the right direction when he decided to have Joey Peller jog his memory. But it also seems somebody is just one step ahead of Shayne. Shayne and Phyllis Knight arrived at Peller's home only to find the man with the remarkable memory stretched out on the floor with very little of either life or memory left. Now, at police hospital, a tense group waits at Joey Peller's bedside.
How is he, Doctor? Well, he has a chance, but it's slim. He's coming out of it again. Keeps going in and out of a coma.
Joey Peller. Joey, this is Mike Shayne.
Shayne? Nice friends you got.
What? Nice friends?
Michael, whoever tried to kill him must have used your name.
Is that what happened, Joey?
Didn't know him, though.
Joey, take it easy. Listen. Do you remember anything about a Judge Thorman case?
Yeah. That's what the guy wanted to know. Told him Redfern prosecutor said forger. Called him Nicholas. When he died, Chicago. Checking against Thorman.
Joey.
Sorry, Inspector. He's gone out again.
Oh, poor little guy.
Stay with him, Johnson. Catch anything he mumbles, call me on it right away. Let the newspaper say Peller's dead. That'll protect him.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's a great night. A little over 3 hours, one dead, one well on the way.
Look, Inspector, Mr. Hart, Epperly, and Redfern knew I was on my way to talk to Peller. They've got a few questions to answer.
I know what you mean, Shane, but they're big men, and we've got to be right.
Yes, but... Well, now, look. We've got to get every police record on this Carlton Winters. Samples of his handwriting, his fingerprint record.
According to Peller, the guy's dead.
Well, let's check Chicago and make sure he's dead.
Well, let's get on it right away.
Well, you take that end of it, Inspector. I want to talk to Paul Redfern. I'll be at his home.
What's the time?
About 10, Paul. Gives us time to check up on our theory at Peller's place. Then get back to your home by 11 to meet the others.
Well, just what is this theory you've got on Peller's death?
I'm positive someone was interested in silencing Peller before the Shayne fellow could get to him.
Yes, but what do you expect to learn at Peller's place? Hey, wait a minute.
What?
How'd you find out Peller was killed?
Shayne got in touch with me.
Oh. Well, who does he think is guilty?
He thinks it's one of us.
Us? Are you serious, Hart?
Yes, Redfern. And I'm also Carlton Winters.
You're... What did you say?
I said I'm Carlton Winters. And I'm going to kill you.
Kill me?
Just keeping a promise I made you long ago, in court.
But Winters died in Chicago.
No, he didn't. Steady on the wheel. Don't take your eyes off the road.
Then you killed Judge...
Yes, I killed him. Now it's your turn to be a suicide. Then can you guess who follows you?
You mean my wife?
Yes, Redfern, Estelle.
They'll get you.
If they do, it'll be too late.
How am I to die?
Oh, it's rather simple. The hairpin turn is up ahead. We'll soon be on it. You're going to drive straight through the guardrail and down into the canyon.
You can't force me to do that.
You'll have nothing to say about it, Redfern. You'll be dead before you take the plunge.
I'll crash the car first.
You thought of that too late. I'm ready now.
My head!
Now, hold the wheel steady. Steady. Get the door open. Now. "200 feet down. In flames. A fitting tribute to you, Mr. Redfern."
I'm terribly worried, Mr. Shayne.
No, I wouldn't let it get you down, Mrs. Redfern.
But he's always so punctual, so thoughtful. Naturally, he was quite upset when he came home with the terrible news of Judge Thorman's suicide. He left again, but he promised to be home no later than 10. 10:45 now, and he hasn't even called.
But don't worry, Mrs. Redfern. I'm sure he'll be coming home any minute now.
So I hope so. Somehow I'm terribly nervous.
Mrs. Redfern, I'd like to ask you several questions.
Yes?
Well, first, have you ever heard your husband speak of a man named Carlton Winters?
Carlton Winters?
Yes, Mrs. Redfern. Name seems to surprise you.
I'm not sure why, but it did surprise me.
Winters was prosecuted by your husband and sentenced by Judge Thorman about 16 years ago.
Yes?
Well, Winters was supposed to have died in Chicago. An accidental fire in a doctor's office.
Yes, that's why I showed some surprise, I'm sure. I remember Paul telling me Winters had died in Chicago.
Must have been rather important. Winter's death, I mean, for you to have remembered, Mrs. Redfern.
It was important this night. You see, Carlton Winters had threatened the lives of Judge Thorman and my husband. I was glad to know the man was dead.
And that's all you can tell us, Mrs. Redfern?
That's all, Mr. Shayne. May I ask if your questions concern only Judge Thorman's death?
Well, yes, they do.
But Paul said the judge had committed suicide.
The pattern has changed. We're not convinced of that now, and we need all the information we can get.
So if you know something you feel Mr. Shayne should know, please tell him, Mrs. Redfern. No, there's nothing more I could tell.
I'm going to be brutally frank, Mrs. Redfern. You're withholding something.
Mr. Shayne, Oh, that's my door. Would you excuse me, please?
Michael, do you really think she's holding back something?
I'm positive she is, honey.
Do you really think it's one of the three men?
Well, I'd be a lot surer if I knew what the inspector found out about their alibis, about the handwriting. Any one of them could be our men.
Which one?
Take your pick, sugar.
I'll take you.
And what would you do if I... Oh, Mrs. Redfern.
Mr. Shayne, Miss Knight, this is Mr. Hart, Mr. Epple.
Yes, we met earlier this evening.
They've come here to meet Paul. They were to have a meeting here at 11 o'clock.
Oh? Why a meeting?
Well, to discuss what should be done about the party policy now that Judge Thorman is dead. There's quite a bit to be settled.
Mm-hmm. Have either of you gentlemen had a talk with Inspector Coyle since 10 o'clock tonight?
No. Why, Shane?
Well, he wants to see you, both of you. There are new developments in the case.
What developments?
Well, you recall that I mentioned at Thorman's home I was going to have my memory jogged by Joey Peller?
Oh, yes. What about it?
Well, you, Mr. Hart, and Mr. Eppley, plus Redfern, who isn't present at the moment, overheard my statement.
Get to the point, Shane. What are you driving at?
Murder, Mr. Hart. Joey Peller had his wonderful memory removed by a killer's surgery tonight.
Are you insinuating that any one of us had anything...
Keep your shirt on, Mr. Eppley. I insinuate nothing. I'm merely explaining why the inspector wants to talk with all of you and find out where you've all been hiding out this evening.
Hiding out? I'm not hiding out. I'll go where I please, when I please.
Could I fix you some coffee? It'll give me something to do, and perhaps by then Paul will be home.
Yes, that's a splendid idea, and I'll help if I may.
Well, please do. Come along.
Oh.
Now, look, gentlemen, let's check these facts quickly while the ladies are fixing the coffee. Thorman is a suicide, which I still don't believe. Joey Peller is stabbed. Now, we have information that Carlton Winters might be our man if he hadn't died in Chicago some years ago. But we're getting samples of his handwriting and police record. Perhaps it may count up to something.
But what good would anything be if Winters is dead?
No good at all if he's dead. And I'm not convinced of that.
Oh, no! Michael.
Yes?
Please, come quickly.
What's wrong, Phil?
Just come along, please, and alone.
Right. Wait here, gentlemen, please.
Michael, we started out through the hall to the kitchen, and here, right here on this hall table, was a note. Here's the note. Mrs. Redfern read it, and, well, you heard her reaction.
Where's she now?
She's sitting in the kitchen just staring. Read the note, Michael. You'll understand.
Estelle, darling, by the time you find this note, it will be too late to stop me. I've tried to fight... Oh, no.
Michael, this is terrible. She nodded yes when I asked her if this was her husband's handwriting.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, I'll take that on this hall extension. Now, look, honey, go back to Mrs. Redfern and don't let anybody even try to talk to her.
Hurry up, Michael.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, that you, Shane?
Oh, yes, Inspector.
Still want to talk to Paul Redfern?
And how I do?
Better forget it. His car went over Cliff Road into the canyon in flames.
What?
He's on a slab in the morgue.
Oh, this is a fine mess now. His wife's hysterical. She just read his suicide note.
On another one?
Yes, and just as phony as the judges. Look, Inspector, look. Tell the coroner to go over the body very carefully. I'll be right there.
Right. Hurry it up.
Phil, can I see you a minute?
Yes. I'll be right back, Mr. Redfern.
Now listen. And listen fast, honey, and make it stick. Redfern's dead.
Oh, dear. Oh, Mike. He meant that note.
I don't know. I only know he's dead. He crashed his car. Now, I'm taking this note and sticking it at headquarters until we know as much as possible.
But what about her?
Honey, I want you to stay with her. Don't leave her for a minute, and don't tell her he's dead. I'll call you later or pick you up.
All right. But I think you should know this, Michael.
What?
I'm positive that note wasn't on the hall table when we came in.
Good work, honey. Good work. Our pigeon is in there in the drawing room.
Are they staying here?
Oh, no, sweetheart. No, I'm going to convince them to visit headquarters. Well, how did our guests take the stay here, Inspector?
Unhappily. But they were jittery enough to be gentlemen about it, especially since they found out Redfern is dead. Left about 5 minutes ago.
Oh. How about Winter's old samples of handwriting? Check with any of the ones on the signatures on my note?
Yeah, I just got the dope on that. The man says there's no question about it. We need more, though, Michael.
Yeah? Well, I think we can get it now.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hiya.
Well, what's the verdict?
Well, I almost missed it. Something very thin punctured Redfern's eardrum. Went right into the brain, like a long steel sliver.
But, Doc, if it was a steel sliver, who got rid of it? You?
No. I couldn't find the sliver, so I decided it was maybe like a hat pin. Yeah, he was killed, all right.
He was plenty burned and cracked up.
So would you be if you fell 200 feet in a flaming car, but he was very dead before he hit.
No evidence of fire in the lungs, huh?
Not a scorch. He wasn't breathing when he crashed.
Then it's murder.
You've got your verdict, Inspector. Autopsy. Hello. Oh, yeah, just a minute. For you, Inspector.
Morning, sir. Inspector Coyle speaking. Yeah, Johnson? What did he say? That's really something. Good work. Stay with him. So long.
More from Pella?
Plenty. A bombshell. Estelle Redfern divorced Carlton Winters after he went to the pen and married Paul Redfern.
Oh, that's bad. Epperly and Hart have just been released, haven't they?
Well, we couldn't hold them.
Oh, that crazy woman withholding information. Inspector, she's in danger.
At 2:30 in the morning?
Look, if my guess is right, our man is on a killing spree. His schedule calls for crowding it all into one night.
Yeah, could be. Thorman, Pella, Redfern.
And next, and logically, the woman who divorced him and married the man that prosecuted him. Look, let me get going ahead of you and your men. Call Phil and have her set it up like this. We'll save
You can't always predict the outcome of a mystery story, but here's something you can predict with absolute certainty. You can predict that your car will start quickly no matter how cold the weather if it has K-Site in the motor oil. It's a fact, folks. K-Site guarantees quick starting in winter weather or double your money back. And only a product that really gives satisfaction can afford to make that kind of an offer. Now just think. No more sitting out in the cold, struggling with a motor that refuses to go. K-Site retards congealing of oil, lets your motor spin over rapidly and start. And it reduces startup wear on your engine, and it saves your battery. Garages, service stations, and car dealers everywhere sell K-Site. Only 65 cents a pint. Remember, K-Site guarantees quick starting in winter weather or double your money back. You can't lose. Get K-Site today and start every day. Now back to Michael Shayne and the trap set for a revenge-crazy killer. It's about 3:15 a.m. The huge Redfern mansion is wrapped in the eerie glow from a thin sliver of moon. In the shadows of the porch, two men move softly, furtively.
Wait. Think it's right for us to snoop around Redfern's house like this, especially with Estelle so upset?
So relax, Epperly. It's only decent to see that she's all right. After all, you yourself were worried about her while we were held at headquarters.
Well, let's get it over and get out of here.
Yeah, come on. Here, let's try these French windows.
I still don't think this is a good idea. If we make a noise and waken Estelle, she'll be scared out of her wits.
If we find she's all right, we'll go out as quietly as we can. No, come on. This window's unlocked.
That's not so good.
I'm beginning to believe that Shayne fellow now. There's a killer loose, Epperly.
Shall I turn on this light?
No lights. Keep it dark.
Now that we're in, what do we do?
First, go through the entire downstairs. You take the east wing, I'll take this west side.
What are we looking for?
We're making sure everything's all right. Check every door and window. See that they're locked. Go right through, and I'll meet you in the back hall.
Yeah, simple enough.
If everything's all right downstairs, we'll check the upstairs. Then leave.
Oh, but I still don't like the idea.
Take it easy. Don't fall over the furniture.
I won't guarantee it.
Now, to get upstairs quickly and arrange for Estelle's suicide while my perfect alibi searches downstairs. And now, my lovely Estelle, we settle accounts. And again. And so ends this night. Who turned on those lights?
Sorry, chum, the night has ended, and so are you.
Shayne!
Yeah. We didn't find out until after you left police headquarters tonight that Estelle was once the wife of Carlton Winters. So we figured Estelle was next on the list.
Oh, so you got it all figured out.
Do you think we intended to let you get Estelle? Oh, no. We preferred to have you kill off that dressmaker's mannequin under the bed covers.
Dressmaker's mannequin.
Drop that knife. Drop that knife, I said.
I'll kill you. I'll kill
Drop
you.
it. Easy, you crazy idiot. I don't want to shoot you.
Stop it, Hart. I'll shoot
Not until I...
Oh, thanks, Inspector.
Michael?
Thanks.
Michael?
Oh,
Michael, what's wrong?
not a thing, honey.
Huh?
Not a thing.
Michael!
Oh.
He's hurt, Inspector.
Easy, Phil, easy now. We'll take care of him.
Well, the invalid is back. Welcome home, darling.
Thanks. I never liked this office, but it sure looks awfully good now.
I'll bet. The inspector left this report for you. Copy.
Hmm? Well, Hart's deathbed confession, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all here. You know, we could have stopped Redfern's killing if we had old samples of Winter's handwriting to match his signature on the note the committee sent to me.
Oh, you couldn't do any more, Michael.
Yeah, it only proves what I contend, darling. There's a flaw in every human being.
I'd say Winters or Hart was insanely perfect.
Almost, but not quite. You see, honey, when a man decides to change his identity, he must change everything, even his own handwriting.
Well, now that you think the office looks good, you might say, Precious, you look good.
Oh, well, Precious, you do look good. Very good.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome, darling.
You know, Michael, you ought to get stabbed more often.
Michael Shayne, Private Detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Bill Johnstone as the inspector. Tonight's story was directed by Michael Raffetto, written by Alan Cameron, and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. The music was composed and played by Len Salvo. And this is Charles Arlington speaking.
Wilson speaking. What? Wonderful. Oh, fine. I'll pick her up this evening. Yippee! My new car just came in at the dealer's. You got any suggestions on breaking her in, Bill?
Only what a top-notch mechanic told me.
What's that?
Add K-Site to the motor oil.
That's sound advice for any new car owner, friends. K-Site carries oil to the tight spots and assures a smoother break-in. Remember this, no matter what kind of motor oil you're using, you will get better and smoother motor performance when you add K-Site. This program came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned to this station for the Adventures of the Falcon. It immediately follows station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
dozen bullets smashed through the window. I just held my breath and said a few appropriate words to any archangels that might be listening. I felt something bite into my neck. I thought, so long, Mike. It's been fun.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode with Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman back at his old haunts in New Orleans. We call it The Case of the Hunted Bride.
Come in. Come in.
Mr. Michael Shayne, the private detective.
Yeah, have a chair. I'll be finished shaving in a second.
Thank you. You always shave in your office?
Yeah, usually. Yeah, that's good enough. You know, it's a funny thing about this razor. For years, it hummed Jeannie with the light brown hair. The last couple of days just can't seem to carry a tune.
I had no intention of seeing you when I came to New Orleans. I just wanted to see the city again. To perhaps recapture some of the pleasant memories. You see, I grew up here.
That's so?
Yes. And I wanted to see it just once more. Before I die.
Which should be sometime around 1990.
Which will be tonight.
What's wrong with waiting till 1990?
It's my husband, George.
Yeah, it usually is.
No, you don't understand, Mr. Shayne. I love George. He's my whole life.
Well, then why end it?
Knowing what I do, I can't go on. I don't want to live. Yet, what if I'm wrong? What if none of it is true? I want you to find out the truth.
Just what do you think is the truth, dear lady?
That my husband, George, is a murderer.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the hunted bride.
Her name was Grace Morrison. Mrs. George Morrison, to be exact. She lived in the capital city of a neighboring state, and she was so madly in love with her husband she was about to drop dead. If that's that love they write those beautiful songs about, I'll stick to my electric razor. Anyway, I told her to go back home, and I'd take a run up and see her as soon as I cleared up a few things around the office, and that we'd soon find out whether her husband was a murderer or not. In either case, I was to get my usual $20 a day. Lovable little me. As it turned out, I didn't arrive in her city until early the next evening. I registered in a little hotel, and then I telephoned her. Phone seemed to ring forever. And just when I was about to hang up... Hello? Mrs. Morrison? Hello?
Mr. Shayne.
Hey, what's wrong? Hey, Mrs. Morrison. Hello? Hello? 20 minutes later, a taxi let me out in front of a small bungalow. A guy was standing on the front porch, fumbling in his coat pocket. He heard me coming and spun around.
What do you want?
Morrisons live here.
What if they do?
Oh, I just talked to Mrs. Morrison on the phone. She sounded like she was in trouble.
What is this, another one of their tricks?
Whose tricks? Come on, get this door open.
I'm warning you, if you try anything...
You may be dying in there. Will you open this door?
Dying?
Step on it. Hey, what are you shaking for?
Well,
Here, give me that key.
If they've done anything to Grace... Grace!
Grace, where are you?
Wait! Yes! We found her on the floor in the hall with the telephone receiver still in her hand. The guy who turned out to be her husband carried her to a couch. I headed for the gas heater, shut off the gas, and started opening windows. When I got back to the living room, Grace was coming out of the fog.
You're going to be all right, sweetheart. You're going to be okay.
You better call a doctor, Mr. Morrison.
She looks okay.
Call a doctor.
But
what?
If we can work it without a doctor...
What's the matter? Don't you trust anybody?
Look, mister, I don't know who
now,
you are.
let's not start that again. See if you got any spirits or ammonia in the house.
I think we have.
All right, put a spoonful in a glass of water and make it snappy.
All right. I'll get it right away.
Hey, Morrison, don't close the front door. We need air in here.
There's plenty of air coming through the windows. I'll get the medicine now.
Friendliest man in town.
George. George.
All right, easy.
Wasn't you. George. Couldn't have been you. George.
You just take it easy, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of foolish, sweetheart.
What do you mean?
I'm the old-fashioned type. In my book, turning on the gas is foolish.
But I didn't turn on the gas.
What?
No. I guess I dozed off. The phone woke me up and the house was full of gas. I didn't realize how bad until I answered the phone and everything started blacking out.
And who did turn on the gas?
I don't know.
You think it was your husband, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I don't think so. Not the way he acted when he came in here.
Mr. Shayne, I don't know what to think anymore.
What makes you believe he's killed anybody?
I'll talk to you later.
No, while he's still upstairs.
No, Mr. Shayne.
Come on, come on.
The telegrams. That's what started it.
Telegrams?
The first one came 6 months ago. George had been out of work for so long, and he was desperate. As soon as he got the telegram, he went away without saying a word. He came back 2 days later with $250.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
He wasn't the same, George. He began having terrible nightmares. He'd wake up screaming he didn't want to kill. And that's not all that happened. Someone's trying...
How are you feeling now, Grace?
Better, George. I don't know what happened, George.
It's okay. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Here, take a drink of this. If they've done this...
Who's they, Morrison?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Come on, Grace. I'll take care of you.
He carried her upstairs, and the way they looked at each other, I wanted to whip out a violin and play gypsy music. What was going on here? Yeah, I lit a cigarette and wandered through the house, trying to make sense out of what Grace had told me. Trying to understand how that fitted in with the hem-stitched "God bless our happy home" that hung over the sofa. Then the phone started ringing. Hello?
So you got home in time to save your wife. All righty, we'll try again.
What?
How does it feel wondering when it's going to happen? Wondering if it's going to be you or your wife? Joe Blake didn't have to wonder, did he?
Joe Blake?
Wait a minute. Who is this?
This is Mike Shayne. Now... Hello? Hello?
Put the phone down, Shane.
Yeah, but
I
look.
said put the phone down.
Sure. Some woman. She sounded like...
I know how she sounded.
Hey, who's Joe Blake?
It's getting late, Shane.
You're so subtle, Mr. Morrison. Who's Joe Blake?
Good night, Mr. Shane.
Before I go, can I ask you one final question, Mr. Morrison?
Well?
Who's Joe Blake? You ask a silly question, you get a silly answer. I heard the lock click behind me, and the lights went out inside the house. It was a cold, black night. A couple of blocks away, I saw a lighted street, and I heard a streetcar. I started walking toward it, and then I stopped. Not a sound. Not a... The sound was light. Might even have been a twig falling, only twigs don't wear shoes. The sound of the streetcar was louder now, but so were the footsteps. I'm a nervous guy. I put a cigarette in my mouth and struck a match, giving him a chance to pass me. I flicked the match away and watched it make an arc of flame. Before it could complete the arc, a bigger flame exploded in my head. No! I don't know how long it lasted. It was like spending the summer in a cement mixer. The pain didn't mean anything after a while, and I stopped trying to crawl away.
All right, Ralph, that's enough. I said that's enough.
Suddenly, everything stopped. Then I heard a nice friendly sound. A gun getting ready for action.
Turn the flash on him, Ralph.
You can see him all right, Ruthie.
I want to see him better than all right. I want to watch his face when he gets it.
Ruthie, somebody might see us. Go on, get it over with.
I said turn the flash on him.
All right.
I had the lights on Joey when he died.
All right, now you got your light. Hey, wait.
Huh?
This guy ain't Morrison.
No. No, he isn't.
How do you like that? Now,
I guess eventually Ralph's foot started hurting him. Anyhow, he stopped kicking, and they left. For a long time, I lay there snuggling up to a couple of rusty garbage cans. A moth-eaten tomcat came up and stared at me for a long time, but he figured I was too big to eat, so he moved on, too. Outside of that, I was left all to myself, at peace among the melon rinds. It wasn't all wasted, though. I was beginning to fit things together. It sure looked now like husband George had killed Joe Blake. Well, finally, I was able to get to my feet and find a taxi and get back to my hotel. As I walked through the lobby of my hotel, somebody climbed out of an overstuffed chair and started toward me. It was George Morrison.
I've been waiting for you, Shane.
Oh, that's too bad.
What happened to your face?
I ran into some friends of yours, Morrison.
I want to see you upstairs.
Well, I hope that's a first aid kit you're holding in your pocket.
Upstairs, Shane.
All right, what do you want?
Grace finally admitted what you really were, Shane.
Oh, people have been calling me that for years.
We don't need any private detectives around here. Start packing. You're going back to New Orleans.
But I just got here.
Start packing.
Suppose I don't.
You'll find out you were wrong about what I got in my pocket.
Okay. Yeah, this suitcase sure gets a beating.
There's a train leaving here at midnight. I've already made your reservation.
Oh, that's mighty friendly.
What's the matter?
Someone in the fire escape. Take a dive. Now. I took a dive to the floor myself, knocking over the lamp and plunging the room into darkness. Half a dozen bullets smashed through the window. I just held my breath and said a few appropriate words to any archangels who might be listening. I felt the splinter of glass bite into my neck. I thought, so long, Mike. It's been fun.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the hunted bride.
Life was getting complicated again. Here I leave the peace and quiet of New Orleans to come to this town, because Grace Morrison had decided her husband George was a murderer. And everything that had happened since my arrival had convinced me that the lady was so right. Now I was nibbling the rug on my hotel room floor while someone on the fire escape kept pumping bullets through the glass at George and me. Finally, I realized that the shooting had stopped. Then I heard footsteps down the fire escape. I raced to the window just as some guy reached the yard below. At the edge of the yard, a girl huddled against a fence, trying to keep out of range of the street lamp. She was wasting her time, though. Even from where I stood, I recognized her as Ruthie, the little sweetheart I'd met in the alley earlier in the evening. As I watched, the guy on the fire escape joined her. He turned out to be Ralph, the happy-go-lucky chap who tried to drop-kick my head into the Gulf of Mexico. They hurried away. Then I remembered George Morrison. Oh, what's the matter with you? Here, let me get the light on. Where are you hit, Morrison?
In the shoulder.
Yeah, let go of the gun. A lot of good it did you.
I didn't get a chance.
A time killer like you, it doesn't look too good.
What are you going to do?
Call the doctor?
No.
What have you got against doctors? You know, some of those guys are pretty talented.
Shane, put the phone down, please.
Operator. Operator.
Shane, I beg you. I don't care about myself, but for my wife's sake.
What do you mean?
We get a doctor, he'll have to report it to the police. Everything will come out in the open.
You know, I think I'd like that.
Well, Grace wouldn't understand. Never be the same with us again. Now, please, Shane, give me a break. It's been tough enough.
Why are those two gunners trying to kill you?
Because they don't understand. Because they're blaming me for something I couldn't help.
For killing Joe Blake, huh? Did you kill him?
Shane, you don't understand.
Just answer me.
Now, listen, you
Answer me. Did you kill Joe Blake?
Yes, but you... Shane.
Who's there?
House detective, Mr. Shayne.
Shane, if you'll let me explain, you'll understand everything.
All right. Stay here in the bedroom. What is it?
Some of the guests report hearing shots. They say they think they came from your suite, Mr. Shayne.
My suite? Well, man, I was just taking a nap. Phew. Nice mattresses you got in this hotel.
You didn't hear any shots?
When I sleep, I don't hear nothing.
Yeah? Now, how come you heard my knock?
Yeah, that's right. You know, science has a lot of things to explain.
Shots didn't come from your bedroom.
No.
Well, all right. Sorry to have disturbed you, Mr. Shayne.
No, it's okay, officer. Well, come around any time at all. Okay, now, George, start to... Hey, George. It wasn't any George. It was only a little trail of blood leading to the window. For the second time that night, somebody clattering down the fire escape. Leave it to a house stick to knock on the right door at the wrong time. After that, I did the only intelligent thing I'd done all day. I went to sleep. Early the next morning, I called Grace Morrison. She told me that George had come home late with his arm all banged up. Said he'd bumped into something. Then I went over to the police department. Being as coy as possible, I tried to find out if the cops were looking for George Morrison or a reasonable facsimile. They weren't. I went to the public library and got out all the old newspaper files. I didn't find Morrison's name, but Joe Blake's name was scattered through the crime news like confetti. A cheap little hoodlum who'd done everything in the books. One picture showed him and Ruthie smiling at each other across a nightclub table. Ruthie looked better in those days. The last item said Joe was being sought in connection with a gangland murder. That was 6 months ago. There were no more papers. The librarian told me the other issues hadn't been bound yet, but she'd get them for me. I couldn't wait. Something was clicking in my brain. I left the library and headed for the corner drugstore. I found a phone booth. Dialed the Times Express. I knew a guy on the crime beat. Pete? Yeah, hiya, kid. Long time no see. It's Mike Shayne. Yeah. Hey, Pete, can you give me a little information? Yeah. Ever hear of a guy named Joe Blake? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, tell me, what finally happened to Joe? There comes the dawn. And the guy who pulled it? Yeah, I know it's supposed to be confidential, but... was his name George Morrison? Yeah. Hey, Pete, tell me something, will you? Where do I go to donate my head to the fat drive? I'll explain later. Right now I gotta make another call, quick. Shame, when they were passing out brains, you must have been out to lunch. Just a minute, Mac. I'll be right out. Hey, will you stop pounding up? Oh. I looked out to see who was making like a woodpecker on the glass, and I found myself looking into the little pink eyes of Ruthie's friend, Ralph. He motioned me to come out of the booth. Well, at the moment, there wasn't any place else to go.
Come on, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, sure, but where?
Back to your hotel room.
Why?
You got company.
Not interested.
Get interested real fast. I got a gun right on your spine.
So we went back to my hotel room. He waited in the hallway till I unlocked the door and closed it behind me. Then I heard him going back down the hall. I stood for a moment in the darkness. Then I saw the glowing cigarette. I snapped on the light. It was Ruthie making herself very comfortable on the sofa. She sat up, smoothing her dress down with one hand and holding a gun in the other.
Nice couch.
Nice room. Mine.
I know. That's why I came.
I'm only paying for a single. They're liable to raise the rent.
Would you mind?
Yeah. You see, I can never be myself with a girl when she's holding a gun.
I want you to do something for me, Michael.
Sure. Coax me, Ruthie.
Get on the phone. I'm going to give you a number to call.
Swell. If a man answers, I'll hang up, huh?
I want you to call Brighton 4506.
Brighton 45... That's George Morrison's number.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I want to, Ruthie, honey.
a shame, Michael. And I'm going to have to kill you. Go on, get on that phone. Brighton 4506.
Yeah.
Operator.
Brighton 4506.
4506, thank you.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell George Morrison to come over and see you right away. Tell him it's very urgent.
As the phone rang, I glanced out the window. Down on the sidewalk, I saw Ralph leaning against a lamppost and reading a paper. I guess it was then that the idea came to me. It wasn't great, but so what? I had about as much chance as a guy buying a ticket on the Irish sweepstakes, only if I lost, I couldn't just tear up the ticket and try again next year.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Grace. This is Mike Shayne.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, I'm so glad you called.
I'd like to speak to your husband, George.
He's on his way over to see you at the hotel. I don't know what for.
What?
Yes, he...
Oh, fine.
Well?
You're in luck, Ruthie. Morrison's on his way over here now.
Isn't that nice, Mike?
You must have gone for Joe Blake in a big way.
We were so right for each other, Joe and I. When that happens, you don't want to lose it. Where are you going?
Open this window. It's stuffy in here.
Sit down. You get nervous, Mike.
Me fresh out of bromance.
I said sit down.
But I didn't sit down right away. Now the plan had to work. There was nothing else. I looked down at Ralph again. While I watched, he looked up. I sat down on the windowsill, lit a cigarette. Ruth was thinking about Joe Blake. You could tell it by looking at her eyes, her lips. She didn't even notice me. I signaled to Ralph with my head for him to come up. He dropped the newspaper and looked confused, but he didn't move. No, the plan was no good. I started walking again.
I told you, sit down, Mike.
Okay, Ruthie, but I've seen it work in a lot of bad pictures.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
You get it.
Okay. Yeah?
Let me talk to Ruth.
Oh, you better tell her that yourself.
Huh? I told you.
Hello? Hello?
What's going on up there? I'm coming up.
He hung up.
Who was that?
It was your friend Ralph.
What did he say?
George Morrison just came into the lobby. He's on his way upstairs.
All right. Sit down on that chair.
Funny about love, isn't it, Ruthie? When it's right, you're singing in the rain. When it's wrong...
There was nothing wrong with Joe and me. The only good thing that ever happened to me. And Morrison had to destroy it.
It wasn't Morrison. He just did what he was told.
Did what he was told?
Ruth, there's only a few seconds left. This is the last chance you're ever going to have in all this world. Give me that gun.
No. Open the door for Morrison and then duck.
No.
Hurry up.
Suppose it's your boy, Ralph.
Were you kidding? Open that door, Shayne, or you'll never open another one.
No, Ruthie.
All right, Mike.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
The first shot, I ducked fast. Then I realized that she wasn't shooting at me. She was shooting through the door. And even before the smoke cleared away, a trickle of red began slipping in from under the door like a calling card. She started for the door, chuckling to herself, like she'd suddenly gotten the tagline of a joke that had been bothering her for weeks. Then she opened the door and saw her pal Ralphie crumpled in the hall. She stopped laughing. She stood in the doorway, her head thrown back like she was going to sing grand opera. Only all that came out was one piercing, crazy scream. Yeah, it was all over. All the way around. I called Grace Morrison from the railroad station. I only had a couple of minutes, so I told it to her fast. I guess a little too fast.
But I don't understand, Mr. Shayne. You say I was wrong about George?
Yeah, completely wrong.
Those telegrams, his nightmares, those people who tried to kill him.
Well, I haven't time to tell you everything, Mrs. Morrison. Just take my word for it. Those jobs he's been going on, they're so legal, it hurts. You know, sometimes I think a lot of marriages would be better off if they changed that love, honor, and obey routine to just love, honor, and trust. You know what I mean, Grace? Yeah. That's just about the whole story. Except for one little footnote printed in small type and strictly between us boys. What I told Grace was partly the truth. Those jobs George Morrison goes on are perfectly legal. But her one big fear is absolutely correct. Every time George gets one of those telegrams, he does kill a man, just as he killed Joe Blake. Still, if George doesn't want her to know, well, then I guess that's his business. Because, you see, George Morrison is the official state prison executioner. Yeah, the guy who pulls the switch.
Michael Shayne is written for radio by Larry Marcus, from characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood, and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another suspense thriller. It's a story you'll long remember, and one I will never forget.
Shane, think yourself out of this one. Jasper will have that door down in just another second. There'll be nothing between you and his sawed-off shotgun but air. Think fast, Shane, because...
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman, back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Phantom Gun.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Shayne, come on in. I wasn't expecting anybody.
I'll only be a minute. I just stopped by to tell you I've finished your job.
You found out?
Yep.
Well, is Dick...
No, Mrs. Kinney, your husband isn't seeing another woman on the night she stays away from home.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shayne. I just... What are you doing?
I suggest you keep him home nights.
Mr. Shayne, what do you mean?
Look, you hired me to find out if he's running around with another woman. Well, I found out he isn't. Now, Mrs. Kinney, if you don't mind,
Well, the way you're evading it, Well, you just can't walk out on me. If Dick is in some sort of trouble,
I should always follow my hunches. Look, I didn't want your case in the first place, but you looked like a good kid, and I didn't like the idea of some guy pushing you around.
Well, I don't understand.
I've only been on the case 3 days, Mrs. Kinney. But from the very beginning, I've been getting phone calls from a character who's been warning me they'd find my head in a basket if I didn't lay off.
Well, what could Dick be doing that would possibly...
This morning I couldn't get into my office with the stuff piled knee-high all over the place. Now, my furniture isn't exactly Chippendale, but it does have a sentimental value. As for my files, they look like the morning after Mardi Gras.
Your office was ransacked?
Yeah, it looked more like the Ringling Brothers had used it as a detention room for naughty elephants.
Well, certainly Dick had nothing to do with that.
I'm not on any other case, Mrs. Kinney, and the gal who cleans up doesn't know any elephants.
But I just don't understand. If Dick really is in trouble, why...
Look, can you understand me? Keep Dickie at home.
But why? Why, Mr. Shayne?
All right. I'll tell you. And then it's your problem. Your husband has picked up an unsavory playmate. He's up to his clavicle in some very hot blackmail. And if I'm any judge, his clavicle is about to be chopped off.
In a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Phantom Gun.
You want a recipe for trouble? Take 1 part Shayne. Add a pretty young thing in trouble up to her ears through no fault of her own. Mix well in a solution of tears, and you have a guy who'll let his emotions sway his good judgment. Something I do as often as a police commissioner treats me to a steak dinner. Now, Phyllis Kinney had hired me to find out if her husband was two-timing her. He wasn't, but he'd gotten himself mixed up with a character named Jasper. This Jasper was following his usual routine, getting close to his blackmail victim by working for him. In this case, he was the gardener at the Duval estate. And that's how Dick Kinney got mixed up with him. Dick was the Duval chauffeur. What made it pretty clear something was in the air was what happened after I'd stuck my nose in there just briefly. I got threatening phone calls, and a cyclone hit my office. Typical Jasper stunts. Anyway, I agreed to try talking some horse sense into young Dick Kinney before I bowed out of the case. It was getting dark when I pulled up outside the ancestral grounds of the Duval estate. I walked up the gravel driveway toward the house. Couldn't see a car anywhere in front, but there were lights on in the house, so chances were Dick was around back.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
I haven't seen you before, have I?
Yourself, you'd remember if you had.
Nice. Everything nice. Even the hair. Nice and red.
You wouldn't be Mrs. Duval, would you?
You read the society page.
No, this was on the front page.
Oh, that. Wasn't that nasty of them?
62 marrying 22, that kind of thing.
I'm glad I'm 22. Come here.
Yeah. Kind of impulsive, aren't you?
I don't believe in stifling inhibitions. It's unhealthy, Mr.
Shayne.
Did you come here to see my husband?
No, I just want to word with Dick Kinney, your chauffeur.
Dick? Oh. He's pretty, too. He's around back somewhere, probably in the garage. Going to stick around a while?
No.
Oh, too bad. I'll see you again, Mr. Shayne. Goodbye.
She ran off like the young animal she was. Disappeared into the house. When I got around to the back of the house, I saw a light burning in the 4-car garage and walked in. Somebody in coveralls was working on a town and country. He must have heard me come in because he pulled his head out of the motor and looked up. The blonde, wavy hair, the blue eyes, and weak mouth matched the picture on Phyllis Kinney's mantel. I started to say, "You're Dick Kinney, aren't?" When I saw Kinney's eyes get wide, I wheeled around, I caught a glimpse of an upraised arm, and then... Oh. The roof fell in. Plowed me under. And then I smelled gasoline. It was one big ache all over. I opened my eyes just in time to see the heel of a shoe come down on my face. Then it was nothing for a while. The smell of dust and blood, leather and blood, and gasoline and blood crept back into my nose. I opened my eyes again. It was pitch dark. The roaring in my head blended with the low hum of the motor. I was on the floor of a car. We were driving somewhere. I jounced around like I was on a mechanical horse and out of time with the bucking. Then the car stopped. The door was open. I was yanked out by my ankles, and my head bounced as it hit the ground. I waited for something to happen. It did. I didn't feel any new pains. I was lying on the grass, and it was cold with a little dew on it. Maybe the shots weren't for me.
You were told, Shayne. You were told, and you didn't behave. Now you're in the soup, but good.
Jasper, I recognize your voice anyway.
Would you, Shayne? Maybe there'll be bells in your ears tomorrow, Shayne. Maybe you won't hear so good.
You're making a mistake, Jasper. You're getting me interested. You shut up. It felt like little taps. Till I tasted shoe leather in my mouth. Blood again. Then I didn't taste or smell or think anymore. The moon was gone and I was cold. My face felt stiff and every bone in my body hurt. I got to my feet and looked around. It was pretty dark. I thought about my nice warm apartment. Thought cheered me up a little. Then I saw him. It was the kid, Dick Kinney. He was lying on his stomach, face down. He wasn't breathing. I wondered briefly why I was still alive. Only it was too much of an effort. I wanted to lick my wounds and go to bed and sleep off the nightmare I'd just gone through. I kept telling myself as I started home, call headquarters, report the murder. But I don't think I did. Do a favor and get kicked in the teeth. I was so stiff the next morning, it took me 5 minutes to ease myself out of bed. I hobbled into my car and drove downtown, then hobbled up to my 10-by-14 office. I picked up a package the mailman had left with some circulars and bills and went inside. The cleaning woman had managed to make some sort of order out of the place. I eased myself into my chair, tossed the circulars and bills into the wastebasket, and turned to the package. It bore a New Orleans postmark, but no return address. I tore it open. It grinned up at me and seemed to say, "Boy, are you stupid, Shane." It was a Colt 38, nice and clean and just oiled. I reached for the lower left-hand drawer of my desk, but I knew I was wasting my time. This was my gun. Yeah, empty. I hadn't checked it when I found my office torn apart. I thought, Shane, you're losing your grip. What's the angle? Not being knocked off last night, and then this. What's the build-up for? Well, I didn't have to wait for an answer.
Hi, Shane.
Hello, Lieutenant.
What happened to your face?
I got a nervous barber.
You want to take a little trip?
No, I'm not up to it.
Force yourself. And, that gun, we'll take that along, too.
What's up, Fletcher?
A tip.
And what?
A kid was found shot to death this morning. Dick Kinney. Do you know him?
Yeah, I heard of him. I had it in mind to call and report it.
Yeah. Let's have the gun. 38. Kinney was shot with a 38.
Well, there were 38s and 38.
Yeah. Well, let's go. This tip was pretty definite.
This thing was going too fast for me. Maybe I was wrong all along. Jasper wasn't that kind of an operator. He hadn't messed with murder before, as far as I knew. Maybe I'd stepped into something. That 38.
Okay, Shane, let's talk.
Did you test the gun?
Yeah. Dick Kinney was killed with it.
And I told you somebody swiped it from me.
Yeah, you told me. But you didn't report it when it was stolen.
I didn't know it was stolen.
You can do better than that, Shane.
Look, Lieutenant, I got it in the mail this morning.
You said you were going to report the murder. You were with Kinney last night about 9 o'clock.
I told you how it was.
The marks on your face don't lie, Shane. Neither does ballistics. 2 slugs in Kinney match with slugs from your gun. And the gun was nice and clean and just oiled.
But I tell you, it was in the mail. It came in the first delivery.
All right, Shane, let's go back to your office and take a look at that wrapper.
Yeah, sure. Now you're using your head, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Okay, Lieutenant, I threw the wrapper right into the wastebasket here now. Oh, no.
What?
The cleaning woman must have emptied it out.
Oh, now, okay, Shane. I think we've reached the end of this little...
Oh, wait, we can try outside. Maybe they haven't picked up the trash yet.
You know that's against the law, littering the street like that.
Yeah. Bend down and help me go through this stuff here. It's a brown wrapper.
Okay. I don't know what this will prove anyway. All it can do is establish you getting a package this morning.
Yeah, I got it. Now, let's see. Okay, Lieutenant, take a look at the postmark.
That's it. New Orleans, 3 p.m., April 12th. And that's yesterday afternoon, all right?
Yeah. The package with my gun in it was mailed yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, and I got it this morning at 8:45.
You know, Shane, ballistics is like fingerprints. No two of them alike.
Then you made a mistake.
I didn't make a mistake. Maybe you did. It just doesn't add up.
It couldn't have been my gun that killed Kinney. The gun was in the United States mail at the time he was shot.
That's what you say. How do I know your gun was in that package?
But I'm telling you...
All I know is that in the history of the police department, ballistics has never been wrong. You admit being with him when he was killed, your gun killed him. There's only one answer, Shane, and you're it.
In a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Phantom Gun.
I was in a spot, and I talked fast. I'd taken a little case, and it got away from me. Phyllis Kinney wondered whether her husband was spending his nights with other women after he got through with his chores as chauffeur for the Duvals. And because I could use the fee, I looked into it. I found out he'd gotten chummy with a character named Jasper, who worked on the Duval estate as gardener. But Jasper's real trade was blackmail. I went to warn young Kinney to lay off and wound up with a headache. The kid was knocked off in an open spot on the bank of the Mississippi, and my gun apparently was a murder weapon. Only I didn't have the gun at the time. It was in the United States mails. Another item that kept my fat head in the fire was that I was along on the junket, albeit semi-conscious. Lieutenant Fletcher of the New Orleans Homicide Detail had a point.
Look, Shane, the bullets that killed young Kinney came from your gun. You can't shake that. You say the gun came through the mail this morning and that it was in the mail since yesterday afternoon.
I admit it doesn't add up, but
ballistics don't lie.
You gonna book me?
I'm considering it.
What'll that get you? Look, I've got an idea.
You can tell me your idea.
Well, it's speculation. That's all it is.
We speculate fine downtown.
Okay, Fletcher, if that's the way it is, I'm clamming up.
We've been too easy on you guys. All we get is a swift...
I don't know what you're complaining about. All I want to do is follow a trail to wrap the whole thing up for you.
All right, Shane. This is against my better judgment, but you've got just 8 hours to find something.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Just don't try to leave town. I might as well tell you we're going right ahead, fitting your neck for a noose.
One thing I knew. One thing I was sure. That gun was in the mail when Kinney was shot. Like the lieutenant said, ballistics don't lie. No two bores make the same marks on a bullet. It's 1 in 100 billion. It just doesn't happen. Whoever figured this out was a smart cookie. The first thing I wanted to do was speak to old man Duval.
Yes, Mr. Shayne?
Mr. Duval?
That's right. What can I do for you?
It's what I can do for you.
Oh?
Who's putting the bite on you?
I beg your pardon?
Did you know your chauffeur, Dick Kinney, was shot last night?
Yes.
The policeman here?
I don't see what business that is of yours.
I got my fingers burnt. I was taken along for the ride.
Oh. And that reference to
Blackmail.
You're a private detective.
That's right.
I don't understand your connection.
I was checking up on Dick Kinney.
For what?
Something else. It doesn't fit in with your problem.
Mr. Shayne, I'm rather busy.
You're not too busy, Mr. Duval. Dick Kinney was blackmailing you, and Dick Kinney was killed last night.
Go on, Mr. Shayne.
You want to tell me about it?
Tell you? Tell you what?
What the blackmail was about.
It seems to me you've made a lot of suppositions. I don't know where you got your information, but it doesn't resemble anything I am aware of.
Okay, Mr. Duval. You've got a right to your own mistakes.
Good day, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, where's your wife?
Good day, Mr. Shayne.
Shane, you're a whiz-bang, you are. And Armand Duval is charming. And Judith, his sprightly wife, is ugly. And Lieutenant is full of milk and honey, and the character Jasper is sweetness and light. And you, Shane, are the brilliant, the distinguished man about town, detective par excellence. Here, you've been scouting the setup for 4 days. You had a seat on the 50-yard line. Even had your own head used as a football, and you still don't know the score. Oh, yeah, you're a sharp one. Now all you have to do is wait behind the potted petunias until the suspect plants his hoofprint in the loam. Well, as I left the Duval castle and started toward the back of the house to pay my respects to Jasper, Judith popped out from behind a weeping willow.
You weren't leaving without seeing me, Michael, were you?
Well, leaving wasn't my idea. Your husband...
Oh, yes. Come on, Michael. There's a bench behind this willow tree. I'd like you to know me better.
That sounds like a worthy project.
What's happened to you? Your face looks like...
It came out second best in a tussle with a toe of your gardener, size 11.
Size 10.5, Shane.
Ah, behind me again, huh?
That's right. Lift him.
Jasper, what are you doing?
Just checking, Mrs. Duval. No gun, Shane?
No gun. All the odds are with you again, Jasper.
Yeah, I've been getting an idea. Swell idea.
Yeah, you've had lots of them lately.
Things are breaking my way for a change.
Jasper, put that gun away.
Mrs. Duval, this is the payoff. We're going to have an audience with the boss. Come on, both of you.
Where'd you get that museum piece, Jasper?
You like it? Just a shotgun. A little sawed off. Covers lots more territory that way. Let's go.
What is this, Jasper?
Little ideas, sir. Everything was going so smooth and nice, I thought it's a pity if anything should happen. Then I thought this idea, and it's a pet.
You got a gun?
Yeah. Sit down, Mrs. Duval.
I think you're making a mistake, Jasper.
Mistake. I ain't made one yet, and I've been in the business a long time. I said, sit down.
I refuse to have you...
Jasper,
Here we are, Shane.
Hey, you're real brave with a gun.
Judith. She's unconscious.
That jabbering was getting on my nerves.
What do you intend to do?
It's a perfect setup. Shane is going to take the rap.
For what?
For Kinney's murder, Shane. It's like you're going to take the rap for Duval's.
You're going to kill me?
Sure. You paid off Kinney $5,000 yesterday. That's chicken feed.
Yeah. Kinney was your go-between. That's why you bumped him.
That's right, Shane. I don't like to think I got a split with anybody.
Now, wait a minute, Jasper. We can come to terms, I'm sure.
This is too perfect.
No, don't!
Are you out of your mind, Shane? This is an easy way for me to take care of you.
You got careless just 1 second too long.
Besides, you made a mistake. My gun is at headquarters.
But this one ain't.
I knocked the gun out of his hand and it went skittering across the floor. But he was a lot closer to it than I was, and on his way for it already. I thought he who fights and runs away, and I slammed the door behind me and started for the front. I got lost or something, wound up in the kitchen. I went through it and out onto the rear veranda. I knew if I started across the lawn, I wouldn't have time to get to cover. I went back into the house through French windows with Jasper panning along behind me. Through the library and a big double-width staircase that led up to the top floor. I took it 3 at a time. Jasper was just rounding the first bend behind me when I reached the top. It splintered the beautiful wall paneling, but I didn't stop to survey the damage. I turned right and disappeared into the master bedroom at the end of the hall, just as another shot spurred me on. The room was done up in purple and rose. I guess it was very pretty under different circumstances. There was a door at the far end, and I scooted into it and threw it shut behind me, and then I turned the lock. The bathroom. I didn't even have time to look for an aspirin tablet in the medicine chest when the hammering started. I said to myself, all right, Shane, keep your head. You gotta think yourself out of this one. Because on the other side of that door, Jasper's waiting for you. And the way that door is splintering up now, it doesn't look as if the wood is as stout as your craving to keep on living.
Gotcha, Shane! Gotcha!
He'd splintered out the middle panel. Now his hand filled the hole, and the gun filled his hand. Any second... Didn't feel anything. Maybe you never do. Maybe it was all over. Then the fingers of Jasper's hand got limp, and the gun fell onto the tile floor. I opened the door. It was Judith Duval. She stood in the center of the room, and a thin thread of dried blood was on her chin. And the gun in her hand was pointed at Jasper, curled up on the floor.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, the bullets in Armand Duval came from your gun also, Shane.
That's what I thought, Lieutenant.
But your gun's been in my desk all afternoon.
Just like last night when Dick Kinney was shot. My gun was in the mail.
You got a theory?
Sure.
Well?
I think you killed Duval.
Huh? Oh, you'll slay me, Shane.
Did you inspect that sawed-off shotgun?
Yeah, the boys are going over it now. Why?
Well, I told you my office was ransacked and my gun was stolen. What was to prevent Jasper from firing a half a dozen bullets into some pillows, cleaning the gun, and sending it back to me?
Nothing if he wanted to.
Sure he'd want to. If he figured on putting those bullets in a gadget that would fit into the chamber of the shotgun and hold the bullets.
Yeah?
Then he could fire them through a much larger bore than my .38.
Yeah, hey, that would work, wouldn't it? The bore of a shotgun is so large that it wouldn't mark up the bullet.
Yeah, and would leave the original rifling marks from my gun. The only reason Jasper didn't finish me off last night was because he figured I'd take the rap for Dick Kinney's murder.
Yeah, that makes sense, too.
I wouldn't have had a close shave this afternoon if I'd ever learned to keep my big mouth shut. I told Jasper my gun was in police headquarters after he killed Duval. Then he realized what I should have thought of, that I couldn't be framed for Duval's killing through my gun. That's why he went after me.
Hey, where you going?
I got a little unfinished business. I'll be back. It was pretty simple when you knew the background. Jasper got a job as a gardener because he wanted to be close to his blackmail victim, Duval. He got Dick Kinney to front for him and then killed the boy so he wouldn't have to split. It all tied together that way. All except one little item. I was going to find out about that. Judith was waiting for me in the Duval library.
Mike. Oh, Mike.
Now, before we settle down and get comfortable, sweetheart, I got a little confession.
What do I care what you want to confess? Oh, Mike, it's going to be wonderful. Just you and me.
Now, this confession's about you.
All right, what? What is it?
I thought for one solid 3-minute period you were true blue and a yard wide. When you shot Jasper. Oh, it wasn't so much to save my life, sweetheart, as it was to get rid of him. Tell me, did Jasper pick you or did you pick Jasper?
Mike, what are you talking about?
That gun trick. It's way over Jasper's head. He could never think of a thing like that.
Oh, let's not talk about Jasper.
And why would Jasper kill your husband if he's the one who was being blackmailed?
Was he, Mike?
No dice, baby.
What are you thinking?
It's pretty clear, Judith. You put Jasper up to getting money from your husband. And Jasper saw a wonderful opportunity. He didn't have to nibble at Duval. He wanted half of the money all at once. As Duval's widow, you get the money, don't you?
Mike.
Maybe he'd even bleed you to death for the other half, too.
He was sitting pretty until everything fell into place for you.
Mike, listen. There are wonderful things from now on. I've got money. We can have all the good things. We can enjoy them, darling, together.
Let's go, baby.
Where to, Mike?
Police headquarters. This is where I came in. I always meet the right woman at the wrong time. I figured that tied everything up. But not quite. It turned out that the blackmail angle had to do with Duval not having a final divorce from his first wife when he married Judith. Judith was the only one who knew it. She contacted Jasper and worked him in on the deal. Very cute. Because when that came out, Judith lost her right to Duval's millions. But then, what could she spend money on where she was going?
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure in mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Fourth bullet tore through the flesh on my left shoulder. There was nothing between him and me now except a tree. I stood there waiting. There were 2 more shots left in the gun. I caught the glint of the gun barrel in the moonlight, and then the granddaddy of all firecrackers blew up in my face.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman, back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Hate That Killed. $75, $85, $86, $87. $3.87. Michael, you old capitalist, how do you do it?
Mr. Shayne. Mr. Shayne, you've got to listen to me. You've got to help me.
I do, huh? Oh, Sanderson. Hey, you look better in your newspaper pictures. I thought I made it clear I wasn't interested in your case.
But on the telephone, you wouldn't let me tell you what I want. I've got plenty of money.
I'm not interested in your money either.
Right on that door, it says Michael Shayne, Private Detective, doesn't it? Well, doesn't it?
Yeah. It cost me 2 bits a letter, too. You said something about somebody wanting to kill you.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you take your troubles to the police?
I can't. I don't have anything to tell them. You think I'm a crank, don't you?
No, I think you're very charming, Mr. Sanderson. Just keep your voice down.
I know. I know a weak, dissipated body and a mind that's crazy half the time. But if you lived one day, just one day, in the atmosphere I do, you'd be shaking just like me. I tell you, death is in the air.
Yeah, sure.
What's the matter? That scare you? I suppose you like divorce cases, alimony, spying on women. I'll bet you like spying on women.
Well, that's enough, Buster. Goodbye now.
Oh, wait a minute. I tell you, I'm going to die.
Not in my office. I'm busy. Beat it.
You don't believe me. Look, just tell me one thing.
Yeah?
One thing. Why did the insurance company refuse to sell me any life insurance?
From where I sit, you look like a mighty bad risk.
No, I've had an examination from my personal physician. There's nothing wrong with me.
That is a matter of opinion.
They wouldn't tell me the real reason. That was just an out.
All right, so what?
Just find out, that's all. Just find out why they refused me.
Well, it'll cost you $20 a day in expenses.
Oh, here's my address. You'll find 3 houses on the estate. Mine's on the right of the big house.
I know all about you, Sanderson, and your famous father. He died the other day, didn't he?
Yes, he's dead. And he wasn't my father.
Huh?
He was my stepfather. That's why I used the name of Mark Sanderson. But his corruption lives on like something rotten inside you that you can't get out. Like something in your blood and your heart, and you can't tear it out.
Hey, that's cute. You ought to set it to music. Are you always this jittery?
Why shouldn't I be jittery? Do you have some water?
Water? You mean you drink water, too?
Yes, my medicine, my capsules, my nerves.
You'll find some water down the hall.
You'll let me know tonight, huh? You'll find out?
Yeah. I got a pretty good hunch why they refused your policy.
You do? Why? Why?
Because they probably don't expect you to live very long, Mr. Sanderson.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the hate that killed.
He was a fancy client, all right. Mark Sanderson, stepson of the late Gregory Lawson. He was still young, maybe 30, but all his stepfather's filthy millions could never make a man out of him or give him anything decent out of life. He sat in my office slobbering with fear, his eyes dull and empty. I don't need clients like that, but the insurance company angle intrigued me. Why had they refused Mark Sanderson's policy? Well, I turned toward my phone, feeling like a Hollywood agent doing his best for a client he didn't have much hope for, and dialed the life insurance company.
I'm sorry. You'll have to speak to Miss Bennett.
It was the old shovel-on. Miss Bennett was maybe the 30th vice president in charge of bathtub accidents.
We cannot give out that information, but if you speak to Mr. Forsythe, he's the branch manager.
All I had to do was mention Mark Sanderson's name, and there'd be a long pause on the other end, and then...
No, sir, we can't discuss our policy with you, Mr. Shayne. The matter is closed. It is entirely within our own discretion whether or not we choose to insure Mr. Sanderson's life or anyone else's.
No, I wasn't getting anywhere. Nobody was going to tell me the real reason they'd refused Mark Sanderson life insurance. I got Dave Sizenby on the phone. Dave used to be a private eye and then went to work as a detective for the insurance company. And he said he'd see what he could do. I waited about 10 minutes, and then... Shane speaking.
Mike?
Yeah, Dave.
It's hush-hush.
Hey, what's going on? You're beginning to make me think Sanderson really has something to worry about.
I don't know. All I could tell you is that it might be a good idea to see a lawyer by the name of Ormsby.
Who?
Ormsby. O-L-M-S-B-Y. In the Lee building downtown.
That's all?
No, one more thing. You, didn't get the information from me.
Philip Ormsby, attorney at law. The office was easily as old as Ormsby himself. About 70. Dried up like a prune. His voice was like parchment, dry as dust and ready to crack.
You're a shrewd young man by the look of you. And if you have in your head the good sense to avoid unnecessary trouble, you will desist from inquiring into the affairs of the Larson family.
Well, that's as pretty a turn threat as I've ever heard.
It's excellent advice, Mr. Shayne. As for your question, I am not at liberty to divulge any information.
You mean to me?
To you or anyone else. I realize Mark's hysteria has caused you some trouble. And as the family attorney, I'll be glad to pay.
Smooth. I didn't think I was going to take this case, Mr. Ormsby, but you know, I'm getting more and more interested.
Then you will get yourself more and more involved.
Well, that's my business, Mr. Ormsby.
Mr. Shayne, you must anticipate a short life.
Could be, Mr. Ormsby. At least a happy one. So long, Pop. Well, I found out a few things before I went out to the swamps where the old man had dug in after he retreated from the New Orleans reform movement. He'd built a large house for himself, a smaller one for his second wife and stepdaughter, and another for his stepson. He kept his cousin Agatha with him. Seems he separated from his immediate family, kept tight hold on them, but didn't want them too close. And he'd finally died 2 days ago after a long illness. I went down there to his little kingdom in the swamp and got a funny feeling. A little chill, even though it was a warm night. Little rolling wisps of fog. Night sounds that had a death knell in them. There were lights on downstairs in the old man's house, but I headed for young Mark Sanderson's place. It was dark, and I thought I'd mosey around the house to the back when somebody was playing hide and seek with me.
Okay, take it easy.
Who is it?
Just a friend, pal. A word to the wise thing.
All right, I'm listening.
You're not wanted around here.
Who doesn't want me?
Nobody.
Okay, I get the message.
Why don't you guys ever listen? This is for your own good, pal. I don't want to have to use this blackjack.
You made a mistake. Never tip your mitt.
You asked for it, bro.
Yeah, you move pretty fast for a big guy, but not fast enough. All right, I got the blackjack now. Come on, get up. There, now beat it. Yeah. Shane, you surprised me. Must be something to it after all. The bigger they are.
Well, that was quite an exhibition.
Oh. Are they wearing revolvers with dinner dresses this year?
Who are you?
Mike Shayne.
There's a flagstone path here. Let's get around front, out of the shadows.
You must be Celia, Mark's sister. But do you have to keep pointing that gun at me?
Yes, for a while.
Well, anyhow, I'm glad to... Oh.
Yes?
Oh, my.
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a woman before?
Not very often like you. Is that really the color of your hair?
My hair has been red since the day I was born. You've got nice shoulders.
Oh, I like yours better. You're going to catch cold in that outfit.
You have what so many men lack these days. A sense of virility and strength.
Well, that comes from eating all my vegetables.
What are you snooping around here for?
I was looking for Mark.
Oh. You're the detective he hired.
Check.
Now you do interest me. Who's the man you were fighting with?
Don't you know?
No, I don't, Mr. Shayne, isn't it?
That's right.
Mark and Aunt Agatha and Mother are in the house.
Oh?
The reading of stepfather's will tonight. Mr. Ormsby, the lawyer.
May I come along?
Why not? Don't go in. They've already started.
So what? I want to hear that will. Who's in there?
They all are. I don't want to interrupt. I'll open the door a little.
Quite a gathering.
Yes. Mother, Aunt Agatha, Mark.
Hold it, Ellen. I want to listen.
All my property, real and personal, owned by me at the time of my death, to that person from among my 4 heirs who outlives all others.
I never heard of such a thing.
Whether it be my cousin Agatha, my stepdaughter Celia, my dissolute stepson Mark, or my neglectful wife Margaret.
Well, I know we do something like that all
These
the time.
goods shall be bequeathed, therefore, only after the death of my last heir but one. And in the event my inheritor cannot by law inherit, then these goods shall pass to Philip Ormsby or his heirs and assigns.
That's it. Let's go in, Mr. Shayne.
Okay.
Oh, we waited for you, Miss Celia. We didn't know where you were.
Thank you, Mr. Ormsby.
Mr. Shayne, did you hear that? Did you hear?
There's your answer, Mark. That's the reason your insurance was refused.
Yes, he couldn't stop hating.
It's so obvious, isn't it? Dear father wants us to kill one another off. Mother.
Yes, Celia.
Poor mother. He couldn't leave you alone, could he? Even after he died.
Oh, my mother, Mr. Shayne.
Mrs. Larson.
And my Aunt Agatha, father's cousin.
Yeah, apparently, Cousin Agatha was bored by the proceedings.
Oh, and Agatha's always taking catnaps. Agatha, wake up.
Mark, stop shaking her.
Oh, she doesn't want to wake up.
Aunt Agatha.
She's not moving. She's not breathing.
For a very good reason. Your Aunt Agatha's taken her last catnap. She's dead.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the hate that killed.
I didn't want to take the case in the first place, but it was the insurance angle that got me. Why was Mark Sanderson's insurance refused? I couldn't get any information from the insurance company. I couldn't get it from the lawyer Ormsby either. But then I found out what it was all about. The insurance company must have got wind of the terms of the old man's will. And what a will. Old Gregory Larson's wife and Mark and Celia and his cousin Agatha, all of them were heirs in a sort of 10 Little Indians routine. All his money to go to the last one to stay alive or to Lawyer Ormsby. And the old man wanted them to kill each other off. It was that simple. I wanted a few words with my client, Mark, and I waited while Sergeant Lavery went through his routine with him and then decided to bust it up.
I want protection. I'm a taxpayer. I don't care what you have to do. Put me in jail if you want to, but I demand
slow down,
protection.
Sanderson. You'll blow a gasket.
Where do you fit in here, Shane?
Well, like I told you, Sergeant, this is my client.
I suppose now you're convinced someone is going to try to kill me, Shane?
I had a talk with your sister, Celia, Mark. You didn't tell me you lived here a few days before your stepfather died.
Celia and I came here just before he died. But it didn't mean anything. You heard his will.
Yeah. Sergeant.
What?
Why don't you lock him up? Maybe jail is the safest place for him.
Okay. Speak to Denton inside.
Yes. Yes, I will. I will.
All right, Shane. Your client's taken care of. You can go home now.
No, I think I'll stick around, Sergeant.
Why? You think there's going to be more killings?
Well, now, Sergeant, don't you? I was curious about Margaret Larson, Mark's mother. Why hadn't she been with her husband the last days of his life? Why had he called Mark and Celia, not her? The more time I spent in this atmosphere of death and hate, the more jittery I got. Margaret Larson was sitting in her living room. A low fire crackled in the fireplace. That was the only light in the room. She sat erect in an old, creaky rocking chair by the fire, the light glinting on her dark brown eyes that were just a little too bright.
When will it stop, Mr. Shayne? As long as I can remember, it's been like this. The fear, the hate.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything else. It's never been normal. His hatred touched all of us. That horrible, sick man inside his house. Never going outside. But you felt him all the time.
You once thought enough of him to marry you.
That was my mistake.
He hated you more than the others.
Yes. Mr. Shayne.
Yes?
How did Agatha die?
She was poisoned.
What kind of poison?
We don't know yet.
What about Celia and Mark? What's going to happen to them?
Mark, by his own request, is in jail or on his way.
Jail?
Yeah, he said he wanted protection.
Oh.
And Celia, she's the kind who can take care of herself. Hey, look, I'm getting the willies or something. Can't we have some more light in here? What's the matter?
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, what?
In all the years I've spent in this swampland, I've seemed to develop an extra sense
What are you trying to say?
There's someone in this room.
I don't hear anyone.
You weren't supposed to.
What? Oh, the sucker for a left hook. My pal with a warning.
Don't move, pal. Don't even blink your eyes. I got a gun. And I'm not getting too close to you.
Come back for a rematch? I better answer the phone.
You better not. You.
Yes?
Answer it.
Hello? Yes, Sergeant. This is Mrs. Larson. Thank you, Sergeant.
What is it, Mrs. Larson?
Mark. Isn't it funny? I can hardly feel anything. It's Mark.
Poison?
Yes. The same as Agatha.
Where?
In his car. He stopped to take a drink. There was poison in it. The same poison that killed Agatha.
All right, Shane. This is all very touching. Come on, let's go.
No, wait, just a minute.
Let's go. Getting out of this place is giving me the creeps.
Mrs. Larson, tell Celia about Mark. She's in danger. Tell her...
That's just so you'll know it's loaded, Shane. I'm sorry to spoil your rug, lady. Well, Shane, I won't aim at the rug next time.
He was smart. He kept me at arm's length. The way he handled me, you'd think I had the plague. He was so calm and so careful, I began to worry. Give me the nervous guys. Give me the guys who think they're tough. I can take care of myself with them. But this bird knew exactly what he was going to do. He acted like a trapper who'd caught a wildcat and was measuring him for the kill. We went down the hall and out the rear door. If I was going to do anything, it better be pretty quick. It had turned cold, and the damp fog clung to my clothes, got into my nostrils. I took a little path that led into the swamp.
Funny, I kept worrying about Celia, about protecting her, not about myself. It was all screwy, sort of detached, almost a dream sequence. Things were happening too fast, and I couldn't stop them. All right, how much farther into this swamp, laddie?
We're here. Okay. Go stand up against that tree over there.
Here?
Right there.
It was a big, fat old cypress tree, and I loved it. He thought it was going to be like an execution without a blindfold, but you can tell about these punks. You can tell when their finger itches. Before he lifted his sights, I was around on the other side, and his bullets tore chest high into the big, fat tree trunk.
Maybe your feet are showing, Shane. I got plenty of time. I got nothing but time. This is the most important thing I ever did in my life, and I'm going to do it right. Now, careful, Shane. I'm starting to come around.
Oh, it was going to be a dilly. I ducked my head out, pulled it back in. If I counted right, that made 4 and 1 in the house. 5. He was starting to edge around. It cut like a knife through the meat on my shoulder. Must have been just a nick because it only burnt. It didn't slug me. 6. He was still edging around, coming a little closer, but he still wasn't taking any chances on my jumping him.
The nick you, Shane? Watch it now. I'm going to run. Which side, Shane?
That spun me around, caught my other arm. The bullet hit solid. I almost went down. 7.
You counting them, Shane? I got a couple of more clips when this one's finished. Here I come again.
Who wrote that story about the hunter who wasn't happy unless he was hunting a human being? He must have laughed like this punk. Must have been off his trolley. I caught a look at the weasel's face, and then... It was like the granddaddy of all fuses blowing out. I'd heard about people feeling the wind of a bullet, but this wasn't a wind. It was a gentle sigh, a little puff. He missed my nose by a 32nd of an inch. And that was 8. I dashed out after him. But he was on his way, fumbling with his gun, putting the new clip in while he ran. Only he wasn't watching where he was going. He tripped over a log. I pulled up short and I stared. There were several logs laid out in a rough circle, sort of protecting a patch of ground. Ground? A punk had tripped and gone in head first and started to sink. His body thrashed around. The head came up covered with what looked like oily mud, only then I knew what it was. Quicksand. It didn't take 15 seconds. And he disappeared. Even if I wanted to help him, I couldn't. It came too fast. I looked and he was gone. A couple of big bubbles came up, slick and moldy. And then that was all. On the way back out to the house, my mind was wrestling with angles and worrying about Celia so hard I almost forgot I had a slug in my shoulder. I could see a light on the second floor of Mrs. Larson's house. I prayed that meant Celia was still alive. I ran to the front door and began pounding.
Why, Mr. Shayne. Why all the commotion?
Oh, you're still okay. How about your mother?
She's fast asleep in her bed. Come on in.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, a cat must have followed me here.
That's good luck, Mr. Shayne. And old New Orleans superstition. Let her in. Sit down. Now, what... Oh, Mr. Shayne, you're bleeding.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
Here, let's get that jacket off.
Okay. Easy.
Sorry. Now, I'll just tear the shirt open.
You, heard about your brother?
Yes. Mother told me. In a way, I think perhaps he's better off. He never was very happy. My stepfather saw to that.
Oh.
Sorry. I've got to clean it out, you know.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Celia, I'm going nuts trying to figure this thing out. Your stepfather hoped you'd kill each other off. He planned it that way. But you and your mother wouldn't bite on that kind of bait.
Thank you.
The only other answer is Holmesby. He gets everything if all of you are taken care of. I don't have anything on him. It won't gel.
I'm afraid this'll sting a little.
Oh.
There. It's all over until the doctor takes over. Here, have a little of this. It's from my dear departed stepfather's wine cellar. Napoleon brandy, 1812.
I don't often get a whiff of anything that rare. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was clumsy of me. I'll pour you another.
Anyhow, that stray cat's gonna have a good time. He likes Napoleon brandy, too.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? You know, I think I'll join you. I have a weakness for good brandy.
Fine. I have a weakness for women who have a weakness for good brandy.
Here you are, Mr. Shayne. Mike.
You were right, Sid. That cat was good luck. He'll be stiff in another few minutes.
What?
Yeah, that brandy is spiked with enough poison to kill Gargantua. Where'd you get this brandy, Celia?
Why, I think Mr. Ormsby gave it to me.
We'll be back in a moment with Mike Shayne and the thrilling climax to our story.
Thinking about Ormsby almost sent me off on a tangent. The big idea was slow in coming, but it paid off. The whole thing fell into place, and it was kind of hard to see all at once. It came out gradually. Celia, your mother didn't go into your stepfather's house before he died, did she?
She hasn't been inside that house in 15 years, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that's it. And it's so simple, so very simple. Here, let me have that brandy bottle. I'm taking it down to headquarters for a little fingerprint job.
I don't understand.
I'll be back. Now, you probably don't know it, but you called me Mike a few seconds ago. It's enough of a start for me.
But what about Mr. Ormsby?
There's a payoff for him, too.
It's hard to believe, Shayne.
There's no other explanation, Sergeant. Ormsby was the only one who knew the exact terms of the will. He'd get everything if the family were all out of the way.
Yeah, he had a good idea what would happen.
And he decided to wait it out. That's why he hired that character to get rid of me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ormsby didn't want anybody to get in the way of the natural course of events.
Yeah, an old man hates so much he can't let it die with him. He wasn't satisfied until he'd fixed it so his rotten touch reached out from the grave.
It's still hard to believe, but you can't argue with fingerprints.
Sure. There was only one answer. The fingerprints on the bottle of Napoleon brandy and the fingerprints on Mark's flask and Aunt Agatha's special milk bottle, they all matched. His plan was simple. He figured all the suspicion would rest on his wife after Agatha and Mark and Celia were dead. Yes, the fingerprints all matched. They were the fingerprints of Gregory Larson. He kept right on killing even after he was dead. There's a moral in all this somewhere. Something about evil turning on the evildoer and paying him back. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but Celia's a pretty clever girl. I think I'll show her how the other half of New Orleans lives. Take her to dinner tonight and discuss it. With gestures.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story was based on characters created by Brett Halliday. Our music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure.
I eased into the alley and waited. Pretty soon, a side door opened, and out came Helen. Just as I got to her, I heard a noise behind me. I started to turn around, but too late. A king-sized comet exploded over my right ear, and the ground came up and hit me in the face.
The The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Gray-Eyed Blonde.
Let's see, maybe Trinidad. Yep. And then, where's that folder on the Virgin Islands? Yep. I'm coming. And then maybe Havana on the way back. Sloppy Joes, girls, and... Well, hello.
Michael Shayne?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Mike.
Oh?
Helen.
Helen. Sit down.
Thanks. From the looks of all those travel folders on your desk, I'd say you were planning a trip.
No, just taking a poor man's vacation.
Reading travel folders? Well, probably almost as much fun as actually taking the trips.
I doubt it.
Is something the matter?
Matter?
You've been looking at me sort of...
I've never seen gray eyes like that before.
Oh.
Make quite a dent. Gray eyes, red lips. You, come to talk about trips?
In a way. Short ones.
Oh. Cigarette?
Thanks. Well, I have a match.
Thanks. Trips?
Yeah. You run errands, Mike?
Errands? Depends. What kind?
Well, I made a mistake quite a while ago, Mike. Big mistake. I've been paying for it ever since. Regularly.
Blackmail?
Mm-hmm. One more payment, the account's closed for good.
So?
So, I want you to make that last payment for me. Tonight.
Just for my own information, Helen, you're not by any chance asking me
I'm not asking you to kill anyone, Mike.
That's good to know.
No, this is all on the up and up. Here are 2 envelopes. The instructions are in this one.
Instructions?
Yeah, where and how you're to meet the man you're to meet.
Uh-huh.
When you do meet him, you hand him this other envelope. In return, he'll give you a small package. You bring that back to your office, I pick it up here.
How would I go about getting in touch with you if anything went wrong?
Well, I don't expect anything will, but in case of emergency, try my hotel. The Donna.
I just remembered a charge I might have to make in this particular case.
Oh, what is it?
It might be for you to have dinner with me or something.
Dinner, or something might be arranged, Mike. You'll take the job?
Sure, why not?
I'll pay you $100. I'm sure you'll earn every penny of it.
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Gray-Eyed Blonde.
Well, maybe it was those gray eyes of Helen's. I don't know. At the time, there was something awfully compelling about them. Plus everything else about her, from her honey-colored hair to her alligator sling pumps. Plus, of course, the fact that I'd just gotten my license reinstated a couple of weeks before, and that 100 she was offering looked like a lot of good living for a change. So, when she asked me to take the job of making a blackmail payment for her, I said yes. After she left, I opened the instruction envelope and read them over carefully. They were so thorough, I knew whoever this guy was, he wanted to be awfully sure he had the right party. I arrived at the indicated corner of Barrack Street 10 minutes before midnight, 10 minutes early. The street was deserted except for a little red and white peanut wagon that a small olive-skinned gent was pushing down the street toward me. When he got to me, he stopped.
A peanut, senor?
No, thanks.
They are fresh, senor.
You're working kind of late, aren't you?
Si, senor. These peanuts, senor, they are the best.
Tell me, you seen anyone around here in the last 10 minutes? A man?
Oh, you are looking for someone?
Yeah, in a way.
Then perhaps while you wait, senor, some peanuts.
No, not now. Thanks. He gave me a very unhappy stare and then shrugged his shoulders and pushed his cart around the corner and out of sight. I started walking down the deserted street. My footsteps echoed on the pavement. It was darker than I thought it would be. No streetlights in this section. I kept trying to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything. I knew that somewhere in that block somebody was supposed to tap me on the shoulder, and I was wishing he'd hurry up and get it over. I was almost at the end of the block now. Still, nothing had happened. The building ahead of me on the corner was getting some work done on it. They had the front boarded up and had a boardwalk in place of the sidewalk. The street side of the boardwalk was boarded up, too. It was like a tunnel. I took a few steps into the pitch-black tunnel and stopped. Something started bothering me. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what it was, but then I got it. Somebody was in that boarded tunnel with me. Before I could do or say anything, a hand slid across my mouth, and I could feel the muzzle of an automatic against the side of my neck. Brilliant boy that I am, I got the idea that mum was a word. Then the hand left my mouth and slid down and started going through my pockets. Pretty soon it came to the envelope I was supposed to deliver. It patted the envelope and slipped it back into my pocket. Well, that I didn't get at all. Then the gun pressed a little harder onto my neck. I suddenly knew that his finger was tightening on the trigger. I dove for the ground, the gun went off. A red-hot poker seared the top of my head, and then blackness. After what seemed like about a month, blackness started to fade. It faded still more, started turning to white. I knew I was in a hospital. Then I spotted some bars across the windows, and I got a strong hunch it was the receiving ward of the prison hospital. I tried to open my eyes more, which was pretty hard to do because my head at this point felt like two little men were playing ping pong with a hunk of hot lead. But I did manage to see someone bending over me. It was Police Inspector Lefevre.
Not gonna die after all, hmm?
What odds could I get?
You were lucky. This got creased.
That's lucky.
Looks like you had a little argument with your sidekick.
Pretty one-sided argument. Look, Inspector, maybe you wouldn't mind telling me what this is all about, huh?
That's funny, Shane. I was just going to ask you that.
Huh?
Mr. Graber, will you step in here now, please?
Yes, Inspector?
Mr. Graber, I want you to take a good look at this man. He the one?
I can't be sure. He might be.
It might be what? Look, I'm the one that got shot in the head, if that's...
Just a minute, Shane. I'm going to tell you something you might possibly already know.
At this point, what I know is just a drop in the bucket of what I don't know.
Mr. Frank Graber here is a vice president of the South Atlantic Exporting Syndicate. Ever hear of him?
Yeah, they ship to Cuba, South America, lots of places. I did some work for them last year.
Yeah, I know.
What's that got to do with...
Coming to that. Day before yesterday, there was an unusually large deposit to be made. So large that Mr. Graber here himself started out with it. Something like $60,000, wasn't it, Mr. Graber?
62. In $1,000 bills.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Graber never... Suppose you tell him what happened, Graber.
Well, I went out the back door of the office building, and it wasn't until I opened my car door that I saw the man sitting inside. Had his hand up to the side of his face so that I couldn't get a clear look at it. But in the other hand was a gun. He forced me to drive down near the river, made me get out of the car and go into an abandoned warehouse. There he hit me over the head with his gun and took the money.
That's too bad. But outside of welcoming you to the Battered Heads Club, I still don't see
that
what...
That guy could have been you, Shane.
What do you mean?
We found one of those $1,000 bills in an envelope. In your pocket.
About then, a lot of things started making sense. Why that guy in the dark wanted to be sure the envelope was in my pocket before he tried to kill me. Yeah, it looked like somebody was very interested in having me found dead with some of that robbery dough on me, thus getting me elected as chief suspect. But I knew it was going to be a tough story to sell the inspector. He ushered Graber out of the room and then came back and stood beside the bed, slowly shaking his head.
Oh, I don't get it, Shane. Not 3 weeks ago, you were telling everybody what a good boy you were going to be if you could just get your license back. So they give you your license back, so here you are, right in the middle of something that smells to high heaven.
Look, Inspector, I'm going to give it to you straight. It was a frame.
No sale, Shane.
Believe me, it's the truth. A girl named Helen...
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it happened. She gave me a song and dance about hiring me to make a blackmail payment for her. But what she really wanted, she and her boyfriend, I guess, was to have me found dead with some of this dough on me, thereby taking the heat off.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you can back up your story by producing this girl.
I can try.
Still not buying.
Look, Inspector, I've always cooperated with you.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I'm even listening to you.
So now I need a break, a big one. You can give it to me.
The only thing I can give you is time. And not much of that.
How much?
Well, my next way out.
I know that. You're not exactly alone, though.
Well, it's 7 a.m. I'll give you until 10 o'clock tonight. Huh?
Tonight? Have a heart. That doesn't give me...
I said 10 o'clock tonight.
Make it midnight, then.
10.
Okay, 10 o'clock tonight.
And Shane.
Yeah?
That's it. One way or another.
Funny thing about the inspector. He always meant just exactly what he said. So I had something like 15 hours to find one woman in a city as big as New Orleans. A beautiful woman with gray eyes who'd almost done a very neat job of fitting me for a coffin. I lost 2 of those 15 hours getting part of my strength back and talking the doctor into giving me my pants. The only thing I had to go on was what Helen had told me about reaching her at the Hotel Donna. The desk clerk there remembered her just as soon as I mentioned the gray eyes.
Oh, yes, sure. Let's see. Helen Collier she was registered under. Not bad. No, not bad at all.
Was registered?
Yes, checked out first thing this morning. About 6, I guess it was.
No forwarding address, huh?
No, asked her, but she said none.
Well, thanks anyway.
Might ask one of the cab drivers out front.
Yeah, I'm going to. Thanks. It didn't take me long to find out that none of the 3 cab drivers in front of the Hotel Donna could have taken Helen, because none of them came on until 7. But I did get the address of the driver who worked nights there, and 10 minutes later I was pounding on his door.
What do you want?
Are you Joe, the cab driver?
Yeah, why?
You have a fare this morning about 6?
You woke me up to ask me that? Beat it.
Hey, come on, Joe. Open up.
Look it, friend. I don't know who you are, and it's just the way I want to keep it. Now, suppose
I'm not leaving until I get an answer from you. A girl about 5'4", gray eyes at the Hotel Donna. Where'd you take her?
I don't know what you're talking about now. Beat it. Get your foot out of the door.
Okay, we'll go inside.
Hey, what's the...
Now, look. The more you talk, the more I'm convinced you did take her somewhere. Now, open up. I've been through too much on account of that gray eye.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're trying to cover for you, you're making an awful big mistake, Joe. A mistake that could put you behind bars. She paid you to keep your mouth shut, huh? Okay, here's 10 to open it.
Look, from a friend. Be smart. Keep out of this deal.
It's too late, Joe. Here's the 10. Open up.
I got more than that for promise.
Look, I haven't got all day, and 10's all you get. Maybe that's too much. Maybe I could beat the answer out of you and save myself a 10 spot. Now, which is it going to be?
Okay.
All right, now, you picked her up at the Hotel Donna at 6 this morning.
Yeah.
Where'd you take her?
From a friend. Let me give you a tip. Don't hold your breath till you see her again.
What do you mean?
Where I took her was the airport.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the gray-eyed blonde.
It all started when a gray-eyed blonde named Helen hired me to make a blackmail payment for her. Only I found out too late it was a frame. I got shot in the head and woke up and found myself accused of a $62,000 robbery and was given just 15 hours by Police Inspector Lefevre to find Helen and clear myself. So far, all I'd found was she'd left the Hotel Donna at 6 that morning to go to the airport. Well, I was out there now talking to all the ticket clerks. Finally, I found one who remembered her.
Oh, yes, surely. Those eyes of hers would be hard to forget.
Well, which plane did she leave on, do you remember?
Let's see, New York? No, that wasn't it.
Come on, try to remember.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, I remember now.
Don't tell me it's that plane that's taking off out there.
No, she didn't leave at all.
What?
No, bought a ticket to Havana. Midnight plane. Tonight.
Well, at least I knew she was still in New Orleans. Of course, finding her would be something else again. And then I got an idea, a long shot maybe. But right now, the welcome mat was out for anything that would pass for a starting point. I went back to the Hotel Donna and over to the desk clerk.
Yes?
You, remember me? I was in here a couple of hours ago asking about that girl with...
With the gray eyes, yes. You, really got it bad for her, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but she hasn't come back, and I told you she didn't leave a forwarding address.
I know. Look, her room, has it been straightened up yet?
Well, probably not. Cleaning girl's a little slow. We're thinking of letting her go at the end.
How about letting me in the room for a look around?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, why not?
You've got it bad for the girl, and that's tough, but we can't have you traipsing through that room looking for her forwarding address. It's, against the policy.
Whose?
Mine.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'll make a deal.
Deal?
Yeah. Now, here's a 5. Let's just say I'm engaging the room for a couple of hours as is.
Oh, well, now, why didn't you say so in the first place? Here, I'll get the key.
My only chance was that Helen wouldn't feel any reason to cover her tracks too carefully, since according to her plan, I was to have been long dead by now. I practically tore the room apart. Nothing. Then I thought of the wastebasket. There were 2 things in it, a piece of Kleenex with the imprint of a mouth and lipstick, and a torn half of a paper match folder. There was some printing on it. All I could make out were the first 2 letters, R.A., and below was the word cocktails. The name of a bar. And possibly, just possibly, a hangout of Helen's where she might be passing time and keeping undercover until that midnight plane to Havana. Oh, but which bar was it? How many of them started with R.A.? My guess was quite a few. But it didn't matter how many. I had to try all of them. I went back to my office. That was a mistake. I dropped into my chair and propped my feet up on the desk. That was a big mistake. I figured I'd just rest a few minutes before I started out. That was a bigger mistake. I closed my eyes. That was my biggest mistake. When I opened my eyes again, I thought something had gone wrong with them. Everything was dark. Then I looked at my watch and almost went right up through the ceiling. 10 minutes to 7. I'd slept all afternoon. I had 3 hours left. I started out. The nearest bar on my list was a place with the quaint name of Rat Race. When I got there, things were already in high gear. I went in, and then I knew how the place got its name. The music was tailgating loud, and it all came from 5 guys in the corner. A few couples were dancing, I guess you'd call it, on a floor about 3 sizes larger than a phone booth. And the bartender sat at the end of the bar near the musicians reading a paper. I had a tough time making myself heard.
What'll it be, Mac?
You happen to know a girl...
What's that?
I say to you...
Can't hear you.
A girl named Helen, gray eyes, 5 feet 4. Do you know her?
Oh, yeah, lots of girls around. I don't know, don't think so.
I suppose you've been asking too much to hit the jackpot on the first nickel.
Talk louder, will you?
Oh, skip it. I threaded my way through the dancers and the smoke and went out. 1 down, 8 to go. I checked the Rat Race off my list, went to a place called Rady's in a pretty seamy neighborhood. It was a lot darker than the Rat Race here and a lot quieter. Hospitable, too. I'd hardly gotten inside before a furnace-eyed brunette sidled up.
Hello.
Hello.
You looking for someone?
Yeah.
Here I am.
No. The girl I'm looking for is named Helen. Gray eyes.
Oh, no, Helen. What's wrong with my eyes? They're brown. They're nice.
Yeah, so I see.
Would you like to dance? Have a drink?
Thanks, anyway. So I crossed off Rady's and kept going. And I kept drawing blanks. Rays, Ravicinis, radio room. And it got to be after 9, and I could practically feel the inspector's official and heavy hand on my shoulder. My head was throbbing again, and I was getting weaker by the minute. So I guess I was none too steady as I walked down the street. And then as I passed a little red and white peanut wagon parked at the curb, an olive-skinned little gent darted out in front of me.
Senor.
Oh, you again.
Senor, is something wrong? You...
No, just tired.
Here, senor, have some of my nice peanuts. Nice fresh peanuts.
No, thanks. Hey, you kind of get around town, don't you?
See, but, senor, they're the most delicious peanuts. They will help
I don't want any peanuts now.
But I tell you, senor, they're fine peanuts. The best peanuts this side of Havana, senor.
Can't you understand it? What about Havana?
Senor, what have I done? What have I said to offend? Please to let me go.
What'd you say about Havana?
Nothing, senor, nothing. It's just a place where I was born, senor. Havana, my home, that is all, senor.
You know anything about that midnight plane to Havana tonight?
No, senor, I swear it. I know nothing about the midnight plane to Havana, except I would like to be on it.
Okay. I let go of him and he darted around to the other side of his wagon.
I staggered on down the street. I still wasn't sure whether he'd been trying to tell me something or not. I didn't have time to figure it out. I had to keep going. Then I went to Ramon's, the next place on the list. It was a small place, no music. Only a couple of people at the bar, and the bartender was watching me very carefully. Hello.
What can I do for you?
You happen to know a girl named Helen, gray eyes?
No.
I see. You happen to have a light on you?
Light? Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I walked back to the door and went out. I was trying hard not to tremble, because the trail had gotten hot, very hot. That bartender had been just a little too quick to say he didn't know Helen. If I needed any more proof, he'd given it to me. The matchbook he'd used to give me a light was the same kind as the fragment I was carrying in my pocket. Yeah, I knew I'd finally found the place. I went around the corner, eased into the alley, and waited. Pretty soon, a side door opened, and out came Helen. Hey, wait a minute!
Well, hello, Mike. You really shouldn't have, you know.
Found you?
Mm-hmm. Better look behind you.
Oh, no. That's too old a gag to...
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
I guess the business of one thing canceling out another is true. That hit on the head sort of blotted out the throbbing of the wound. And when I came to and found myself lying on the floor in a little room, my head was a lot better than I'd figured. Numb, I guess. I could hear voices. Two of them.
Stupid things to do. I told you to
And
stay
suddenly
away
they
from me.
began
I
registering.
couldn't help it, Helen. I had to see you. Well, it's a good thing I did, too. Shane was almost ready to grab you when I hit him just now.
It's all your fault anyway. Why didn't you finish the job last night when you had him on the boardwalk?
I tried
Wait a
to,
minute.
Helen.
Oh, he's coming to.
Yeah, I've come to. So, trustworthy Vice President Mr. Frank Graber is the big boy of the deal.
Now, you shut up, Shane.
Might get an argument as to who the brains really was, Mike, but it doesn't matter now.
Pretty neat. Graber walks off with the money and tells the police a fairy tale about being robbed. Then the two of you nominate me for the fall guy. Graber's supposed to kill me, so I'll be found with some of the dough and therefore become the chief suspect. Only Graber misses.
Figured it all out, didn't you, Mike? Well, Frank, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Yes.
And I knew what that one thing was. I knew I had to think fast and act fast to prevent that one thing from happening. If I could just divert their attention from me long enough for a dive at the window or door. And then I thought of something. Something that might possibly take their minds off me for just a second.
Come on, Frank, get it over with.
I suppose you've told Graber about that plane ticket, Helen.
What?
To Havana on the midnight plane.
What ticket?
Why, he doesn't know what he's saying, Frank.
No, wait. What ticket?
Don't you see, he's just trying to upset you.
You bought a ticket on the midnight plane to Havana.
Frank, I didn't...
You were going to run out on me.
Oh, don't be
silly.
silly.
You were going to take all that money and run out on me.
That's not true. I told you I wasn't.
I guess I knew all along, Helen. Only I just wouldn't face it. But I guess I knew all along.
What are you talking about?
I knew. All the time you were telling me you loved me. How we'd wait until the heat was off, and then I'd retire on account of ill health, and we'd take the money and go to South America and have a wonderful time.
Frank,
all the time you were telling me those things, I knew you didn't mean them. I knew it. I wanted to believe it. I wanted
you're all wrong.
You kept working on me. You finally got me to do this thing. Because you were like a disease. You were in my blood. Now you were going to run out on me. But I won't let you.
No, Frank, that's not true.
It's too bad.
No.
You won't get to use that ticket. Helen, my darling.
Frank?
Suddenly there was a gun in his hand. It was pointed at Helen. I could see she didn't believe it, but I did. I dove at him, and just as I hit him, the gun went off. Helen slowly sagged to the floor. I got hold of his wrist, but I was off balance, and he was bringing the gun slowly around toward me. And then, just as it got to me, I twisted as hard as I could, and we both went down, and the gun went off again. Then the gun dropped out of his hand. He just sort of crumpled over and lay still. I stared hard at the widening red stain on his coat, right over his heart. I got a call through to the inspector right away, and he sort of took over from there. And that was just about that. With all the loose ends tied up one way or another. Oh, yeah, except one, that plane ticket to Havana, the one Helen had bought. Nobody seemed to know quite what to do with it, because she'd bought it with her own money instead of the robbery dough. Of course, I had an idea what to do with it, but, well, I gave it up after a while. I guess the little peanut vendor needed it more than I did. Of course, I didn't just give it to him. It was strictly a business deal. I traded him the ticket for his peanut wagon. So now, if the detective business ever gets too tough, well, I've always got a sideline.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from the mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Not more than a minute ago. I started around the corner of the warehouse after the killer. All of a sudden, I spread-eagled in the air. Then my head splattered on the pier, and a million stars exploded in front of my eyes. And then all the lights went out.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, back again at his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Generous Killer.
Cutting tax bill urged by... How much difference does that make to a guy who's broke? Manhunt for police slayer Victor Gross. Never any good news anymore. No, weatherman predicts more rain. Well, maybe
I beg your pardon?
I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't mean to scare you. The sign on your office door said enter. So I did.
Oh, yeah. Well, have a seat.
No, thanks. I always like to stand.
Oh?
When you're only 5 feet tall, you prefer to stand.
Suit yourself. What can I do for you?
Here.
That's $100 bill.
Yes, for you.
Me? What for?
I don't know much more about it than you, Mr. Shayne.
Look, you must, because I don't know anything about it. How come you're giving me $100 bill?
Oh, I'm not giving it to you. It's not mine.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's not play guessing game.
It says that a man gave me this to give you and gave me one just like it for doing it.
A man who?
A passenger on the Star of Bermuda.
Star of Bermuda? What? Look, friend, I think you better start at the beginning. You're leaving me way behind.
Well, I know it doesn't make much sense, but all I can tell you is what happened. I'm ship's cook on the Star of Bermuda. It's a tramp steamer.
Yeah.
We docked here at New Orleans yesterday, and we're shoving off at dark.
Yeah.
Just about an hour ago, a little before dark it was, a passenger came aboard.
Did he give you his name?
No.
Oh, fine.
He just paid me to bring you this $100 bill.
But didn't he say why? Didn't he tell you what he wanted me to do?
I'm coming to that.
Well, let's have it. What is it?
Mr. Shayne, he's paying you the $100 to come and arrest him.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the generous killer.
day, it made perfect sense. Up to now. I'd had my ham and eggs bright and early, spent most of the morning in the courthouse checking on some records for a client. Most of the afternoon explaining them to him. So there I was, a little after dark, sitting in my office, peacefully reading the newspaper. When a pint-sized ship's cook from a tramp steamer eases into my office, gives me a $100 bill, and tells me a passenger on his boat sent it to me so I'd come down and arrest him. After which the little guy leaves, and I spend about half an hour trying to figure out the deal. Well, I finally gave up, because nothing about it made sense. Except, of course, one thing, the $100 bill. As far as I was concerned, that made very good sense. Seemed like a pretty good reason for me to mosey down to the Star of Bermuda. So I slipped the $100 bill into the solitary confinement of my wallet, went down to the waterfront. The Star of Bermuda was just about the tackiest-looking tramp I've seen in a long while. I went up the gangway. The only sign of life was a deckhand lounging against the rail. Hello?
Yeah?
You, got a passenger aboard?
Yeah.
Where's his cabin?
Aft.
How far aft?
Stern.
Oh, look, Chatterbox, do you mind telling me just where? I'm no sea scout.
Only cabin, can't miss it. Probably a light on.
Oh, wait a minute, don't overdo. You better stop for a breath. Thanks.
Welcome.
I started walking toward the stern, my footsteps echoing on the deck. And then, sure enough, I saw a stab of light coming from under a cabin door. No answer. Still no answer. Unlocked. Then I stopped. It looked like my client had decided he couldn't wait to be arrested. He was hanging at the end of a rope, swinging gently back and forth with the motion of the ship, and he was buried dead. I took a long look at the guy, and then I got a very smart idea, which was to get out of there and get out fast. But it was no good. When I got to the door, I ran right into something black and bullish, only this bull didn't have horns.
Who is he, Shane?
You'll probably find this hard to believe, Inspector, but I don't know.
Dykes, cut him down and search him.
Yeah, okay.
Let's try it again, Shane. Who is he?
I'm stuck with the same answer, Lefevre. I'd never laid eyes on him until about 10 seconds before you got here.
Yeah.
All I know is this guy sent me a $100 bill by way of the ship's cook to come down here and arrest him. Okay, so I came down. Here he was hanging.
Didn't send word why he wanted to be arrested?
Nope.
Wonder if he knew the net was closing in, thought he'd have a better shake this way.
I don't follow you. You know who this guy is or was?
Dykes.
No identification, Inspector.
There's your answer, Shane.
Yeah, but maybe you've got a hunch.
This could be our boy. We don't know. No way to tell now.
Well, he must have given a name when he reserved his cabin.
Ziegler. Doesn't mean a thing. Might as well be Houlihan.
You, wouldn't care to tell me who you think he might be?
That's right.
Huh?
I wouldn't. Oh.
Well, boys, this has been nice. I think maybe, though, I better be getting back to town. That is, of course, if you don't mind.
Oh, we don't mind. We got nothing on you, Shane. Not now. So it might be a good idea for you to get back to town. Only just don't leave town.
Well, of course, all I could do at that point was send Inspector Lefevre an RSVP to his cordial invitation to remain in New Orleans. My RSVP read, "Yes, Inspector." About then, the coroner arrived, and I followed the inspector and Sergeant Dykes down the gangway and along the pier to the street at the end where their car was. There was a little lunch counter nearby with a few assorted floaters lounging around. Among them, a skinny, nervous, slippery character appropriately nicknamed the Weasel. A guy who made his living selling information and anything else he could steal. As I walked by the stand, Weasel looked at me, rolled his cigarette from one side of his mouth to the other, let one of his eyelids droop a little. I got the message. I watched the two plainclothesmen drive away, and sure enough, pretty soon the Weasel eased over to me.
Hello, Mikey.
What's on your mind?
Want to talk to you.
What about?
It's big, Mikey.
And crooked.
Nah, Mikey, you got it wrong. It's big and little.
That'd be the day.
Oh, I'm giving it to you straight. It's hot, Mikey.
Okay, come on. We'll go have a cup of coffee.
Nah. Too many people. Come on. I know where we can talk.
I followed Weasel partway out on the pier again to a deserted warehouse. He slid the door open and motioned me to follow.
It was dark as pitch inside, but that seemed to be the way Weasel wanted it.
Now we can talk, Mikey.
Okay, start.
It's about the guy hanging from the rope.
What about him?
That's what I'm telling you. I go aboard that boat to see an old pal, so I'm looking for him back aft. This cabin door is open a little, so I look inside, and there's a guy swinging by his neck.
Well, don't leave me there.
Oh, gee, it really rocks you to see something like that, but then in a minute I kind of got hold of myself, and I go on in. And I sort of search the guy.
Why?
Why? Because, well, I figured I want to find out who he is.
Yeah, you mean you figure you'll lift his wallet?
Oh, now, Mike.
You know, that's about the one thing I figured you'd draw the line at, robbing a dead man.
I tell you,
but I was wrong, I guess. Now, quit trying to sell that yarn about wanting to find out who he is.
Well, okay, Mikey. Fella's got to make a buck somewhere. But I did find out who the guy is, Mikey.
All right, let's have it then.
There was some papers in his wallet, letters, stuff like that, and they show that this guy is Victor Groves.
Victor Groves. The name hit me like a bulldozer. All of a sudden, a lot of things started making sense. His name was in the headlines because Victor Groves was a hired killer, but he was only a name. Nobody had ever seen him except his victims, and they naturally were never in a position to identify him. But why Victor Groves had sent the money to me to arrest him, why he'd decided to hang himself before I got there, still didn't add up. And neither did Weasel's angle in lifting the papers.
Don't you get the pitch, Mikey? You and me. We're the only ones who know the stuff is Victor Groves.
So?
So there ought to be a payoff. The cops probably fork over something to find that out. So then they could call off the hunt.
Got it all figured out, haven't you, Weasel?
Sure. I don't dare go near the cops, but you can. So you handle the arrangements, and we split the take. Right down the middle, huh?
I'll have to think it over.
Think it over nothing. We gotta work fast.
All right, give me the papers. Then.
Oh, no. Weasel keeps the papers.
Come on, let's have them.
No, Mikey.
Give them to me or it's no deal.
But, Mikey,
Give them, I say.
Okay. Only, how do I know I can trust you?
You don't.
Always kidding. Huh, Mikey?
Yeah, always kidding. Look, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow morning near the lunchstand. I'll give you my answer then. In the meantime, I'll keep the papers in a safe place. I put the wallet in my pocket and stepped back out on the pier. Weasel stood watching me as I started down the pier. I wondered if he had a hunch about what was going on in my mind. If he did, there was going to be trouble. Because what was going on in my mind was I was going to march right down to police headquarters and turn those papers in. Yeah, Michael was going to be very law-abiding this time. And then something happened that froze me in my tracks. There was a scream from 50 yards behind me, from Weasel. I whirled around. The scream ended in a horrible gurgle. I pounded back toward him, but he had already crumpled up over on the pier. Even in the dim light, I could see his throat had been cut very recently. I started around the warehouse after the killer. All of a sudden, I was spread eagled in the air, and my head splattered on the pier, and a million stars exploded in front of my eyes. And then all the lights went out.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the generous killer.
It all started when a $100 bill was dropped on my desk by a 5-foot-high ship's cook who told me a passenger on a tramp steamer wanted me to come down and arrest him. So I went and found the passenger swinging from the end of a rope. Inspector Lefevre arrived about then and found no identification on him. And then pretty soon a slippery character named Weasel led me into a warehouse and told me he'd lifted the papers from the dead man. Papers that proved the guy was Victor Groves, a hired killer that nobody'd ever seen. I got the papers away from Weasel and started down the pier. Weasel got his throat cut. I ran around the warehouse after the killer when a hand grabbed my ankle and I knocked myself out on the pier. And then, after a while, the haze started thinning out a little. And there I was, riding along in the backseat of a squad car with one of Lefevre's boys, Sergeant Dykes.
Shane, what are you trying to do? Shake down the police force?
Shake down it? Now, wait a minute, Dykes. Let's have it slow and clear, and from the beginning.
Okay. Only maybe I won't be telling you anything you don't already know.
A couple of weeks ago, Victor Gross killed one of the boys on the force.
Yeah, I read the papers.
Then we find you standing in the stateroom watching a man swinging at the end of a rope.
Look, Sergeant, I told you the ship's cook brought me $100 bill from this passenger to come down and arrest him.
When we left you, we drove around the block and walked back to the ship. The cook tells us he hasn't been ashore all day.
Well, he's lying.
Says he hardly ever goes ashore. Hates land. Weighs a shade over 300 and has trouble getting around.
300? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. So we start down the gangway going to look for you. But you save us the trouble. There's a scream farther out on the pier and then someone running. We got out and find a stoolie named Weasel lying dead and you unconscious. Then we find Victor Gross' identification papers on you.
I got them from the Weasel. He lifted them from the dead man.
Oh, yeah.
Look, Dykes, you got it all wrong. Gross committed suicide.
It don't boil, Shane. The knots in the rope and some of the bruises on Gross's neck told us it was no suicide. It was murder. He was strangled.
Well, about that time, I was willing to sell my Social Security number very cheap. 2 murders, with me sitting in the chief suspect's chair on both of them. I guess it was a little after 1 in the morning when my cell door opened and clanged shut again. I looked up. Inspector Lefevre was standing there.
Shane.
Hello, Inspector.
Let's talk.
Why, it's been a losing game for me so far.
Seems to be quite a case against you.
Yeah, according to just about everybody but me. Look, Inspector, I didn't kill Gross. I didn't lift his papers, and I didn't kill the Weasel.
That might be kind of hard to prove. About the Weasel, that is.
Well, maybe somebody will tell me how I managed to slit his throat, get rid of the knife, and then knock myself out.
You could have managed it.
Okay.
But I don't think you did.
What?
No, I don't think you killed the Weasel, and I'm pretty sure you didn't kill Victor Gross.
Well, what do you think I've been trying to tell you boys all night?
Yeah. You know, Shane, the passenger was choked to death. We identified him. He is not Victor Gross.
He's not Gross? Well, then...
And it adds up why Weasel was killed.
Because the real Victor Gross found out Weasel had lifted the papers from the dead man and thought Weasel still had them.
Could have been that way.
It has to be that way, Inspector. Look, Victor Gross knows you're out to get him, so he gets a drifter from the waterfront into that stateroom on the tramp steamer. He kills the guy, plants his own papers on him, strings him up to make it look like suicide, and then he... Hey, wait a minute. That little guy who brought me the 100 said he was the ship's cook. He must have been the real Victor Gross.
That's the way it's beginning to look, Shane. He wants you to come down, discover the body. Then everybody thinks Gross committed suicide, the case is closed, and the pressure's off the real Gross.
That little guy... Who would have ever figured that he... I can't even remember much what he looked like.
Try to remember, will you?
Yeah, but I wasn't paying much attention. I remember he was very small.
What about the face?
Thin face. Straight nose. Dark eyes. That's about it.
Not enough.
The best I can do.
All right. We're releasing you, Shane.
Well, I won't say it's about time, Inspector, but it is about time. Hey, wait a minute. Anyone besides the police force know that the dead passenger has been identified as someone other than Gross?
No.
That's what I thought. And something else. Does anyone know I've been arrested and don't have Gross's papers on me anymore?
Nobody outside knows that.
Thanks a lot. I'll stay here.
We're letting you go.
I like it here all of a sudden.
You can't stay here.
Look, I know what you've been leading up to. As far as Gross is concerned, I've still got the papers. You think I'm going to walk the streets of New Orleans waiting for him to make a pass at me?
We do.
Now, get yourself another boy. This one just quit.
One of our boys will tail you. He'll grab Gross if Gross comes after you.
Look, Inspector, you don't know what you're asking me to do.
You're wrong there, Shane. I know just what I'm asking you to do. Make a target out of yourself. You know why?
I don't care why. I'm not going to...
Because a killer's still running around loose. A killer nobody can identify, and he'll strike again soon because he guns not only for hire but for pleasure. He's vicious. He's got to be stopped, and this is one way that might work. Now, how about it?
Look, Inspector, you and your boys have been giving me a rough time. You throw me in a clink, you... Okay, I'll do it.
Well, this ought to do, Shane.
Sure, Dykes. One place is as good as another.
You got it straight now.
2 straight. I'm to go back to my office building, then start out. Alone, on foot.
Right. Keep away from crowds and keep away from the brightly lit streets.
Oh, fine. What am I supposed to do, roost in a dark alley somewhere?
Just keep away from the bright lights. And get this. When you leave your office building, walk south a block. Then go any direction you want, because that's the point our boy will start tailing you from. 1 block south of your office.
Yeah.
Just one more thing.
What is it? Good luck. I found an all-night cab stand and grabbed a taxi back to my office building. Just as I was going to start walking, a woman came out of the building and crossed the street. A short woman. And then as I stood there watching her, it dawned on me. As I turned north in sort of a daze, I was realizing my job was just twice as tough as I'd thought. Because it had just hit me that Victor Groves was plenty small enough to pass for a woman. By the time I digested that pleasant thought, I realized I was about a block and a half from my office. I slowed down, looked around. The streets were pretty deserted. I spotted the car as soon as it turned the corner and came toward me very slowly. I stopped. The car kept coming. I was hoping Inspector Lefebvre's boy was awfully close and ready. Then the car was slowing still more. It got opposite me. It stopped. The window toward me started rolling down, but I couldn't see inside, so I waited, and then...
Hey, Bud, how do I get to St. Louis Street from here?
I told him. Stood there watching him drive away. Took out my handkerchief and mopped my face a little. Then I started walking again. A little lady with a tray of flowers had been standing near the entrance of a bar, started crossing the narrow street toward me. I stopped. She had a shawl over her head, and she was short. I stood there and watched as she came up to me.
A flower, monsieur? A flower for your lapel, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. You're working late tonight.
Oh, oui, I always work late. Here, a nice carnation.
Okay, thanks, here.
Oh, merci, monsieur. Oh, but monsieur, it is too much. Monsieur!
But I was already around the corner. I didn't somehow care about staying in one place too long. The thing was getting to me a little. It seemed like all the inhabitants of New Orleans that I'd seen in the last half hour had shrunk about 6 inches suddenly. Like the guy coming down the sidewalk toward me right now. I couldn't tell where he'd come from. He was just suddenly there. I was right near the mouth of an alley, and for a minute I was tempted to dive into it. But I just stood there waiting. He was taking his time, like the other people I'd waited for. I couldn't see his face. It was pretty close now. For the third time, I was hoping Lefebvre's boy had the situation well in hand. Then the guy was right in front of me.
Hey, pal. Happen to have a light on you?
I still couldn't see his face. I couldn't tell from his voice, so I took a match out of my pocket. I held it out and scratched it with my thumbnail. A little flame spurted up and outlined his face. It was a round face. It didn't belong to Victor Groves. The guy puffed a couple of times on a cigarette, thanked me, and walked off. I leaned against the building for a minute. I was having that let-down feeling of relief again. So when I heard the dog whimpering with pain in the alley behind me, I didn't even hesitate. I walked into the alley. As soon as I did, I realized there was no dog. There never had been. It was just a little too late, though. A hand shot around my throat. I could feel the point of a knife in my ribs, and there was a soft voice in my ear.
Well, Mr. Shayne, we meet again, don't we?
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
My throat told me I wasn't supposed to say anything. Victor Groves had gotten to me at last. Inspector Lefebvre's boy was nowhere in sight.
Now, Mr. Shayne, the identification papers, please.
I don't have them on me, Victor.
Please. I have very little time.
I tell you, I don't have them on me.
They're not in your office. I've searched it thoroughly. You do not have them on you. So I have wasted my time following you. But perhaps it will not be entirely a waste of time, Mr. Shayne.
What do you mean?
Simply that under the circumstances, I fortunately have no other alternative but to dispose of you.
Oh, look. Quiet. I'd heard the scuffling steps a second or two before. I was hoping Groves hadn't heard them, but he had. We just stood there in the alley, and I knew if I made a single sound, I'd get that knife, all 6 inches of it. The steps came nearer to the mouth of the alley. Then they turned into the alley. Then a little figure loomed up in front of us. The scream pulled Gross's eyes off me just long enough. I swung my elbow back hard. I was lucky. The knife went flying across the alley. Then I got hold of one of those fingers that were wrapped around my throat. I put everything I had into it. It was just enough. The fingers snapped and the hand fell away, and I swung my fist hard. Victor Gross bounced off the wall and flopped to the ground and lay still. Just then a flashlight stabbed into the alley. A big guy followed it in. It was Lefebvre's boy. So everything was okay. And then I remembered the little old woman. She was cowering over on one side of the alley, trembling. I went over to her. It was the flower lady. Of all the people I was expecting, you weren't the one.
But I was following you. I saw you enter the alley from down the block.
Yeah, but why?
You would not stop. I called to you. You gave me too much money, monsieur.
What are you talking about? I gave you $1 and told you to keep
But
the
that is
change.
just it, monsieur. It was not $1. It was $100 bill.
What?
I knew you had made a mistake. I had to return it to you.
Well, you know that it's quite a nice touch. Gross's own $100 bill is the thing that traps him.
What, monsieur?
Nothing. Look, do me a favor. Keep the dough, will you? I kind of think you earned it. Well, that was just about that. Except I had a bone to pick with Inspector Lefebvre. Later in his office, I brought it up. You know, that plainclothesman of yours who was supposed to be tailing me, Inspector, he wasn't exactly Johnny on the spot. I was beginning to think he'd never show up.
He almost didn't, but it wasn't his fault. He was lucky to find you at all.
What do you mean?
You remember what your instructions were about leaving your office tonight?
Yeah, I was to walk south a block, and your boy would start tailing me from there.
Right. You, maybe had a lot on your mind when you left your office?
I'll say. I just realized Gross might be disguised as a woman. I guess Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
You
walked north instead of south.
You mean all the time your boy wasn't even close?
That's right. You were all alone.
Inspector, you know where I could get a good compass cheap?
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Driving pretty fast when the big black sedan came roaring at me. I tried to hold the car from crashing into the guardrail, but suddenly the wheel twisted out of my hands like a headstrong woman, and the car got a mind of its own.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Pursuit of Death.
What do you read? Hi, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Shayne.
Got the 5-star?
Hot off the press.
Here you are.
Ah, thanks. What?
Hey, Take a look at Dream Girl, Charlie. You know, when you grow up...
Yeah. Look, she looks like she's asleep on her feet. Hey, paper lady!
What?
I said paper lady.
Don't do that. Don't talk behind my back. In back of me.
Okay, lady. Boy, she must have had a bad dream.
No, Charlie, it isn't sleep in her eyes. It's fear.
Hey, look out, lady! Hey,
What are you trying to do? Get yourself killed? Or haven't you heard it's bad to walk in front of traffic?
Somebody pushed me. I'm behind, didn't you see?
Nobody pushed you, lady.
I told you I was pushed. I was just walking. I didn't want to cross the street. Somebody pushed me.
Okay. Somebody pushed you. You feel better now?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. And I'll...
No, don't let go. Hold my arm.
Oh. Is that tight enough?
I suppose that sounds silly. Now, for the first time in weeks, Who are you?
Mike Shayne, private detective. One of my hobbies, keeping beautiful women from crawling under cars.
You're solid, dependable. I need something solid. Did you say private detective?
Yeah, from year to year. They issue the license down at City Hall.
I need you.
Sure, lady. Now, why don't you take it easy, huh? You'll break up if you keep on like this.
I want you to do something for me.
Yeah, like what?
I want to hire you to protect me.
From what?
From being followed all the time. Find out who's following me, catch him, make him stop. He's driving me crazy.
Look, lady, did you ever think of going to a doctor? Maybe you're just imagining things. Or that business with the pushing.
No.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, honey.
He's waiting and waiting for a chance to kill me.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the pursuit of death.
What did you say to the BX clerk who sold you $25 worth of gifts?
Sack it to me.
Ronald's going to furnish our house at the BX. He doesn't believe in being off base.
I'm a first baseman. You a ball player? No, I do all my buying first at the base exchange.
It had been a particularly dull day. Even the weather had been dull, with heavy clouds hanging over the city. New Orleans gets days like that. They make you sleepy. I quit the office at 5 and stopped on the corner to buy my paper from Charlie, the newsboy. Then this Joan Crawford type got in the way of a car and would have been hit if I hadn't hauled her back onto the sidewalk. She must have gone for my daring do because she hired me on the spot. Yeah, to protect her. She thought somebody was trying to kill her. I was in no position to argue with someone holding 20 a day under my nose, so I started to drive her home. I found out her name, Shirley Kernan, but she wasn't in a talking mood, so I just let her relax. She put her head against the back of the seat and closed her eyes. 15 minutes later, when I pulled up in front of the house, her eyes were still closed.
Please, don't move.
Don't you want to go in?
I'd like to just sit here for a minute. I haven't felt quiet and restful like this for a long time.
My day started at 5. I've got lots of time.
A foolish woman, afraid of shadows.
Yeah, there are shadows and shadows in New Orleans.
You can't imagine what it's like. All the time, day and night, with the feeling that someone is following me. Right behind my shoulder, all the time.
You, talked it over with your husband?
How did you... Oh, my ring. He's away on a business trip.
Well, if you want me to earn that 20 a day, you better give me something to go on.
That's what makes it hard, Mr. Shayne. It's a feeling. I tried to fight it myself, but I can't. It's there, all the time, someone right behind me.
You said he's trying to kill you.
Once it was a car, a small convertible. At night, I stepped off the curb, and this car started towards me. I jumped back just in time.
Recognize the car?
Johnny Terrence.
A friend?
A friend of my husband's. But he hates me. Johnny's always hated me.
You think he's the guy then?
If anybody I know is responsible, he must be the one.
Well, I can have a talk with him.
I don't know. Right now, I feel secure, relaxed.
Because I'm here? It's a switch.
I can't fight this thing alone.
Shirley! Been wondering where you were.
Hello, Ralph. Michael Shayne, Ralph Pierce.
How do you do?
Mr. Shayne's a detective, Ralph.
Here we go again.
Oh, the cat! The cat! Second dog!
Shirley, take it
The cat's
easy.
just after the bird, Mrs. Kernan.
Stalking it. Creeping up on it.
There, the bird flew away.
Does this happen often, Mrs.
I
Kernan?
can't stand it. Creeping.
Mr. Shayne, would you wait here just a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Come, my dear, I want to talk to Mr. Shayne. You wait for me in the house. Mr. Shayne, you are a detective?
That's what the lady said.
I presume you are to investigate Shirley's hallucination.
Right again, Mr. Pierce.
I'd like to help you.
Yeah, you look like you're bubbling over with good intentions.
What I mean is save you trouble.
Oh.
You see, Mrs. Kernan is subject to mental aberrations.
There must be an easier word.
This pursuit phobia, it's all mental, like a too vivid imagination. Like a hypochondriac who knows there's nothing wrong with him, but still feels aches and pains.
Nobody's following her.
Nobody.
Nobody's trying to kill her.
Absolutely not.
Well, you know, before that cat and bird affair, I had the same opinion. But it must be nice to be as positive as you are about something.
I know, Mr. Shayne.
That's what I said. You see, I'm new here. I just started to work. How do you fit in?
I'm a friend of Shirley's.
And this Johnny Terrence, he's a friend of her husband.
That's right.
I just want to get it all straight in my mind. Now, what does his husband think of your being a friend of Shirley's?
Mr. Shayne, I've been trying to help you.
Yeah, just the way I thought you would.
I could get to dislike you, Shayne.
Well, you work on it, Pierce. With a little effort, I'm sure you could get to hate me. Like I said, if it wasn't for that cat and bird business, I'd have probably washed it off quick, charged the 20 to experience, and gone home. But when I got finished talking to Pierce, it gave me ideas. Maybe somebody was trying to drive her crazy. Maybe Pierce. Maybe her husband. Maybe this Johnny Terrence had some answers. It wouldn't hurt to find out. Now, Mr. Terrence was home when I got there, getting ready to go out. The playboy type.
Got a heavy date, Mr. Shayne. What can I do for you?
Information, Mr. Terrence.
About what?
Shirley Kernan.
Oh? I'm sorry. I'm too much in a hurry.
I understand you're a friend of her husband's.
Stan and I were very good friends once. Were. She fixed that.
Well, she doesn't like you either.
And that's a compliment. You'll pardon me now?
She's in a pretty bad way. I'm trying to help her.
Go right ahead.
Well, what can you tell me about Shirley?
Nothing.
Look, Johnny boy, I'm trying to be nice. It's tough, but I'm trying. You've been following her?
That what you wanted to ask me?
One of the things.
Really, Mr. Shayne, I'm late now for an engagement.
You'd be real sorry if something happened to her, wouldn't you, Terrence?
Oh, it would break my heart.
Oh, real sweet guy. Hard to go.
Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
I should learn to control my temper. What is there about your kind of guy that riles me?
Do I have to use force to get you to leave?
You know, it'd be a pleasure.
All right, Shayne.
That's a sucker punch, leading with your right. Didn't they ever teach you that at prep school?
Get out! Get out!
Yeah, sure. You know, I feel better. Yes, sir, I feel much better. These lounge lizards are all cut from the same pattern. You want to hit them the minute you see the supercilious grin on their faces. I was happy this one gave me the opportunity. But I got the feeling there was another side to this guy. His hate on Shirley Kernan went deep and molded steady. There was too much parlor stuff. Pierce was oily and Terrence was full of hate. The air was loaded with unspoken things and bitter feelings. Shirley Kernan was right at the core of it, too. Maybe something I wasn't paying enough attention to was her husband. If I was a traveling salesman who wanted to drive my wife crazy, I'd sure do it while I was supposed to be on the road. Well, I kicked it around in my head as I drove toward town. I wasn't going very fast when I noticed a big black sedan come roaring up to pass me. I eased over to the right to give him plenty of room, but he wanted more. I eased over until I was practically scraping the paint off the guardrail that protected the highway from a 30-foot drop. I thought this guy must be 3 sheets to the wind, and then he really came at me. My car suddenly started to rumble. I tried to fight the wheel and get a look at the guy in the sedan, but I couldn't do both. I couldn't even do one. The guardrail splintered like matchsticks, and the steering wheel jumped out of my hands. I felt the car go up on its nose, poised for a second like a graceful elephant. Sometimes I get a head full of sense. I ducked. The rear end won the toss, and we started downhill bouncing and rolling and twisting. I hung on and just hoped. I kept bouncing around and hitting the side so often and so hard I felt like I skated into a handball in a hot fall-wall game. I caught a flash of a big tree. And then everything stopped. Except that crazy front wheel spinning uselessly in the air. Spinning and spinning. Then the Sandman came. I got very tired and closed my eyes.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the pursuit of death.
What do Americans believe? Here's Hollywood movie star Phyllis Kirk.
I believe that in merely being alive, we have a tremendous responsibility, and that the responsibility is not only to our separate selves, but to one another. I believe it is in fear that we commit the crimes of intolerance and prejudice.
My first reaction to Shirley Kernan's hysterical fear about someone following her all the time and waiting to pounce on her was that she needed a doctor, not a private detective. But a couple of things happened that made me curious. First, there was this thing with the cat and the bird that almost made her go off the deep end. And then Ralph Pierce, her friend, tried to ease me out. And the parlor punk Johnny Terrence seemed to have some secrets, too. Finally, I got into an argument with a black sedan and lost the argument. My car went through the guardrail and over, and then I passed out. When I came to, the front wheel was in the air, still turning lazily like a ballerina ending a pirouette, so I knew I hadn't been out very long. And then a door was pulled open, and I saw a lot of sky, and Pierce's head right in the middle of it.
Why, Mr. Shayne, what happened? I was driving along, and I saw you.
Hello, Pierce. You just happened along, huh?
Why, yes. I was driving along, saw this car down here. I had no idea it was yours.
Yeah, it's quite a coincidence.
Yes, here. Let me give you a hand.
Yeah, thanks.
Can you walk all right?
Yeah, I guess so. No broken bones. At least no important ones.
Do you have many enemies, Mr. Shayne?
Whoever took me on this joyride wasn't a friend, Pierce.
I'll take you to town in my car. You can call for a toll car at the first gas station.
My insurance company's sure going to hate me.
You know, Mr. Shayne, what I was telling you before about Mrs. Kernan, perhaps I was wrong.
Think so, huh?
I still don't believe Shirley's suffering from anything but delusions. But whoever did this to you perhaps it was meant as a warning.
To mind my own business?
Yes.
The sort of thing happens to be my business.
Certainly the money she's paying you can't compensate for bodily danger.
Maybe not, but... is that your car, Mr. Pierce?
Yes.
Black sedan. Right fender scraped and dimpled. You know, the car that pushed me over is a dead ringer for yours.
As you said before, quite a coincidence, isn't it?
You seem to be quite a boy for coincidences. You see this bump on my jaw where it hit the dashboard?
Yes?
Well, here comes another coincidence.
You'll regret this.
Now, later. I'm too busy now. If you want to ride back to town, the tow car will be coming back in a while. Why don't you wait, Mr. Pierce? Pierce's car purred like a contented tiger. I figured I'd stop at my office, clean up a bit, and get my 38 before I went any further on this case. I parked in front of my building and went up to the office. With my hand on the doorknob, I had a feeling. Not bad, but maybe just a little uneasy. I threw the door open and stepped aside. Nothing happened. Craned my neck and took a look. There was a man sitting in my client chair, the one with springs. At least I think it was a man. He had a turban on his head and flowing robes that covered his feet. His skin was dark, and very white teeth smiled at me as he went into a short commercial.
Permit me to introduce myself, Mr. Shayne. I am Remu, seer and mystic in the realm of the mind. I am a friend of Mrs. Kernan.
Oh, not another one.
I am aware you are trying to help her.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Perhaps I can aid you.
Perhaps. All I want to find out is whether her life is really in danger or if she just imagines her life's in danger.
Her life is in danger, but I do not believe it is from a physical source.
Nobody's trying to kill her?
No one but herself. We all contain within ourselves the seeds of our own destruction.
Yeah. No, I don't place you in this setup.
I want to help her, too.
You know John Terrence?
No, I only know that Mrs. Kernan dislikes him, and that he evidently dislikes her.
Yeah, with gusto. How about Pierce, Ralph Pierce?
A malignant person, Mr. Shayne. An evil person.
Oh?
I do not know him well. I met him only once, but I felt the evil.
It was my second meeting with him before I felt anything. Well, what about Shirley's husband? Would he be trying to drive her out of her mind?
Mr. Shayne,
yeah?
These problems of the mind, they are susceptible of various interpretations. You understand, I am a friend of Mrs. Kernan.
Yeah, you said that.
I want only for her to have teeth.
Go on.
There is one thing. Mrs. Kernan has always worn a necklace. Of one in particular she was fond. A heavy gold mesh necklace. For many weeks now she has ceased to wear it. I asked her about it, but she reacted strangely. I feel it is important.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter? Don't your feelings have the answer?
Oh, these problems of the mind.
And you think someone is trying to drive her out of her mind?
That explanation is much too simple, Mr. Shayne. I fear when you find the answer, it will prove to be a great deal more sinister.
It was beginning to percolate. Like a gentle little thing, Ramoo's words stirred softly. Seemed to say something beyond what I actually heard. It would fit, too. It would answer all the questions. Well, it was late, almost 11 o'clock when I parked in front of Shirley Kernan's house and went up the front steps. I could hear voices behind the door. I rang the bell.
But Shayne,
Oh, what's the matter? Am I interrupting something?
No.
How about inviting me in, then?
Oh, yes. Come in.
Okay, take it easy. Well, hello, Terrence. What happened? You two kiss and make up?
This is my cue to exit. So long, Shirley.
Relax.
I'll see you some other time when the house isn't all cluttered.
Always on the wing. Stick around, Butterfly. I want words with you.
This time you don't catch me off balance, Shayne.
Stop it, don't!
Yeah, see, you're still a sucker for that right lead. All right, what are you doing here?
What do you think he's doing here? He's trying to frighten me.
Well, Terrence?
I just wanted to find out if she'd heard from her husband. I haven't heard from Stan since he left. He usually writes.
That's all, Terrence?
Yes.
You could have telephoned for that.
I did. She refused to talk to me.
Have you heard from your husband, Mrs. Kernan?
No.
It's gone quite a long time, hasn't he? Doesn't he usually write?
Are you going to start on me now? I thought I could depend on you.
Pierce, Shirley. How about Pierce? Don't you depend on him?
Shut up!
Lie and cheat, Shirley. Don't you make Stan's life miserable? No wonder he likes to go on the road, to get away from you. No wonder he doesn't write.
I hate you. You're the one behind all this. You're the one creeping behind me all the time.
Mrs. Kernan, stop.
Ask him. Go on, ask him. It's here in this room, the feeling. Behind me, it's him, I tell you, evil, rotten.
You belong in a hospital.
You see?
Mrs. Kernan, you used to wear a gold mesh necklace. You don't wear it anymore. Why?
No.
May I see it, please?
No, you can't. What are you trying to do to me? You're all against me. You'd all like to see me dead.
Look, Mrs. Kernan, What is it?
You hear it?
I don't hear a thing. You're out of your...
In this room now. Behind me. Coming closer.
Well, whatever it is, it's not inside the room. It's not behind you. Come in.
Well, hello, everybody.
What's the gun for, Pierce?
Just protection. Shirley, come with me.
No.
Put it away, Pierce.
I haven't forgotten our last meeting, Shayne. Not one bit. Come on, Shirley.
I won't go with you. I won't.
You'll do as I say, Shirley.
You're all against me. No one cares about
I
me.
do, my dear.
It's here. It's here in this room, coming closer. It won't touch me. I won't let it.
Shirley, come back here, Shirley.
You won't find me. I'll hide and be with myself, all by myself, safe.
Well, Pierce, you didn't make the grade in the big scene. As a stand-in for her husband, you're a flop.
It isn't over yet. Let's have my car keys, Shayne.
I lost
I'm in no mood to quibble about shooting you.
Say, please.
Shayne.
It's better. Yeah.
Thanks. Now, if you two are wise men, you'll stay here. Everything's under control now. Let's keep it that way, without bloodshed.
I don't get this. What goes on, Shayne?
Got a car, Terrence?
Yes, outside.
You want to find out what it's all about?
Yes, but what's happened to Shirley?
It looks like we'll have the answer pretty quick. Come on, or we'll lose him. Terrence drove. He was a pretty good driver for a guy who spent most of his time steering his way around nightclub tables. We went through the downtown section faster than the law allows, keeping Pierce's car in sight. Once or twice we spotted Shirley's coupe a few blocks ahead of Pierce. Pierce didn't know it, but he was mighty helpful. We kept on in Indian file.
heading out of town.
We're doing 70 and not catching up. How are the tires on this jalopy, Terrence?
Front ones are fine.
In the back?
We'll find out.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe I had you wrong, Terrence. You got guts.
Thanks, Shane.
Come around the office sometime. Give you a few lessons in the manly art.
It's a deal if I can practice on you.
Like I said, maybe I got you wrong.
They're taking a fork to the left and slowing up.
All right, careful. We're getting too close.
Got one of the headlights.
All right, turn them off. We don't need them. Pierce's shot at us was sort of a feeble last effort, and the course he must have known was lost. When we got around the bend, Pierce's car was just pulling off the road, a few feet behind Shirley's coupe. It was a grassy place near the river. Shirley was running, her hair flying in the wind. A bright moon had cut the clouds. It was almost like twilight, sort of eerie. Pierce started out after us. We parked, and we started after them.
Shirley, come back!
She reached a sandy place in the bank and fell to her knees. Pierce got to her and started to bend down to pick her up, but he stopped halfway and just watched, sort of fascinated. And then it hit me full force. I stopped dead.
What is it, Shane? What's she doing?
It's all over, Terrence. Nobody can help Shirley Kernan anymore.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
87 years ago.
Each year, some 2 million visitors to Washington, D.C. read those words of the Gettysburg Address from the inscription on one wall of the Lincoln Memorial. On another wall is the second inaugural address. And in the center sits Daniel Chester French's majestic figure of the great emancipator. One of the most beautiful tributes to a great man. The Lincoln Memorial is another American landmark of liberty.
Stood there about 50 yards from the river. Watched Shirley Kernan on her hands and knees at the bank of the river. I was all cold inside, sort of sick. Terrence had stopped when I did. He didn't get it.
Come on, Shane. What are you waiting for?
All right, Terrence. Shirley's hands were in the sand when we got there. She was digging furiously and mumbling to herself. Pierce was quiet, watching.
Hands and be clean again. And I'll be me again. Nobody will be able to touch me or hurt me. I'll be me. And all alone.
Shirley, don't, my dear. I'll handle it, Pierce. All right, Mrs. Kernan. It's all right.
I must.
No, everything's all right. Nobody will hurt you.
Nobody will hurt me.
No. You're safe now.
Oh.
I don't get it, Shane. I sound like a broken record, but I don't get it.
The strain was too much. Pierce can tell you. Can't you, Pierce?
Yes. Yes, it's all over now. All over.
We left Shirley's car there. She drove back to town with Terrence and me. Pierce followed. Shirley was like a child now, looking up at me with those big eyes as if I were going to protect her. Only there wasn't even fear in her eyes anymore. Just a blank kind of look that I'd never want to see again.
She's really cracked up, hasn't she?
Yeah, like Humpty Dumpty. And all the king's men can't help.
But why? What caused it?
Oh, it's simple enough. The way she lost control when she saw a cat stalking a bird on the lawn. The delusion she had of being followed. The idea someone was trying to jump on her from behind. And her gold necklace.
I know all that, but I don't...
Well, you see, she was running away. Nobody was following her.
I don't have to run anymore. Lord,
what was she running away from?
Herself.
What?
Her conscience. Pierce knew it all the time, I guess, or suspected. He was trying to protect her, but he couldn't do it. No one could. Sometimes you get a case you don't like. But you're in business and you take what you get. Shirley's mind had played a trick. It had forced the knowledge of her guilt into her subconscious so that she was able to forget what she'd done. But her subconscious couldn't forget. The two forces fighting each other finally snapped her mind. I guess there's always some kind of retribution, one way or another. In her case, the toughest kind. Next morning, when the police got to the spot at the bank of the Mississippi with shovels, they'd found what I knew they would. The proof of Shirley's guilt. The grave of Shirley's husband, Stanley Kernan. He'd been choked to death from behind with a gold mesh necklace.
Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler.
This series has been selected from the archives of the best in radio of years gone by.
She closed my office door behind her, started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm. Her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing. That big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Wandering Fingerprints.
Yeah, what'll it be, Bud? Huh? Oh, nothing. I'm just waiting for somebody.
Nothing. Look, Mac, you're in a bar. People usually drink in bars. That's what we're in business for.
Okay. Give me a bottle of pop.
A what?
A bottle of pop.
That's what I thought you said.
Look, Junior, do you mind?
No.
Thanks.
Mike Shayne?
Yeah.
I'm Ziegler. Bring your drink over to the table here.
Okay.
Been waiting long?
No, just a couple of minutes. Well, let's have it. You said on the phone they'd be doing it.
There could be.
Well, look, Ziegler, let's not play guessing games. What's your pitch?
You and I are going to be partners, Shayne.
Partners? What do you mean?
I've got a little proposition you are going to go for.
You know, you sound awful sure of yourself.
Oh, I am.
Well, let's have it.
All right. Know anything about electrolysis?
Look, I'm no chemical engineer.
I am, sort of. Enough of one to have figured out this process.
Look, will you do me a favor? Start at the beginning.
All right. I've got a process by which I can transfer fingerprints.
You can what?
Transfer fingerprints. From one place to another. Any place.
You're nuts.
Am I?
Can't be done.
Don't take any bets on that, Shayne. You'd have to pay off.
Look, I tell you, it's impossible.
It's simple, if you know how. So you dust the prints with a certain chemical powder. You follow me? You take a picture of them, then make an electrolytic plate from the negative. Then dip it in acid. Then you make a mold from liquid rubber. And there you are.
Where?
With a little rubber stamp of somebody's fingerprint.
Look, I don't know anything about this chemical double talk you're giving me, but the whole thing's impossible. You just can't...
Like I say, don't take any bets. Now, here's where you figure. We're going to start a little fingerprint service. We sign up various clients. They all pay an initiation fee, a large one, as a matter of fact.
Just a minute. What do these people get for signing up?
Well, it's not so much what they get if they sign up. It's what they get if they don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The fingerprints turn up in the wrong place.
Exactly.
Beat it.
Now, Shayne, that's not a very wise attitude.
If you think I'm going to be a front man for a blackmail racket...
That's an ugly word, Shayne, but that's more or less your job. To locate promising clients for me.
I said beat it.
You know, you're not being smart at all.
Look, maybe you didn't hear me.
All right, I'll give you a little time to think it over. But you'll come around.
Yeah? Don't you take any bets on that.
Oh, you will come around, all right. Because, you see, you have no choice. And before very long, I think you'll see exactly what I mean.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the wandering fingerprint.
Well, you run into all kinds, I guess. But that day, I'd hit the jackpot when a character named Ziegler told me to meet him in a bar and offered me the charming job of being a front man in a friendly little blackmail setup. I still didn't believe he could transfer fingerprints like he said, but he sure seemed convinced of it. I turned down his deal in a hurry. He implied I was making a large-sized mistake. Then, as I sat at the table watching him leave, I saw him stop at another table near the door. There was a cool-looking brunette sitting there alone. Ziegler said something to her and jerked his head in my direction. The brunette favored me with a long, cold frown. Then Ziegler left, but the brunette kept dissecting me with her eyes. I got the hunch that she was in the deal some way with Ziegler. Finally, even though the expression on her face was pushing me back, there was just too much there for me to stay away from. So I picked up my glass and went over to her table. Hello?
The answer is no.
What? Did I ask?
What else would you call it?
Look, maybe we better run through this again from the beginning.
Why?
Well, maybe we'll come out with a different answer. One that makes a little more sense.
The answer will still be no, and that makes plenty of sense to me anyway. Good night, Mr. Shayne.
Well, I sat there with my mouth open while she walked out the door. I was one puzzled guy. What that little conversation was all about was way beyond me. Either I'd missed a few key words here and there, or else the girl was passing up a great career as a mind reader. The bartender came over to the table about then and started picking up the glasses, so I left. It was still early, and I suddenly felt like doing a little of the town. So I called a redhead I know and asked her if she was busy. She wasn't, so we took in the town. The next morning, feeling chipper as a school kid on Saturday, I tripped down to my office, opened the door, picked up the mail on the floor, and started for my desk. Then I stopped. The chair behind my desk was rocking slowly back and forth, and it was occupied.
Hello, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefevre. Inspecting again?
Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. You decided to move your headquarters here, or is this a social call?
Wrong twice.
Well, it's early yet. I'll sharpen up. Now, let's see. What could it be this time? Murder? Maybe robbery?
Robbery.
Arson?
Huh? Robbery.
Look, I was kidding.
I wasn't.
No, wait a minute, Lefevre. What goes?
You know an old family named Chartier, Shayne? I live in the quarter.
Chartier? No, why?
Sure.
I said no.
Haven't paid any social calls on him lately? Say, last night?
Look, I told you I don't know him. Why would I be paying him a call?
Just trying to give you a break, Shayne, but you won't even go halfway.
What are you talking about, Lefevre?
I'll tell you. Last night, the Chartier home was broken into. Bunch of jewelry was stolen.
What's that got to do with me?
I don't know yet. Maybe plenty. We found your fingerprints there.
My Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Inspector, there must be some mistake. My fingerprints couldn't have been there.
Shayne, fingerprints are sort of a hobby with us. There wasn't a mistake. They're your prints. How come?
I don't know how come. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
You're pretty hard to convince.
Well, that's not what I meant. I meant... skip it. It'd sound like it was right out of a book.
What would?
Look, Lefevre, I didn't rob the Chartier home. Give me credit for more brains than that.
I had given you credit, Shayne. That's what puzzles me.
Hey, any idea what time the robbery took place?
Between 12 and 1.
Hey, you know, I'm awfully happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Alibi?
Yeah, I had a date with a redhead.
Yeah. You happen to remember her name?
Of course, she's a friend of mine. Patty Baddock-cookin'.
Patty Baddock. Now, Shayne.
Look, could I make up a name like that?
You could. We'll check it.
Yeah, I know you will, Inspector.
And, keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, I know. Don't leave town.
Mm-hmm. One more thing.
What is it?
How about a little shot of oil for your chair?
Well, as usual, the inspector left me with a lot of questions and no answers. Not even an answer about the squeaky chair. I sat there for quite a while trying to figure out another logical explanation. And I finally gave up. Because as far as I could see, there was only one answer. Ziegler was able to transfer fingerprints. And he'd taken this very quaint way of proving it to me. I spent a little while in a half-hearted search for a can of oil and gave up. I guess I must have been staring unhappily out the window for maybe 15 minutes when I heard a slight noise behind me. I turned around and looked up. There, standing beside my desk, was my friend Ziegler.
Hello, Shayne.
You again.
Me again. You had a visitor a little while ago, didn't you? Inspector Lefevre.
So?
What did he want, Shayne?
He just heard a new joke and had to run right down here and tell me.
I think he wanted to tell you about that robbery at the Chartier place. And about your fingerprints being there.
Okay. I don't know how you did it, but...
It's very simple. I told you. My process.
Yeah, your process. Look, you may not realize it, but I was just lucky enough to have an alibi for last night. If I hadn't...
Oh, but I do realize it. I know you had an alibi. And that's just the way I wanted it.
You what?
Certainly. I didn't want you to get into trouble. This time.
Look, I don't get it. But I don't want to get it. This little game you're playing, it's not going to work. I told you once, I'm not going to be front man for your blackmail pitch, and I still mean it.
You are hard to convince. Well, I guess I have no other alternative.
What do you mean?
Oh, just that I'd hate to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Al Metcalf. You have heard of Al Metcalf, haven't you?
Yeah, I've read about him in the papers. He's on trial for murder.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that...
I'm just pointing out that Al could have been a partner of mine. He had the same opportunity you have. But he was difficult about it. He turned me down. Cold. So?
But they've got a case against him. It's 3-2. He'll be found guilty.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's interesting, isn't it, that most of the case against him is his fingerprints at the scene of the crime.
You mean you You planted them?
I wouldn't want that to happen to you, Shayne. So don't keep me waiting any longer.
You don't exactly leave me much choice.
Right. So you're my boy, Shayne. From now on. And don't ever forget it. Inspector Lefevre's already had you on the carpet for robbery. Think of the fun he's going to have when he gets you for murder.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the wandering fingerprints.
Well, it all started when a character named Ziegler offered me a partnership in a fingerprint-planting blackmail corporation. I declined without thanks, so Ziegler promptly planted my fingerprints at the scene of a robbery, thereby bringing Inspector Lefevre into my office for an antisocial call. The inspector left after a few minutes to check my alibi, and then Ziegler dropped in. He told me he could, if necessary, plant my prints at the scene of a murder, like he said he'd already done with a guy named Al Metcalf, who, as a matter of fact, was facing a murder rap right now. Well, that sort of weakened my opposition. Ziegler pronounced me his boy. He told me to meet him that night in the same bar, and he'd give me my instructions then. After he left, I grabbed the phone and called Inspector Lefevre.
Homicide, Lefevre.
Shayne, Inspector.
Yeah. There is a Patty Batterkirk.
Now, wait a minute.
And you were with her last night. So you're in the clear in that robbery, I guess.
Thanks.
I don't get it at all. Say, incidentally, what's Patty so mad at you about?
That's not what I called you about, Lefevre. Look, you're holding a guy named Al Metcalf on a murder rap.
You've been reading back issues. Metcalf's been our guest for weeks.
Well, it's a bum rap, Inspector. Metcalf's innocent.
Really, Shayne?
I tell you, he's innocent.
Shayne, I'll make you a little proposition.
Yeah.
You run your business, we'll do likewise.
Look, I'm trying to tell you Metcalf's fingerprints were planted at the scene of the murder.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it's the truth. There's a guy named Ziegler who can transfer fingerprints. He transferred mine to the scene of that robbery, and he framed Metcalf for this murder the same way.
Shayne, you're missing a real good bet. The pulp magazines are just crying for guys who can come up with stuff like that.
Okay, but I'm telling you, Lefevre, Metcalf's innocent. And what's more, I'm going to prove it to you. All of which was easier said than done, of course. I went over to the library and spent an hour or so reading up on the Metcalf case in the papers. I copied down the names of most of the people involved, and then I started out. The first guy I tried was a pawnbroker.
Sure, no doubt about it.
Metcalf's the guy who bought the gun from me. The gun that killed Joey Krause.
I checked off the pawnbroker's name and went to see the woman who had been the dead man's landlady.
I saw this Al Metcalf go into Mr. Krause's room that night, just about 5 minutes before the shot was fired. And Metcalf was the only visitor Mr. Krause had that night.
The next guy I tried was a character named Dixon, who used to be a pal at Krause's.
Motive? Sure, Metcalf had a motive. A girl named Bunny. She was Metcalf's girl. Then she got to running around with Krause. So, Metcalf knocked off Krause. But take my word for it. Don't go bothering Bunny, 'cause she's my girl now.
Yeah, all the answers were the same. Al Metcalf was guilty. He really had killed Joey Krause. Well, about then, I got on the trail of a very interesting thought. Wild, but interesting. But also about then, my watch said 8 o'clock, and I was due at the bar to meet Ziegler. So I didn't have any more time for meditation. But I knew that somehow, some way, I had to find a weak spot in Ziegler. Something that'd give me a club, too. And then I thought of a gag that might just possibly give me that club. It was old, but it could work. Ziegler was sitting at his table waiting for me. As I walked over to him, I could see he didn't look very happy.
Sit down, Shayne.
Yeah, thanks.
You're late.
A little.
I don't like people to be late. What kept you?
Look, in case you don't know it, I work for a living.
What kept you, Shayne?
I was conducting a little investigation.
Who for?
Me, okay?
Shayne, you have quite a few things to learn about working for me. Your attitude, for one thing. It'll have to change. But we'll let that go for now. I've got a list of people I'm going to give to you. I want you to contact each of them and sign them up. You can start...
Cigarette?
Thanks.
Here's a light. Help yourself.
Thank you. Now.
Oh, just one thing.
What is it?
The girl.
What girl?
The brunette who was sitting over near the door the last time I talked to you here.
Oh, you mean Susan.
Do I?
What about her?
That's what I'm wondering, where she fits in.
Well, let's just say that you and she and I will be sort of in business together.
I see.
Why?
Oh, just that after you left, I went over to her table.
Well?
Yeah. I thought we might make a little light conversation, but she wasn't having any.
She can be difficult. Shayne, all this talk about nothing in particular, I somehow get the impression you're trying to stall me. And that would be very foolish, Shayne.
Yeah, Ziegler, I've been trying to stall, but it hasn't worked, so I'm not going to stall anymore. Okay, give me that list. I'll go to work. He grinned, gave me the list, and left. Yeah, I was right. I wasn't going to stall anymore. Because that stray thought I'd started working on before had come back. And what brought it back was my remembering I'd taken my drink over to Susan's table that time before. Yeah, I was pretty sure I had the answer now. But pretty sure wasn't sure enough. I scooped up my cigarette lighter and went down to police headquarters. I dropped the lighter off in one of the offices so that the boys could admire it. And then I went to see Inspector Lefebvre. Oh, that boy just loved to swing back and forth in desk chairs. He was at it again.
Come down to tell me why Patty, what's-her-name, is mad at you, Shayne?
I came down to tell you I was wrong, Inspector.
About Patty?
No, about Al Metcalf. He's guilty, all right.
Well, now, that's real good to know.
Look, Metcalf's fingerprints were at the scene of the murder, huh? Where were they?
Plastered all over the place.
Yeah. Now, my fingerprints were at the scene of that robbery at the Chartier house. Mm-hmm. Where were they?
Why?
Believe me, Lefebvre, I'm asking you the $64 question. Where were my prints?
On a glass.
Yeah. Thanks, Lefebvre.
No charge. Oh, you leaving?
Uh-huh. I gotta see a girl named Susan.
Need any help?
No, this is sort of a private deal.
Sure you don't need any help?
Sure. There is one thing, though.
What's that?
A chair of yours could stand a shot of oil, too. I walked out before he could think of an answer, but I had to hurry. I picked up my lighter and a few interesting facts with it and went back to my office. I sat there for a few minutes trying to figure out how I was going to find Susan. But I needn't have bothered. Because just about then, my office door opened. In came Susan. She closed the door behind her and started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm and her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing, that big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle. Well,
You just won't take no for an answer, will you, Shane?
let's not start that double talk again.
I tried to tell you before it was no deal.
Look, do you have to keep pointing that gun at me? And what's no deal?
The setup with Ziegler.
Oh, I think I get it now. You don't like the idea of anyone else working with you and Ziegler, is that it? Well, look, Susan, I don't like the idea...
You've got a great sense of humor, haven't
Humor?
you?
I don't think it's very funny.
Neither do I.
Look, maybe I'm stupid, but none of this makes sense.
Stay where you are.
None of that little palaver we had the other night in the bar made sense
I
either.
said stay where you
So
are.
you're working with Ziegler. I still don't see why...
Oh, I'm working with Ziegler. That's a laugh. You're the one who hates... Hey, get back!
Too late, sweetheart.
Let go of me!
That's better. That was too big a gun for a lady to be carrying around anyway. Or aren't you, lady?
Oh,
Hey, no, not that. Now, look, stop it, will you?
All right.
That's better. Now, let's get this thing straightened out. You're not working with Ziegler?
Of course not. He threatened to plant my fingerprints and implicate me in a murder.
Well, I'll
unless
be... You too? Oh, sucker. Me to sucker.
You see, I could have been implicated, too. It was all innocent enough, but I could have been made to look bad.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat. Matter of fact, it's sort of nice in here.
You can let go of me now.
But I still don't see how Ziegler could have gotten that glass with my prints. I thought you took it. Hey, wait a minute.
You can let
that bartender. The one who was so anxious for me to buy a drink. He came over to our table and picked up the glasses right after you left. He gave it to Ziegler. He's our boy.
Oh, Shane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I seem to have a hold of you. Maybe...
Maybe we better wind up this Ziegler business, huh?
Yeah. Well, with an incentive like that, how could I lose? I charged over to the bar, but the bartender I was looking for was off duty. I got his address, though, and went over.
Yeah, what's all... Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me. You don't want to beat it, and I'm coming in.
Hey, cut it out. What make you...
Jim?
Ziegler.
Close the door, Jim.
Okay.
And Shane, back up against that wall over there.
Well, looks like I hit the jackpot, Ziegler.
Yes. And it's such a pity, too. Because this machine isn't going to pay off with anything except a slug.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was. I'd figured out the whole deal, but at the moment it looked like there wasn't much future in being a genius. One look at the bartender and Ziegler showed me they didn't think so either.
So you figured out my little scheme, eh, Shane?
Yeah, lucky me.
You know, I thought the mention of the Metcalf case was going to keep you in line.
You pulled that one out of the headlines and tried to make me think you had something to do with it.
It seemed to work for a while, anyway.
Yeah, until I found out Metcalf really was guilty.
We're wasting time, Ziegler.
The rest wasn't too tough. I have to admit it was a pretty slick little scheme.
I thought so.
Planting that glass with my prints, and then making me think you'd transferred the prints from one place to another.
Ziegler.
Oh, incidentally, you were so interested in the general subject of fingerprints, you got me interested in them, too. Yours.
Mine?
Uh-huh. I got them off my cigarette lighter. Remember, you used it.
Clever, clever.
And the boys down at headquarters did a little checking for me. I found out a couple of cities are interested in you. Topeka, for one. A bunco charge there, I think. You're always a man for a fast deal, huh?
You're very thorough, Shane. I admire it. But... all right, Jim.
Yeah.
The bartender picked up an empty bottle. Then he held it by the neck, swung it onto the side of the table, and broke it. That left him with a jagged stub in his hand. He started toward me with it. I don't like broken glass, but there wasn't much I could do. I raised my arm in front of my face.
Take care of him, Dykes. Well, Shane?
Well, Inspector Lefevre. How'd you know?
When the boys reported to me that you'd brought in some fingerprints belonging to this guy, Ziegler, I thought maybe we better find out what was cooking. So we tailed you. Right into the oven.
Inspector, would you believe it if I told you I was awfully glad to see you?
Yeah. Shane.
Yeah?
It's a good thing you didn't need any help. Huh?
No comment. Well, that was just about that. Lefevre told me I was in line for some $500 from Topeka. The reward posted for Ziegler. So I was really on top, and I went busting back to my office to tell Susan to pick up where we left off. Susan. Huh. When I got there, she was gone. I waited, but she didn't come back. I'm still waiting. You know, somewhere along the line, that girl must have read the old fable about getting somebody else to pull hot chestnuts out of the fire for you. Not that I minded that so much, but at least she might have flipped a few shells my way. Oh, well. There's always Patty Baddock cooking, I guess.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
I spun around, and it was Death with a long stick that whipped me across the face. Again and again, it crashed on my head, on my eyes, across my mouth. The strength leaked out of me, and I tripped headlong into a merry-go-round of huge black horses. And then I heard the door of the tomb slowly swinging shut.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Purloined Corpse.
You're Mr. Shayne, aren't you? The private detective?
I guess you must have had that all figured out when you walked in here. Why the gun?
He told me I'd need one. He told me with a man like you, it was the only way.
Why, whatever gave him that idea?
He said that was the only way I could persuade you to come with me.
He must be quite a boy. Which head was he talking out of?
I don't like your humor, Mr. Shayne. I didn't come here to be entertained.
Sure. Shall we go?
You mean you'll come with me? Just like that?
Uh-huh. Wherever you go, dollface. Only
What?
I hate
No.
to be hurried.
Don't.
Yeah, I don't like a little thing like a gun to stand between us. Now we can be cozy.
You're very quick, aren't you?
Yeah, the girls call me Swifty. Now let's play all over again. Where are we going? Who's he? And what does he want?
Josiah DeLacy, and he wants you.
Josiah, you mean that mummy with $50 million?
Mr. DeLacy and I are not that friendly. I only take care of him, not his bank balance.
Hey, you can have your gun back. Josiah was right. You'll have to persuade me. Seems to me I remember hearing Josiah DeLacy hasn't got $1 without a blood stain on it.
He's in desperate trouble, Mr. Shayne.
Well, take a message back to him, dollface. Tell him I'll make my usual contribution to his home for homeless girls, and then tell him I dropped dead.
You don't understand. He's a very lonely and unhappy man. He needs your help. That's why he sent me.
Every morning, the population in New Orleans turns breathlessly to the obituary column, hoping to find Josiah DeLacy's name there. What makes you think I'm different?
Because your reputation says you can be bought. Mr. DeLacy will double your asking price.
Well, you convince good, Miss,
West. Catherine West.
Katie, huh?
If you want it like that.
Well, maybe later, Katie. Every minute I waste now costs me double time. What's on your boss's mind?
Mr. DeLacy's son, Ezekiel, has been missing since yesterday.
Why doesn't Josiah go to the Bureau of Missing Persons? They work for free.
Because Ezekiel is dead.
Huh?
Not only that, Mr. Shayne. Ezekiel has been buried for a week.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the purloined corpse.
I was scraping time off my hands with a fingernail file when Katie West walked into my office. She was wearing an emerald green dress and a bright nickel revolver. On her, it looked like she'd just broken out of a sultan's dream. She told me Ezekiel DeLacy, son of Josiah DeLacy, had been kidnapped. But something silly had been added. Ezekiel had been dead for a week. And in the cab on our way to the DeLacy mansion on Royal Street, she didn't quit surprising me.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I got a feeling about you, Katie, and it doesn't quite gel. Where do you fit in? How'd you latch on to DeLacy?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Mr. DeLacy hired me a week ago. He had an idea he needed a nurse.
How old does a man have to be to stop getting ideas?
Look, I'm no Florence Nightingale, Mr. Shayne. I'm a common laborer just like you. I breathe better when I'm around $50 million.
Yeah, I can inhale it from here.
You can stop right here, driver.
Here you are, son. Go buy yourself an annuity. The DeLacy mansion was one big shadow, not quite a mile wide. It could have housed an assembly line where they turned pixies into ghosts. We rode up to the solarium on one of those staircase elevators. The top floor, we faced a wall of transparent glass. Through it, I could see a dried-up, tiny little man with a head like an ivory mask. Only it was carved with so many lines and wrinkles, it could have been an ivory prune. His body was wrapped in a heavy towel-like robe, and around his throat there were more towels. Through the glass roof and glass walls, a false light crashed in. The whole apartment was swimming in it. The figure of Josiah DeLacy sat in the middle like a grotesque plant swaying in an undersea world. Katie pushed a button, and the heavy glass door whished open, and I went in.
Shut the door! Shut the door!
What'd you expect me to do, seep in through the glass?
The slightest drop in temperature, the merest fraction of a drop, lessens my lifespan by a year.
Why don't you light up a furnace and live in that?
I thrive on heat. It's my food and drink. Every particle of heat is like a fountain of youth to me. I soak it up. Soak it up. You're sane, aren't you?
Yeah, Miss West said you needed me.
I do. You disgust me, Mr. Shayne.
What?
You might as well know that now, but I need your help.
Well, let's everybody stop yelling help and tell me what this is all about.
The body of my son Ezekiel was stolen from the family tomb in Cypress Grove Cemetery. You wouldn't understand what a desecration that is of our name, of our pride.
And of your son.
He must be returned. He must be.
Well, now, don't shout, Joe. I haven't got him. Why would anyone want him anyhow? Was Ezekiel buried with the family loot?
Fool. If that was so, would they send me this ransom note?
Yeah, let's see it. $50,000. Bring the ransom money to the cemetery at 2:30 in the morning on... Well, it's this morning. Look, my advice is...
No one asked for your advice. Here's $20,000. Take it to the tomb and pretend to leave. But you will watch and apprehend the criminals and bring them to me.
Well, how do you know you can trust me with all this money?
I don't. But if you should be so stupid as to run off with it, I assure you there's always room for one more in Cypress Grove Cemetery.
I do believe you have a point there, Joe. Just as a matter of curiosity, how old was your son?
He was 70.
And you outlived him. Maybe he didn't understand about this heat thing. Well, I'll see what I can do to bring him back. It's a matter of pride. Phew. Boy.
How'd you make out?
Oh, keen. Just keen. I wheedled $20,000 out of Joe. Cover charge for my date with a zombie at Cypress Grove Cemetery.
20,000? Oh, Mike, you'll be careful, won't you?
I'll try to be, Katie. I'll try. In this business, you got other people's troubles. You can never tell whose side you're on when you get your troubles secondhand. At 1:30, I had enough of the all-night movie, so I walked over to Canal Street and hopped a streetcar marked cemeteries. I went to the back of the car, took the packet of money DeLacy had given me, and removed a sizable portion of it. I marked the bills with a pencil and put them back in my coat pocket.
Cypress Grove. Cypress Grove.
I got off the car and entered the cemetery. Just to the right, in back of the Chinese mausoleum, I found what I was looking for. The door to the tomb was open. I went in. The coffin stood gaping and empty and disappointed. I kneeled to put the ransom money on the marble floor, and then I heard it. The sound of a cane or a thin club whooshing through the air. I spun around. It was Death with a long stick that whipped me full across the face. Again and again, it crashed on my head, on my eyes, across my mouth. The strength leaked out of me, and I tripped headlong into a merry-go-round of huge black horses. Then I heard the door of the tomb slowly swinging shut.
Michael. Come on, try, Michael. Try.
How'd you get here?
I followed you. I frightened them away when they heard me coming.
Did you see who they were?
No, it was too dark.
You're a dodger. Yeah, now ransom's gone. All right, get me out of here before you really have to bury me. She was strong, that girl. Strong enough to get me up and out of there and back to my apartment. She kissed me goodnight with a smile, and then she went away. It was 1,000,000 years later when the noise got inside of me and kept growing and growing until I was one big noise all over. Yeah.
Mr. Shayne?
I don't know. Some days it's very hard to tell. Very hard.
This is Miss Cleo Dauphine of the Josiah DeLacy Sanctuary for Homeless Girls. Can you come down here right away?
You want a testimonial? I think homeless girls are the best because they're...
Mr. Shayne, this concerns murder. Murder and Ezekiel DeLacy.
When I got to the Josiah DeLacy Sanctuary for Girls, I was amazed at the frivolity of the building. It was like a charming and graceful old French lady doing a discreet version of a can-can. From somewhere within the house, a music box was playing an old tune. I crossed a courtyard and entered the building. 60 or 70 years ago, a ladylike girl had a dream of what her home would look like. This was it. Standing in the middle of the room was a distinguished-looking woman dressed in black and carrying a cane.
Mr. Shayne?
I bow.
I'm Cleo Dauphine.
It's an honor, Miss Cleo. Lovely place you have here.
Well, thank you. We think so.
It's so quiet. Are the guests at work or at play?
Guests? Oh, would you care to meet them?
Oh, if it's not too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. Penelope? Penelope?
Yes, Cleo?
Mr. Shayne is here. He'd like to meet you.
Oh, I do want to see that young man.
Penelope, this is Michael Shayne.
Oh, how nice.
How do you do, ma'am?
Mr. Shayne wanted to meet the inmates of the Josiah DeLacy Sanctuary for Girls. This is my sister Penelope, Mr. Shayne.
We are the girls.
You mean just the two of you?
Just the two of us. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I'm not disappointed, Miss Dauphine. I couldn't be more delighted.
Oh, you may leave now, Penelope.
Must I, Cleo?
Yes.
Oh, you have all the fun. Please come again, Mr. Shayne. It's rare that we have gentlemen calling on us.
Well, that's their misfortune.
Oh, Cleo, he makes me feel all fluttery, as if there were a little bird beating its wings against my heart.
Really, Penelope?
Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
Bye. Yeah, if I were 40 years older, I think I could feel the little bird, too.
Many young gentlemen did.
Miss Dauphine, on the phone you said something about a murder in Ezekiel DeLacy. May we talk about that?
Mr. Shayne, Ezekiel DeLacy is not dead.
Shall I go out and come back in again? The smell of old roses does something to my hearing.
No, you heard me correctly. The body that was laid to rest in the DeLacy mausoleum was not Ezekiel's.
Then whose was it?
Would you care to see? Please follow me. You'll find this most interesting.
She led me upstairs and into a darkened chapel-like room. There was a pungent odor of incense. A huge Spanish candelabra stood in the four corners and cast a ghostly, wavering light over a body that lay on a raised platform. It was the body of a man who had accepted death much against his will. You didn't have to be a detective to see the reason why. Right in the middle of his forehead was a neat little hole. Neat, like in bullet.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the purloined corpse.
The whole thing was just about as easy to hang on to as a handful of smoke. There was a girl in it named Katie who could light candles in your brain. There was also Josiah DeLacy, an old man who might have told me some big lies. His son Ezekiel had been dead for a week. I was hired to find out what made the body lively enough to disappear from Cypress Grove Cemetery. And then there was Miss Cleo Dauphine and her sister Penelope of the Josiah DeLacy Sanctuary for Homeless Girls. And scattered somewhere in between meeting all these gay people was a beating I took in Ezekiel's tomb. And finally, looking very unhappy about the whole thing, was a dead man with a bullet hole in his forehead.
Mr. Shayne, I insist that this is the man who was buried in Cypress Grove.
And you also say he's not Ezekiel DeLacy?
Precisely.
Well, the way I heard it, Miss Cleo, is that Josiah buried his son and seems willing to part with a hunk of cash just to see that Ezekiel enjoys a cool and untroubled rest.
I detest quibbling, Mr. Shayne. I knew Ezekiel very well as anybody did.
Yeah. Well, now, don't surprise me too much, Miss Cleo, but tell me gently. Is Ezekiel alive?
I saw him at the funeral.
Well, and who do you think this body belonged to when it was breathing?
I'd be very glad to tell you, Mr. Shayne. The murdered man you see lying there is...
Here, Shayne. Drink this.
Where am I? Oh.
You're at police headquarters, Shayne, and the offer of this drink lasts 5 seconds. After that, it gets donated back to the police department, namely me.
You're so good to me, Lefevre.
You're not hurt, Shayne. Just a scratch.
Well, can't fool you, can we? Did you find the body?
We found Cleo Dauphine.
Yeah, I figured you would. Why else would you be an inspector? Only I'm talking about the murdered body.
Cleo Dauphine was dead, shot 4 times. No weapon and evidence. We may not be as smart as you, Shayne, but we call that a murdered body. What do you call it?
I'm talking about the one that was stolen from the tomb.
Look, maybe you're hurt worse than I thought. The department don't expect us to know more than first aid. But my brother-in-law is a nifty psychiatrist.
Oh, forget it. What about Penelope?
Which Penelope?
Cleo's sister, wasn't she there?
What were you doing down there anyway? What possible interest could you have in the DeLacy Sanctuary for Homeless Girls, huh?
Just social work. I feel everyone should do his bit.
Well, you're a real cute Irishman, aren't you, Shayne? Don't you want to keep your license nice and green? It could dry up and blow away if you keep breathing hot lies on it.
Now, don't crowd me, Lefevre. I got an idea I can hand this thing to you all prettied up with a ribbon around it.
But try real hard, huh? If you don't, it'll break my heart. Maybe yours, too.
When I got out of there, the fog had rolled in from the Gulf, gathered up some fresh water mist out of Lake Pontchartrain, then clumped down Market Street as heavy and definite as an elephant's foot. All of which made it a lovely evening for a walk. Now, maybe walking had helped me add up a few answers I'd missed. But then one answer drove up in a pretty blue convertible.
Mike? Hey, Mike.
Well, a bright ray of sunshine in an otherwise drab day.
Get in, Mike.
Sure. Honest Joe DeLacy fix you up with this hot rod?
Mike, what's happened to you? You just vanished. I've been looking every place for you.
Glad you were, doll child. I want to check a few things with you. Now, look, when you came to my office, you told me Ezekiel DeLacy had been dead for a week. You sure of that?
Of course I'm sure. Ezekiel DeLacy died a day before his father hired me as a private nurse.
But you don't really know if he was dead or not.
I saw Ezekiel buried, Mike. I attended the funeral with his father, Josiah.
Well, how many other people saw him?
Mr. DeLacy and I were the only ones at the funeral. You know how much people hate that family.
Well, then you never saw Ezekiel except as a corpse.
Well, no, how could I?
Don't let it worry you, Katie.
But I do worry, Mike.
Oh.
I do. About you, Mike.
Why, Katie, you're talking about the man I love. Hey, why are we stopping?
We're out of gas. Come here.
What can I do? Why, Katie, you wouldn't want me to walk home, would you? After a while, after the fog went back to where it came from, Katie drove me to my apartment. I gave her back the same kind of look she gave me, whatever kind that was, bitter or fond and painful farewell. Walking down the hall to my room, I couldn't quite make out whether the after-image of her perfume still stuck with me or whether one of the other tenants was going on a binge of old roses. It didn't really start worrying me until I saw a light slanting through the bottom of the door.
Oh, Mr. Shayne.
Miss Penelope, how'd you get in here?
Oh, just like they do in the movies, Mr. Shayne. I told the clerk I was your sister. It seems to work every time.
Oh, I'm delighted.
Oh, this is so exciting. Cleo will be furious when she finds out I've been talking to you alone.
Cleo, but...
But I'm sure there are some things you'd like to know. Just ask me.
Yeah. Tell me about yourself, Miss Penelope, and about your sister, Miss Cleo.
Oh, there's nothing to tell about me. But Cleo now, her story is so exciting and romantic and sad, like a novel.
Well, tell me about it.
Promise you won't tell Cleo?
I promise.
Well, 50 years ago, Cleo was hired by Josiah DeLacy as a nurse companion. Then one day he found her in the garden with his son, Ezekiel. Oh, there, I've said it.
I blush.
Yes, Josiah found her in the garden with his son Ezekiel, alone. You see, it was Josiah and Cleo who were in love.
Well, what did Josiah do?
As punishment, he built the home and called it a sanctuary for homeless girls, and he forced Cleo and me to live there.
Did you know Josiah?
Oh, yes, I often visited him and Cleo.
How long has it been since you've seen him?
I haven't set eyes on him from the day he put us in the house until...
Until the funeral?
Until the funeral. We found a hiding place and we watched. Oh, Mr. Shayne, what have you made me say? Oh, Cleo will be very angry when she finds out what I've told you.
She won't find out, Miss Penelope.
I'd better be leaving now, Mr. Shayne. I don't want Cleo to find me alone with a gentleman in his room. But it was courtly of you to understand. And, Mr. Shayne...
Yes?
Do be careful. I'm afraid for you, Mr. Shayne.
There was only one place left to go after that, so I went. Katie answered my knock and let me in. She looked swooningly at me, but I wasn't in the mood. I told her to wait for me outside in the car. As I approached the glass wall of the solarium, I could see Josiah sitting there exactly as he'd sat the first time I saw him. I took a last gasp of air, opened the door. Josiah screamed.
You blundering, stupid idiot! Get out of here!
I'm taking a poll, Mr. DeLacy. Where do you think your son Ezekiel is?
I hired you to find out.
But I failed. I failed miserably.
Exactly. Now get out of here.
But I couldn't live with myself without knowing.
Poison is always a good way out, Shayne. Or you could jump right from here. I could enjoy that.
And your homeless girl, Cleo Dauphine, she's been murdered. Did you know that?
Serves her right. She always liked to meddle.
Yeah, and whoever killed her tried to murder me. That's twice on the same case. I'm Irish and superstitious and scared. The third time might take. Now, where is your son Ezekiel, Mr. DeLacy?
What makes you think I know?
That gun you just took out of your pocket helps me know. Could be the same one that killed Cleo before she could tell me whose body was in her house.
It is the same gun, Shayne.
Well, who'd you get to pull the trigger for you, nurse?
I told you, he gives me strength. It's quite warm in here now.
Yeah, even I can feel it.
I loathe your glib tongue. I loathe everything about you.
Now, don't exert yourself, Pappy.
Believe me, it will take no exertion to kill you. Do you want to know where Ezekiel is? I tell you.
No, I'll tell you. You're Ezekiel, aren't you? You killed your old man. And it was Cleo who sent you that ransom note.
Yes, Cleo or Penelope. They were the only ones who could have possibly known that it was my father who was buried, and not I.
Only you figured that out too late, after you hired me. So you shot Cleo while I was talking to her.
I'll outlive all of you.
Oh, 1,000 wouldn't even get you one on that, Zeke.
Yes, I killed Cleo. And now I'll kill you, Shayne.
Now, take it easy. This won't look good on your record.
Take it easy.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
The bullets that pierced the glass punched 2 holes in the old man's body. They did another thing. They set up a vibration that collapsed the wall of the solarium. And standing outside with a very gentle smile and a very harsh revolver was Penelope Dauphine. I got her out of there fast, down to Katie's car. When I told Katie what had happened, she sat there and stared, her vision of $50 million ripped apart by all those jagged edges.
Are you sure Ezekiel's dead, Mike?
Yeah, I'm sure, Dollface. Quite dead.
I followed you here. I told you it would be better if you had someone to take care of you.
The hot blood of youth, Miss Penelope. I apologize.
And I'm glad you found out that he was really Ezekiel. I was listening. I couldn't have told you that, Mr. Shayne. I gave Cleo my word of honor I wouldn't tell anybody that.
Then maybe you wouldn't mind telling me why Ezekiel killed his father.
Because he hated him. He thought Josiah would never die. Ezekiel wanted his inheritance. He was getting very impatient, I imagine, and you know what?
What?
I wrote the ransom note. Oh, it was so exciting. Cleo doesn't know about that. But I didn't want the money. I only did it to hurt Ezekiel.
You don't look the type, Miss Penelope.
Oh, Cleo was still in love with Josiah. That's why we brought his body to our nice house, and I put him in our own vault. That's why those policemen couldn't find it.
Maybe we better tell them now.
Yes, if you say so. And now I'd like to go home, Mr. Shayne.
Sure, wherever you say.
But why does Miss West look so unhappy? She can get another job.
Yeah, she probably will. Don't take it so hard, Katie.
I can't believe it. All that money just waiting to be plucked. I thought this would be the one time...
Why, whatever is she talking about?
Well, this nurse companion racket might pay off another time, Dollface.
Do I hear an offer?
How about dinner at Galatoire's private dining room, huh? That is, if you lend me $20. Your late boss forgot to pay me.
Oh, I'd be glad to lend it to you, Mr. Shayne.
I guess it can be arranged. Here you are, Mike.
Thanks. Now, let's turn on the dash light for a second. Oh, Katie, you foolish girl.
What's the matter?
Yes, is something wrong, Mr. Shayne?
Never try to pass a marked bill, Katie, especially to the fellow who marked it.
You marked it?
Mm-hmm. Right before you tried to blame me in the cemetery. Now you'll have to have dinner at police headquarters with no marguerite sauce.
Why, you dirty,
and after all the trouble I had getting reservations at Galatoire's. Will you join me, Miss Penelope?
Of all the low-down, contemptible...
Why, I'd be delighted, Mr. Shayne.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Suddenly, I realized I was all alone backstage. And I got the same feeling you get just before a storm breaks. I turned and started toward Christina's dressing room. Then I heard the shot and the scream. And as I started running, I had a strong hunch I'd just lost a client.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Left-Handed Fan.
Do for you, son?
Where's Christina Bancroft's dressing room?
Now, son, that's something a lot of people would like to know.
Look, Pop, you don't see a bouquet in my hand, do you? She sent for me on business.
Oh,
Oh, that make you Mike Shayne, maybe?
Quaint way of putting it, but it's a general idea.
Hey, second door down the hall on your left, Mr. Shayne.
Thanks.
Hey, it's just we gotta be careful. A lot of people always try to see Miss Bancroft.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, Miss Bancroft hasn't come in yet.
Well, fine.
Now, just go on in, rest yourself. She ought to be here any minute.
Oh, okay. Quite a place. Nice. So that's Christina Bancroft. Some picture.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Shayne. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Please forgive me. You know how these interviews are. They stretch on and on and on until you think you will simply go out of your mind. But I'm so glad you're here now. We've almost half an hour until curtain. This thing has me so petrified I haven't slept for a solid week. Just look at these circles under my eyes. Oh, they're ghastly, aren't they? Now, may we get all this straightened out? It's been such a strain, such a strain. And the worst part of it is the unknown element. If it were only something out in the open, it would be different. But it's the not knowing that's been tearing me to pieces. What's the matter?
Huh?
Mr. Shayne, why are you looking at me like that?
Why, well, you're not exactly ugly, you know, Miss Bancroft.
Oh, did you expect I would be?
No, it's just that well, skip it.
All right, Mr. Shayne, will you take the case? You must. I simply can't go
Now,
on
wait
this way.
a
You
minute.
understand?
Don't start that again.
Hmm?
Look, can't we go through this thing slowly and calmly? You're not on stage now. You're just talking to poor little me, Mike Shayne, and you're leaving me way behind. How about a little less razzle-dazzle?
Okay.
Huh?
Just okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
I get wound up sometimes.
You certainly do, Miss Bancroft.
Mike, I'm scared. I really am.
Yeah, I'm just finding it a little tough to adjust to the new rate of speed. Well, I've adjusted now, so you're scared. What of?
I don't know.
You don't know? Now, look.
I want to hire you for 3 days. For protection, Mike.
Why 3 days?
The play ends its New Orleans run in 3 days. After that, I'm going away for a while. Alone. And I'm not going to tell anyone where. I'll be all right then. So I want you to protect me for the next 3 days.
Just a minute. How am I supposed to protect you if I don't know what I'm protecting you from? Now, what is it?
Someone. I don't know who. And I certainly don't know why. But whoever it is, he's trying very hard to kill me.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Mike Shayne and the case of the left-handed fan.
Well, one thing about my job, you meet such interesting people. Like Christina Bancroft, the actress. I guess dazzling's as good as any other word for Christina. The girl was very, very beautiful and very, very hard to figure. One moment she was quite the actress, talking a mile a minute with sparks flying and with gestures yet. The next moment she was a sweet, scared girl, quietly asking me to protect her from an unknown killer. Well, at the time, the job of protecting Christina was the pleasantest prospect I'd had for weeks, so I didn't hesitate. After our interview, I stuck around in the wings watching the play. Christina seemed to be knocking him dead. Finally, near the end of the show, a tall, thin guy with a streak of gray came over where I was standing.
Hello.
You can't mean
it. I'm Hamilton Dunn, the director.
Mine's Shayne. How are you?
Shayne. Enjoying the play?
It's quite a girl out there.
Yes. Shayne. Heard the name somewhere. You're a friend of Christina's?
Not exactly.
Oh?
You say you directed the play, Mr. Tom?
Yes, that's right.
Maybe you can tell me then.
Tell you what?
What there is about her.
Christina?
Yeah. There's people out there in the audience. Look at them. Spellbound. I suppose you've known her quite a while.
Yes, quite a while. She's a great actress.
You know, I somehow get the idea that in addition to being a director, you're sort of a fan of hers.
Yes, Mr. Shayne. I guess you might say I am a fan of hers. Next question?
Sorry.
Anyway, I'm sure this stocky chap coming toward us can tell you a lot more about Christina.
Oh?
Yes, you see, I'm only her director. He's her business manager. He sees her a lot more often. Naturally.
Naturally.
Hello, Frank.
Ma'am?
This is Frank Harper, Mr. Shayne. Frank, Mr. Shayne.
Hello.
Shayne? Michael Shayne?
Yeah.
I've been trying to find out, very unsuccessfully, just what Mr. Shayne is doing here.
He's a private detective.
Private detective?
Yeah.
Look, I wasn't trying to be coy. I didn't want to say anything about it until I was sure Christina had told you.
Well, she certainly didn't tell me anything.
She said something to you, Harper?
No, she said nothing, Shane.
Oh? That's interesting.
Oh, curtain.
Absolutely the worst performance I've ever given in my life. Atrocious, simply atrocious. I'll never... Ham, how was I really?
Why, you played a little differently tonight. More introspection and something else. You seemed preoccupied. I didn't like it quite as well.
Oh. Frank, what did you think?
I thought it was good.
Look, I suppose the three of you have met. I'm sorry, Mike. This is Ham Dunn, the greatest director there is, isn't it?
Yeah, we've all met.
Christina, is something the matter?
Matter? What do you mean?
Mr. Shayne is a private detective.
Miss Bancroft, some people to see you.
Yes. Look, Ham, it's nothing really. I don't want you, Frank, to worry about it. I just want Mike to sort of do a little work for me. I'll tell you all about it later. I've got to go now.
Bancroft.
Yes, I'm coming.
Christina, I thought maybe we could all of us could have supper at our nose this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ham. I wanted to talk to Mike about some things, but some other time real soon.
All right, Christina.
Frank, you don't mind, do you?
No, I've got some business to take care of anyway.
Business?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Christina went over to the stage door and left the three of us standing in the wings. The looks that Dunn and Harper were tossing in my direction, it didn't take my customarily brilliant powers of deduction to tell me that I was about as welcome as a bumblebee in a phone booth. So I went back to Christina's dressing room and waited for her there. Pretty soon she came charging in and the sparks were flying again.
Mike, you can see what this thing is doing to me. That atrocious performance of mine tonight. It was just that I was completely terrified. I thought anything
All right. Let's get out of overdrive, huh?
But don't you see... Who is it?
Flowers, Miss Bancroft.
Oh, all right, Pa. Bring them in, please. Just set them down there. Is there card?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it is.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, looks like some florist made enough on that sale to retire
Quite
on.
up to your standard tonight, my dear, but superb as usual. Everett. Of course, he'd notice.
Oh, Everett?
What does he expect? Perfection every night? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Everett Leverett.
Everett Leverett? What is that, a word game or somebody's name?
Everett's my #1 admirer. Follows the show everywhere, goes to each performance, sends flowers every night.
Each performance? Doesn't he have anything else to do?
Apparently not.
Well, oh, skip it. Look, let's get back to this unknown guy who wants to kill you.
Oh, Mike, you don't know what it's like to walk back and forth on that stage and think that maybe someone beyond those footlights whose face is only a blur is just waiting for a chance.
Yeah. Now, look, do me a favor, will you, Miss Bancroft?
What?
Just sit back and relax for a minute. Let me talk.
Yes.
Now, you called me down here to ask me to protect you from someone you say is trying to kill you. You don't know who or why. Now, what I want to know is what gave you the idea. Have you any evidence that someone's out to...
Oh, yes, I have, Mike, several things.
All right, let's have them.
Well, there was a telephone call a couple of days ago. A man, he told me then what he was going to do.
Anyone around when you got the call?
Well, I don't remember. Then there was a note yesterday threatening me.
Where is it?
I threw it away.
Why?
Then, because I didn't take it seriously. Then this morning I came down. He was walking backstage. A sandbag dropped. Just missed me.
Anyone else around then?
Well, I don't think so.
That's enough.
There have been lots of times.
That's enough. You're lying to me.
Yes. Yes, I'm lying to you.
This isn't an unknown crank who's after you.
No, it isn't.
You know who's trying to kill you and why. Now, let's have it.
All right, Mike. They think I'm in love with Frank Harper, my business manager.
They? Who's they?
Ham Dunn and Everett.
Your director and the man who sends you flowers. Well, are you in love with Harper?
No. But they won't believe me. And they both told me that if they can't have me, nobody else will. I think they mean it, Mike. I think either one of them is perfectly capable and willing to kill me or anyone else who stands in their way.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Mike Shayne and the case of the left-handed fan.
Well, it all started when an actress named Christina Bancroft asked me to protect her for the 3 days she was going to be playing in New Orleans. Seems that her director, Hamilton Dunn, and a wealthy admirer of hers with the quaint name of Everett Leverett had both told her that if they couldn't have her, nobody else would either. Yeah. All in all, it looked like just the kind of setup where somebody was apt to wind up dead. And my job was to see that it wasn't Christina. The next day was Sunday, and bright and early in the morning, I was knocking on the door of Everett Leverett's hotel suite. He was a thin, elegant-looking gent, just about as well-groomed as a guy can be, and still not be running in the Derby.
You say you're a friend of Christina's, Mr. Shayne. That in itself is sufficient credential here, but what precisely is the intent of your visit?
I came to talk a little about Christina and about you.
Two highly compatible subjects of conversation.
Yeah. You know, I don't get you at all. Why...
The usual question, why do I follow Christina around from city to city?
More or less it.
Because I have found in Christina the one thing that all men seek, Mr. Shayne.
What's that?
What indeed? The perfect foil for oneself.
Yeah. I don't get what's in it for you, though, all this traipsing around.
Let us say that my life is not without its occasional satisfactions, Mr. Shayne.
Oh?
All men love Christina. My distinction is that of them all, I alone understand her. Really understand her. She knows this.
What do you mean, understand her?
Well, for contrast, let's consider someone who obviously does not understand her. That third director of hers, Hamilton Dunn.
You don't think he rates an Oscar, huh?
The man has a genius for misinterpretation. He consistently fails to apprehend Christina's character in all his direction. She's complex. He makes her simple. She's dangerous. He makes her harmless. She's basic. He makes her superficial.
Sounds like you made quite a study of it, Mr. Everett.
Leverett.
Leverett. Did it ever occur to you that Christina might someday get married or something like that?
No. I've made Christina my career, Mr. Shayne. It's inconceivable to me that any career I should undertake might ever end in failure.
Well, about then I decided a whiff of fresh air was in order, so I left. I was beginning to see what Christina meant when she said Everett Leverett would stop at nothing. But thinking of Christina reminded me she was still locked up in her hotel room, so I went over. It was noon by then. The two of us went to Galatoire's for lunch. As we ate, I kept thinking of all the things Leverett had said about her. After we'd finished, I began to see some of what he meant.
You know, you're a very interesting sort of person, Mike. I'll never forget how you kept telling me to talk slower and get out of overdrive, you called it.
You can be sort of hard to keep up with, Miss Bancroft.
You sort of cut me down the way Frank does.
He sort of cut you down, huh? You like that?
It's amusing.
You know, speaking of interesting people, you're not exactly the dull type. As far as I've been able to find out, almost everyone who ever comes within 50 feet of you seems to be in love with you.
Yes. It has to be that way.
Does?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, this may come as a surprise, but I guess I'm one of the few guys who doesn't happen to be in love with you, Miss Bancroft.
No, you're not now. But if you were around me long, sooner or later you would be mine. You would be.
And all of a sudden, there was something in her eyes that was clear and unblinking and sure, like a black panther closing in. I took her back to her hotel. It was Sunday, and there was no performance. Well, that night, I figured it might be a good chance to get around to Frank Harper. I was a little late. Just as I got to his hotel, I saw him come out the door, look up and down the street, then get into his car and drive away. He looked like a man with something special on his mind, so I followed him. He drove across town to St. Charles Avenue and along it a few blocks to an apartment house. I stopped a little way down the street. Harper got out of his car and went inside. At first, I didn't notice the long black convertible that had eased to a stop across the street. In a few minutes, Harper came out again. There was a blonde with him. A very smooth-looking article, I might add. They got in his car and drove off. I got out of mine and started across the street toward the black convertible, but it was already pulling away in the opposite direction. Hey, wait a minute! Hey! Too late. That convertible had jumped away from the curb like a startled kangaroo. I couldn't see who was in it. The next day, Christina stayed in her room all day. And that night, I took her to the theater for the last performance of the play. It was also my last night on the job, and I wasn't sorry. After the show, I was standing near the stage door when a long black convertible eased into the alley. Yeah, the same convertible I'd seen the night before. And who got out was my old friend Everett Leverett.
Where's Christina?
Over there, talking to Dunn.
Oh, yes, Dunn.
Everett?
Good evening, my dear. Are you ready?
Everett, I'm terribly sorry. I won't be able to make it this evening, I'm afraid.
I see.
Frank and I have some business affairs to discuss.
I see.
But maybe I could call you later, hmm?
That will be fine. Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
Christina and Frank Harper started for her dressing room. I wandered around the wings for a few minutes, doing nothing in particular. Then it hit me that things were awfully quiet all of a sudden. I looked around. Hamilton Dunn was nowhere in sight. Neither was anyone else. I was all alone backstage. I suddenly got the feeling you get just before a storm breaks. I turned and started toward Christina's dressing room. Then I heard the shot and the scream. As I started running, I had a strong hunch I just lost a client. I pounded down the hall into her dressing room, then I stopped. Christina was crouched over in one corner, whimpering. But Frank Harper lay face down on the floor, dead, with a bullet hole in his back. Christina, what happened? Come on, stop it. Tell me what happened.
Frank and I were talking. I saw the door to the next room open a little.
Yeah.
Man with a gun. And Frank saw it, too. He jumped in front of me. The gun fired. Whoever it was dropped the gun and closed the door.
Yeah, I see the gun. I'll leave it right there for the police. And there's a door leading outside from this room, huh?
Yes. Oh, my.
All right, stop it.
Can't you understand? Frank got the bullet that was intended for me.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, right from the start, the setup had spelled murder. I had to admit I wasn't expecting Frank Harper would collect the bullet that was earmarked for Christina. I called police headquarters, and Inspector Lefever's boys were swarming all over the place 10 minutes later. By the time they'd left, Christina had recovered a little, but she still looked pretty dazed. Well, look, you don't feel like talking, but I've got a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Mike.
I got a hunch you held something back from the cops a few minutes ago, right?
Right.
Let's have it.
All right, I said I couldn't see the killer's face, that's true. But I did see his hand, holding the gun in the doorway. On the little finger of that hand, I could see a ring.
A ring? What kind?
I couldn't tell. He's dead, Mike. Frank's dead.
Yeah, that's the point. It was almost you. So there was a ring on the little finger. Which hand?
It was the left hand.
Left hand. Thanks, Christina. It's a big help. Yeah, about then, it looked very much like this was going to be about the shortest investigation on record. When the police told me a little later what they'd found out so far about the gun, I was more convinced than ever. I went over to see Hamilton Dunn, the director. When I told the cop outside his door that Inspector Lefever had okayed me, which was almost true, I got in.
What if it was my gun? It was stolen a few days ago, and I reported the theft.
Could have faked that.
Shayne, I didn't do it. Now, why would I try to kill Christina? I'm in love with her.
That's quite a ring you have there.
Ring?
Yeah, on your little finger.
Well, it's just a signet ring, nothing special. Why?
Skip it. You got a light?
Light? Oh, certainly. Lighter here somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Thank you. Very much. The signet ring was on the little finger of the same hand he'd used to work the lighter. His right hand. So Dunn was in the clear. And in my book, that left just one guy to see. Everett Leverett.
I must say I'm glad to see you, Mr. Shayne. It's been very dull sitting here in my suite. I can't go anywhere. That plainclothes chap out in the hall has some sort of ridiculous orders.
You know, that's an interesting ring you're wearing.
Oh? Yes, isn't it? A rather foolish but grateful woman gave me that almost a year ago.
Yeah. Now, look, I want you to write down everything you did this evening.
Oh, not again. I've already...
Here's a pencil.
Do you know, you're being awfully old school about this.
Right.
Oh, very well.
That's enough.
I've just started.
It's okay. You've already told me everything I wanted to know. Well, there it was. The ring he was wearing was on the little finger of the same hand he'd started to write with. His left hand. So Everett was the boy. I went downstairs into a phone booth and called Inspector Lefevre. Shayne, Inspector. Look, I got your boy pegged for you. What? Huh? Oh, wait. What's that about the gun? You're sure? I see. What? Oh, no. Skip it. Doesn't matter now. I went outside. A light rain had started falling. I suddenly felt old, tired, a little sick. I went back to the theater. Christina was still sitting in her dressing room. When she turned toward me, her eyes were hollow and lifeless. She seemed to be looking past me. Hello, Christina.
Hello, Mike.
It's all over. Wound up.
It is?
Yeah.
You found out who killed Frank?
You killed him, Christina.
Yes, I killed him, Mike.
You said you saw a ring on the killer's left hand. But the police told me just a couple of minutes ago there were no fingerprints on the gun. So the killer couldn't have been holding it in his bare hand. You lied to me.
Yes, I was lying.
You couldn't have seen that ring.
I'm glad you found out.
You found out about Frank's blonde girlfriend. That was you in the black convertible. You borrowed it from Everett. You were checking up on Frank.
I knew.
Yeah, you knew all about the girlfriend. You couldn't stand the thought of that, of anyone not loving you. Particularly the man you loved, Christina. That's why you killed him.
I killed him. I loved him. I killed him. It's different than I thought it would be. The black cave. I'm all alone.
Christina.
I did it because I didn't think I could stand as loving someone else. But I could have. I could have because I loved him. I wish he was still alive.
Now you think of that. Now. Why couldn't you... There's a policeman waiting for you outside the door, Christina.
There he is. I mustn't keep him waiting, must I?
I guess not.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank me.
Goodbye, Mike.
So long, Christina. She opened the door and went out. I could hear the cop leading her away. I sat there for a long while, staring at the slanting rain which drummed against the window. I thought about Christina, about what she'd said to me once. If I'd been around her very long, I'd have fallen in love with her, she said. I was glad I hadn't been around her any more than I had, because she just might have had a point. Yes, she was very beautiful. Very strange.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Fists were coming at me from both sides now. I was bouncing back and forth like a ping-pong ball. The room was starting to spin. I swung wildly a couple of times, got nothing but air. Then something hard smashed into the side of my head, and I went down on my knees. I tried to get up, but a size 13 shoe connected with my chin, and then all the lights went out.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Deadly Doe.
Come in. Come in. Must be hard to hear. What's the matter, didn't you? Huh?
Okay.
Hey, look, why the hush-hush routine?
Thought I heard a noise down the hall.
Noise? So what?
So maybe I was being followed.
Now, look, little man, let's start from page 1. Who would...
You Mike Shayne?
Yeah, who are you?
They call me Wichita.
Who's they?
Skip it. I got a job for you, Shayne.
You know, that's the first thing you said that makes sense.
I'll give it to you fast. I haven't got much time. Here.
What's that, the key to the city?
The key to a baggage locker down at the Canal Street station. You'll find a little black suitcase in it. Take it to this address on Bienville Street in the French Quarter. It's an empty room. Leave the suitcase in the room and come back here.
Well, go on. What else?
That's all.
You mean all I do is pick up a suitcase and take it to an empty room in the quarter?
You catch on quick. There's a chance you might be followed. If so, shake them at the depot, huh? I'll wait here in your office and pay you when you come back.
That sounds simple enough.
It is.
So simple, I'm wondering what the hook is.
There's no hook.
And why you don't pick up the bag yourself.
Look, Shayne, I got $50 waiting for you. Does that answer all your questions?
Yeah, I guess it does. $50 just for doing what you said, huh?
$50. But it's worth it to me, Shayne. Believe me.
I left Wichita sitting in my desk chair and went down to the Canal Street station. He was right. I was followed for a while, but I didn't get a decent look at the guy. Anyway, I shook him before I got to the depot. I looked up locker number 1245, the number on the key. Suitcase was in it, all right. A small one. Bienville Street, where I was supposed to leave the suitcase, was only a couple of blocks away, so I walked. I hadn't been in the French Quarter for about a month, but it hadn't changed. It never changed. I could hear one of the last chimney sweeps in existence giving his pitch. Pretty soon I spotted him carrying a bunch of straw on a rope, looking very dignified and very dirty. I was in front of a grocery store now, and almost at the address Wichita had given me. I stopped and looked around again to make sure I'd shaken the guy who'd been tailing me. Then all of a sudden, there was something hurtling down through the air at me. I dove for the street just in time. It was a tin bucket tied to a rope. Another custom in the quarter. I looked up. Sure enough, on a third-story balcony was a worried housewife.
Please excuse me, sir. I did not see you. I wanted to grocer.
Okay, what did you want?
It's got some soap powder.
Okay. Joe, the lady wants some soap powder. And Joe came bustling out of his store and plunked a box of soap powder in the bucket, which the woman hauled up to her balcony. Efficiency. Well, the rest of the trip was uneventful. I found the room. It was empty. I left the suitcase there and went back to my office. Well, Wichita, just about the easiest 50 He was still sitting in my chair, his head over to one side. There was a split-lipped grin on his battered face. Wichita had been beat up. It must have been quite a beating, because he was very dead.
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Mike Shayne and the case of the deadly doe.
Well, maybe someday I'll learn that easy money always carries a hook. The easy money in this case was the $50 a little character named Wichita offered me to go down to the depot, pick up a small suitcase, and leave it in an empty room in the quarter. Yeah, that was the easy money. But the hook was coming back to my office and finding Wichita dead. And it had happened very recently. I turned and started for my office door to take a look outside.
In a hurry, Shayne?
Inspector Lefevre.
Take a look around, Dyke.
Okay.
Been entertaining, Shane?
Yeah, I was holding open house. He decided he wanted 2 lumps with his teeth. Now look, Lefevre, this is one you couldn't pin on me with an ice pick.
Am I trying?
You will.
Yeah. Customer of yours, Shane?
Why?
It's Wichita, all right, Inspector.
Hey, wait a minute. You know this guy?
Wichita? I used to have a sort of a speaking acquaintance with him. But it was always pretty one-sided.
Well, who is he? What is he?
Shane, you ever heard of a guy named Dan Bascom?
Dan Bascom? Name's sort of familiar, but I can't...
Happened a long time ago, 31. Dan Bascom held up a bank in Baton Rouge. Big job. Almost $100,000 in currency.
Well, what's that got to do
We
with...
always thought there was another guy in on the job with Bascom. Ed Ferris. We could never pin anything on Ed. We had enough on Bascom to send him up in 32 for 20 years.
So you got a good memory, Lefevre. I still don't
There's only one little thing wrong with the case, Shane. We could never get Bascom to tell what he...
Oh.
That makes a dent, huh?
Why should it? Maybe this other guy, what's his name, Ed Ferris, got the dough.
That I doubt. I think it's still floating around somewhere.
Well, where did Wichita fit into the deal?
He was an old friend of Dan Bascom's. You see, Dan got some time off for good behavior. He was released last Friday and just sort of dropped out of sight right away.
You think Wichita had the dough?
I think Bascom told Wichita where to find the dough, told him to get it and bring it to him.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory, Lefevre. Where does it get you?
It gets me around to you, Shane. What did Wichita want you to do?
Run an errand.
That's all you want to say, huh?
Right now?
Yeah. Okay. But I think you're making a mistake. You'll be bucking big league opposition in this deal, Shane.
So?
So Wichita here got hit by a pitched ball. Could happen to you.
Maybe Wichita was standing too close to the plate.
Maybe. Just one more thing.
Yeah, I know. Don't leave town.
Yeah.
Inspector, you keep telling me that. I never do I? A couple of minutes more, and they finished up and took Wichita away. I could hardly wait till they left, because I had just 2 things on my mind. One was the little black suitcase I'd taken to that room on Bienville Street. The other was what was in that suitcase and the reward there'd be for it. I sat there a few minutes after Lefevre had gone, and then I started for the door. This must have been open house day after all. Standing outside my door with a worried look on her face was a very pretty woman. She must have been in her late 30s, but she hadn't lost a thing.
Mr. Shayne, could I talk to you a minute?
Ordinarily, there's nothing I'd like better, lady, but right now I'm in a hurry. Maybe you could come back a
Please,
little...
I'm Zoe Bascom.
Huh?
Dan Bascom's wife.
Oh. Come in.
Thank you.
Now what's
Mr. Shayne, where's Dan?
How would I know?
I don't know. I thought you might. I knew Wichita came here to see you, and I
Wichita's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Murdered.
Then I'm right. The trouble's starting all over again. Mr. Shayne, you've got to find Dan, make him give up this whole thing.
Now, look, I think you better start at the beginning, Mrs. Bascom.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shayne. I know I shouldn't get so upset. It's just I've been waiting for 16 years. And now it'll start all over again.
What'll start?
I married Dan just before he was arrested. All this time I've stuck by him. All this time, 16 years.
It's a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, when you love someone, time isn't so important.
Yeah.
I went to see Dan as often as they let me, and each time I tried to get him to give up the money because I thought they might let him out sooner if he did. He paid the price for taking that money, Mr. Shayne, 16 years out of his life. I wanted for us to start over again when he got out. Without that awful thing over his head. He wouldn't listen to me. He would never listen to me.
Now, look,
Now he's out again. I haven't even seen him. I don't know where he is, except he's probably after that money. He said he'd get in touch with me later. Mr. Shayne, it'll start all over again. I know it. The trouble, the fear that money's toted with it. I can't stand it. I couldn't go through it again. I just couldn't.
Look, Mrs. Bascom, I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can get your husband to give up the money.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shayne.
Well, I guess the thought of that woman waiting 16 years for her husband sort of rocked me back a little. And anyway, it occurred to me that she and I both wanted the same thing, to get the dough away from Bascom, although for slightly different reasons. She left after that, and I hot-footed it back to the room on Bienville Street. The suitcase was still sitting on the table where I'd left it. I started toward it, then I stopped.
Don't move, mister. Don't look around.
Okay.
Who
Who are you? Shayne. Michael Shayne.
Oh, the boy Wichita hired.
Which? You might be Dan Bascom?
Yeah, I'm Dan Bascom. The one guy you don't want to see, Shayne. But I'm awfully glad to see you.
What are you talking about?
Got any particular prayer you're fond of?
Prayer?
Start on it. You're going to die pretty soon.
Hey, look, what is this? You mind telling me just why?
Because I've been through too much to miss out now. To be double-crossed by some two-bit punk of a private eye.
Double-crossed? I don't know what you're talking about.
Open that suitcase.
Huh?
I said open it.
Okay. What?
Yeah.
It's empty.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Mike Shayne and the case of the deadly doe.
It all started when a little character named Wichita offered me $50 to pick up a black suitcase at the depot and leave it in an empty room on Bienville Street in the French Quarter. I did, and came back to my office to collect the 50 from him. But Wichita wasn't in a position to pay off anymore. He'd been beaten to death. Inspector Lefevre came in about then and told me Wichita was a friend of Dan Bascom, who'd just been released from prison after serving 16 years for a $100,000 bank robbery back in 1931. It seems Dan had never told anyone where the dough was. Of course, about that time, I had my ideas, most of which concerned that little black suitcase. So I went back over to the room on Bienville Street. But this time, it wasn't empty. Dan Bascom was in it with a gun.
Shayne, you got just one chance to go on living. Tell me where that dough is.
Oh, look, I tell you, I don't know anything about it, Bascom.
Shayne, I've waited 16 years. 5 minutes more is too much. What'd you do with the dough?
Oh, get smart, Bascom. If I'd taken the dough, do you think I'd have come back here to this room? Either somebody came in and emptied the suitcase after I left it here, or it was empty when I brought it.
Well,
matter of fact, I remember thinking it felt a little light when I picked it up down at the depot.
My. I guess what you say adds up, Shayne. You'd have been a dope to come back here again if you'd taken it.
You'd take a lot of convincing, Bascom.
So, it turns out the one guy I thought I could trust crosses me.
You mean Wichita? You think he took it?
Yeah.
Is that why you killed him?
Huh?
Wichita got knocked off a couple hours ago. You could have done it.
A couple of hours ago, I thought Wichita was my friend. I didn't kill him, but I got a pretty good idea who did.
Who?
Never mind, Shayne. I'll handle this my way.
Now, look, Bascom, your wife came to see me just before I came over here.
Zoe? Why?
She wants you to forget the dough. It spells trouble to her.
It always has. Zoe's a good kid, Shayne, but she's been trying to tout me off that dough all these years. I've never taken her advice, and I'm sure not going to take it from you.
Well, Bascom, I guess I didn't really think you would.
Yeah, Zoe means well. When I wind up a couple of odds and ends and get the money, I'll get her and we'll get out of the country. And I think after a while she'll get used to the idea of us having dough. Might even quit spelling trouble to her. Well, you're a lucky guy, Shayne.
Lucky?
Yeah. You're going to walk out of here alive. So, start walking.
Well, I was glad to oblige. I went downstairs and out on the sidewalk. It was just getting dark. I started walking. I was wondering what Dan Bascom was going to do next. My guess was he was going to head for Ed Ferris, the guy who'd been in on the robbery with him, but who'd beaten the rap. And then a couple of minutes later, a stocky gent fell in step beside me.
Got a light, Mac?
Light? Yeah, I think so. Hey.
Know what that is in your ribs?
Yeah, it's a police positive 38 with a silencer.
Smart boy.
What's the idea?
See that car across the street with the big guy behind the wheel?
Yeah, why?
Let's head for it. 3 of us are going to take a little ride.
Where to?
Oh, now you don't want me to spoil the surprise, do you? Come on, get moving.
We drove across town and pulled up beside the service entrance to an apartment house. The 2 muscle men hustled me up the back stairs into one of the apartments. There was a guy sitting there looking out the window. A pretty trim-looking individual with a very innocent face, except for the eyes. Those, I think, he must have borrowed from a rattlesnake.
Here he is, Ed. Okay.
Ed, huh? Ed Ferris, maybe.
Maybe.
Do you mind telling me why these two gentlemen of the U.S. gave me the rush up here?
You know why, Shane. Where is it?
Where's what?
The dough, the 100 grand, where is it?
Funny, Ferris. I was just getting ready to ask you that.
The worst you get, you're lucky. Now, let's not clown around.
Ed, you want Rocco and me to mush them up?
Not yet, Al. Look, Shane.
I don't know where the dough is.
Shane!
That's straight. The way I got it figured, you or your trained SEALs here knocked off Wichita and got the dough from him.
It'd be awfully hard to prove. About who killed Wichita, I mean. As far as my having the dough, I haven't. But I'm going to get it, because you're going to tell me where it is, right now.
Look, how can I tell you if I don't know?
Just to refresh your memory, Shane. Al here followed you from your office when you went down to the depot.
Ah.
But he lost you. I think Wichita did the thing there. The dough.
But the suitcase was empty.
Yeah, sure.
Well, look, why don't you get Dan Bascom to tell you? I think he's looking for you.
Very funny. If Dan's looking for me, he doesn't tell me where the dough is. Anyway, it'll take him some time to find me. It'll be too late. I'll have the dough by then. Because, like I say, you're going to tell me what you did with it.
Look, for the 14th time, I don't know where...
Man, you don't seem to understand. I've waited a long time to find out where that dough is. Never could get Dan to tell me. Half that dough is mine. I've waited so long, I just figure now that all of it's mine. So don't try to stall anymore.
You're the one who doesn't understand. Can't you get it through your head I don't know where the money is?
Okay, Al. Rocco. Start now.
I'll drive a right from the big ape Rocco cut me under the ear and drove me back against the wall. I tried one of my own on him. He only blinked his eyes. They both came at me now, and they were one too many. This started coming at me from both sides. Pretty soon I was bouncing back and forth like a ping pong ball. The room was starting to spin. I kept swinging, but was getting nothing but air. And then something hard smashed on the side of my head. I went down on my knees. I tried to get up, but a size 13 shoe connected with my chin, and all the lights went out. About 2 months later, it seemed like, the darkness started to fade a little. I started wishing it wouldn't, because I felt like one big bruise. Then I could make out that I was lying outside in an alley. There was someone bending over me.
Still alive, huh, Shane?
Am I? How can you tell, Inspector?
Well, you're lucky.
Sure.
Well, cheer up. You might have solved the murder for me. The hard way.
Yeah? Look, if I'm in line for a medal, I'll trade it for an ice bag. Whose murder?
Wichita. You're carrying the same trademarks on your face he had. Only I guess you're a little more rugged than he was.
3 cheers for me. It was those 2 trained SEALs of Ed Ferris's.
Yeah. Al and Rocco. We got a net out for him. Won't be long. We're also looking for Ed Ferris.
Try his apartment. I just had a delightful evening there.
We did. It's empty. But we'll get him before long. Well, looks like that's the case, Shane. Ferris had his boys knock off Wichita trying to get Bascom's dough. They didn't get it. They tried you next.
Well, then they still don't have it, Inspector.
You don't have the dough?
No.
You sure?
What do you want, an affidavit? I said no.
Okay. Shane, like I told you, you're bucking big league competition. You're lucky you just got struck out. Drop it now while you're still breathing.
You know, Lefevre, for once I'm agreeing with everything you say. I am going to get out. I'm beat. I dragged myself back to my office and took a look in the mirror over the washbowl. I could have sold what I saw in that mirror for 4 bits a pound at any meat market. I patched myself up a little and slumped down in my chair. And then it occurred to me that this was the way Wichita had been slumped over in that same chair, and I know a little of how he must have felt just before he... Then I saw it. A little shiny metal thing wedged into a crack on the inside of my desk down low. I pulled it out. It was another baggage locker key. It was like a shot in the arm. Suddenly I felt almost alive again. I went back to the depot and found locker 1247, the number on the key. Yeah, there was another suitcase in this one. I opened it just a crack, and it was full of dough. As I stared at it, I couldn't help feeling just a little sorry for Dan Bascom. Then I closed the suitcase, started out with it, but I didn't get far.
Hello, Shane.
Harris.
Yeah, keep walking.
Now, look,
Lefevre picked up my boy, so it looks like I'll have to do my own work from now on. You know, Shane, you almost had me fooled. I didn't think anyone could take a beating like that and still not talk.
Look, you won't believe this, Ferris, but I didn't know where the dough was then. Where are we going?
The car outside. You're going to drive, I'm going to sit beside you. Head for Claiborne Avenue and out of town. I'll direct you. We're going out into the country.
Ferris wasn't kidding. He went way out in the country. After a while, he motioned me onto a side road. Pretty soon, we pulled up in front of a little house standing all by itself in a clump of trees. There was a light in the window. We got out of the car and went into the house. And standing there in the front room...
And you fool, why'd you bring him here?
Well, Zoe Bascom, the loyal wife.
Fool, you of all the places
There's
to
nowhere
go.
else for me to go, Zoe. They're looking for me in town. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. We've got the dough right here in this suitcase.
You got the money.
Right here in this suitcase, Zoe.
Wait at last. What about Dan?
Will you
He's
quit
liable-
worrying about Dan? Time he figures out about us that we've got the money, we'll be long gone.
Don't be too sure of that, Ed.
Dan!
Drop it, Ed. Drop the gun.
That's fine.
Now, look, Bascom.
Shut up, Shane. I'll get to you later. Now just stand there real quiet, the three of you. I got a couple of things to say before I start shooting.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there we were, the four of us. Dan Bascom with a gun in his hand and murder in his eyes. Zoe white-faced, nervously rubbing her hands together. Ed Ferris with a sickly grin and me with no grin but sick.
So all this time, Zoe, it's been you and Ed. All this time.
No, Dan, it's not. I swear it, Dan, it's not true. You got it all wrong.
You got the wrong idea, Dan.
Shut up. You're gonna die, both of you.
No. Dan, I know.
Don't be a fool, Bascom. You don't know what
Get
you're
your hand
doing.
away from that gun.
You don't stand up.
Ed. Ed.
No more Ed, Zoe. Tough, no more boyfriend. No more Ed.
Sure, it was Ed and me. Ed and me all the time. All the time just waiting to get our hands on that money. Sure, what did you think? That I was waiting for you?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You fool. Ed and me. The money was going to be ours. I loved him. And you killed him, you fool!
She stood there with her eyes blazing, and I saw his lips twitch and his fingers start to tighten on the trigger. I dove for him, but he was too quick. He clipped me with a gun barrel, and I went down. Then I heard the gun go off. I twisted my head around. Zoe was sagging slowly to the floor, but her expression never changed. Hatred. Pure, venomous hatred. Dan stared hard at her for a moment, and then he looked down at me.
You lied to me, Shane. You had the dough all along. You're next.
Now, wait a minute, Bascom. I didn't have the dough. It was in another baggage locker. I guess Wichita knew he was being followed by Farris's boys, so he figured out a way to throw him off.
What do you mean?
He sent me after an empty suitcase as a blind. Then I guess he was going to get the real one later and bring it to you. When he saw Farris's boys coming after him in my office, he slipped the second key down into a crack in my desk. I found it there just an hour ago.
So, Wichita really was on the level with me. Well, that's something to know, I guess. I had one friend.
Hey, you paid an awful big price to find that out, Bascom.
Yeah, I paid big. 16 years locked up, a wife who turned rat, and this is what I got for it. A suitcase with $100,000. Not too hard a bargain.
Yeah, it's worse than that.
Better than nothing.
No, it isn't, Bascom.
What do you mean?
What you got is nothing.
Shane, you trying to tell me the dough isn't in that suitcase?
Oh, it's there, all right. Take a look at it.
Hey, what are you
Go
trying?
ahead. Yeah. Take a good look.
I've forgotten.
He robbed that bank in 1931, Bascom. They were still using the old large-size bills in those days. Well, You'd forgotten about that. A couple of years later, they changed the size of the currency. Started printing smaller-size bills. But that stuff here, You'd have just about as much luck passing Confederate, though, Bascom. He just stood there, stunned, like a pulled steer. For a moment, his guard was down. I knew this was my chance. I lunged for him, and this time I didn't miss. The gun went flying, and he crumpled over on the floor and lay still. I started for the phone to call Inspector Lefevre, but just then he walked in the door.
Bodies, all the time bodies.
Yeah. Only one of them will come to in a couple of minutes. You can get the story from him.
I'll be all ears.
I know. Now, look, just one more thing.
Yeah.
Okay if I leave town now.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Her hat was on the ground by the edge of the river. There were a few bloodstains here and there, that was all. I had a hunch I'd seen the last of June Lawson. Then I heard a faint noise behind me. Somebody was cocking a revolver. And I knew without turning around the gun was pointing at my spine, that any second it was going to go off.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode which we call The Case of the Popular Corpse.
$30 for office rent. Come in. 765 phone, 320 lights. Leaves a balance of... no balance.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Here, have a seat.
Thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, I was just balancing my books. It's a job for a tightrope walker. Oh, what's on your mind, Mrs.
Miss Clarissa Howard.
Miss Howard.
Mr. Shayne, I want you to find my niece for me. June Lawson. I'm turning to you as a last resort.
Oh?
I haven't wanted anyone to know, so I've been making excuses to them all about June's whereabouts. You see, it's a rather painful matter for me to discuss.
What do you mean?
Well, the plain fact is, Mr. Shayne, my niece ran away from home a month ago.
I see.
Oh, I suppose it was my fault, really. I should have made more of an attempt to understand her, but... Well, there's quite a difference between 55 and 29. More than just the years.
Yeah.
And that's made being her guardian a little difficult sometimes.
You think June's here in New Orleans?
I'm positive of it. You see, Mr. Shayne, June and I lived out in the country about 40 miles, near La Place. Oh, here's the address. I still live there, but a month ago she just left. Shortly afterward, I got a note from her. She wrote that if any mail came for her, to forward it care of General Delivery here. Her note was written on Donna Hotel stationery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and here's a snapshot of her.
Yeah. Very pretty girl, Miss Howard.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, you don't have any idea where she'd be? Anything might help me find her.
Well, she was fond of music and nightclubs.
Oh, that's not much help.
Yes, I know, but it's all I can offer, I'm afraid. She kept pretty much to herself, sort of strange and quiet. Even her hobby is a strange one.
Oh, what is it?
She collects epitaphs.
Epitaphs? Is she kidding?
Oh, no, she has quite a collection.
Yeah, learn something new every day. Well, I can't guarantee anything, Miss Howard, but I will try to locate June Lawson.
Oh, please do, Mr. Shayne. There's another thing. I'm not an alarmist, Mr. Shayne, but I'm a little worried about June.
What do you mean?
Well, I might as well tell you that she has some enemies.
Oh?
Yes, one in particular. A man named...
Yeah?
But that doesn't matter. I'm sure if we could just get her to come back home, she'll be safe and everything will be all right, and I'll be a very happy woman.
Well, look, I'll do everything I can, Miss Howard, and I'll keep in touch with you. She thanked me and left. A plain-looking woman with a loneliness about her that made me feel sorry for her.
I sat there a couple of minutes looking at the snapshot of June Lawson. Nice. Looking for someone like that couldn't be too unpleasant. About then, there was another knock on the door, and in came a very rugged-looking boy.
Shane?
Yeah.
My name is Keneally.
So?
So I have a job for you. I want you to find someone for me, a girl named June Lawson.
June Lawson?
Yeah, she's here in New Orleans.
Yeah?
I'll pay $100 to find her.
Oh, you must be pretty anxious to see her.
I am.
Why, Keneally?
For $100, you ask an awful lot of questions.
Why do you want to find June Lawson?
Let's just say I have something for her.
That's what I thought. What is it, gold or lead?
What?
Skip it. Where are you staying, Mr. Keneally?
That doesn't matter, does it? I could keep in touch with you here at your office.
What's the matter? Don't you like visitors? Okay, Keneally, you keep in touch. Because I just might have something for you. A lot sooner than you think.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the popular corpse.
Well, in my business, you get used to surprises. I must admit that hearing the same story from two different people within an hour was a little startling. Both Clarissa Howard and a character named Keneally wanted me to find June Lawson for them. Only I had a hunch about why Keneally wanted to find her. I took the snapshot of June that Clarissa had given to me, went over to the Donna Hotel where Clarissa thought June might have stayed for a while. Clerk's face lit up like a pinball machine as soon as I showed him June's picture.
Yeah, she's really something, huh?
You remember her?
Remember? Sure, June Lawson. Could I forget something like that? Oh, look, excuse me. You her boyfriend or something?
No.
Oh, yeah, she was a real looker. Sort of strange, though.
How do you mean?
Always kept pretty much to herself. You know, didn't give a guy anything in the way of encouragement.
Yeah, I see.
Of course, I was only trying to be companionable.
Mm-hmm.
Little girl all alone in the big city. You know, I figured she'd be sort of lonely.
Yeah.
But she couldn't see it that way. That's too bad.
When did she check out?
Check it. Day before yesterday. I think it was.
That recently, huh? I don't suppose she left a forwarding address.
No, I tried to get her to. You know, just a matter of record.
Sure.
No soap.
Okay, look, one more thing.
Yeah?
That bull-necked individual sitting over by the door reading a paper. You see him?
Yeah. What about him?
Is he a guest here?
Don't place him. Why?
No reason. He came in a couple of minutes after I did. I was just wondering.
Afraid I can't help you there.
Okay, doesn't matter. Thanks. I walked through the lobby and out the front door, and on the way I took a good look at Bullneck. But he never looked up from his paper. I don't know, maybe it was my imagination. The next day, for lack of any other starting place, I went down to the post office and found a bench where I could watch the people going in and out. I'd remembered Clarissa telling me June was getting her mail care of general delivery. Well, I don't know if you've ever tried sitting on a bench all day. If not, don't. It's nothing but dull. And then finally, in the late afternoon, I spotted Bullneck sitting across the street. I guess I stared at him for a couple of minutes before I realized I was supposed to be watching the general delivery window. I twisted my head around, and there she was, just melting into the crowd. The girl in the snapshot, June Lawson. Hey, wait a minute, June!
Oh!
Beg your pardon, lady, I didn't see you.
Well, don't you look where you're going?
Look, I didn't mean to bump into you.
What are you trying to do?
I said I was sorry, lady. June, hey, wait a minute, June! Hey, well, how do you like that? She's gone. Well, at least I'd seen June. I could tell Clarissa that her niece was alive and in New Orleans. So the next day, I drove out to Miss Howard's home in the country. It was a rambling old place. It just sort of leaned tiredly against a grove of trees. Even the air around the house smelled musty, and I was beginning to see why June had left home. There was a dehydrated-looking gardener wandering around in front of the house, prodding the ground here and there. I went over to him. Pardon me, mister. I'm talking to you. Hey, is this where Clarissa Howard lives?
This is where.
Well, do you tell her I'm here, or do I knock, or what?
Ordinarily, you'd not.
Okay, I'll be ordinary.
Won't do you any good.
Huh?
Ain't home.
Oh. And look, Chatterbox, would you mind telling me where she is?
Don't mind. Except I don't know.
Oh, fine.
Away for the day. City, probably.
Well, okay. Oh, the way, you knew her niece, June Lawson, didn't you?
Sure did.
She ever say anything to you about where she was going when she left?
Never did.
Well, you're a big help.
I was away on a vacation when June left. I come back, she was gone. Maid Dawes had left, too. Guess neither of them like it here. Sore point with me, mister.
What, is June leaving or the maid?
Neither. My vacation, that's the sore point.
Why?
Oh, Miss Hart, she says to me before I went, she'd get somebody to look after things while I'm gone. So she turns around and hires about the stupidest man she could find.
Yeah?
I don't know who he was, and it's just as well.
Now, take it easy.
Why, the dumb bunny messed up all my work.
All right, easy.
All of it. Didn't do anything right.
Yeah.
Couldn't even mow a lawn.
Yeah, no.
Even cultivated around my prize chameleon. Think of that.
What do you
now,
know?
I'm a plain ordinary fool knows better than to cultivate around chameleons.
Of course, right.
Why, just thinking about it gets me
easy,
so...
Pop, easy.
Why, if I ever get my
Look,
hands...
Pop,
up-
unwind. I haven't the time. I'll see you later.
It makes me so doggone mad.
I left the old fella hopping around, doing a little shadow boxing and turning the air blue. I went back to town and tried to figure out my next move. I was getting nowhere fast. One thing sure, I had no ambition to camp at the general delivery window again. Then I remembered Clarissa had told me June liked nightclubs and music. Well, that was about as slim a lead as you can have, but it was better than nothing. So I started making the rounds of the night spots that had bands. Philippe's was first on the list. I put a snapshot down on the bar in front of the bartender.
What'll it be, mister?
This.
Hey, that's nice. But not on the menu.
I know. Ever seen it before?
I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
When you find her, bring her in, will you? I'd like to meet her.
I kept going. I covered 15 spots by midnight. I was about ready to give up. Nobody recognized June's picture, but they all wanted to see the original. Then I tried spot number 16. My luck started to pick up.
Yeah, let's have another look. Yeah.
She's been in here before?
Yeah, she comes in here every now and then.
Oh, thanks. Look, have one on me, will you? I'm going to stick around a while, just in case.
Make yourself at home, mister. Yeah, thanks for the drink.
I waited about an hour, I guess. Then all of a sudden, she was standing in the doorway, June Lawson. Only she didn't come in, just took a look around, turned, and went out again. I was on my feet in a hurry. When I got out on the sidewalk, she was just turning the corner. I started after her. Then I spotted Bullneck. He came at me fast, and he had a present for me, a roll of pennies. Only his fist was closed around it, and before I could duck, he gave me the present right back on my left ear. Oh.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the popular corpse.
It all started when a middle-aged lady named Clarissa Howard hired me to find her niece, June Lawson, who'd run away from their home in the country a month ago. Shortly after she left my office, a rugged-looking gent named Keneally walked in. He also wanted me to find June, and I was betting his reasons weren't nearly as pleasant as Clarissa's. Anyway, I started looking for June. It wasn't long before I realized I was being tailed by a character with a size 18 collar. I got a glimpse of June at the post office, lost her, and later that night saw her again at the door of a bar. When I got outside and started after her, my bull-necked shadow caught up with me, clipped me on the side of the head with a fistful of pennies, and I took a short nap. When I came out of it, the bartender was bending over me.
My. Look at all the pennies.
Yeah. They're not from heaven, brother, believe me.
Some lump you got there.
Yeah, thanks. I'll sell it to you cheap. I suppose you know what became of the boy who gave it to me.
Sure.
Huh?
I heard the noise and got out here in time to see him going into that all-night drugstore. See it? Across the street and down a ways?
Yeah.
Acted like he sort of wanted to keep an eye on you. He hasn't come out of there yet.
Good, he's going to have company. Thanks. I crossed the street and started for the drugstore. When I got to the door, I saw Bullneck inside. He seemed pretty startled to see me. He backed toward the rear of the store, but he picked the wrong place. There was no way out.
Get away from me, Shane.
We're going to have a little talk, Bullneck.
I got nothing to say.
We're going to change that. Who hired you to tell me?
Go on, beat it.
Let's have it. Who hired you?
Shane, if you know what's good for you...
Look, I know what's not good for me. Getting hit by you a couple of minutes ago is one of the things. Now, open up before I get the answer out of you the hard way.
I said beat it. I'm not telling you nothing.
Okay, Buster, you're begging for it. Here it is without the pennies. You... All right. Come on, champ. That was just the first round.
Lay off, Shane. Lay off.
You feel more like talking now?
Yeah.
All right, who hired you to tell me? Go on, talk.
Keneally.
Keneally? What's his angle?
I don't know.
Come on, Bullneck, open up or we'll go round and round again.
I'm giving it to you straight. I tell you, I don't know. Keneally hired me, that's all I know. Keneally hired me.
Okay. I think maybe you better retire from active service, though, as of right now. Well, I was no nearer finding June than before. But squaring with Bullneck for the lump on my head made me feel a little better about things. I went back to my office, and I was pretty sure I'd seen the last of Bullneck and the boy who hired him, Keneally. But that just shows how wrong you can be. When I opened my office door, there was Keneally sitting behind my desk.
Hello, Shane. You found June Lawson yet?
What are you doing here, Keneally?
Asking if you found June Lawson yet.
Look, you know if I found her yet or not. That Bullneck baboon of yours has been keeping you posted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not. Now listen, Keneally, I know why you want to find June. I'm not going to be a party to it. You'll never find her through me. I've told Bullneck to lay off, and I'm telling you. Now get out.
All right, Shane. All right. But you haven't seen the last of me. That's a promise from me to you.
But at the moment, I was more interested in bed than I was in Keneally's promises. So I went to my room and turned in. The next morning, I decided I'd better try again to see Clarissa so I could report to her, but she saved me the trouble. She was waiting for me at my office.
Good morning, Mr. Shayne. I understand you came out to the house yesterday.
Yes.
I'm sorry I missed you. Have you found out anything yet?
Well, I can't tell you where June is yet.
Oh, I see.
She's alive.
She is, you're sure?
I got a couple of glimpses of her.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, that's wonderful. You don't know how happy I am to hear that. What a relief it is.
You said June had an enemy. You started to name him, and then you stopped.
Well, I thought it best not to say any more about it.
I think we better. Is his name Keneally?
Keneally?
Is it?
Yes, Mr. Shayne.
I think you better tell me why he's looking for her, Miss Howard.
Yes, I suppose I had. You see, Mr. Shayne, I've acted in a sense as June's guardian for some time. The periodic sums of money in her inheritance have always been paid to me. I regulated her finances. But for the last year, I received no money from the estate at all up north. June told me the inheritance had all been paid.
You found out differently?
Yes. June finally confessed that she'd been intercepting the money to pay Keneally.
Blackmail?
Yes. She wouldn't tell me why.
Well, cheer up, Miss Howard. We're not licked yet. I must admit I'm fresh out of leads. Is there anything you forgot to tell me about her that might help?
No, I can't think of anything.
Wait a minute. You did tell me something that might help. You said June's hobby was collecting epitaphs.
Well, that's right.
That's the one thing I haven't tried, the cemeteries.
Oh, but there are so many of them.
I know, but it's worth a try, and I better get started. I'll keep you posted, Miss Howard. Who knows? Maybe we'll hit the jackpot with our last nickel. She left after that, and I made a list of the cemeteries that were noted for interesting epitaphs. And then I started out. I went from one to another with no luck. It was just a little before dark when I got to St. Louis Cemetery number 1. Way across the place, a couple of 100 yards away, I saw a girl walking among the crypts. I started toward her, and I was still more than 100 yards away from her when she turned her head and saw me. It was June. She didn't waste any time. She headed in the direction of the river, and fast. Hey, June! Hey, wait a minute, June! What for crying out loud? She's gone. Here we go again. I kept going toward the river, because I knew she'd have to be around there somewhere. It was getting pretty dark now. Finally, I got to the bushes near the bank and parted them. And I stopped. Her hat was on the ground by the river's edge, and there were a few bloodstains here and there. That was all. I had a hunch I'd seen the last of June Lawson. Then I heard a faint noise behind me. Somebody was cocking a revolver. I knew without turning around that the gun was pointing at my spine, that any second it was going to go off.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was. June Lawson's hat in front of me on the riverbank and a gun behind me due to go off any second. I didn't even know who was holding the gun, but I didn't have to wait long to find out.
Went a little too far, didn't you, Shane?
Keneally. Can't say I'm very surprised.
You're gonna come with me, Shane, right now, and no tricks, or you'll get one right in the back.
The way June Lawson did?
Yeah, if you want to put it that way.
You know, ordinarily, there's nothing I'd like better than to accept your invitation. Right now, I haven't the time.
Shane!
I was lucky. The light was bad. The slug plowed into the dirt an inch from my neck. I kept in the bushes and kept moving fast. A couple of times I could see Keneally walking along, outlined against the sky. And finally, I shook him. I went back into town. All of a sudden, I realized I was near the bar where I'd gotten a glimpse of June the night before, so I dropped in. I sat there for quite a while. I was almost ready to leave and drive out to break the news to Clarissa when I happened to look up. I blinked and looked again. No, I wasn't imagining things. Sitting there at the bar, down near the far end, was June Lawson. Well, this time I didn't lose out. I got to the side door a step before she did. Oh, no.
I'm leaving.
Oh, good. We'll leave together. Come on outside. Here. Okay, this alley ought to do nicely. Now, come on, let's have it. What's this all about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. Come on, give, June. Why this hard-to-catch routine you've been giving me the last couple of days? Also, why the fake murder set up on the riverbank?
Look, I'm getting out of this deal. I'm washing my hands of it. I haven't done anything, and you can't prove I have. And I'm sick of all this.
What are you talking about?
Look, mister, I'm not the girl you want.
Now, don't give me that. I've got a picture of you. I've seen you twice in the last couple of days.
I'm the girl you've been chasing, all right, but I'm not June Lawson.
What?
No. My name is Doris. I was the maid out there at June's and Miss Howard's place.
Yeah, but what?
Well, I'll tell you all I know, and that isn't much. I was hired to stay in town to let you see me, but not catch up to me. I wasn't expecting you to come back here tonight. I was supposed to make it look like I'd been murdered down there at the river. My boyfriend was hired, too, to follow you and report your progress.
Your boyfriend? You mean Womack? I still don't see what...
If anyone asks us, we were supposed to say Keneally hired us.
But Keneally really didn't hire either of you, huh?
No. Believe me, mister, I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I think you are, Doris. And the reason I thought she was because I started remembering things all of a sudden. Things the withered little gardener had told me. That June must have left while he was away. And that somebody had been cultivating around his prized camellias. Yeah, about then it all began to make sense. I drove out to Clarissa's place. It was dark and quiet. I fumbled around until I found a shovel leaning against a lath house. Then I went over to the camellia bushes. I started to dig. Ground was soft and it wasn't from rain. I had a pretty strong hunch what I'd find. 2 feet down and I stopped. Wasn't a pretty sight. Only I didn't have much time to brood about it.
Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
Clarissa.
Yes. Kindly do not move. I have a gun. So, you've discovered my dear departed niece's resting place. Very clever of you.
You killed the real June Lawson a month ago.
It will be a month tomorrow. Very convenient of you to have dug your own grave, Mr. Shayne.
Grave?
Yes. You will rest in peace beside June there.
Oh, wait a minute.
Put down that shovel. Put it down!
Come on now. Let's have the gun. Let's have it. That's better.
Drop the gun, Shane.
Keneally.
Yeah, Keneally.
Oh, look.
You won't get away this time, Shane. No, you, Clarissa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Keneally.
Look, if you let me get a word in...
You haven't time for many more words, Shane. You killed my cousin. That's why you're going to die, too.
Your cousin?
Yeah, June Lawson.
June, but...
A little while ago, down on the riverbank. I missed you then. I won't miss you now.
Look, you got it all wrong. Clarissa hired me...
Yes, I know Clarissa hired you to kill June.
I know all about Clarissa.
I tell you, I don't know what
You've been stealing the money from June for 2 years, Clarissa, from the estate. I became suspicious. Came here to investigate.
So that's the motive, Clarissa. June found out you were taking her dough, confronted you, and you answered all her questions permanently.
Don't try to get out of it, Shane. Clarissa hired you to kill June.
Now, look, this is straight. I had nothing to do with it. Clarissa killed June. You came to New Orleans to investigate, and when she found out you were coming to see me, she got to me first to discredit you. She hired the maid to pose as June.
No good.
Well, can't you get it through your head that Clarissa killed June a month ago?
What are you talking about?
Look. This hole in the ground behind me. Look. He looked for quite a while. And Clarissa started to edge away, but not soon enough. Keneally turned on her, and his face was white, but his gun didn't waver. It was pointed right at her head. There was only one thing I could do, dive at him. It was a dead heat. Just as I hit him, the gun went off. A slug hit the tree beside Clarissa, and by that time I had the gun turned toward the ground. I kept twisting, and suddenly his hand went limp. I had the gun. He just sort of sagged in. Shocked, I guess. I knew then that I could persuade him to let the law take its course with Clarissa. Well, that's just about that. Except the way I look at it, I'm still in danger. Just as much as ever. No, not from Bullneck. I haven't seen him since. And not Keneally. He's pretty grateful I stopped him from killing Clarissa. No, it's that gardener of Clarissa's I'm worried about. He's still looking for me on account of what I did to those prize camellias of his that night.
This is your director, Bill Russo again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and was written by Bob Reif. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
I turned around as soon as I heard the noise. There, standing behind me, was a thing. About my height, with a face that was almost human, but was covered with hair. There were 2 giant claws with blood on them. I started backing away, but my foot caught in a vine and I went down. The thing came at me, and I thought, Shane, you should have started believing in ghosts before it was too late.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Bayou Monster.
Yes, sir?
My name's Shayne. I was supposed to meet a Mrs. Forsythe here.
Oh, yes, sir. Mrs. Forsythe is waiting for you over at that table.
That's Mrs. Forsythe?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Hello.
Michael Shayne?
Mm-hmm.
Please sit down. I'm Amy Forsythe.
Yeah, I know. Pleasant surprise. I guess I was expecting someone older.
Oh?
Look, I don't quite understand why you wanted me to meet you here. I usually transact my business in my office.
Yes, of course. Mr. Shayne, I'm hiring you for an indefinite period.
You're hiring me? Look, Mrs. Forsythe, people usually tell me what they want me to do, and then I decide whether I take the job or not.
Well, I'm sure you'll take it.
You are? You sound like you were used to getting your own way.
Mr. Shayne, the Forsythes have been getting their own way for something like 200 years.
3 cheers for the Forsythes.
That's what's made us so powerful and so decadent.
It's very interesting, but as an unpowerful, undecadent Shayne, I still haven't heard any reason for you to be so sure you're hiring me.
$50 a day, Mr. Shayne.
You're hiring me.
That's better. Family place Bon Chance is out in the Bayou country.
Bon Chance? That means good luck.
Yes. My great-great-grandfather had a very ironic sense of humor. The place has been atrociously bad luck for at least one member of each generation.
Oh?
But that's beside the point. What I want you to do, Mr. Shayne, is come out to Bon Chance. Stay there until you've found something or someone for me. And remove it.
Something or someone? I don't get it, Mrs. Forsythe.
That's not surprising, because what I want you to find and remove is a ghost, Mr. Shayne. A ghost.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Bayou Monster.
Well, I've gotten a lot of strange assignments in my time. But when Mrs. Amy Forsythe hired me to run down a ghost at the ancestral mansion Bonchance back in the swamp country, I set some kind of record for myself. Amy was sort of a strange girl. At first, you thought she was very pretty. But then you began to notice little things about her that weren't. Her mouth, for instance, cruel, and her nose a little too thin. Her eyes might have been just a shade farther apart. Yeah, she looked like the last of an old family on its way out. But that $50 a day she offered me spelled lots of good times for one Michael Shayne, so I took the job. I was to drive to the landing and meet a boatman who'd take me to Bonchance that afternoon. But before I left, I dropped in to see Police Inspector Lefevre.
Hello, Shayne. To what do I owe this,
Honor's the word, Inspector.
Honor?
Oh, I just dropped by to tell you there aren't any dead bodies in my office today, Lefevre.
Well, things are slack all over.
And to tell you I'm going ghost hunting.
Come again?
No kidding. I've been hired to find a ghost at a place called Bonchance back in the swamps.
Shayne, you're a nice boy.
Why, Inspector?
I wouldn't want to see anything happen to you.
Huh?
So why don't you just stay away from Bonchance?
Bonchance?
Yeah.
Hey, look, what is this, Lefevre? Don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
No, I don't believe in ghosts, Shayne. I've lived around this part of the country all my life. Been in the force here in New Orleans 17 years. I've seen a lot of strange things happen, but I don't believe in ghosts.
And why all of...
The whole Forsythe clan is a jinx outfit from way back.
Jinx? What do you mean?
Something happens in every generation. Something bad.
You know, Inspector, the more you talk, the more interested I'm getting in this new job of mine. I'll send you a full report.
Okay, Shayne. Okay. I just hope you'll be alive to sign it.
Yeah, that's my friend, Inspector Lefevre. Always there with a reassuring word. 3 hours later, a little after sunset, I drove up to the landing where I was to meet the boatman who'd take me to Bonchance. He turned out to be a Cajun named Akil, a thin fellow with a long mustache. I got in the pirogue, a long, narrow boat, and Akil shoved off. He sent the boat skimming along at an amazing clip. And pretty soon we were deep into the bayou. The pale moon wasn't doing a very good job of piercing the misty haze that hung over the swamp. What with the matted trees and vines overhead, it was like a tunnel. A noisy tunnel at that. Sounded like the soundtrack to a jungle movie. You've been with the Forsythe family long, Akil?
Me? I work for them long time, since little children.
Oh? You ever hear anything about a ghost at Bonchance?
Yes. It's Loup Garou, he.
Loup Garou?
You call him werewolf, hmm?
A werewolf? Look, you don't actually believe it. Did you ever see this werewolf?
I think, yes.
What?
It's long time ago. Little boy me in Bayou.
You actually saw it?
I seen this thing. Tall with hair on face, long claws. I no wait for get good look. My teeth start to chatter. I run like wind.
Yeah, but how...
I tell Mama Cecile what I seen. She say is Loup Garou, he.
Who's Mama Cecile?
Old one who live in swamp, she.
We almost there?
Yes. It's Bonchance up ahead. See?
Yeah. I see it. There it was, rearing up out of the swamp ahead of us. A rotting, gloomy mansion that sagged a little here and there, as if the ground below it was slowly sinking into the swamp. The whole place looked like an unburied corpse, and there was a smell of decay in the air. We tied up at the landing, and a servant waiting with a torch took me up to the house. The little breeze that had come up was pushing the flame back and forth, and in the flickering light, the whole place looked like something you might dream about after eating too much lobster. Amy Forsythe, 2 men, and a giant hound dog were waiting for me in the library.
Quiet, Dirk. Quiet! Mr. Shayne, I'd like you to meet my uncle, Edward Forsythe.
Mr. Forsythe?
How do you do, Mr. Shayne?
And this is my husband, Paul Forsythe.
Mr. Forsythe again.
Hello.
And this is Dirk, my dog.
Yeah, I thought it was a Shetland pony at first.
Dirk's been with the Forsythe since he was a pup. Lately, I've kept him with me.
You know, I've made quite a discovery. Everybody around here seems to be named Forsythe.
Amy and I are sort of third cousins, twice removed, I believe. Any more questions, Mr. Shayne?
Questions?
Or am I free to go now?
Huh?
Paul, please.
Yes, by all means, Paul. We mustn't upset dear Amy.
That will be enough, Uncle Edward.
We must wait here quietly, Paul, until Mr. Shayne has finished questioning us. Then perhaps he will be kind enough to dismiss us.
Hey, look, I'm afraid I don't get any of this.
I must apologize for my husband and my uncle, Mr. Shayne, for their lack of cordiality.
That's one way of putting
You
it.
see, I've told them why you're here, and they're not in sympathy with the purpose of your visit.
Oh?
There are some things, Mr. Shayne, which are better left untouched.
Uncle Edward feels this comes under the heading of skeletons in a family closet.
I see.
But he'll do nothing to hinder your investigation, will you, Uncle Edward?
Oh, of course not, dear niece Amy. Anything you say. Don't you find this a refreshing change, Mr. Shayne, the uncle obeying the niece?
Well, I hadn't really thought much about it.
Amazing what a difference money makes, isn't it?
Money?
Edward.
Yes. You see, my dear niece controls the purse strings for what is left of us Forsyths. Something like $500,000, isn't it, Amy? Her thoughtful father arranged it that way.
Edward!
Amy has been kind enough to put me on an allowance. So you see, I must always yield to her wishes, unless I want the allowance cut off.
I hardly think Mr. Shayne is interested in our financial affairs.
On the contrary, Amy, Mr. Shayne has cause to be very interested.
What do you mean?
Why, Amy may be kind enough to put you on an allowance, too. So I merely wanted to point out the danger of, crossing her. Otherwise, she might... Well, Paul, remember that time you decided to go on a spree in New Orleans? You were gone a week. Amy cut off your allowance for a month.
Yes, I remember.
Stop it! Shut up! Both of you. Mr. Shayne, you will kindly ignore everything that's been said. Again, I apologize for my charming family.
Maybe we just better sort of start all over.
Yes, as I say, Uncle Edward will not hinder your investigation. I'm sure Paul will not either.
No, of course not. Although I do think it's a shame.
What is?
Spoiling a family legend like this.
Paul is spending his abundant spare time these days writing a history of the Forsyth family, Mr. Shayne. Quite a scholarly picture it is, too, is wading through the bales of family papers and records he's unearthed.
Yes, he makes quite a figure of an author, doesn't he? See how he stands majestically by the fireplace, pipe in hand? That's his favorite pose nowadays.
Thanks.
Have you come across any mention of this ghost in your research, Mr. Forsyth?
The Bonchance werewolf? Oh, of course, Mr. Shayne. According to the legend, he, or it, has made an appearance at least once each generation. It makes a fascinating story. That's why I'm sorry you're going to spoil it.
You think there's nothing to it, huh?
I think the people living in the bayou around here feel it their duty to keep the legend alive. So one of them faithfully reports seeing the werewolf every 15 years or so.
Oh? Your boatman, Akil, told me he thought he saw it years ago.
Oh, of course. Akil has been with the family all his life. He feels it his duty to help keep the story going.
If it's just a legend, Paul, perhaps with your brilliant mind you can explain the moaning we've been hearing lately.
Moaning?
Yes, Mr. Shayne. An uncanny moan which seems to float through the house some nights. According to what everyone says, it's the werewolf moaning.
Very simple, my dear. It could be that horrible animal of yours.
You mean Dirk here? Is that what you think, Edward?
It's entirely possible, Mr. Shayne. Dreadful beast. Well, it's late, and I, for one, am going to bed. Good night, sweet relatives, and good night to you, Mr. Shayne. Pleasant dreams.
We all went to our respective rooms after that, and I turned in. I lay awake a few minutes thinking about what a charming little family I'd stumbled into. Amy, her husband Paul, and her Uncle Edward. After a while, I guess I drifted off to sleep. Of course, I started dreaming. Of course, the dream was about the werewolf. I dreamt he was here in the room with me, and I could hear him moaning. Then he came at me. I woke up on the floor in a cold sweat. Then I started sweating harder because I could still hear that moan. I pounded downstairs. The moan was everywhere in the house. Amy came running downstairs right behind me. Then we heard it from outside, the dog. We both ran out and down the path. The breeze was still swirling the mist around. Then we stopped. There in the pale moonlight lay Amy's giant hound, Dirk.
Dirk!
Holy...
Mr. Shayne, look! Look at Dirk! Look!
Hair. His throat torn open, as if by giant claws.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Bayou Monster.
It all started when Amy Forsythe hired me to come out to Bonchance, the ancestral mansion back in the bayous, and run down a supposed werewolf that had been haunting the place for a couple of 100 years. Of course, I was pretty unconvinced. Inspector Lefebvre's warning to stay away didn't register. But later that night, after I'd heard a very uncanny moaning, and after Amy and I had discovered her dog with his throat ripped open as if by claws, I wasn't so sure. The next morning, I remembered the boatman Akil telling me about Mama Cecile, the old woman who lived in the bayou. So I went to see her. It was a little shack almost hidden by moss and vines, and as I came up to it, I saw someone slipping away into the undergrowth. Akil! Akil!
You call Ratil?
Yeah. What are you doing here?
Me, I come to visit Mama Cecile.
Why? Why?
To tell her about Loup Garou, werewolf.
What about it?
Killed dog last night. He moan like thousand devils. I see dog dead. Me, I come to tell Mama Cecile. I tell her.
Why'd you tell her?
Mama Cecile, she always say, when werewolf around, come tell Mama Cecile.
Okay, Akil, I'll talk to you later. I let go of him. He melted away into the bayou. I went over to the hut and knocked on the door. There was a grunt from inside, which I took for come in, so I pushed open the door. Inside, it was dark and smoky. But after my eyes got used to it, I could make out a woman sitting in front of a small fire. She could have been 60 or 90, with a withered face that still showed plenty of power. She had the longest fingernails I've ever seen.
What do you want with Mama Cecile?
I want to talk to you about the werewolf.
I know nothing about werewolves.
Come on, Akil told me you always wanted to know when anyone had seen it. Why?
It's avenging spirit of my family.
What, the werewolf?
Yes.
Now look, Mama Cecile.
Yes. Many, many years ago, before my great-great-grandpapa was born, this land here was ours. Our family.
Huh?
Old Forsythe man, steal it from us. Avenging spirit of us is werewolf. He killed one Forsythe each generation.
You don't expect me to...
Last of Forsythe now live at Bonchance. One day land will be mine. The last of my people. For years I live here in Bayou. I wait. Land will be mine soon. I wait.
I somehow got the idea Mama Cecile meant exactly what she said. And the picture of that woman sitting in her hut just waiting for 50 years or so chilled me a little. I went back to Bonchance. Amy and her husband were in the library. She was squirming nervously in a chair, and he was in his favorite pose by the fireplace, and both of them looked slightly green around the gills.
Mr. Shayne, what do you propose to do about this horrible thing?
Well, I'm not quite sure yet.
But you've got to do something. We can't go on like this.
Yeah, I know. Paul, you're sort of the family historian. There's an old woman back in the bayou named...
Mama Cecile.
Yeah. She claims the first of the Forsythes sort of stole the land around here from her family.
What? As a matter of fact, she's probably quite right.
What, Paul? What?
Yes, I found an entry in old Josiah Forsythe's journal something over 100 years ago. He practically admits it.
Well, nice to know your ancestors were thieves.
My dear, couldn't you tell?
This is no time for your feeble attempts at humor, Paul. Mr. Shayne.
Where's Edward this morning?
My dear uncle informed us the occurrence last night was more than his delicate nerves could stand. He said he was going to stay in New Orleans a couple of days.
I see. Well, look, I'm going to wander around here a little today, just sort of looking around. I'll be back around sunset.
Well, I should think so, Mr. Shayne. Not one moment later.
I wandered around the back country most of the afternoon. And then just about sundown, when I was walking through some pretty slushy ground on my way back to Bonchance, I spotted a rowboat a little way offshore among some trees. There was a guy sitting in that boat who looked awfully familiar. As soon as he saw me, he rode over to where I was standing.
Hello, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefebvre, what are you doing around here?
Fishing?
Yeah, sure.
See? Just caught it.
Some fish. Any smaller, you'd have to hold it with tweezers.
The big ones haven't started biting yet.
Look, Lefebvre, if you had a whale in that boat, you couldn't convince me you came clear out here just to fish. Unless it was to fish for the Bonchance werewolf.
Still hunting ghosts, huh, Shane?
It wasn't a ghost that tore that dog's throat open last night, or maybe you haven't heard about that.
Yeah. Shane, like I told you before, you're monkeying with stuff that could backfire. A lot of things could happen to you in this bayou, all of them bad.
Is this a word to the wise day for you, Inspector?
You can call it that. Why don't you stick to something safe? Fishing, for instance. Like me.
Sure. Like you.
Look, when you're fishing, if you hook one that's too big for you, you can always break your line and let him go.
Meaning I might not be able to, huh?
Meaning fishing's a nice, safe sport.
I'll tell you what. I'll sleep on it, Lefevre.
Yeah, well, you do that. Just one thing, though.
What's that?
Be sure you wake up.
I left Lefevre baiting a hook and went back to Bonchance. Dinner that night was real jolly. Amy and Paul were about as cheerful as people in a dentist's waiting room. They spent most of the meal saying nasty things to each other and tossed in a few choice remarks about the absent Uncle Edward. We all turned in early, and I must have fallen asleep right away. But not for long. Suddenly, I was wide awake. Everything was very quiet, except for a faint noise downstairs. I slipped out of bed and reached for the light switch. No lights. I opened the door softly and eased into the hall. Amy's door was open, and even in the darkness, I could see her bed was unoccupied. Paul's door was open, too, and his bed was empty. I went downstairs as quietly as I could, and I heard that faint noise again, like somebody bumping into some furniture. It came from the library. I got to the door and stopped. I could see the dim outline of something coming toward me. I held my breath and waited. All right, just stay where you are now.
Relax, Shane, relax.
Inspector Lefevre, I thought you were fishing.
At this time of night? Don't be silly. Nobody home, huh?
I don't know. The room's got empty all of a sudden.
What's the matter with the lights?
You got any other questions I can't answer? Look, there should be some candles over on this table near the fireplace. Yeah, here's one. You got a match?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Hey, listen.
What's that?
Lefevre, that's the moan they say the werewolf makes.
What?
It sounds way too close for comfort. Hey, what's the big idea of blowing out the candle, Lefevre?
I didn't blow it out.
Well, something did. You feel a draft or something?
Well, a breeze was starting to blow up when I got here. Maybe the walls leak.
Funny, man. Oh, there's a damper on the fireplace somewhere, like just... Oh, here it is.
What happened to the moan?
Well, what do you know? Here, light the candle again. Keep it away from the fireplace. Now, look. This damper on the side of the fireplace, I'll turn it like it was before. Yeah. When the damper's in that position and the breeze is blowing from a certain direction, the air passing through the narrow part of the chimney makes that wailing sound. That's your werewolf's moan.
It's not my werewolf, Shane. So what does all this prove?
A couple of things. Right now, we better find Amy and Paul in a hurry.
All right. You take one direction from the house, I'll take the other.
Okay.
And if you find anything, yell.
I will, Lefevre, believe me. I started out. In a couple of minutes, I was out of sight of the house. It was pretty sloshy going along here, and I had to take it slow. Every now and then, a damp hanging vine would slap me across the face. A couple of times, I slipped and went down. And then up ahead of me, I heard it. It was Amy. She was in a bad way. I tried to run. Finally, I managed to get onto drier ground. There was a faint trail in front of me, and I pounded along it. I rounded a bend, hurdled a fallen tree, and then I stopped. It wasn't a pretty sight. Amy was lying on the ground in front of me. And her throat looked like her dog's throat had looked. But Amy couldn't feel it anymore. She was dead.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I stood, looking down at Amy lying there dead, hoping I'd never see a sight like that again. Then I heard a noise. I turned around. There, standing behind me, was a thing. About my height, with a face that was almost human, but was covered with hair. And there were two giant claws. There was blood on them. I started backing away, but my foot caught in the vine and I went down. The thing came at me, and I thought, Shane, you should have started believing in ghosts before it was too late. Then the thing dove at me, and one of those claws came whistling through the air at my throat. I got my arm up just in time, and the claw bit into my shoulder. Then I realized it was an iron claw. I got one fist loose and pumped it into the thing's face a couple of times. Then I got both hands around its throat and squeezed. The other claw was coming down at me, closer and closer. I squeezed harder, and then suddenly the monster went limp. I pushed him off me. I was just getting slowly to my feet when the fever pounded up.
You all right, Shane?
Yeah, I guess so. Can't say as much for my friend here. He a big enough fish for you?
Yeah. I used to dream about things that looked like that when I was a kid. I never thought I'd see one.
Yeah, well, this one's human. That's a mask, and those are iron claws.
Yeah. Pull the mask off him.
Yeah. Well...
You know him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him. It's Amy's husband, Paul Forsythe. Yeah, Paul Forsythe. This generation's edition of the Bon Chance werewolf. An edition that Inspector Lefevre promptly put out of circulation. I was happy to let him take over. Then later, Lefevre and I left Bonchance and started for home in his rowboat. And I, having lost the toss, was rowing.
Some boy, Paul Forsythe, huh?
Yeah.
He told me he kept those props of his, the mask and the claws, hidden out in the bayou. Wonder how I got a hold of them in the first place.
I think I know the answer to that. Paul spent a lot of time digging through old family papers. He was going to write a history of the family. Probably came across the secret there, where the mask and claws were hidden, how to work the damper on the chimney.
That's probably it. I guess one member of each generation knew about the mask and claws. Probably used to put them on now and then to scare all the bayou people. You know, Shane, the Forsythes certainly must have been a pleasant lot.
Yeah. That'd be their idea of a joke, I guess. Only Paul decided to revive the legend for more practical purposes. He fill you in on the motive?
Yeah.
Money?
Mostly. He would have gotten control of the $500,000 Amy had. Add to that, he had a girl in New Orleans. Add to that, he hated Amy.
That's funny.
What's that?
Oh, just that the legend of the Bon Chance werewolf's been going on for over 100 years. All there really was behind the legend was a mask, a pair of iron claws, and a howling chimney.
And the fact that most of the people around here believed in it. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hell, I can see how you could get believing almost anything out in this bayou. I'll be glad to see the last of it. It gives me the creeps. What?
Stop rowing.
What's the matter?
Shh.
Hey, what are you reaching for, your gun?
Now, look at the big one.
Big what?
Fish. I'm going to hook him.
Oh, Lefevre.
Quiet, Shane. I told you I came out here to fish, didn't I?
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and is written by Bob Reif. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
The first flash of lightning lit her up in a blinding silver light. The rain had plastered her dress tight to her big body. The gun was in her hand. It didn't waver an inch. It was only a matter of seconds until the lightning struck again. Only this time it'd be man-made lightning from the muzzle of a .38.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call A Problem in Murder.
Hello, Shane. It's nice to know that when homicide calls, you come right down.
Why, sure, Inspector. Don't I always oblige?
Sit down.
Thanks.
You working?
Sort of.
For who?
A guy with the unlikely name of Lemuel Barrington.
You like Shane as a name?
You like Lefevre?
What kind of a job?
All I know is what he told me in my office. He wants me to meet him at 5 this afternoon at a house he just rented out on Chef Highway. He's from out of town.
You're not working for anybody else?
No.
You know a fellow by the name of Frank Carter?
Mm-mm.
You sure?
Hey, you look like the original cat with a canary in his mouth. What's the pitch, Inspector? Or aren't I old enough?
Let's take a walk, Shane.
Okay.
After you.
Thank you, sir. Who's Frank Carter?
A stiff.
Yeah, that's what I figured, inasmuch as we're on our way downstairs.
We're a pretty nice gang down here at headquarters, don't you think, Shane?
Oh, princes.
We go out of our way to be polite. We don't mess people up. We even treat some private detectives real nice. We cooperate.
And sometimes you get some cases solved for you that way.
Now along comes a thing, and we got to go to work. You know, when somebody gets himself killed, then we got to find out who did the killing. It's our job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this thing now, we like to feel that the people we cooperate with us.
I can go along with the cooperation, Inspector.
Sure, Shane. I knew you would. Right under that sheet. That's Frank Carter.
Yeah. It's not very pretty.
Nobody's pretty when they stop a .38 slug with their head.
Still dressed and everything. You want to know if I ever saw him before,
Well, now, you see, it's easy when you know what we want.
I never saw him before.
Now, Shane.
A very dull type. Where'd you find him?
In an alley down by the waterfront.
Well, then what are those grass stains doing on the knees of his trousers?
It's raining outside.
I get it. He walks on his knees, huh?
Could have slipped.
Oh, it looks more like he was doing something on his knees, Inspector. Those aren't skid marks. The grass stains are rubbed right into the cloth.
Mm-hmm. It's the face I want you to remember.
No can do.
Try.
Not a glimmer.
Harder.
All right, you've been playing 20 questions with me since I came in. I give up. What's the answer?
Stick your hand in his coat pocket.
Oh, no. Go on, Inspector. You pull out the surprise.
All right. Take a look.
Yeah. Michael Shayne, private detective, I know it was a good idea to have those cards printed. It's good advertising.
Yeah, well, you might have advertised yourself right out of business, Shane. It's funny how a guy you never saw in your life turns up dead with your card in his pocket.
In just a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and a problem in murder.
The day started out wet, promised to get a good deal wetter. New Orleans rain has a habit of overdoing things. A character from out of town, Lemuel Barrington, stepped into my office to make a date for me to meet him later in the day. And then I got a phone call from Inspector Lefevre at Homicide. He wanted a date, too, but right away. So I swam over to police headquarters, and he took me downstairs to the morgue for a look at a stiff named Frank Carter with a .38 slug in his head. The inspector thought I ought to know the dead man because he happened to have one of my business cards in his pocket. I didn't, so he let me leave for my appointment at Barrington's house way out on Chef Highway. The water had reached hubcap level by the time I got there. It was a lonely spot, lonely and soaked. I splashed my way across the road, dashed under the portico. It was pretty dark. There weren't any lights on in the house. I pushed the button. I never did like rain. It's swell for farmers and crops and irrigation, but like I always said, why does it have to rain on the sidewalk? Maybe he wasn't home yet. Well, at least it was dry under the portico, and he should be along soon. Oh. Well, why don't you turn on the lights, Mr. Barrington? I felt like the back of my neck had been smacked with a sledgehammer, and I'd never be able to straighten it again. I opened my eyes and saw I was nose to nose with a figured pattern on the rug.
For a big boy, you do a slow dive.
Maybe it was my position, but she sure looked big. Big and massive, but beautifully proportioned. A sort of Lana Turner, king size.
Don't you know better than walking in without an invitation?
You mind if I get up? After all, there's a lady in the room.
Sure. I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Oh, easy. My neck. It was a pretty fair rabbit punch.
I learned it from my kid brother.
Oh? Is he as big as you?
I'm not so big.
You'll do until another 170-pounder comes along.
No fat.
I should say not.
You bet there's no fat.
Oh, all muscle. Who are you?
I was just going to ask you that.
I'm Mike Shayne.
I'm Diana.
Good. Now, let's start our friendship all over again in a different kind of spirit.
You haven't got a gun, Mike.
Do I need one?
I have. What do you want here?
I got an invitation from Mr. Barrington. I thought this was his house.
I'm looking for him myself. Now, if you'll just beat it...
Stop waving that gun.
Some other time, Redhead, I might have a different idea about you, but right now I'm busy.
Oh, I bet you'd tell that to all the boys you slug.
All right, let's cut the lovemaking. I'll see you sometime.
You're going to send me out into the rain, Diana?
That's the way you came, isn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't have a stiff neck then. How about massaging it for me? Huh?
I told you some other time, Mike.
Okay. I sure wish I'd brought my life raft.
You know, you're kind of cute. I'll look you up.
Give me a ring first, Diana. I might have another date. No, I won't late date anybody. I splashed back to my car, drove it up the road about 20 yards, and hid it behind a large and stately oak, just in case she was watching. Then I got out and doubled back toward the house. About 6 feet to the right of the front door was a porch swing. This one had a canvas top to keep off the sun, but it was just fine to keep off the rain, too. I crawled in and waited. Barrington was due pretty soon. I wanted to see what Diana was up to. It was cozy on the swing, stretched out. I was working on my third cigarette when a coupe breaststroked up the road and stopped in front of the house. A man got out, but it wasn't my client Barrington. Now, this guy was small with a thin face. He rang the doorbell and waited. Then rang it again and waited. And pretty soon the door yawned open and he stepped inside. The last I saw of him, he was staggering under a rabbit punch. I began laughing inside. Within 3 minutes, the door opened and the little guy came out. He staggered to his car, and as he raced away, he splashed water all over a squad car coming toward the house. Inspector Lefevre and Sergeant Dykes got out and made the run for the portico. I poked my head out from under the cover of the swing.
Bring it, Dykes.
It must be pretty important to bring you out in this rain, Inspector.
Oh, Shayne. Leave it to you to find a place to lie down. What are you doing out here?
Waiting for my appointment with Barrington.
Yeah? Anybody in?
You'll find out. I'll stand by here.
What are you grinning about?
Am I grinning?
Yeah. Open it, Dykes. Maybe nobody's home.
Well, just walk right in. You kind of dark there? Go on, go right in.
I don't know what you're expecting, Shayne. Dykes, try upstairs.
I'm disappointed. I thought... Oh, what happened in here?
Well, obviously somebody was looking for something.
Not very neat about it. It must have happened in the last 20 minutes.
Oh?
What are you doing here, Inspector?
I'm working on a case, remember? Frank Carter.
Oh.
And I'm real glad to see you here, Shayne.
You mean there's a connection?
A guy by the name of Lemuel Barrington and this Frank Carter had some business together.
Not really.
And Lemuel Barrington's your client. And this is Barrington's house. Now tell me what you know, huh?
Well, you know I don't hold things back from the police.
Yeah, sure. What are you doing here?
Well, this is where I'm supposed to meet Lemuel.
He hasn't showed?
Nope. Now, you still haven't told me what's going on.
Well, according to some papers we found in Carter's place, his deal with your client involved $50,000 in cash.
Oh, could be that's why this place is turned inside out.
Who did it?
Diana, probably.
Diana who?
She didn't say.
Who is she?
She didn't say that either.
Maybe she was in that car that passed us when we came up.
No, that was somebody else.
How do you know?
I've been watching from the swing.
Oh.
If you really want to know what's happening to Diana...
Yeah?
Listen.
Hey, that's my squad car.
With Diana at the wheel.
Now, look, Shayne, this is the last rotten trick you'll play in the department. I'll lift your license, and I'll see you never work in this town again. One more thing, Shayne.
What's that?
As far as this case is concerned, I figure you in it up to your eyeballs. Now you can drive us down to headquarters.
just a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and a problem in murder.
Well, I went down to headquarters for the second time. But Inspector Lefevre didn't have anything on me but a suspicion I knew more than I told him. Frank Carter had wound up in the morgue with grass stains on his trousers and my business card in his pocket. I'd never seen him before, but Lemuel Barrington, a client of mine, seemed to be mixed up in the Frank Carter thing. I'd gone out to Barrington's rented house on Chef Highway, but he didn't show up. An Amazon named Diana was there. After clipping me and another guy, she methodically tore the place apart, looking for $50,000. Since she'd made off with the inspector's car, I obliged him by driving down to headquarters, being very careful not to embarrass him more than I thought he could take. Then I went back to my office to pick up my phone messages. I found my client Barrington there, waiting for me.
Mr. Shayne.
Oh, too wet for you out on Chef Highway, eh, Mr. Barrington?
I couldn't go back to the house.
But you could send me there.
Now, listen to me, Mr. Shayne. I am a law-abiding citizen. I came to New Orleans to conclude a business transaction...
With Frank Carter?
Yes. I brought $50,000 with me, intending to invest it in a company to be formed. But I found out that the intentions of Mr. Carter were not the purest.
So you killed him?
Killed him?
He's dead.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, you're joking.
The stiff in the police morgue is no joke, Barrington.
But you see? You see, they're desperate. My feelings were right.
Yeah. What feelings?
All they want is my money.
Who's they?
That woman, Diana, and Carter, and Caesar.
Caesar? A little guy, thin?
Oh, an obnoxious person. Mr. Shayne, they intended to fleece me out of my money.
You think Carter was killed by Diana or Caesar so they wouldn't have to split the money with him?
Oh, I don't know. They don't have the money. I do. It's mine.
Oh, where is it?
That's why I came here to your office instead of going to the house.
What's why? Now, wait, you're going a little too fast. Slow down.
The money is at my house. I'm afraid to go there.
Oh, that's my job, huh?
Well, I'm paying you for it.
Well, how do you know it's still there? Diana turned the place upside down.
I don't think she found it.
Where is it?
In the refrigerator, on the freezer shelf.
Frozen assets, huh?
I don't find $50,000 a humorous subject. Now, your job is to get it and bring it to me.
Okay, Barrington, make yourself comfortable. And by the way...
Yes?
You better keep the door locked. The wrong person might knock. I drove out Gentilly Boulevard and onto Chef Highway, the water 4 inches deep and rising steadily. It was a good day to curl up with a book if you happen to be literary-minded. When I swung off the highway and started toward the house, I almost missed seeing the car parked in the exact spot I'd hidden a few hours before. It was a little character's car, Caesar, but he wasn't in it. I pulled up in front of the house and dashed under the portico. I rang the bell. No answer. I splashed around to the back. The kitchen door was locked, and I was already soaked to the skin. The third window I'd tried groaned a little, but slowly it went up, and I went in. It was dark, and the rain was blowing in. I shut the window and looked around. I was in the dining room. I started toward the hall, but suddenly I felt something cold and hard nestle up against my 14th vertebra.
1 second, Bud.
That gun, move it a little to the left, will you? I got an itch.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, into the living room.
Where's Diana?
You talk too much. Okay, it's far enough. You noticed the condition of the room?
I saw it before.
Diana was looking for something. Maybe she didn't find it. Maybe I'll find it.
Maybe.
Maybe you'll help me.
I wouldn't bet on it.
I would. What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for Lemuel Barrington.
Yes, so am I. But in the meantime, I might find what I'm looking for before he comes.
What?
Never mind. What are you waiting for Barrington for?
I don't know.
I asked a question.
Stop waving the gun.
I asked a question, Bud.
Where's Diana?
How do you know her?
I fell for her right after she clipped me behind the ear.
Yeah. You're here after that dough.
I told you why I'm here.
Barrington sent you over for it.
Maybe Frank Carter sent me.
Come again.
I said maybe Frank Carter sent me.
Yeah, I guess you know too much, Bud.
No, I don't know enough.
I wouldn't send anybody out into that rain, Bud.
That's real neighborly.
At the same time, I don't want you around.
Hey, you got a problem.
Yeah, but it's easy to figure out. What do you think?
That's what you ought to do
Huh?
more of, Caesar. Think.
Where did you come
Drop the gun, Caesar.
Now, look, Diana, this guy walked
said
in...
drop it.
Okay.
Mike. Don't bend down. You might get a permanent crick in your back.
I was just going to let the water out of my neck.
Yeah. Trying to cut me out, huh, Caesar?
Ain't that what you tried to do to me before?
My privilege, I'm bigger than you. Beat it.
Oh, into that rain again? Let me stick around a while, Diana. Maybe the rain will let up.
Can't you see we want to be alone?
You
Caesar?
shut up, you.
I'm getting tired waiting, Caesar.
Okay. Okay.
See, Mike? He's a good boy. He's learned a good lesson one time or another.
You didn't find the 50 grand yet.
You know about that?
I'm working for Barrington, remember? And Inspector Lefevre's going to hate you for borrowing his squad car.
I'm more interested in the money.
Barrington's money.
He welched on a business deal.
With Frank Carter and you and Caesar.
Yeah,
But Carter's dead.
that's a shame.
Why was he killed, Diana?
I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't make sense. Frank Carter didn't have the money. Why was he killed?
You got me.
Maybe you killed him.
Maybe.
Maybe Caesar killed him.
Maybe.
How about Lemuel Barrington?
Yeah, maybe he did, too, but I don't think it matters much what you think, Shane. Too bad, too. You've got such nice shoulders. Now let's get down to business, hmm?
Before we do, just one thing, Diana.
Sure. What?
The grass stains on Frank Carter's trousers. Any idea how they got there?
No idea. Let's get back to the money.
I haven't got it.
But you know where it is. I figure you were sent here to bring it to Barrington.
You figure wrong.
I don't think so.
Nice perfume. But I never made love to a girl before while she held a gun on.
Mike, the dough. Where's the dough?
All right, Diana. But let's talk this over. Hey, you're straining my chivalry.
The dough, Mike. I can use this gun another way, too. Don't force me. Now, where's the money?
It's in the kitchen.
Then let's go see. You understand I don't have any grudge against you, Mike. It's just the money I want. Under different circumstances, I think we could make beautiful music together.
Right now, we don't even seem to be playing in the same key.
Maybe you just have a bad ear for music. Okay, where is it?
In the refrigerator.
Why didn't I look there? I don't see it.
Under the cold cuts on the freezer shelf.
Oh.
She let out a yell when I slammed the door shut on her head, and she dropped the sheaf of bills. I grabbed the money and made a dash for the front door and heard her start after me. I started around the side of the house, heading for the trees about 50 yards of water away. But behind me, the front door burst open and... Well, that was too close. I doubled around and started toward the back of the house. It was tough going through all that water. A streak of lightning lit up the whole backyard, and I caught a glimpse of her not 20 feet behind. It was black again, and I turned to start around the house, and something hit me in the shins. I spread-eagled in a foot of muddy water. Another flash of lightning hit, and she was almost up to me now. The rain had plastered her dress tight against her body. The gun was in her hand. It didn't waver an inch. It was only a matter of seconds until the lightning struck again. Only this time it would be man-made lightning from the muzzle of a Colt 38.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
I started to get to my knees and felt more than heard her sloshing toward me. A foot caught me in the ribs and I went under again. She must have tripped too because she landed right beside me. I caught her right arm and twisted it just a little. I felt the fingers of her hand relax around the gun. I felt better. I sat up in the water and looked at her. Oh, she was a real mess, but so was I. I wondered how she looked in dry clothes and without a gun.
Then she started to laugh. And it was funny. I had the 50 grand in one hand and the gun in the other. The rain was coming down in sheets. We were sitting in a foot of water looking at each other. And Diana was laughing. I guess maybe the laughing jack did it. There'd been a few ideas swinging around my head all along, but I've been too busy dodging raindrops and Diana's rabbit punches to give them much time. The only possible solution to the whole mess took shape in my mind as I watched Diana standing in front of a mirror in Barrington's living room, brushing her hair dry. She looked real cute, all of her, in a loud pair of Barrington's pajamas and his robe. I'd changed to a smart Glen plaid suit I'd found. It was good to be dry for a change. The telephone operator got me through to police headquarters, and I asked for Inspector Lefevre.
Lefevre?
Mike Shayne, Inspector.
What do you want?
I want to give you Frank Carter's murderer.
Thanks.
Oh, you want me to forget it?
I'm listening. Go ahead, Sherlock. Who killed Frank Carter?
Frank Carter?
Very funny, you and your sense of humor.
I'm not kidding. If you want to pick him up, send a couple of men down to my office. They'll have to bust the door down to get in, but I'm sure the police department will make restitution.
You better be sure you know what you're talking about.
Never surer. You pick up Carter, and I'll be down to headquarters a little later with the details.
What do you mean, Carter? Who's down in the morgue?
That's Barrington. The real Carter is waiting at my office. Do I have to draw a blueprint?
You sure this theory of yours holds water, Shayne?
What doesn't today, Inspector? So long.
Hey, wait a minute. How about that girl who stole my squad car?
The squad car? Well, I'll be working on that, Inspector.
What's he beefing about, Mike? I left it on Lafayette around the corner from the city hall.
Oh, maybe he doesn't like the idea of it, Diana.
You figured it out all pretty cute.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do with me?
Well, now that you're demobilized, I think I can handle you.
Mike, how did you figure Carter killed Barrington and changed clothes with him?
Oh, first of all, he shot Barrington through the head so there'd be no bullet holes in the clothes. He probably did it right here in the backyard of the house.
But why?
Oh, the wet grass stains on the knees of the trousers on the dead man. They make sense if you figure Carter had to kneel in the grass beside the real Barrington to take his clothes off after he shot him. Then he drove Barrington's body over the docks to get as far from this place as possible. Only there's not much grass growing on the docks.
Real sharp, Mike.
And the card I gave Carter when he was posing as Barrington in my office. He tripped himself up when he forgot and left my card in his pocket when he switched the rest of the identification.
Then Barrington must have told Carter the money was hidden in the icebox before Carter killed him.
Logical.
That rat. Trying to pull a double cross.
Just like you tried to do to Caesar.
But after all, I'm a woman.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten that.
Well, what now?
Wouldn't you like to try to talk me out of turning you in for stealing the inspector's car?
Can I?
I doubt it. Why don't you try anyway? I'll bet you can be real persuasive. Barrington's 50 grand went to his family in his hometown. That is, 50 grand minus my fee. I eventually got my clothes dried out, but the back of my neck will never be the same. Inspector Lefevre agreed there were extenuating circumstances. The rain in Diana's borrowing his squad car. He was, in his way, grateful for me handing over the murderer complete with details. He'd neglected to report the car stolen anyway. He was a little embarrassed about it. And maybe that crick in my neck will serve a good purpose. I've got a date with Diana. She's going to see if she can't make it feel better.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story was based on characters created by Brett Halliday and was written by Lester and Gerard. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
gun in his hand didn't waver, and his pale blue eyes stared at me, unblinking, cold and deadly. Then I saw his fingers start to tighten on the trigger, and I knew that in one more second my last case was due to be closed.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Constant Companion.
Come back, all is forgiven. Molly. These personals. Don't keep her waiting, George. Right below it. Molly have left town, George. Well, that settles that. Let's see. Weatherman says rain. Rain. I should live so long.
Hello?
Huh?
You Mike Shayne?
Yeah, I didn't hear you come in.
The sign in your office door says enter. I did.
Yeah. Well, have a seat.
I want to hire you, Shayne.
You know, it so happens I'm very available right now, Mr.
Just call me Shorty.
Okay, Shorty. What's the job?
I want you to sort of take me under your wing, Shayne.
Take you under my wing? But you're little enough, I guess, but I don't get it. What do you mean?
Call it protection. Call it keeping me undercover. Call it anything you like.
I see.
Huh?
Why? Why are you so anxious to keep undercover?
Shayne, lots of times movie stars like to travel incognito, they call it. Just pretend I'm a movie star.
Very funny. You know, Shorty, I seem to detect a slight odor about this deal.
Then don't breathe. So part of your job is keeping me out of sight. The other part is finding a guy for me and taking me to him. Big Ed Lasky's his name.
Oh, is he a friend of yours?
He used to be.
Now, look, you're not...
As soon as you take me to him, I'll be okay. Your job is done.
Look, Shorty, the smell's getting worse by the minute. You still haven't told me why you want to keep out of sight.
Shayne, $200 should answer a lot of questions, shouldn't it?
You said $200.
I said $200.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 200 would answer quite a few questions. For now, anyway. Yeah, 200.
Don't worry, Shayne. You'll earn every penny of it.
In a moment, we'll be back to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the Case of the Constant Companion.
Well, maybe someday I'll learn there's no such thing as easy money. I guess I forgot that the morning a little guy appropriately named Shorty laid $200 big bucks on my desk. According to Shorty, all I had to do was keep him out of sight and find a character named Big Ed Lasky for him. Of course, there was something about Shorty that chilled me a little. Maybe it was those very pale blue eyes of his or the thin-lipped mouth. But at the moment, the 200 was talking awfully loud, so I took the job.
Okay, Shayne. I'll give you a list of places Big Ed used to hang out. I'll wait here in your office while you see if you can locate it. Then I'll...
Just a minute. Hello?
Lefevre, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefevre. How's everything down at Homicide?
Dead.
Oh, my, we're sharp this morning, aren't we? Well, what's on your tiny mind, Lefevre?
At the moment, you.
Oh, that's really sweet of you. You call me up to tell me not to leave town, or maybe I'm suddenly chief suspect in a nice, juicy murder?
Wrong twice. Just passing the word along, Shayne. We're alerting everybody right down the line.
Yeah, what about?
There's a killer on the loose.
Oh?
Yeah, broke out of the penitentiary last night, a little guy.
Thanks for the... what'd you say?
He's a little guy, about 5'2", pale blue eyes, thin-lipped, heavy voice.
Yeah. Look, Inspector...
His name is Shorty Crawford.
Say it again.
I said his name is Shorty. What's the matter, can't you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you all right.
Well, just passing the word along. Keep your eyes open for him, Shayne. He's dangerous.
I can believe it. Inspector...
Yeah?
Skip it. I'll see you later.
Inspector Lefevre, homicide, Shane?
Well, as a matter of fact, yeah.
So now you know about me.
So now I know about you.
Yeah, just as well, I guess. Now I'll have to change the plan a little.
The plan?
Yeah. Instead of waiting here in your office while you look for Big Ed, I'll come with you. Only we'll still have to keep out of sight while we're looking for him.
Look, Shorty, I just quit the job.
Shane, I've been convicted of murder and sent up for life. I broke out, so now I'm on borrowed time. I'd have nothing to lose if I had to kill someone.
Look, I tell you...
Also, I got a gun in my pocket that's been pointed at your wishbone ever since I came into your office. It's going to stay pointed at you till we find Big Ed. It's going to go off the second you try to pull a fast one on me, so don't talk about quitting the job, Shane. Because, believe me, it'd be the last job you ever have.
Well, that left me nothing to say. After dark, we headed for a bar Shorty told me used to be a hangout of Big Ed's. Shorty had his hat pulled low over his eyes and left it that way as we went inside. The two of us walked up to the bar, and Shorty stood with his face turned away.
What'll it be, Mac?
Little information.
Information? You want information? I got a desk down at the depot. We sell drinks here. What'll it be?
You seen Big Ed lately?
Who?
Big Ed Lasky. You been around here lately?
Like I said, what'll it be, bud?
Now, about Big Ed...
Look, you've been out of circulation a while, Mac. He ain't been around for more than a year. Now, you want a drink or don't you?
Never mind. Thanks.
That's all right.
Well, what next, Shorty?
He's lying, Shane.
Huh?
The bartender was lying.
How do you know?
Look over there. That booth near the wall. You see that doll sitting alone?
Yeah, I see her. Not bad.
It's Big Ed's girl.
Ooh.
Look, she don't see us. We'll walk over the other side of the bar. Come on.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to slide into the booth next to hers. You sit down with her and see what you can find out about Big Ed.
Oh, but
And remember, Shane, I'll be right in the next booth, so don't try anything.
Okay.
We'll split up here. Okay, go on over.
Hello, you mind if I join?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do mind.
Yeah, I'll join you anyway.
Sure, you smart boy.
Name is Shayne. Mike Shayne.
So what do you want? The answer's no.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Doris, I'm spoken for, Rover boy, so move on, huh?
Oh, now look, sweetheart, I'm not trying to muscle in on Big Ed.
What about Big Ed?
It rings a bell, huh? Is he around anywhere?
No.
I see.
You know, this booth was nice and comfortable before you got here. Let's make it comfortable again.
Okay, sugar, okay. I'll see you around.
I doubt it.
I got up and started for the front door, but then Shorty caught my eye and motioned me to the side door. I guess he didn't want to walk in front of Doris's booth. Once we were outside, I turned to Shorty, but he just motioned me to start walking. We were near Jackson Square, so we walked over. The park was deserted. I sat down on one of the benches, and Shorty sat on another that backed up to mine. There we were, head to head. It was very cozy. Nice girl, Doris.
Yeah.
She's anything like Big Ed.
She is. Big Ed's around somewhere, that's a cinch.
It's also a cinch. New Orleans is a big city. Where do we go next?
I'm thinking.
You say Big Ed used to be a friend of yours.
I worked for him once.
Long time ago, huh?
Before I went to the pen.
Why are you so hot on him? What happens when we find him?
Your job's over then.
No, I mean what...
Your job's over then.
Yeah. Well, it's a cinch we're not going to find him tonight. How about escorting me back to my room so I can get a little shut-eye, huh? Maybe in the morning we can... Huh?
There's not going to be any shut-eye.
Are you kidding?
No. You'll sleep after you find Big Ed for me, not before.
You know, you can't get away with this for very long, Shorty.
What do you mean?
Look, you're an escaped killer. There's a dragnet out for you.
So?
So they'll get you sooner or later.
After I found Big Ed, Shane, I won't care so much.
Oh? Well, then think this one over. You're watching me like a hawk, aren't you, Shorty?
Like a hawk?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be watching you like a hawk, too. I'm going to be waiting. Just waiting.
Waiting for what?
Sooner or later, you're going to get sleepy. You can't stay awake forever. One of these times, you're going to realize you're real tired. Your head's going to start nodding. Hey, you're going to drop your guard for a second. Just a second. Just long enough for me to jump you. I'll be waiting for that second, Shorty. Waiting.
You through, Shane?
Yeah. Just remember it.
Yeah.
Well, do we sit on these benches all night?
No. I'll go back to your office.
Okay. Coin the phrase, you're the boss. It's a long walk, you know.
There's a taxi cruising down the next block. Call it.
Well, man's getting a little more sensible. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Taxi!
He heard you. Now, look. When he pulls up, you get in first. I follow you.
Okay.
Tell the driver to keep moving. You'll give me the address later. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Shane.
I know. No tricks.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, driver, get moving.
Where to?
Just get moving. I'll give you the address later.
Okay.
So long, Shorty!
Shane, stop! Shane!
I hit the street, bounced to my feet, and hightailed it into the park. I figured Shorty wouldn't risk a shot from the cab, and I was banking on getting to the bushes before he could get the driver to stop. But just as I reached the bushes, a rugged-looking hand shot out and around my neck.
Just a minute, Shane.
Hey, let go of me, will you?
I got a message for you from Big Ed.
Look, I'm in a hurry.
You're looking for Big Ed. He doesn't want you to find him. It's a bullet for you if you do.
Take your hands off me, or
Forget
I'll...
about Big Ed, Shane. Maybe this'll convince you. Oh!
In a moment, we'll be back to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the constant companion.
It all started when a character named Shorty offered me $200 to hide him out and find someone called Big Ed Lasky for him. While Shorty was in my office, Police Inspector Lefevre telephoned to tell me there was a killer on the loose. There was no doubt about the description he gave me. It was Shorty, all right. The little guy promptly told me what would happen to me if I didn't go through with the deal. So we started out. And Shorty had that gun in his pocket trained on me full time. We didn't have any luck at the first bar we tried, but we did talk to Doris, Big Ed's girlfriend. And then later in the taxi, I figured I saw my chance, so just as the taxi pulled away, I opened the other door, dove out, and headed for the park. Only I didn't get far before a big baboon grabbed me, told me to forget about finding Big Ed. To emphasize his point, he hit me over the head. When I came to, I could see someone bending over me. It was Shorty.
Can you hear me, Shane?
Yeah.
Get this. There's only one thing that's keeping you alive, and that's the fact I want to get to Big Ed bad. Otherwise, I'd plug you right now.
It couldn't make me feel much worse than I do.
What happened?
Guy grabbed me, told me to forget Big Ed, and he slugged me.
Probably one of Big Ed's boys. Okay, Shane, this time nothing happens to you. But if you ever try to pull anything again, you're dead, but quick. I'll go back to your office, and this time we'll walk.
Well, we finally got back to my office, and I was really beat. I slumped down in my chair and hoped I could catch a nap until morning. Shorty had other ideas. He didn't want me to get any sleep. Every time I dozed off, he'd nudge me. So, finally, I gave up. Just sat there for about 10 cigarettes, waiting for daylight. And then at 9 o'clock, we grabbed some breakfast, picked up a newspaper, and headed back to the park. We used the same seating arrangement as before. I was on one park bench, and Shorty was on another that backed up to mine. That morning sun hitting me was all I needed. Could barely keep my eyes open. Shorty seemed to be having the same kind of trouble.
Read the headlines to me, Shane.
Shane? Huh?
said read the headlines to me.
Oh, okay. Escaped killer still at large. Giant manhunt on for Shorty Crawford. Police dragnet.
That's enough. Yeah. All seems sort of far away. Far away from here. Well, like sun. Feels good, huh?
Yeah.
You know, you're not such a bad guy, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact,
What'd you say?
Skip it.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I was wide awake. It was like somebody had just turned off a waterfall. The silence was deafening. I tried to see Shorty out of the corner of my eye. I didn't want to move my head, but I couldn't see his face. Couldn't tell whether he was asleep or not. I leaned forward slowly, very slowly, and then I started turning my head around. Finally, I could see his face. His head was slumped over on his chest, and he was dozing. I tensed up to dive at him, and then...
Oh. Well, Shane, you were all set to grab me, weren't you?
Yeah, I was all set.
Good thing that car horn brought me out of it.
Yeah.
Shane! Hey, Shane!
Hey, there's a guy getting out of that car. He's heading this way.
I see him.
Shane!
Okay, Shane. Be a good boy. Real good.
Yeah.
Hey, Shane, you rooted to that park bench or something? I've been yelling.
I know, Lefebvre.
I also hugged.
I know that, too.
Sour mood this morning, huh?
Yeah.
Who's your friend?
Huh?
I said, who's your friend on the bench behind you?
Well, I don't know him, Inspector.
Oh, that's my mistake. I thought I saw you talking to him when I got out of the car.
Well, no.
Well, what are you doing sitting in the park anyway? Business that bad for you?
And it's not good right now. How about you?
Oh, it's about the same. We're still after Shorty Crawford.
No sign of him, huh?
No, none yet. I got a hunch we're getting closer all the time.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. We'll nab him before long.
What's the story on him, people? All I know is he was convicted of murder.
Well, Shorty used to work for a guy named Big Ed Lasky.
Oh?
So an enemy of Big Ed's, Tom Dixon, wound up dead one day. Case was that Shorty killed Dixon. A few of the boys thought that Big Ed had hired Shorty to kill the guy, but nothing could be proved. And Big Ed had an alibi for himself as far as the actual killing was concerned, so Shorty was convicted.
Oh.
Well, like I told you before, Shane, keep your eyes open.
Yeah. You do likewise, huh, Lefebvre?
I always try to, Shane. See you later.
You were getting under thin ice there for a minute, Shane. Don't get conversational like that again.
So that's your story, huh, Shorty? Big Ed hired you to kill a guy he didn't like, Tom Dixon. But maybe Big Ed didn't pay you for the job. Is that why you're trying to find him now? To collect?
You can add it up that way if you want to, Shane. You might as well. I doubt if I could sell you my side of the story.
You couldn't sell me anything, Shorty.
That's what I thought. So I'm not wasting my time. Come on. Back to your office.
All the way back to the office, I was cussing out Lefebvre to myself. First, for honking his horn and waking Shorty just when I was going to grab him, and second, for standing there talking to me and not spotting Shorty. We walked into my office just in time for me to pick up the phone. Hello.
Fever, Shane.
Oh, you're a big help.
Don't worry. I spotted Shorty sitting on the bench behind you.
Well, now you tell me. Why didn't you...
I had a hunch he had a gun under his arm pointed at you. I didn't want you to collect the slug. Look, is he still there in your office with you?
Yeah.
Stall him. We'll be there in 60 seconds.
Who was it, Shane?
Why, it was my landlady.
Who was it?
My landlady. She forgot to say...
You're lying.
Look, I tell you...
Let's get out of here.
Oh, look, Shorty, I'm tired.
Look, you think I'm as fresh as a daisy? I've been awake for 24 hours longer than you have, and I'm still on my feet. Now get on yours. We're getting out of here.
Why? I like it here.
We're leaving. Now, Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? No, Shorty...
Shut up! Siren. Hey, cops, so that's it. So you've been real smart, Shane. So you pulled a fast one.
Now, look, Shorty, you...
Okay, Shane. So maybe they'll get me. But you'll go first.
In a moment, we'll be back to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the constant companion.
gun in Shorty's hand didn't waver. And his pale blue eyes stared at me, unblinking, cold and deadly. Then I saw his fingers start to tighten on the trigger. I knew that in one more second, my last case was due to be closed.
Okay, Shane. It's payoff time for you.
Shorty, I tell you, I didn't tip off anyone.
Save it. You're on your way out, Shane. Is it right? Who's that?
How would I know?
Okay. I'm going over against the wall. Tell her whatever it is to come in. And if it's the cops, I'll start shooting. Go ahead.
Yeah. Come in.
Hello, Shane?
Big Ed's girlfriend, Doris.
That's right. I got a message for you, Shane.
Look, Big Ed already sent me a message last night with a blackjack.
You hadn't heard about Shorty breaking out of the pen then, Shane. Didn't know why you were looking for him. Now I figure Shorty's hired you to find him. He's willing to give you $500 to forget it, and if you...
Too late, Doris.
Shorty!
Yeah, right behind you.
Look, Shorty, you got him.
You're gonna take us to Big Ed, Doris.
No, Shorty. Please, Shorty.
You're gonna take us to Big Ed. And right now. Go on, get moving.
The three of us went down the back stairs and out the side door. Doris's face was the color of paste. I kept wondering what had happened to that siren we'd heard up in my office, but then just as we were getting into Doris's car, I spotted a cop across the street giving a guy a ticket. So that was what the siren was about. Doris slid in behind the wheel. I got in front with her, and Shorty was in the back seat. I could hardly keep my eyes open. One look at Shorty told me he was almost ready to fold, too. Nobody said anything as she drove out to the edge of town and pulled up in front of a little house that was off by itself. We went up the path. Doris hesitated a minute, but Shorty prodded her with the gun, so she opened the door and went in. I was next in line. Shorty was bringing up the rear.
Ed,
Doris, what's the matter with you? Why don't you bring Shane out here?
Ed, I didn't want...
Hey, you're the baboon who slugged me in the park
Doris,
last night.
you stupid. Hello, Ed.
Shorty.
Yeah. Don't move, Ed.
Look, Shorty,
Shut up. Well, Ed, I finally got to you, didn't I?
Look, Shorty, let's make a deal, huh?
Too late for deals, Ed. Too late for anything.
Shorty.
I'll get to you in a minute, Doris. Okay, Ed. I'm going to kill you, you know that.
No, Shorty, no.
But first... Say it, Ed. Go ahead. Say it.
Say what?
What I broke out of the pen to hear you say. What I've been dragging this private eye all over to find you for, so you could say it. Say it. About Tom Dixon. The guy that convicted me of killing. Spell it.
You didn't kill him, Shorty. I did.
What? Shorty,
Yeah, go ahead, Ed. Spill some more.
Talk. I killed Dixon. Doris faked an alibi for me. We framed you.
Shorty, I didn't want to have nothing.
Shorty, you're innocent.
Yeah. Nobody believes that, Shane. I tried to tell them before, but they had too good a case against me.
Yeah, but...
You don't understand. You can't understand why I'd bust out of the pen. Risk my neck just to hear Big Ed squeal, huh?
Well, sure, I understand it, but look, Shorty, if you're innocent, we can...
I told you. Nobody believed my story.
It's different now. I just heard Ed confess.
I tell you, it's too late. Only thing left to do is kill these two rats. One by one.
No, Ed.
No, Shorty, no.
Just kill them, and it'll be all over. Then I can rest. Kill them first, then rest.
I was so groggy from lack of sleep, it took me a couple of seconds to figure out what had happened. Then it hit me. Shorty was on the verge of folding. Yeah, the strain of the last few days had finally caught up with him. He was practically out on his feet. The gun in his hand started sagging, but my reflexes were sagging too, and Big Ed beat me to the punch. He dove at Shorty and grabbed the gun.
Okay. Get back, Shane. Now, Shorty, we play it the other way.
I threw it away. My chance to kill you. I threw it away.
You'll never get another, Shorty. And you'll be next, Shane. You know too much about me now.
Oh, look,
shut up. Okay, Shorty, here it is.
The slug caught Shorty in the shoulder and spun him around. I dove at Ed, and before he could bring the gun around to me, my fist connected.
Ed crumpled over. I looked around for Doris. She was nowhere in sight. Went to the door and pulled it open.
Hello, Shane.
Oh, Inspector Lefevre. You're a little late, aren't you?
Maybe.
Hey, a girl just ran out of here.
Yeah. She's in the squad car.
Oh.
Messy in here, isn't it?
Yeah. And Shorty will be okay, though. It's just a shoulder wound.
Well, we'll get him back to jail.
No. Wrong guy, Lefevre. There's your boy, Big Ed Lasky.
Come again?
All frame. Shorty's innocent.
Now, that's real interesting, Shane. You got any proof?
Mm-hmm. I heard Big Ed confess. I'll fill you in on the details later. Right now, this couch looks awful.
Yeah, well, Shane, there's still a couple of things.
Yeah, they can keep, Inspector. Look, I've been without sleep for 2 whole days.
Shane, I've got
Go away, little man.
Shane,
Later. Just one more thing, Lefevre.
What is it? Shane!
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and is written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Look, Angel, I've been through a lot to get to you. I'm facing a murder rap because of you. And I've got just 5 hours left to break the case. And you're going to help me the hard way. So come on. Open up. Talk.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Eager Victim.
Come in.
Mr. Michael Shayne?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. I was afraid it was too late to catch you here at your office. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Janik. Claude Janik.
How do you do, Mr. Janik?
I hope you'll pardon the gloves. My hands... Well, there's something the matter with my hands.
Yeah, sure. Have a seat, Mr. Janik.
Thank you.
Well, what can I do for you?
A great deal, Mr. Shayne. A very great deal.
Oh?
First, I have here a typewritten statement. Please read it.
Yeah. This will absolve Michael Shayne of any responsibility or connection with the death of... Hey, wait a minute. I don't get it.
Second, Mr. Shayne, here's an envelope. I'll put it here on your desk. And the envelope is $1,000.
$1,000? Look, Janik, start from the beginning. You're leaving me way behind.
The $1,000 is for you.
For me? Why?
Third, Mr. Shayne, this.
It's a gun.
Precisely.
Look, will you kindly tell me what this is all about? I'm in no mood to play games.
Oh, I assure you this is no game. You'll put the typewritten statement in a safe place. Then you'll take the $1,000.
Mr. Janik, I want to know why you're offering me $1,000 and what you want me to do for it.
Oh, it's very simple. The $1,000 is yours if you'll just take that gun and...
And what?
And kill me, Mr. Shayne. Kill me. In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the eager victim.
strange things in my time, but I must admit I was completely floored when a guy named Claude Janik walked into my office and offered me $1,000 if I'd take his gun and kill him. He even had a typewritten statement which was supposed to release me from any connection or responsibility for his death.
Well, Mr. Shayne, these are all the materials you'll need. The statement, the money, the gun. As to the time and place, I'll leave that up to you.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Janik. I don't know why you're trying to kid me along, but I can't say I care for your idea of a joke very much.
Joke? I assure you this is no joke, Mr. Shayne. I was never more serious in my life.
You mean you actually are asking me to...
I thought I'd made it completely clear. I want to pay you $1,000 to kill me.
Get out of here.
But, Mr. Shayne, this statement will absolve you of any...
Look, I don't know what gave you the idea of coming to me with your crackpot idea, but this...
I came to you for a definite reason, Mr. Shayne.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been observing you lately. I happen to know you're a little short of money, and so I thought
Me being short of dough is nothing new. But you didn't observe me very closely, Mr. Janik, or you'd have known I'd throw you right out on your ear for coming to me with a pitch like that. Now get out.
Please, Mr. Shayne. I need your help. You see, I don't want to go on living. There's an illness that... we won't go into that. I just can't bring myself to...
Look, Mr. Janik, I'm sorry about your troubles. Really, I am. I think you should realize what an insane thing you're trying to do.
You won't take the job?
Of course not.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Shayne. Well, your answer is no, for the present.
For the present?
But perhaps you'll change your mind. I'll just leave these things here with you. The gun, the money, the statement.
Look, you're not leaving anything with me. Here, take your gun with you. And the dough and the statement.
Very well, Mr. Shayne. I live at the Ainsworth Arms Apartments. So if you should reconsider...
I won't.
Good evening, Mr. Shayne. I'll be seeing you.
I doubt it. I doubt it very much, Mr. Janik. He walked out of my office, and I guess I must have sat there 15 minutes or so, wondering what makes a guy like Claude Janik tick. Of course, I couldn't help feeling a little sorry for him, but then I remembered what he wanted to hire me for, and I got mad again. Finally, I realized it was getting late, so I got up and started for the door. Then I saw it. A piece of paper lying near the door. I picked it up. It was a statement Janik had typed absolving me from any responsibility for his death. I figured he'd probably get in touch with me again to see if I'd changed my mind, so I put the statement in my desk drawer to keep for him. Then I started for the door again. This time, the telephone brought me back. Hello?
Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Gloria Hunt, Mr. Shayne.
Gloria Hunt?
I'm sorry, but you don't know me.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Gloria, but maybe we could change that, huh?
I hope so, Mr. Shayne. I know it's late, but I'm wondering if you could come over and see me. I need your help.
Gloria, you just made yourself a date. Where are you?
I'm staying at the Faraday Hotel. Suppose I meet you in the lobby in, say, half an hour? I'm sure I recognize you.
Like I said, you've got a date, sugar.
You sure you don't mind coming over, Mr. Shayne?
You're kidding. I'll see you in 30 minutes, Gloria. Maybe 29. 28 minutes later, I walked into the lobby of Gloria's hotel. She was sitting there alone. When she saw me, she got up to meet me. Gloria was quite a number. She looked, well, like her voice sounded.
It was very nice of you to come over at this time of night, Mr. Shayne.
You know, I don't mind a bit. What, seems to be the trouble?
Something of mine's been stolen, Mr. Shayne. A diamond clip. Rather valuable.
Oh?
I discovered it when I came back to my room a while ago. I've left everything just the way it was. I want you to look around and we'll see if you can find any clues.
Okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I'll check in at the desk, see if I have any mail. Then we'll go up to my room.
She went over to the desk and stood there a moment talking to the clerk who'd been ogling her ever since I'd walked into the lobby. Then she motioned to me, and we went up to her room.
As I say, I haven't touched anything since I discovered the clip was missing.
Well, where'd you usually keep the clip?
Well, I'm afraid I was a little careless with it this evening. I think I left it in my cosmetics case.
Huh?
I intended to have them put it in the hotel safe, but I was in a hurry when I went out to dinner, and I think I remember just sort of tossing the clip into that case.
Oh, is it open when you left like it is now?
The case? Well, I thought I closed it, but
But you're not sure.
I'm afraid not.
Your memory isn't exactly a long suit, is it, Gloria?
I know I get so mad at myself sometimes, but I just can't seem to help it. I sort of forget things.
Well, I'll poke around a little, see if I can...
Oh, Mr. Shayne.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Shayne, this is very embarrassing.
What is?
Well, I put my hand into my suit pocket just now
And what?
Look.
What? A diamond clip.
Yes, my diamond clip.
Well, I'll be... Like I say, Gloria, memory is not your long suit.
Shayne, I don't know what to say. I feel so foolish.
You know something? You don't look so foolish.
No, but to drag you all the way over here for nothing like this.
Ooh, I wouldn't say it was for nothing, Gloria.
What do you mean?
Well, I met you, which is not nothing.
Well,
Maybe something could, be arranged sometime, huh?
if you think you could forgive me for...
I have.
Well, then, maybe, huh? We'll see. I'll call you, Mike.
You do that, Gloria. Good night. I headed back to my office and realized for the second time in one evening a possible job had evaporated before my eyes. First, Claude Janik, and second, Gloria. Just my luck, I guess. Although I really wasn't too unhappy as far as Gloria was concerned, because things looked, well, a little promising in that direction. I got back to my office, pulled open the door, and started for my desk. The chair behind it was already occupied.
Hello, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefevre.
Sit down.
Thank you, Inspector. Well, it's real sweet of you to offer me a chair, considering it's my office. How's everything down at Homicide? Don't tell me. I know. Dead.
Yeah.
Well, what's on that mighty midget mind of yours tonight, Lefevre? Is this just a social call, or maybe you want to offer me a job in your department, huh?
Wrong twice.
Well, it's early yet. I'll sharpen up, Inspector.
Wrong again, Shayne. As far as you're concerned, it's not early, it's late, and it's getting later every minute.
Oh, so now we're talking in riddles, huh? Well, see if I can think of a fast one. Maybe we should go in a game of 20 questions, huh?
Good idea. Here's the first one. Ever hear of a guy named Claude Janik?
Claude Janik was... Yeah, what about him?
I'm asking the question, Shayne, but yours was a good one. I'll use it. What about him?
Janik? Well, he came to see me earlier this evening.
Why?
Well, he said he wanted to hire me to... Look, you'd never believe it, Lefevre. It sounds like it was right out of a book.
Ever see Janik before tonight?
No.
Or after he left here?
No, again. Look, what is all this anyway? How come you're so interested in Claude Janik all of a sudden?
I'm always interested in corpses, Shayne. And Janik's one of them right now.
Janik's dead?
Yep.
Well, I'll be... Poor guy. I guess you never know.
What do you mean?
Oh, I knew Janik was sort of in a bad way, but I never thought he'd do it.
Do what?
Kill himself.
He didn't. Janik was murdered.
Murdered?
All right, now let's take it again, from the beginning. When'd you see Janik last?
I told you, I haven't seen him since he left my office.
How long you known him?
I never saw him before tonight. Look, Lefevre, a guy comes in to see me, he winds up dead, so automatically you come busting down here and start giving me a third degree. Well, don't tell me you think I had anything to do with it.
I do.
Well, then you're awfully wrong, Lefevre. Just what makes you think you can drag me into the deal?
For the best reason in the world. We found some fingerprints on the gun that killed Janik. And Shayne, they were your fingerprints.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the eager victim.
It all started when a guy named Claude Janik came to my office and offered me $1,000 to kill him. I turned him down in a hurry, and he left. Then I got a call from a very nice number, Gloria Hunt, who told me a diamond clip had been stolen from her. When I got to her hotel, she discovered the diamond clip in her suit pocket. She was pretty embarrassed about the whole thing, but on her it looked good. I left the way open for future assignments with her and then went back to my office. And there was Police Inspector Lefevre of Homicide.
Get your toothbrush, Shane. We're going down to headquarters.
Oh, now, just a minute, Lefevre. Look, so you found my fingerprints on the gun that killed Janek. Okay, I can tell you how they got there, the whole story. And that's what I'm going to do right now.
I'm all ears.
Claude Janek came in here early this evening and offered me $1,000 to kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, it sounds phony, but it's the truth.
That's the truth, and you're really slipping to cough up your motive like that, Shane.
Motive? Oh, look, little man, I tell you, I didn't kill Janek. I turned him down in a hurry and shoved his gun back to him. That's how my prints happened to be on the gun.
Very interesting. There's just one small point.
What is it?
How come his prints weren't on that gun, too?
Because he was wearing gloves. But I'm telling you, that's how my prints wound up on the gun. He took it and the money and... Hey, wait a minute.
I'm waiting.
Look, I can settle this thing right now. He had written out a statement releasing me from any responsibility for his death. He dropped it on the way out of here. I put it in my desk drawer, and I'm very glad he did drop it, because now maybe you'll be convinced I'm telling the truth, and...
Well?
The statement's gone.
No.
Well, I tell you, I put it right here in the drawer.
Shane, the more you talk, the worse off you are.
Oh, look, Lefevre, where did Janet get killed? What time was it?
His body was found out of town a little way, on a side road near South Claiborne. You know that intersection with the gas station a couple of miles out?
Yeah?
Well, near there. We figure he died about 9. Why?
You know, I'm awfully glad to hear you say that, Inspector.
Alibi?
Yeah.
Shane, alibis can be begged, borrowed, stolen, or bought.
Yeah, but they also stand up in court if they're airtight, and this one is vacuum-packed, Lefevre.
What are you doing?
Calling up a very nice young lady named Gloria Hunt, whom I just happen to be with at 9 o'clock in town.
Faraday Hotel.
Hey, let me talk to Gloria Hunt.
Who?
Gloria Hunt.
There's no one here by that name. Sorry.
What? Oh, now, look, don't give me that.
Sorry.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll be...
Something the matter, Shane?
Oh, it must be a new clerk or something. Or maybe Gloria went out for the evening.
At midnight?
Or maybe...
Or maybe there is no Gloria.
Now, look, there is a Gloria, and she's my alibi, and I'm going to find her and prove it to you, but...
But what?
Well, it'll take a little time. Give me 24 hours, and I guarantee I'll...
No deal, Shane.
Look, Lefevre...
Look, you're my number one suspect right now. If you can clear yourself or show me somebody who looks better in the suspect chair than you do, okay.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but I can't do it just like that. I need time.
I'll give you 12 hours.
Oh, have a heart, Inspector.
12 hours.
Look, make it 18, and I'll...
12.
Okay. 12 hours.
It's midnight now. That gives you until noon. And, Shane, that'll be it. One way or another.
Okay.
One thing more.
What is it?
New Orleans is a pretty big city.
So what?
So don't get lost.
Look, for the 5th time, there's nobody named Gloria Hunt staying at this hotel.
But I tell you...
Are you the guy that phoned a little while ago asking for it?
Yeah.
Well, you take a lot of convincing, but I told you then there was nobody...
But, maybe Gloria Hunt isn't the name she's registered under. Look, I just described it to you a minute ago. Doesn't the description ring a bell with you?
It rings nothing. Now, look, for the last time, I don't...
Right, boy. Okay. I turned around and walked out of the hotel. Obviously, the clerk was lying. He'd probably been paid for it. Somehow, Gloria had found out that Janek had left that statement in my office, and the whole story about the stolen diamond clip was probably just a pretext to get me out of my office so she could have someone remove the statement. Maneuvering me into a spot where I'd be depending on her for my alibi was smart, too. All of which meant I had to find Gloria in a hurry. I didn't have much time. My next stop was the Ainsworth Arms Apartments, where Claude Janek had told me he lived. It was a very ritzy-looking place, complete with an elevator operator who, luckily for me, was still on duty. And luckier still was a talkative gent.
Oh, too bad about Mr. Janek. Too bad.
Yeah, nice guy, huh?
Yeah, he sure was nice to me.
You, saw him earlier this evening?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Took him up to his apartment about 5, guess it was. Yeah, 5 straight up. I remember because he got in the elevator, then he told me to wait while he had them put the package in the apartment house safe.
Package?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Money.
Huh?
Told me there was money in it. Wanted to put it in the safe.
Oh, is it still there?
No. Mr. Janek took it with him when he went out again. About 8 it was.
8? Are you sure about that time?
No. Just a guess. Wasn't paying much attention.
It's probably a little earlier than that. He was in my office right around 8.
Oh, like I say, just a guess.
Look, did Mr. Janek have any particular girlfriend?
If he did, he kept her pretty well under cover.
Didn't have any regular visitors here?
Well, let's see. Mm-hmm, yeah.
Who?
Well, lately there's been a guy come to see him several times. A nasty-looking gent named Landry.
Landry? Not Jim Landry?
Uh-huh, yeah. Know him?
Yeah, he runs a joint across town. Well, thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, at least I'd gotten one lead. Jim Landry, who owned the Blue Parrot. I found him in his office alone, a deck of cards in his hand.
What do you want, Shane?
Little game of solitaire, huh?
Yeah. I've been sitting here playing solitaire all evening.
Oh?
Maybe you don't hear me. I said, what do you want?
A couple of answers. About Claude Janik.
I'm fresh out of answers.
You owe you any dough, Landry?
You got a big nose, Shane.
Yeah. You were a friend of Janik's, Landry.
I didn't used to like him at all, Shane.
Why not?
He beat me out of something that was mine once.
Money? A girl, maybe.
Like I say, you got a big nose, Shane.
Look, you say you didn't used to like Janik.
That's right. I like him fine now.
He's dead.
I know. I'm not doing so well this game, Shane. I can't seem to concentrate with you here.
Yeah? Try the red 9 on the black 10.
Thanks.
It's okay. See you around, Landry. Well, about then I was running out of leads fast. But then I got to thinking about that bull-necked clerk at Gloria's hotel. I went back there and hung around outside. Finally, it started getting light, and around 6 a.m., a guy came up and relieved the clerk. He yawned and started for the door, and just as he got outside, I collared him.
Hey, you... what? Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, it's me again, and this time...
Now, look, put him
you
in...
look. You were lying when you said there was never any Gloria Hunt
Are
here.
you crazy?
See, page of the line. Now,
Now
open
get
up.
your hands off of me, or...
Okay, we'll do it the hard way. Come on, now, give.
Tell you I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, lay off, will you? Lay off.
All right, let's have it, then.
Okay. After you left, she told me to forget all about it. She gave me $20, and then she left.
Where'd she go?
I don't know.
Look, I'm gonna...
I tell you I don't know. I'm giving it to you straight. I don't know.
Okay.
You like that guy. Always got to be tough. Everybody got to be tough.
Huh? A fever.
You're real tough, aren't you, Shane?
Look, did you hear what that clerk said?
Yeah.
That ought to prove there's a Gloria Hunt. I'm telling the truth. That ought to...
That's so fast, Shane. So there is a doll called Gloria Hunt. To me, that's not proof of anything yet. Not until you find her.
Oh, but
And you're running out of time. Less than 6 hours, Shane.
Yeah. And I'm sure you won't mind if I excuse myself and keep on looking.
Not at all. But, Shane...
Yeah, I know. Don't get lost. But I might as well have gotten lost for all the progress I'd made. I'd covered everybody, looked every place I could think of, and I still hadn't... Then I stopped. Oh, there was one place I hadn't looked yet. In Janik's apartment. I went back over to the Ainsworth Arms, and with some fast talk and a faster $10 bill, I got the elevator operator to let me in the back door of Janik's apartment. I wasn't at all sure what I was looking for, but I looked anyway. For about an hour. I was just about to give up when something caught my eye. It was with some other papers on Janik's desk, a receipt from a jewelry store for a diamond clip. Yeah, possibly, just possibly, that clip of Gloria's. On the receipt was written the address where the clip had been delivered. An apartment house on the other side of town. I copied down the address, and then I called Lefevre. He wasn't in, but I left the message and beat it over to the apartment. Sure, it was a long shot, but when the door opened, I knew the long shot had paid off.
Shane!
Yeah, Gloria, and I'm coming in.
Get out of here.
It's too late, Gloria. Yeah, now.
Well, Mike, finding me was a big mistake.
Look, Angel, I've been through a lot to get to you. I'm facing a murder rap because of you.
It was still a mistake to find me. When you barge into people's apartments, you're sort of careless about looking behind doors. Aren't you, Mike?
Looking behind doors? What are you talking...
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, I'd finally found Gloria Hunt. But just in time to get hit over the head by someone standing behind me. Then, after a while, I started coming out of it. I could see someone bending over me.
Feeling better, Shane?
Hey, am I dreaming?
No, you're not dreaming, Mike.
Yeah, but you're the guy who came to my office and tried to hire me to kill him. You're the dead man, Claude Janik.
Right the first time, Shane, but wrong the second. Yes, I'm the one who came to see you, all right. But I'm not Claude Janik.
Yeah, but... yeah.
You're beginning to get it, huh?
Yeah, I'm beginning to get it. You posed as Janik to me. The whole story about wanting to hire me to kill you was just an excuse to get my fingerprints on the gun you later used to kill the real Claude Janik with.
Bright boy.
That's why you wore gloves, so that the only prints on the murder gun would be mine.
You have it all figured out. Well, too bad it's too late.
Mind telling me why you killed him?
I don't mind, Mike. I finally got Janik to settle some money on me. Nice, hard cash. That's what I've been waiting for.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe you got Janik to drive you out into the country. You had him parked near a spot where your friend here was hiding. Your friend kills Janik, and the two of you drive away. Does it fit together that way by any chance?
Could, Mike. Could. But you might be a little more polite. My friend here's name happens to be Tom.
So happy to know you. So you and Tom now live happily ever after on Janik's dough, huh?
That's the general idea, Shane. But that doesn't interest you anymore. Because it's time for you to leave the party. Right now.
The gun in his hand moved up a little until it was staring me in the eye. His fingers started tightening on the trigger, and then...
Dykes, take care of the girl.
The fever.
Yeah.
Well, how did you...
Back door. Better late than never, huh?
Yeah. Any later, and it might as well have been never.
Well, now that's gratitude.
Gratitude, yeah. Guess who just solved your case?
It'll be solved when I hear the story, Shane.
Well, I think if you talk real pretty to that girl Sergeant Dykes just took out to the squad car, you can persuade her to spill the whole story into those shell-like ears of yours.
I'll sure try.
Yeah, I know you will. Oh, just one thing more, Lefevre.
What is it?
Okay if I get lost now?
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
I heard the door softly close behind me. Without turning around, I knew it had been a trap. Then I heard another sound. A gun was slowly being cocked. I realized that this was the end of the line. Payoff time. Yeah, little Mike had finally solved the case. The hard way.
New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode which we call The Case of the Corresponding Corpse.
Have a seat, Mr. Lima.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shayne. It was good of you to wait for me in your office this evening to see me.
Oh, you sounded pretty upset over the phone.
Oh, I am, senor, I am. It is all so bewildering, I do not know what to do, where to turn. Then the thought occurred to me that perhaps someone like you could help me.
Well, you're not the only one who's bewildered, Lima.
Senor?
I'm in the dark, too. You still haven't told me what this is all about. All you said over the phone was you wanted to see me right away.
Ah, but of course. You must excuse me, Senor Shayne. It is just that I have been so upset. Mm-hmm. You see, I flew up from Havana this morning.
Oh, is that your home down there?
Yes, it is. I have extensive holdings in and around Havana and have lived there for a little more than 2 years now.
You up here in New Orleans on a vacation?
Oh, no, indeed, senor. I came up because of my friend Julian. His last letter sounded so urgent, I felt I must...
Look, Lima, do me a big favor, will you?
Why, of course, senor. What is it?
Start from the beginning. I'm way behind.
Oh, but of course, senor.
Now, you live in Havana.
Yes.
You have a friend here in New Orleans named Julian.
Yes.
What about him?
I have not seen Julian since I went to Havana. And then I have not heard from him. And then suddenly yesterday I received a letter from him saying he was in danger. He wanted me to come up here right away.
Uh-huh. Is he in danger?
Julian?
Well, that's who we're talking about, isn't it?
Oh, but of course, senor. Now remember, I received this letter from Julian only yesterday.
You said that once.
When I arrived here, I went at once to Julian's address. And, Senor Shayne, it is impossible. I cannot believe it.
Can't believe what?
Senor, they told me Julian has been dead for 2 years.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
Well, I like to think I've heard just about everything. When a little character named Lima waltzed into my office from Havana and told me he'd just gotten a letter from a man who'd been dead for 2 years, I must admit it rocked me back a little. Judging from the expression on Lima's face, the whole experience had rocked him, and plenty.
I tell you, it is not possible Julian is dead, Mr. Shayne. There must be some mistake.
Well, look, Lima, maybe somebody else wrote that letter to you.
No. Julian was my friend. I knew his handwriting like I know my own. And the things he said in his letter proved to me beyond all doubt that it was Julian who was writing.
Well, in that case, it looks like your friend's alive now.
But no, senor. They tell me he's dead.
Oh, now, look, he can't be both.
Well, I know it sounds insane, senor. But it is impossible Julian is dead. And yet, they tell me it is impossible for him to be alive.
Just a minute.
Now, that is where you come in, Senor Shayne.
Me?
Yes. I want to hire you to try and find Julian, if he, as I still hope, is alive. And if he is dead, then I want you to find out that, too. Here is my telephone number.
I don't know. It looks like a pretty crazy assignment.
For $100.
I'd find the job not half so crazy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me the address where Julian used to live, then drop in here at the office tomorrow. I may have something for you. Of course, I wasn't nearly as sure of that as I sounded. The next morning, I went to the address Lehman had given me, the place where his friend Julian had lived. It was a little ramshackle 2-story building near the waterfront. On the first floor were 2 shops, and up above them were a few furnished rooms. One of the shops had a sign over the door which read, Yi Fang, Tropical Fish. Not a very nice thing to say about yourself. I went in, and a chubby little gent with horn-rimmed glasses and a broad grin waddled up to me.
So, good morning. You like buy some fine tropical fish?
No. What I want's a little tropical information.
Yes, have many good guppies. See, all tanks to left, guppies.
Yeah, lots of guppies. Now,
Yes, everybody buy guppies.
Not quite. Now, look, a guy named Julian used to live up over this shop.
Yes, you like guppies?
Well, I haven't anything against them, but about this Julian...
Yes, joint ancestors.
Yeah, how long ago?
Yes, you like buy some guppies?
No, I don't like to buy some guppies. How long ago did Julian die?
1-2 years ago.
What happened to him?
Yes, do not know. One day they tell me he is dead. So. Mister, you sure...
No guppies. The king of the guppies bowed me gracefully to the door and out. The shop next door also had a sign out front. This one read, A. Valdane, Passport Service. Inside, a tall, thin gent sitting on a high stool greeted me as I stepped through the door.
Come in, my friend, come in. A. Valdane at your service. Perhaps a little passport information?
Not today.
Expert passport photos, too. Reasonable.
What I want is...
Information.
How'd you know?
Walls, my friend. You're the first man who, to my knowledge, has ever walked out of the place next door without a bowl full of guppies.
You know something? For a moment, it looked like Yi Fang was going to keep his record intact. Well, you probably heard what or who I was talking about then. The guy named Julian.
You too,
What do you mean?
There was a loony little guy in here yesterday claiming Julian was alive.
Oh, Lima. Look, did you know Julian very well?
No, only slightly. He lived in one of the rooms upstairs. That's about all I knew about him.
And there's no doubt about his death, huh?
Not as far as I know.
Now, how did Julian die?
Well, Julian was quite a water lover. He used to go out on a little boat a lot. One night, a storm came up out in the Gulf. The next morning, they found Julian's boat floating upside down. No Julian. No Julian ever since.
Did anyone actually see him drown?
Who's running around during storms watching people drown?
Yeah, you got a point there. Look, did you know any of Julian's friends, who he ran around with, anything like...
Well, like I say, I didn't know him very well. He had a girl whose name was Celeste. They used to hang out at Maxim's bar a lot.
Okay, anyone else?
Not that I can... No. Wait. I did see Julian talking to the professor a couple of times.
The professor? You mean the old drifter over on Exchange Street?
Yes, that's the one. Character who knows just about everyone. Will gladly tell you all about them for the price of a drink.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks, Valdane. I headed for Maxim's bar where Valdane had said Celeste and Julian used to spend some time. On the way, I got the feeling I was being followed, but I couldn't spot anyone. I don't know, maybe it was just my imagination. When I got to Maxim's, I asked the bartender about Celeste. Found out she dropped in almost every day. So I sat down at a table and waited. About an hour later, a girl who answered the bartender's description of Celeste came in and sat down. I eased over to her table.
Hello.
Hello. Can I join you?
Why not?
Thanks. You used to be Julian's girlfriend, huh?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Have your fun.
Fun? I'm afraid I don't get
What
it.
are you trying to do? Make me feel like a big heel or something?
Here, look, Celeste.
Sure, I play up to the boys now, you and the others. A girl's got to get along. But I was Julian's girl. Don't you forget that. Sure, I was his girlfriend. What do you think I've been trying to forget for 2 years? Him, Julian. Now, you come along and throw his name up to me.
Look, Celeste, I'm not trying to make you feel like a heel, and I'm sorry if mentioning his name's made you feel bad. Julian's not alive, man.
Are you kidding? Of course he's not alive. He's been dead for 2 years.
That's all I wanted to know, Celeste. Thanks. I was beginning to think Valdane knew what he was talking about when he said Lima was slightly off his trolley for thinking Julian was still alive. But I still had that other lead Valdane had given me, the professor over on Exchange Street. I found the professor at his usual corner, sitting on a packing crate, holding forth to a few bewildered floaters. He was a scarecrow of a man, dressed, as always, in a dilapidated cutaway coat, open-toed shoes that weren't designed that way, and a wing collar with no tie.
And so I say, gentlemen, that the curse of our age, our civilization, is our mechanistic, high-speed, materialistic approach. Aesthetics is a forgotten word. The love of beauty for its own sake has paled before the ruthless march
Hello,
of...
Professor.
Mr. Shayne, how do you do, sir? Indeed, it's been quite some time since you last visited this humble thoroughfare.
Yeah, still educating the masses, huh?
Yes, trying in my own feeble way to impart some small yearning for the higher things into the unfortunate souls. A discouraging task, to be sure.
Look, could I talk to you a minute?
Certainly, certainly. We will discuss this subject further at some later date, gentlemen. I must now grant a private audience to my friend here. Will you join me on this humble crate, Mr. Shayne? Or shall we adjourn to more comfortable surroundings where we may, perchance, partake of some small but cheering...
I want your answers to make sense. We stay here.
I question greatly the merits of your decision, but will yield temporarily to your puritanism. What is it you want?
You remember a guy named Julian?
Julian? Of course I do. Charming scoundrel, and a generous one. In the old days, he used frequently to purchase cheering libations for me in return for small but useful bits of information which I was able to deliver.
Yeah. Look, what did Julian do for a living anyway, Professor?
Mr. Shayne, it was not what Julian did for a living, it was whom he did.
Oh, I see. Julian was quite a boy to work all the angles, huh?
His talents along those lines were tremendous. He had a small but efficient organization and based a very successful career on assorted projects such as blackmail, connivery, forgery, and an entire line of bunco enterprises, which showed Julian to be a man of great imagination.
Any of Julian's old outfits still around?
I have heard one of them is. I don't know.
And Julian?
My dear sir, Julian died 2 years ago.
Yeah. You don't have any reason for thinking otherwise?
Certainly not.
Okay, Professor, thanks.
Not at all, Mr. Shayne. I'm always glad to help, even if at some discomfort to myself.
What do you mean?
Simply that I suffer from a peculiar condition of the throat. Excessive conversation, particularly when helpful information is involved, dries out the delicate membranes and causes...
Yeah. Okay, Professor. Here you are.
I accept your voluntary contribution, sir, not merely for myself, but in the name of all disconsolate and thirsty humanity. And I thank you.
So now I was fresh out of Leeds. I'd gotten nowhere. Limo was waiting for me in my office, and when I told him that as far as I was concerned the case was closed, his face fell a mile.
But, Senor Shayne, you cannot mean that you will not help me anymore.
Look, Lima, Julian died 2 years ago. So a couple of days ago, you say you got a letter which you think was written by him.
I do not think. I know.
Yeah. Look, there's something I don't quite get about you. You say you and Julian were friends. Yet from what I hear, Julian was quite an unsavory character. Blackmail, bunco, etc.
Well, perhaps Julian was a little weak where money was concerned. But he was always a good friend to me.
There's another angle about this that interests me, too, Lima. You told me you suddenly acquired some holdings in Cuba a couple of years ago. And Julian was a blackmailer.
What are you talking about?
You, got those holdings legitimately, I'm sure.
Well, of course I did. Mr. Shayne, I'm not hiring you to make foolish insinuations about me, but to find Julian.
You're absolutely right, and I'm telling you, Julian's dead.
No, please. You must keep looking.
Look, it's no use, Lima.
Please, Mr. Shayne. Please, I beg of you. Money is no objection with me. You must keep on looking for Julian.
You sure have a lot of faith that he's alive, Lima. Okay, I'll take one more crack at it. I went back to the waterfront and into Valdane's passport place. I was hoping there might be some other lead he could give me, something he'd forgotten before. But he just laughed at me. So I left. Then, as I was walking along the sidewalk, a little character sidled up to me.
Shayne?
Well, yeah, who are you?
You're looking for Julian, Shayne?
Julian? I was, but no more. Why?
Why no more?
Because it's sort of silly to look for a dead man.
You're wrong, Shayne. Julian's alive.
He's what?
I'm telling you, Julian's alive. I saw him with my own eyes, only yesterday.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
It all started when a little guy named Lima from Havana told me he'd gotten a letter from a friend of his, Julian, here in New Orleans, saying he was in trouble and asking Lima to come up. When Lima arrived in New Orleans, they told him Julian had been dead for 2 years. He didn't believe it, so he hired me to find Julian. I went to the address where Julian used to live, a 2-story building with 2 shops downstairs and some rooms upstairs. Yi Feng, who sold tropical fish, said Julian was dead. So did a gent named Valdane, who ran a passport service next door. Celeste, Julian's girlfriend, and the character called the Professor were also unanimous that Julian was dead. So there I was, walking along the sidewalk, ready to give the whole thing up when a little guy sidled up to me fast.
I'm giving it to you straight, Shayne. Julian's alive.
Look, who are you anyway? What's your angle?
Well, just call me Joey, and put it down I'm a pal of Julian's. Now, I heard it around you've been looking for him. So I thought if maybe there might be something in it for him, and for me, of course, I could tell you where to find him.
Look, there'll be plenty in it for both of you if I find him.
Well, okay, I'll take a chance. When I bumped into Julian yesterday, he wrote his address down on a piece of paper for me. Here it is.
Okay, thanks. Incidentally, have you by any chance been following me around the last day or two?
Me? No. Why?
I'll skip it. Thanks for the information. I took the piece of paper and compared it with a sample of Julian's handwriting Lima had given me. It matched. I headed for the address on the piece of paper. And again, on the way over, I had the feeling I was being followed. But like before, I couldn't spot anyone. Julian's address turned out to be just a block away from the place where he used to live. The door to the room was ajar, so I pushed it the rest of the way open and went in. Yeah, there was someone in the room, all right. But it wasn't Julian.
What are you doing here?
Well, Julian's girlfriend, Celeste. So maybe Julian isn't as dead as you tried to make me think before, huh?
I don't know what you're talking
quit
about.
stalling. Come on.
All right, but I was telling you the truth before. I didn't know then that Julian was alive. Just an hour ago, he called me and told me to meet him here. I came right over. He was here, Julian, my Julian.
Where is he now?
Well, he said he had some things to do, that he'd meet me later at Maxim's bar. Why do you want to know these things? Who are you? And
Doesn't matter who I am. You've already told me what I want to know. Just one more thing. What size guy is Julian?
Why, he's short.
A short guy, huh? Okay, Celeste. Thanks a lot. And all of a sudden, the trail had gotten very hot. I went down the stairs and outside, and as I started down the sidewalk, I was thinking about what Celeste had told me, that Julian was a short guy. I started checking off the people I've been running around with lately. The Professor and Valdane, both tall men. And Lima, Yi Fang, king of the guppies, and Joey, the guy who'd slipped Julian's new address in my hand a little while ago, they were all short guys. And then I remembered my feeling about being followed. So I decided to find out who it was. I turned a corner, slipped into an alley, and waited. I waited 15 minutes, but nobody came along. I finally gave up and went into the store next door and over to the payphone. Lima, this is Shayne. Well, looks like you were right after all. Yeah, about Julian being alive. Now, look, calm down, will you? Look, meet me at my office in 15 minutes, and I'll tell you all about it. I went outside and continued down the street. As I approached Julian's old address, I spotted Yi Fang and Valdane both lounging around in front of their shops.
So happy gentlemen maybe would like to buy some fine. Oh, so is you.
Well, you don't sound very happy about it.
I do not like people who do not like fine guppies.
Look, I told you I've got nothing against guppies. I just... Oh, skip it.
Still running around looking for dead men, Shayne?
Yeah, Valdane, only suddenly one of them isn't so dead anymore.
Julian? Don't tell me he's come to life.
Don't be too surprised if he did.
I'd be very surprised.
You know, you sound awfully sure about him being dead.
Do I? Well, I didn't kill Julian, if that's what you mean. Didn't know him well enough. Matter of fact, if you're really interested, I wasn't even around when he died.
Oh?
For the last couple of years, up until a few weeks ago, I've been sort of a guest of the state, shall we say.
Penitentiary, huh?
Well, if you want to put it crudely, yes.
Well, I'll tell Julian hello for you when I see him, Valdane. That may be before long. 15 minutes later, I pulled up in front of my office. I climbed the stairs and went in. I was expecting that Lima would be waiting for me, but he was nowhere in sight. Then I spotted it on my desk. A little slip of paper. I picked it up and read it. Shayne, I've learned that you are looking for me, and I want to talk to you. Come to my old address at once and wait for me there. Julian. Yeah, Julian at last. I slipped the note in my pocket and waited a while for Lima, but he didn't show up. So about 9 p.m., I went over to Julian's old address. Both Yi Fang and Valdane's places were closed for the night. I went up the rickety outside stairway, in the door, and down the hall to the door at the end, Julian's old room. He'd told me to wait for him. That meant he wouldn't be there yet. The door was unlocked. I opened it and went in. The room looked lived in, not like it had been vacant for 2 years. Then I heard the door softly close behind me. Without turning around, I knew it had been a trap. Then I heard another sound. A gun was slowly being cocked, and I realized this was the end of the line, payoff time. Yeah, little Mike had finally solved the case the hard way.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Julian's old room with a gun at my back and a pretty strong hunch as to who was holding that gun. One look over my shoulder told me my hunch was right.
Hello, Shayne. You can turn around now.
Hello, Valdane. So you're my boy, huh?
I'm afraid it's the other way around, my friend. You're my boy.
Yeah. Well, it was beginning to add up to you, Valdane, once I got all the figures together.
Huh? Just what were the figures, Shayne?
Figure 1. Lima suddenly comes into extensive holdings in Cuba 2 years ago. Now, just suppose it hadn't been quite legal, that he'd hired someone like Julian, for example, to help him. Maybe a little forgery to help him acquire those holdings.
Well. You added the first column of figures very accurately.
Thanks. So then maybe Lima starts getting blackmailed by the guy who'd done the forgery for him. What Lima never knew was that Julian had a few boys working for him. That it was one of those boys who'd done the forgery, not Julian. A boy named Valdane.
You're a little sharper than I thought, Shayne. I hadn't figured you'd tumble to that.
Well, you very obligingly tipped me off to it a little while ago.
I did?
Mm-hmm. You told me you'd been in jail for the last couple of years. And just got out a couple of weeks ago. Lima told me he hadn't heard from Julian for 2 years until he got that letter a few days ago. So it added up that the letter supposedly from Julian was actually written by you. Just as you'd written the other blackmail notes before you went to prison.
Well, I can see I did the right thing when I decided to put you out of the way, Shane. You were getting too close to me.
It was pretty neat, too, Valdane, the way you...
And you're getting too close to me now. Get back, Shane.
The way you hired Joey to tell me Julian was alive. And you even got Celeste to help you.
Yes. Yes, I've been keeping her consoled in the absence of Julian. She very obligingly left that note in your office telling you to come here. Well, that's just about the story, Shane. And you've stalled all you're going to.
Well, it was worth a try. Incidentally, was it you who was following me while I made the rounds looking for Julian?
No, it was I.
Lima. Hey!
Drop that gun, Valdane. Drop it. Now.
Lima, how'd you know to come here?
Very simple. When you telephoned me to meet you at your office, I went there and found the note signed Julian, telling you to come here. I came over right away, and I've been waiting in the next room.
Oh, look, Lima, Julian really is dead.
I know that, senor.
Huh?
I killed him 2 years ago.
You what?
Lima. Don't move, Valdane. I thought Julian was the one who had done the forgery for me and was blackmailing me. I did not know there were men working for him. I killed him, and the blackmail note stopped. Then when I got another one last week in the same handwriting, I realized it had not been Julian after all. I came to New Orleans.
You hired me to find Julian and then followed me, huh?
Yes. I hoped that in your investigation you would uncover a member of Julian's organization, the real blackmailer. And you did. It is Valdane.
Lima, I won't blackmail you anymore. I swear
it is too late for that, Valdane. It is too late for you to do anything but die.
I started trying to circle around toward Lima, but I never got there. Valdane dove at him about then, but too late. The slug caught Valdane in midair and flopped him down on the floor. He lay still. Lima stood there for maybe 30 seconds, alternately looking down at Valdane and then up at me. There was a faint suggestion of a smile on his face, not a very pretty smile. And finally he turned to me and took a step toward me.
So?
Now look, Lima.
You are next, Senor Shayne. Your job is done. And mine will shortly be finished also.
Now, wait a minute.
I will not wait. It will be now.
Who is making noise and frightening guppies, please?
Get back. I said get away from me. Thanks, Chief-Funk. Thanks a lot.
I do not understand, please. What is commotion all about?
You know, you just did me a big favor, Yifang. You took Lima's eyes off me just long enough for me to clip him.
But I do
How'd
not...
you happen to come barging up here anyway?
I live back of shop downstairs. Suddenly, I hear big noise from upstairs. I do not like guppies to be frightened. I run up to see what causes big noise.
You got here just in time to stop another big noise, too.
I have become very enraged when guppies are frightened.
Well, you know something? I'm glad you do. Look, Yifang, do me a favor, huh? Sell me about a dozen of those guppies of yours first thing in the morning.
Ah, so very happy to hear same. You finally decide you like guppies.
Oh, you converted me, brother. Yeah, from now on, I'm an ardent guppy fan. Believe me.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Reif. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Dark, except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for the light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade, and it was headed straight for my throat.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Mail Order Murders. Who is it?
Shayne, Mike Shayne.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Shayne. Come in quickly, please.
Yeah. Hey, look, what's all
Did anyone follow you here to my apartment, Mr. Shayne?
Follow me? Well, not that I know of. What's this all about, and why the hocus-pocus routine?
I can't afford to take any chances.
Oh? Can you afford to tell me what it's all about?
My name is Kinsella. William Kinsella.
Yeah, I know. You told me that over the phone.
You're sure no one followed you here?
Sure enough. Now, you're going to let me in on
I
what's
want to hire you, Mr. Shayne.
Ah, that's the first thing you've said that makes sense. What do you want me to do?
Protect me.
Well, from what?
I don't know.
You don't know? Now, let's not start the double talk again.
Please, Mr. Shayne. Well, to tell the truth, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can see that, but what of?
I tell you, I don't know. Sure, it sounds insane, but here, Mr. Shayne, I received this through the mail this afternoon.
Yeah, 4 names at the top of the page.
Yes.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert.
Yes. Now, read what's written underneath the names, Mr. Shayne.
Those who have sinned will be punished. It may come swiftly or slowly or by an unknown hand, but punishment is inevitable, and the punishment is death.
Yes. Yes, you see now why I'm terrified. It's a death note, Mr. Shayne. A death note. And my name is at the top of the list.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail-order murders.
Well, it had started out as a pretty routine day. I'd helped an elderly lady find a necklace which turned out to be mislaid instead of stolen, and I'd spent the afternoon at a pretty stuffy wedding reception guarding the gifts. But then in the evening, a jittery little guy named Kinsella called me over to his apartment and showed me a death note he'd just gotten, listing his name with 3 others. One look at Kinsella's face told me he thought the guy who'd sent the note meant business.
Mr. Shayne, you've got to protect me. Money's no object. First,
Now, just a minute, Mr. Kinsella. Let's slow down a little, huh? Have you any idea who might have sent the note?
None. Not at all, Mr. Shayne. It's a complete and horrible mystery to me.
Sounds like some kind of fanatic or crank. Those who have sinned will be punished.
Yes, it does sound like some sort of fanatic, but who?
Is this the first notes you've gotten?
No, there have been others, but I never paid much attention before because the notes were vague. But this note mentions death, and it lists names.
Yeah. I wonder if the boy who wrote the note is after you himself or if he's thinking of sending someone.
What do you mean?
The note says death may come by an unknown hand.
But that's the terrible part of this whole thing. I don't know who sent the threat. I don't know who's after me, and I most certainly don't know why.
The note says something about those who have sinned.
That's ridiculous. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in my past that would possibly warrant such
Yeah. Well, what do these friends of yours say about it?
Friends? What friends?
Well, the other names on the list here. Let's see. Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, Tom Swigert.
They're no friends of mine.
Well, acquaintances, then.
You don't understand, Mr. Shayne. I don't even know these people.
Huh?
I've never heard of any of them. Their names mean nothing to me.
You sure about that, Mr. Kinsella?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that sort of complicates things. I thought maybe if I could find something to connect you with these other 3, some link between you, we might have something to go on. But
Mr. Shayne, please stay here with me and protect me, at least long enough for me to wind up my affairs so that I can leave New Orleans if necessary.
Well,
I don't know what your usual rate of pay is per day, but I'll double it.
You know, you're getting more convincing by the moment, Mr. Kinsella.
I have plenty of room for you here.
Okay. I'll go home and pick up a toothbrush and be back here in an hour. I went outside and down the street. I was thinking about how terrified Kinsella seemed to be about the whole thing. I was wondering if maybe he knew a little more about why someone wanted to kill him than he'd told me. And then about half a block away from Kinsella's apartment, I spotted what was undoubtedly one of the last of its kind in existence. An organ grinder man. He was a stocky, barrel-chested gent. The hand organ he was cranking sounded as if it was protesting against overwork. On his shoulder perched a little monkey dressed in a red corduroy suit and a green hat with a feather. The whole sight took me back about 20 years. So I fished around in my pocket for a coin and waited for him. Hello? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Well,
I guess you didn't see me. Sort of a dark night.
Yes, a dark night.
Oh, yeah. You know, I haven't seen an organ grinder since I was a kid, practically.
So? It's not many of us left now.
No, I guess not. You're working kind of late tonight, huh?
Night or day makes no difference.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, it's some monkey you got there.
He's a fine monkey. Pepe. You want to see Pepe do dance?
No, I'm afraid I haven't the time.
Name is Demetrius.
Demetrius. Some other time. Huh? But here's a little something.
You throw to Pepe. He catch.
Okay. Hey, he could play shortstop on a few teams I know of. Where'd you get him?
Must go now. Thanks, mister. Good night.
Demetrius started cranking the hand organ again and moved on down the street. Pepe turned around, stared at me a moment, and then delicately stuck out his tongue. Such gratitude. I went to my room, picked up my things, and went back to Kinsella's apartment. He showed me to my new room. I suggested he lock his door and also his window because it was a ground floor apartment. Then we both turned in. I guess it was a little after midnight when something woke me up. I couldn't tell just what it was, but I remembered vaguely hearing some kind of sound. I got out of bed and went out in the living room. Turned on the lights. Nothing there. Then I went to Kinsella's bedroom door. Mr. Kinsella? Mr. Kinsella? Hey, Kinsella!
Huh? What is it?
It's Shayne. Open the door.
What's the matter, Shayne?
You had me worried for a minute.
I guess I was sound asleep. What is it?
Something woke me up. A slight noise. I thought I'd better check to make sure you're okay.
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Matter of fact, I was having a very pleasant dream. I could hear some sort of strange music. Seemed like it was right under my window.
Music?
Yes, like a calliope. I could hear...
A calliope?
Oh, sort of.
Hey, wait a minute. Could it have been a hand organ?
Why, yes, that's what it was. I dreamt I...
Maybe the music wasn't a dream. Demetrius really does work late.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Skip it. Well, let's turn in again. Nothing happened the rest of the night, except that I had a long dream about perching on a guy's shoulder dressed in a red corduroy suit while people tossed nickels at me. Well, it might be an easier way to make a living at that. The next morning, bright and early, I told Kinsella to lock himself in for the day. Then I went down to police headquarters and in the door marked homicide.
Hello, Shayne.
Good morning, Inspector. How's the mastermind of the Homicide Bureau these days?
Thanks. You looking for a job, Shayne, or you want to borrow some dough?
No. As you sometimes say, Lefevre, wrong twice. I already have a job. Matter of fact, that's what I came down to talk to you about.
I'm all...
Ears. I know.
Talk, funny man.
I've been hired by a guy named Kinsella who received what looks like a crank note. He was taking the whole thing very seriously.
So?
So the note has 4 names on it, Kinsella. Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffett, and Tom Swigert. May not be anything to it, but I just thought I'd drop in and let you know.
Let's have it again.
Have what again?
The list.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffett, and Tom Swigert.
Yeah.
Why, do you know any of them? How about Ellen Dant? Kinsella said her name meant nothing to him.
Or me.
How about Joshua Jaffett?
Mm-mm. And I've never heard of your client, Kinsella. Only one we have a line on is this Tom Swigert.
Swigert's his last name on the list. What about him?
Shayne, did you ever hear of the Gouge killing a couple of years back?
The Gouge killing? No. What was that?
Well, there was a rich old gent named Daniel Gouge. He used to live on the island of Capri in the Mediterranean. One day he turned up dead with quite a few thousand of his dollars missing. This guy, Tom Swigert, was on the island at the time. He was questioned about the killing, but he was released later for lack of evidence.
Do you think this note Kinsella got has anything to do with the Gouge killing?
I don't know, yet.
Do you suppose maybe there's some connection between Swigert and the rest of the names on the list, then?
That'd be a guess, Shayne, and right now I'm not in a guessing mood.
Of course, the whole thing could be some crackpot's idea of a joke.
It might.
You don't think so, huh?
Nope.
Hey, incidentally, how come this Tom Swigert's the only guy on the list you know anything about? Do you friend of yours or something?
Not exactly a friend. Right now, he's sort of a special project of mine.
What do you mean?
We found Swigert down near the waterfront last night. Had a knife in his back. Very dead.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail-order murders.
It all started when a guy named Kinsella hired me to protect him from an unknown killer who'd sent him a death threat. On the note were listed 4 names: Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert. Kinsella said he didn't know any of the other 3. So the next morning, I wasn't sure just how seriously to take the note when I went down to police headquarters to tell Inspector Lefebvre about it. But Lefebvre took it very seriously, and with good reason. He told me that the last man on the list, Tom Swigert, had been murdered the night before.
So, like I say, Shane, whoever wrote that note means business.
You know, Lefebvre, it'd be interesting if it turned out that the reason Swigert was killed had something to do with that Gouge killing.
I don't feel like playing guessing games.
Well, maybe we'll find out before long, huh?
Shane, you're a real nice boy.
Lefebvre, there's only one reason you ever say those sweet things to me. That's when you want me to keep out of something.
Yeah.
Why?
Because whoever wrote that note wasn't kidding. He's vicious and deadly. He's already killed once, and there are 3 more names on his list.
So?
So if you get mixed up in it and get in his way, you could get burned bad.
Thanks for the advice, Lefebvre.
No charge.
Tell you what, I'll carry my little fire extinguisher with me full time.
You do that, Shane. Just one more thing.
Oh, no, Lefebvre. You're not going to give me that don't leave town routine again.
I was going to suggest that you do.
That evening, I decided to pay a call on Ellen Dant, whose name was right under Kinsella's on the death list. I looked up her address and went over. Ellen lived in an expensive-looking apartment, and she was a very smooth-looking creature. She wasn't very impressed when I told her about the note Kinsella had gotten.
Mr. Shayne, I've never heard of this man Kinsella. Why should I be concerned about his getting threatening notes? I got one of them, too. But I think it's probably somebody's feeble idea of a joke.
Yeah, not much of a joke, Miss Dant. Kinsella says he doesn't know you.
That makes it mutual, then, as I've been trying to tell you.
How about a gent named Joshua Jaffet?
I'm afraid I don't know him either.
Or Tom Swigert?
Really, Mr. Shayne?
That's just as well you didn't know Swigert, I guess. He got himself killed last night.
Oh?
But that doesn't concern you.
No, it doesn't. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Sure, just one more thing, Mr. Ant. Ever happen to hear of a rich old guy named Daniel Gouge?
Gouge?
Yeah, I used to live on the island of Capri.
Really, Mr. Shayne? Running around asking people about names they've never heard of before. Haven't you anything better to do?
Not right now, Ellen, but maybe I'll think of something. See you around. My next stop was at the home of Joshua Jaffet over on the other side of town. He was a tall, thin guy with thick glasses, a sharp nose, and a sharper tongue. And he kept the nose buried in an enormous stamp album.
Mr. Shayne, must you stand in my light? I can't even see these stamps, let alone get them in the right place.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
A little.
Quite a collection you got there.
One of the best.
You seem to specialize in stamps from the Mediterranean area.
Any law against that?
Not that I know of. Ever done much traveling around there?
None. Now, where did I put that Malta step? Now, look here, Shayne.
I'm looking.
This is all foolishness. Complete, utter foolishness. Just because I got a crackpot note from some pranks, there's no reason for you to come around bothering me with your silly questions. I've told you I don't know any of the people on the list. Now, if you kind...
Maybe I...
Mr. Shayne, will you stop standing in my light?
I got out of Joshua's light and out of his house. But outside, it occurred to me friend Joshua had been just a little too quick to say no when I asked him if he'd ever been in the Mediterranean. So I went across the street and waited in the dark. I didn't know exactly what I was waiting for, but I waited anyway. Then, about 10 minutes later, I heard someone coming down the street. Yeah, it was my old friend Demetrius, the organ grinder man. Hello, Demetrius.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Hey, you really get around, don't you?
You maybe follow me, mister?
Me? No, matter of fact, I was beginning to wonder if it wasn't the other way around.
I don't know what you talk about.
Oh, no, of course not. Where do you usually hang out around town?
The street they call San Louis.
You, been in this country long, Demetrius?
No, not so long, mister.
Where do you come from?
It's a long way from here. Sunny land, blue water.
It sounds like the Mediterranean.
Yes, it's a beautiful place.
That's what they tell me, Demetrius.
Good night, mister.
Demetrius disappeared around the corner. I stood there a while longer across the street and up a little way from Jaffet's house. It was about 10 minutes later that a dark-colored coupe turned the corner and eased to a stop in front of the house. Someone got out and headed for the door. I couldn't see very much, but it looked like a woman. Then as she opened the door, the light from the hall outlined her face. It was Ellen Dant. Yeah, the girl who said she'd never heard of Joshua Jaffet. She closed the door behind her, but not more than 2 minutes later, she came flying out again and jumped into a car. I started to cross the street toward her. Hey! Hey, wait a minute! Ellen! Hey! But I was too late. I crossed the street and walked in the open front door of Jaffet's house. There was no one in sight. I started down the hall, and when I got to the library, I stopped. Yeah, there was Jaffet, all right. Sitting at his desk, his nose still buried in the stamp album. And like Tom Swigert, he had a knife in his back. And also like Swigert, Jaffet was dead. I stood there a minute or two looking at the charming sight in front of me, and then I went over and picked up a telephone.
Calling me, Shane?
Lefevre.
Looks like the boy we're after is quite a knife artist, huh?
Yeah, but I'm not so sure he's a boy. You know, the more I think about it, Lefevre, the more it looks like these killings are tied up with the one over in Capri 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You found out any more about what really happened over there?
A little, not much. This rich old guy, Gouge, lived alone, except for one combination servant and secretary. Looks like now there were several in on the killing. Maybe it was a hired job, huh? Shane, I told you once to get out of this deal. Now I'm telling you twice. I think you're biting off a lot more than you can chew.
You forget, Inspector. I have a real strong jaw.
Mm-hmm. Just be sure you don't lead with it.
Lefevre's boys arrived about then and went to work. I left, and I went straight to Ellen Dant's apartment. Because it looked to me like this case was going to wind up real fast, and I couldn't think of a better place to wind it up than at her apartment. I didn't even bother to knock because the door was unlocked. I pushed it open with my foot and waited. Nothing happened. I went in. The room was dark except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for a light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade that was coming down at me fast. I lunged to one side and the blade ripped down through my coat sleeve. I tried to grab it, but I was off balance, and then the knife came down through the air again, and this time it was headed straight for my throat.
We'll be back in a moment with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Ellen Dant's apartment, in the dark, with a knife coming down at my throat. I managed to get one hand up just in time to grab the knife blade. It cut into my palm, but I held on and grabbed the killer's wrist with my other hand. It was a small wrist, but strong. The knife started twisting up at me, so I put everything I had into one wrench and dove for the floor, twisting the killer's wrist as I fell. Suddenly, the knife went skittering across the floor. I jumped to my feet just as the door slammed. I went out in the hall, but whoever it was had been too fast for me. There was no one in sight out on the street when I got there. Oh, I gave up the chase and headed for Kinsella's apartment. And I wasn't in a very pleasant mood. Look, Kinsella, I'm getting awfully tired of this whole deal.
But, Mr. Shayne,
You lied to me when you said you didn't know what this is all about.
Oh. All right, Mr. Shayne. It's true. I have lied to you. But you apparently know a lot of the story already. I might as well tell you the rest of it.
Spill it.
I was Daniel Gouge's secretary in Capri. He was murdered for his money. I found out who the killer was. I've been running away ever since. The killer has been following me and has had someone else after me. Someone I don't know.
Yeah? Why didn't you tell the police who the killer was?
I know I should have done that long ago, but I don't expect anyone to understand, but it was because of the way I felt about the killer. I couldn't help myself.
I see. Just one more question. Did Daniel Gouge have any particular girlfriend?
Yes, Mr. Shayne.
Okay. We're going to set a little trap. Here's a pencil. I want you to write a note to Gouge's girlfriend, Ellen Dant.
Mr. Shayne.
Tell her you'll turn her in unless she meets you on the corner in front of my office at midnight with some dough.
But I couldn't do that.
Look, I'll be there with you.
I wasn't thinking of myself. I just...
Look, you want to go on this way forever?
No, but...
Write it.
Very well. What are you going to do with it?
Gonna use it as bait. You're not exactly the world's best penman, are you?
I'm sorry. It's because I'm nervous and upset, I guess. I'm having a hard time forming the letters.
Yeah.
I'll write another note.
Never mind. I think I won't be able to read this one all right. Okay, Kinsella, stay here in your apartment until 11:45, then take a cab to my office and meet me on the corner in front.
I think maybe we'll get this whole thing wound up. I put the note in my pocket and left. I went over to St. Louis Street and hung around until Demetrius, the monkey organ man, came along. I made a little conversation with him and invited him to the party in front of my office. Then I called the Fever's office and left an invitation for him, too. I was hoping it'd be quite a gathering. Kinsella was the first to arrive, right on the dot at midnight.
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, you're right on time, Kinsella.
Yes, I've been riding around in the cab for a few minutes, waiting until 12. Has she shown up?
Not yet. We'll just stand here in the shadows and wait.
Mr. Shayne, would it be all right if I sort of kept out of sight when she comes? I just would rather not see her after all that's happened and, well, because of the way I feel about her.
Yeah, I think that'd be okay, Kinsella.
I'd appreciate it very much. It isn't easy for me to do this. Mr. Shayne, someone's coming.
Relax, it isn't Ellen.
Shayne?
Hello, Lefevre.
I got your message. Now, what's this all about?
Just giving a little party, Lefevre. I knew you'd never forgive yourself if you missed it.
Mr. Shayne, who's this?
Lefevre, a friend of mine. Lefevre, this is Mr. Kinsella, my client.
Hello?
I'm afraid I don't understand this, Mr. Shayne. I thought just you and I were to be...
Wait a minute. Yeah, here he comes.
Here who comes?
The guest of honor. Guy named Demetrius.
Why, it's an organ grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shayne, do you think that he is working for Ellen?
Well, we'll soon find out. Hello, Demetrius.
Hello, mister.
This supposed to be the floor show, Shayne?
You never can tell, Lefevre.
Mr. Shayne, will you kindly explain
Mister,
what this is?
mister.
What's the matter, Demetrius?
Who is this man with you?
Well, he's my client, Mr. Kinsella. Why?
He is the one, mister. He is the one.
Huh?
Yes, he's the one I saw leave his apartment the night the first man was killed. Yes, this Kinsella.
Let's have that again.
Why, the man's insane.
Yes, I saw him. And then when the second man was killed, I was near his house. I looked through the window. I saw this Kinsella stab him to death.
I tell you, he's crazy.
And then tonight, when you were at the woman's apartment, mister, this Kinsella was there too. He attacked you.
Kinsella's got a gun.
I see it, Lefevre. I see it. Oh. Well, I think that'll keep our friend Kinsella on ice until your voice and caught him away, Lefevre.
Yeah. So Kinsella was the knife artist, huh?
Sure looks that way. Now, if we only had the girl, we'd be able...
She's been in jail for an hour, Shayne. We picked her up.
Oh? Did you get a story out of her?
Yeah. From what she said, it looks like she, Jaffet, and Swaggart hired a guy to kill Gouge over on Capri. The three of them then decided to cross the killer. They took the dough and left in a hurry. So now it turns out that Kinsella here was the killer, and he's been looking for them ever since.
That sounds logical. He put his own name on top of the death list to take suspicion off of him.
Well, all I can say is you're longer on luck than you're on brain, Shayne.
Oh?
Arranging this little trap to pick up the wrong girl. Plenty lucky for you this guy Demetrius spilled what he'd seen and broke the case for you.
I guess you're right, Lefevre.
Yeah, maybe next time you'll remember to keep out of these things.
I'll try to, sir.
Mister.
Oh, yeah, Demetrius. I'd almost forgotten you were here. Thanks. Thanks a lot for all your help.
That's all right, mister.
Here's a little something for your trouble. No, over here.
Thank you, mister. Thank you.
Demetrius didn't see that dough you held out to him.
No.
He's blind.
Mm-hmm. Demetrius is blind.
Shayne...
Like you say, Lefevre, it's lucky he broke the case for me, isn't it? Good night, genius.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
There he was, squinting down the gun barrel at my throat.
I was wishing I'd taken Lefebvre's advice and kept out of the whole deal. Then I saw his fingers start to tighten on the trigger, but all I could do was stand there, helpless, knowing that in one more second, death would be flying my way.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Phantom Neighbor.
Oh, okay. 1:15. Great time to be caught. Hello.
This Michael Shayne?
Yeah, who's this?
Anne Griffin, Mr. Shayne.
Anne Griffin?
Yes, that's right.
Who the...
No, we've never met before. You don't know me, and I don't know you. I'm in apartment 23 at the Bryant Arms, and I'm sitting here all alone.
Oh, well, look.
They tell me I'm pretty, Mr. Shayne. They say I have a nice personality.
Huh?
I wear clothes well. I can play the piano a little.
What?
I dance, swim, ride, play golf. All in all, I guess I'm a rather desirable person, Mr. Shayne.
Look, so you're a real peachy kid. Do you have to wake me up in the middle of the night to tell me about
I've
it?
an awful lot to live for, haven't I, Mr. Shayne? I have a boyfriend named Tom and a car and everything a girl could want. Isn't that fine? Isn't that just fine? Aren't you glad for me?
Look, maybe you know what this is all about, but believe me, I don't. Unless it's someone's quaint idea of a joke.
Joke? Yes, I suppose it is a joke. A big one. Shall we both laugh together, Mr. Shayne?
Oh, now, look, let's both be calm. All I want to know is one simple thing, one little tiny thing. Why did you telephone me?
I picked your name out of the book. Wasn't that nice of me, Mr. Shayne? Because now you're lucky. Just think, you'll be the first one to know.
Know what?
I just killed a man, Mr. Shayne.
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the Case of the Phantom Neighbor.
Well, I thought I'd heard just about everything, but when a bitter young lady named Anne Griffin telephoned me at 1 a.m. to tell me she'd just killed a man, I felt like I'd just been slapped in the face with a wet towel. I pulled on my clothes and beat it over to the Bryant Arms. The door to apartment 23 was unlocked. I went in. Anne Griffin was sitting in a chair, staring at the wall. On the floor at the other end of the room, a man lay face down, dead.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
Hello, Anne.
Thank you for coming.
Who is he?
Lyle Metcalf.
What happened?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's dead. Dead.
No, get hold of yourself, Anne.
Guess I killed him. I didn't want to do anything like that.
Anne, cut it out.
Yes.
Now, look, I don't know what you expect me to do, but there's nothing I can do except call the police.
Mr. Shayne, you probably won't believe this. I couldn't blame you, but deep inside I can't believe I killed Lyle Metcalf. I can't believe it.
Now, look, Anne, I want you to tell me everything that happened. Don't leave anything out.
I'll try to start from the beginning. This is Lyle Metcalf's apartment. I came to see him tonight.
He your fiancé, a boyfriend?
No.
Or... I see.
He sent for me, and I had to come.
What time did you get here?
About 11. Lyle insisted I have a drink with him, and I did. And then I started to feel very strange, sleepy and dizzy. I told him I wanted to walk around and get some fresh air. He didn't want me to leave. I did anyway.
You think there was something in the drink?
Well, there must have been.
What time did you leave the apartment?
Oh, maybe 20 minutes after I arrived.
Yeah, that'd make it about 11:20. Okay, then what?
I'm not sure. I was in sort of a daze. I just wandered around up one street and down another.
Now, look, try to remember what you did.
I can't.
Did you see anyone? Talk to anyone?
Wait a minute. Yes, the coffee shop. I went in. I had a cup of coffee.
Where was it?
I don't remember.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
Yes, there was a man. He told me his name. I can't remember it. Jimmy, or something like that.
You talked to him?
He talked to me. He followed me for a while, and I just kept walking. And then I didn't see him anymore. I came back here.
You don't know who he was or where he is, huh?
No.
Oh, great.
I think... Oh, it's no use.
I'm beginning to think you're right, Ann, but let's have the rest of the story. You came back here to the apartment.
Yes, it was a little before 1.
You're sure of that?
I think I remember looking at my watch.
You think? Look, Ann, you've got to do better than think.
Well, I'm trying. I had a splitting headache.
Yeah, sure, no. All right, go ahead.
I opened the door and I walked in. That's it.
What do you mean, that's it?
Well, that's the last I can remember.
What?
Yes, everything just sort of went black. Then after a while, I realized I was lying on the floor with a gun in my hand. There in front of me was Lyle. He was dead.
Well, I don't know what to say, Ann. It's not exactly a convincing story.
I know.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look, did you telephone me as soon as you realized what had happened?
Yes, why?
You called me at 1:15. You probably didn't black out for more than a few minutes. That'd make the time of death not more than half an hour ago. But Metcalf looks to me like he's been dead considerably longer than that.
What do you mean, Mr. Shayne?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. Ann, turn your head to the side a little.
Huh?
Turn it.
What?
That's it.
What's the matter?
Sort of a welt behind your left ear.
Well, oh. Yes, there is.
Any idea how you collected that?
No. Well, I told you I had a splitting headache while I was wandering around the streets. I think I remember stumbling and falling once, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's just my luck to get mixed up with you, I guess. Of all the private detectives in New Orleans, you had to call me.
What do you mean?
I mean, I could easily qualify for Cluck of the Year for doing what I'm about to do.
I don't understand you.
It's not surprising. I'm not sure I do either. Well, come on. I'm going to report it to the police, and then you and I are going to try and find one of the people who saw you wandering around.
Oh, but Mr. Shayne...
Yeah. I'm just soft enough to hope there's a chance you didn't kill Metcalf after all. Sure, I should have had my head examined, but I called police headquarters, and then Ann and I started out. And it was a losing proposition. We wandered around for a while, and she did find the coffee shop where she'd been before. But according to the gent there, she only stayed long enough to discover that she didn't have a nickel with her, and then she beat it again. Which meant she had an alibi for exactly 1 minute of those 2 hours. We kept on a while longer, but I could tell none of the streets looked familiar to her.
I guess it's no use, Mr. Shayne. I don't remember anything around here. I think we might as well go back.
Yeah.
I want you to know how much I appreciate your help anyway, Mr. Shayne.
If you could only remember more about this gent Jimmy you say was following you for a while. The guy who wanted to make a date. What did he look like?
Sort of tall and thin, I think. I know, Mr. Shayne. I know it's not enough of a description to give you 1 chance in a million of finding him. What's the good of talking anymore?
Look, Ann, before we go back, I want you to try just once more. Is there anything you haven't told me? Have you left out anything at all?
I don't think so. At least, not that I can remember.
Well, okay, Ann, let's go back. We went back to the Bryant Arms, and neither of us was very talkative on the way. I opened the door to apartment 23, and we went in. Metcalf's body was still on the floor, but the chair right beside him was now occupied.
Hello, Shayne.
Oh, hello, Lefevre.
This Ann Griffin with you?
Yes.
This is Inspector Lefevre of Homicide, Ann.
Yes.
That private eye badge getting a little heavy for you?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe we could give you a lift and take it off your hands.
Now, look, Lefevre, I reported the murder, didn't I?
Yeah. And then you and Miss Griffin here decided to have an evening on the town, maybe.
Please.
Look, Lefevre, I was just
I'll
trying
save it, Shayne. I want to question Miss Griffin first, but I'll get back to you again. You can count on it.
Lefevre questioned her, and she told him the same story she'd given me. About that time, the coroner arrived, and they took the body away. Finally, Lefevre motioned to Sergeant Dykes to take Ann to headquarters. She got to the door with him, then she stopped.
Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
Goodbye, Ann.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, Shayne, now let's have it.
Let's have what?
The reason you thought you had the right to start running this case.
Oh, look, Lefevre, I wasn't trying to run the case.
No, of course you weren't. You just waltzed off with the chief suspect, that's all, but you weren't trying to run the case. You weren't interfering with the police at all.
Now, look, don't try to pin anything like that on me. I reported the killing, I haven't withheld any evidence, and I brought your suspect back.
Yeah, and you beat your deadline by exactly 5 minutes.
My deadline?
I had a warrant for your arrest in front of me. Next time I'll sign it, remember that.
Okay, Lefevre, okay. So maybe what I did wasn't smart, but I think Ann's innocent.
Yeah.
Well, sure, her story sounds a little weak, but I think she's telling the truth.
A little weak. Shane, a gentle breeze would blow that story over and nothing flat.
But that part about going into coffee shop's the truth. I talked to the guy.
Oh, sure you did. She's got an alibi for 1 minute out of 120.
This guy who followed her, if we could find him, maybe...
Shane.
Look, what was the time of the death?
We think between 11:30 and midnight.
But she said he followed her for quite a while. Maybe it was for that half hour. Maybe
there was no Jimmy at all, Shane. I think you're wasting your time.
Look, Lefevre, I don't get hunches often, but I've never had a stronger one than this.
Well, don't try to do business on hunches, Shane. You'll go broke fast.
I tell you, Anne's innocent. I'm going to prove it to you.
Where is he? Where is the policeman?
Well, I guess you mean me, sister. Who are you?
I am Suzanne. Lyle Metcalf, the one who was murdered. He was my man.
Yeah?
I saw them take his body away. They told me what had happened.
All right, take it easy.
It was she who did it, that woman.
Anne?
How do you know?
I knew she was coming to see him tonight. I waited outside. I watched her. She was coming to see my Lyle. I saw her arrive. Then she came outside and down the street, but 5 minutes later, she came back.
You're sure about that?
Of course I am sure. She went back into the apartment. She did not come out until the policeman brought her out a few minutes ago. She killed him. She killed my Lyle.
All right, Shane.
Look,
Like I say, you've been wasting your time.
But maybe there's still a chance.
No soap, Shane. It was a nice try, but you just lost yourself a client.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Phantom Neighbor.
It all started when a girl named Anne Griffin called me over to Lyle Metcalf's apartment a little after 1 a.m. There was Metcalf dead, and Anne pretty hazy as to whether she'd killed him or not. I tried to sell Inspector Lefevre on the possibility that Anne was innocent. About then, the dead man's girlfriend, Suzanne, came barging in and said Anne had only been gone from Metcalf's apartment 5 minutes instead of 2 hours, all of which cut the ground right out from under my feet. Well, I left and started back to my office, but I hadn't gotten very far before a very rugged-looking guy collared me.
Just a minute, Shane.
Who are you? And get your hands off of me.
Okay, Private Eye, open up.
I said get your hands off me. Who are you, anyway?
Tom Harris. Ann Griffin's my girl.
Well, so I still don't see where you get off shoving me around.
I want to know who put you up to it. Who's paying you?
What are you talking about? Paying me for what?
For hanging this frame on Ann.
Frame? Are you by any chance talking about the Metcalf killing?
You know that's what I'm talking about, and the way it looks to me, somebody hired you to drag her into it.
Oh, get this, Harris. I've spent most of the night getting my neck in a sling with the cops while I wandered around with your girlfriend trying to find an alibi for her, because I believed she was innocent.
Huh?
Right up until a witness told us Ann was lying. So I'm in no mood to listen to you sound off about something you don't know anything about.
Hey, wait a minute. You were trying to help Ann.
What did you think I was doing, trying to see how mad I could get the cops at me?
Well, look, Shane, I guess I got a couple of things wrong.
And I guess you have, brother, so if you'll just get out of my way before I...
Well, I'm sorry. I guess... Well, the whole thing has sort of knocked me for a loop. Hey, wait a minute. You said something about a witness contradicting Ann's story?
That's right.
Why, I can't believe it. I can't... Ann would...
The trouble is, Harris, right now the cops do believe it.
Mr. Shane, I don't know what Ann was doing in Metcalf's apartment. I don't intend to ask her. But I do intend to stick with her.
Yeah, I think you better. Because it looks very much like Ann's going to need all the support she can get. I left him standing there looking slightly sick. And I went home to bed. I was going to forget the whole thing. Matter of fact, I spent the rest of the night trying. I tried right up until the time I walked into Lefevre's office at 9 a.m.
Now, Shane, don't tell me that you still
Look,
think that this
Lefevre,
was-
all I want to do is ask a couple of questions.
Okay. Ask.
Who was Lyle Metcalf, and what did he do for a living?
He was a gambler. Incidentally, he was killed with his own gun.
Oh? Well, who'd he run around with?
Usual crowd. Eddie Zernial, couple of lesser lights.
Eddie Zernial, huh? Nice boy.
Yeah. Rumor is that Metcalf had been pretty lucky lately.
Winning big, huh? Anyone know who he'd won from, or whether he'd been able to collect?
No.
Well, look, maybe that could have something to do with it. Maybe somebody paid off Metcalf with a slug instead of dough. Someone like Zernial.
Well, it's a pretty theory, Shane, but it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that Ann Griffin's our number one suspect.
Okay, but maybe you won't mind if I sort of nose around a little.
Still wasting your time, huh? No, I don't mind.
Thanks, Lefevre. Just put it down. I happen to have a little time to waste. My first stop was at Eddie Zernial's, Metcalf's gambler friend. Zernial was alone at his desk with a polite smile on his face and a coin in his hand.
Call it, Shane.
Heads.
Tails.
Tails it is. Lyle Metcalf got himself killed last night, Zernial. Or maybe you already knew that.
Call it.
Tails.
Heads. I read the paper, Shane.
Metcalf a friend of yours? Heads.
Tails. You don't call him so hard, do you?
Maybe I'll get better.
Hmm.
I asked you if Metcalf was a friend of yours.
I already told 2 cops he was. So I'll tell you, too. Metcalf was a friend of mine. That make you happy?
Heads.
How can you be so wrong so often, Shane? Tails.
Metcalf owe you dough, Zernial, or was it the other way around?
I owed him, though.
Oh?
Yeah. 2 bits. That sound like a good reason for killing him?
Tails.
Well, you're consistent, Shane. You call him wrong every time. Maybe that means you should quit trying to call him at all. Get it?
Yeah. On the other hand, maybe it means you should quit using that second coin you've been hiding in your hand. Get it? Well, aside from a lesson in coin flipping, I'd gotten nothing from Zernial. I went over to Metcalf's apartment and wandered around for a while. Just about to give up and leave when it hit me. I'd been in his bedroom, and all of a sudden I realized I'd been staring out the window. What was outside was a narrow air shaft, and 4 feet away was another window. The apartment on the other side of the building that backed up to the air shaft. I stared across the shaft, but there was no sign of life in the other apartment. I beat it down to the manager, but it got me nothing. The apartment had been vacant for 3 weeks. Well, about then, my head was feeling very bruised from the stone wall treatment. I started down the hall of the apartment house, turned the corner toward the front door, and ran right into Lyle Metcalf's girlfriend, Suzanne. Well, what are you doing around here, Suzanne?
The way I live here.
Here, in this apartment house?
What is wrong with that?
Nothing. What apartment do you live in?
26. Now, I must go. Get out of
26.
my way.
That's around the corner from Metcalf's apartment.
Why?
Incidentally, there's something I wanted to ask you about the story you told Inspector Lefevre last
I
night.
have nothing more to say.
You told him you've been watching Metcalf's apartment all evening. Where were you watching it from?
Oh, let me
Where
go.
were you?
My apartment. Now, let go of me.
Oh, no, you can't see Metcalf's apartment from yours.
No, I mean it was from the street.
Oh, no soap, Suzanne. The cop on the beach said there was nobody outside.
I mean that I...
Yeah, you were lying, Suzanne.
No, I tell you, I saw her.
You're lying. You weren't in any place where you could watch Metcalf's apartment.
I say let go of me. You have no right.
I've even got it figured out why you were lying. You knew Ann was coming to see your boyfriend. You got jealous. You figured you'd try to hang it on her if you could, right?
I have nothing more to say to you.
Yeah. Lefevre.
Shane, you're a big bully.
Look, did you hear what Suzanne just admitted, Lefevre? She was lying when she said Ann was only away from Metcalf's apartment 5 minutes.
Yeah. You probably caught her off guard with all that fast talk of yours and the bluff about the cop on the beat.
Well, then that ought to prove
It proves Suzanne was lying, Shane, that's all.
But just...
Shane, look. Ann still doesn't have any more of an alibi for those 2 hours than she did before. Now, if you can turn one up, good. I'll give it a listen. But don't bother coming around unless you can.
All of which left me no better off than before. Obviously, the only alibi Ann could possibly hope for was the tall, thin gent, Jimmy, who'd followed her around for a while trying to get a date with her while she was out walking. But I'd realized a long time ago that the odds against finding this Jimmy were just about 1,000,000 to 1. So by the time I got back to my office and pushed open the door, I couldn't have been feeling any lower. I started for my desk, but the chair was already occupied.
Oh, you're Shane, aren't you?
Yeah, who are you?
Name's Jimmy.
You believe in making yourself at home, or... Hey, wait a minute. Let's have that again?
I said my name's Jimmy.
Oh, no, it just couldn't be.
Sure. I'm the guy who followed Ann Griffin around the streets last night.
Well, I'll be... So I break my neck trying to find you, finally give up, and you walk right into my office.
I read in the papers what the girl said about a tall, thin guy named Jimmy following her around. She's right. It was me. So I thought I'd better show up, help her out.
Hey, look. You have any idea how long you were following her around?
Sure. From a little after 11 till past 12.
Are you sure about that?
Sure. I'd stop her and talk to her a while, and she'd start walking again. I finally gave up. I figure when it's that tough to get a date, it ain't worth it.
From a little after 11 until past 12. Yeah, that does it.
Does what?
It covers Ann for the time of the killing. Oh, brother, you don't know how glad I am you dropped in. Because you've done a lot more than just help Ann. You've saved her life.
Jimmy and I headed for police headquarters. He told his story to Lefevre, and 20 minutes later, Ann was out of jail. Her boyfriend, Tom Harris, called for her, and it looked like my job was just about over.
Come on, dear. I'll take you home.
Never mind, Tom. I'll just get a taxi back to my apartment.
Look, it's late.
Please, Tom, I'd just rather be alone for a while.
Oh. Well, sure, Ann. Okay.
Mr. Shayne, after everything you've done for me, saying just thank you is so inadequate. Thank you.
Sure. You probably think I'm a prize heel, Shayne, for acting the way I did after Ann was arrested.
I can understand how you felt, Harris.
You know, I'm really not such a bad guy when you get to know me.
Oh, glad to hear it.
And if there's anything I can ever do, well, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'd kind of like to get back to my apartment. I'm just a little tired. Goodbye, Mike, and goodbye.
So long, Ann. Tom put her in a taxi, and then he got in his car and drove away. I just stood there in the shadows, feeling tired, being glad that Ann was in the clear. I was just about to start for my car when a black coupe passed by, going slow. It looked like the coupe was following Ann's taxi. The guy in the coupe was Jimmy, the witness who'd cleared her a few minutes ago. All of a sudden, I got a real shaky feeling about Ann. I got in my car and followed Jimmy. He pulled up in front of Ann's apartment and went inside. 2 minutes later, I followed. I climbed the stairs, went down the hall, and stopped in front of Ann's door. I could hear voices. Then I heard Ann say, "It's all I've got right now." I opened the door fast. There were Ann and Jimmy, and Ann had some money in her hand.
Mr. Shayne,
Well, so it's payoff time, hey, Ann?
Mr. Shayne,
Congratulations, baby. You had me fooled, but good.
I know what you're thinking, but you're
You
wrong.
really made a sucker out of me. So you're the one who owed Metcalf, though. You killed him, then hired Jimmy here to be your alibi.
That's not true. You've got to believe me. No.
Look, baby, it doesn't matter whether Shayne believes you or not. He's checking out as of now.
Huh?
Yeah. I got a real nice setup here, Shayne. You and nobody else is going to spoil it for me. This gun is going to make sure you don't. Right now.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was, in Ann Griffin's apartment, with Jimmy, the bought and paid-for witness, squinting down the barrel of a gun at me. I was wishing I'd taken Lefevre's original advice and kept out of the whole deal. I saw Jimmy's fingers start to tighten on the trigger, but all I could do was stand there, and then... Hey, what happened? Somebody shot Jimmy.
Mr. Shayne, the door behind you.
Huh?
Tom!
Yeah. Tom.
Wait a minute. I don't get it.
I was trying to tell you, Mr. Shayne. It's Tom. Tom is the killer.
What?
I just found out a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, now,
Yes,
look.
she's right, Shayne. My dear little Ann is right.
So you're the one who owed Metcalf the dough, Harris.
I didn't know that then, Mr. Shayne. When Metcalf called me, he told me Tom was in trouble with him and I could help by coming to Metcalf's apartment. But then when he put something in my drink, I knew I had to get out of there in a hurry.
Wait a minute. I don't quite get where this guy Jimmy fitted into the deal.
He followed me while I was walking around. That was the truth. But what I didn't know was he followed me back to Metcalf's apartment. He started to leave, but then he saw someone crawling across the air shaft out of Metcalf's apartment.
Namely me.
Well, I guess when Jimmy read the newspaper the next morning, he could piece together what had happened. He was afraid to try to blackmail Tom.
So instead he got you released from jail so he could blackmail you, huh?
I didn't know what to say when he came to me just a few minutes ago. I thought if I could stall him...
Yes, my dear, and speaking of stalling, there's been a little too much already.
Well, Harris, it was a pretty workable idea, wasn't it? You watched Metcalf's apartment from across the air shaft. When Ann left, you crawled across and killed Metcalf. Then when Ann came back, you knocked her out and put the gun in her hand.
Look, I said there'd be no more stalling.
You know, Harris, you told me a little while ago you weren't such a bad guy when I got to know you.
Don't come any closer, Shayne.
You were right. You're a real keen kid. Framing your sweetheart for a murder you'd committed.
Get back, Shayne. Get back.
He was still standing in the doorway with the door half open. It was now or never. I dove in low, hit the door, and it crashed into his gun arm. The slug whistled past my left ear. I brought my fist up and connected with the gun. It flew out of his hand and across the room. He turned and ran down the hall. I pounded after him. He went down the stairs 3 at a time and increased his lead. Then just as he got to the bottom and headed for the front door, a foot shot out of the shadows and hooked his ankle. He spread-eagled in the air, came down hard, and lay still. Lefevre.
Yeah, he was really in a hurry, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had good cause to be.
Well, it just goes to show you, Shayne, never hurry. Harris probably got a broken nose right now because of that.
Yeah, that'll be the least of his worries from now on. He's your killer, Lefevre.
Well, now, that's real interesting. Anything in the way of proof?
Yeah, but why don't you find out for yourself?
What do you mean?
Well, after all, I'm just a guy who's been trying to run the case, interfering with police, and wasting my time, remember?
Oh, now, look,
So just
Shane.
go right ahead.
Shane.
Me, I've got some more time to waste. This time it's going to be in bed.
Shane.
Good night, Dreamboat.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chen. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Before I knew it, my back was against the wall. Jeremiah kept coming slowly. I was watching his hands, and that was my big mistake. Because all of a sudden, he pivoted and swung his peg leg at me. It caught me in the stomach. Down I went. I got to my knees, but this time the peg leg crashed into my jaw. Once, twice, 3 times. The 3rd time was a charm. I went out.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chen. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of Talani's Tears.
Same old stuff. Never anything new in the papers anymore. Oh, well, it's time for dinner anyway. Hey.
Mikey! Mikey!
Oh, Benny, what's the big idea? Trying to break my office door down?
Mikey, you gotta help me.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Oh, so you're in trouble, Benny. That's news?
Oh, you don't get it, Mikey. This is big trouble. I tell you got to help me. There'll be something in it for you, too.
Oh, no, not that again.
Huh?
Now, look, Benny, you've been a waterfront drifter for longer than I can remember.
But, Mikey...
So half the time you're getting yourself into disgrace by picking the wrong pocket or listening to the wrong conversation, then you yell for help.
No, this is nothing like that. Honest it is.
The other half of the time you spend making phony pitches to people, namely me.
I tell you, this is on the level, Mikey.
Now, go on. Will you beat it?
Mikey, listen to me. The tiger shark's after me. If you don't help me,
The tiger shark? Benny, you better lay off that kind of stuff.
Okay. I'll spill it to you, Mikey. It's Talani's tears. That's what it is.
Talani's tears? Benny, you take a lot of convincing, but I'll try once more. 1, I don't care who your girlfriend is or why she's crying. 2...
No, Talani's not my girlfriend.
2, if you don't get out, I'll throw you out.
I tell you, you gotta help me, Mikey. So I did try to con you once or twice, but I'm leveling now, honestly.
Get your hands off of me. Come on, get them off.
Okay. Okay, Mike.
Now, go on, get out.
But, Mike...
Get out!
Okay. Anyway, just coming to see you here has helped me.
Huh?
Yeah, maybe the tiger shark will lay off for a little while now.
Well, don't start that again.
I'll come back when the heat's off, Mike. Maybe in an hour or 2, then we can do business.
Benny, I'm through talking. I'm going to come around this desk and...
Okay, Mike. Okay. But you'll see, Mike. Be careful what you throw away, huh?
What?
So long, Mikey.
Be careful what I throw away. Talani's tears, tiger shark. That boy better get himself on the wagon and stay there.
Mike!
Benny! Benny, what? Benny.
Mikey, the tiger shark. Tiger shark.
Hey, Benny. Benny!
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the Case of Talani's Tears.
Well,
Well, it isn't every evening that a seamy waterfront character comes to my office with a wild story about Talani's tears and tiger sharks and then leaves and promptly gets shot. When I sent for the police and told them Benny's story, they couldn't make any more sense out of it than I did. After they left, I sat in my office, fishing the last cigarette out of the pack on my desk while I tried to fit the whole thing together. But none of the pieces were the right shape, so I gave up and started out to get some more cigarettes. Then half a block down the street, a little gent with a face like a chipmunk fell into step.
Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
Who are you?
It's a dark night, Mr. Shayne. I'm afraid of the dark, so I thought I'd walk with you a little. You mind?
Yeah, look, Chuckles.
Not Chuckles, Mr. Shayne. Alex. My name is Alex.
Okay, Chuckles, now beat it.
And Mr. Shayne, you have something which I wish. Please give it to me.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Shayne. Oh, yes, indeed.
Look, I'm in no mood for riddles. Shove off.
Mr. Shayne, I do not think you like me, Mr. Shayne. Nobody likes me, I guess.
I can understand that without much trouble.
But I do have one friend, Mr. Shayne.
Congratulations.
Yeah. He is right here with me. My knife.
And all of a sudden, the knife was headed for my ribs. I brought my elbow down hard, and it hit his wrist just in time. The knife cut through my coat, and the flat blade slid across my back. It was cold. Alex jerked his hand back for another try, but he never made it, because right then my fist landed between those chipmunk cheeks. His knife flew into the street, and Alex bounced off the wall behind him. He shivered a little and started to sag, but as I started toward him, he suddenly darted into an alley and disappeared. So I headed back for my office. I was one bewildered guy. All of a sudden, life was full of surprises, like the one that was waiting for me in my office. Surprise had black hair, green eyes, and a very red mouth.
Hello, Michael.
Oh. Hello, who are you?
Margot.
Yeah. You know, you're the best news I've had all evening.
Thanks. I hope you'll turn out to be good news for me, Michael.
Look, would you mind telling me why I'm so popular all of a sudden?
You're very good looking.
Thanks, but I'm pretty sure my manly beauty isn't what brought you around.
Michael, did a man named Benny come to see you?
Yeah, why?
What did he want? What did he say to you?
Well, Wait a minute. How come you're so interested in Benny, Margot? Where do you fit into this deal?
Benny stole something that belonged to me, Michael.
Oh, what was it?
I don't know.
Huh?
But I think you have it now.
I have it. Oh, now, look, I've had nothing but double talk thrown at me all evening, and I'm sick of it.
But really, I don't know what it was this man Benny stole from me, Michael. It was a small package, I think.
You think?
Yes. Michael, do you have any idea at all where Benny went after he left here?
Yeah, I got a very good idea. He went to the morgue.
You mean he's dead?
Very.
But how?
Murdered. I don't know who killed him, and I don't know why.
No, maybe I'll never know what it was he stole from me.
Now, wait a minute. I still don't get what you mean by that.
I'll tell you all I know, Michael. It isn't much.
Okay. Hey, look, you get a cigarette?
Uh-huh. Here.
Thanks. Started out to get some a while ago, but I never quite made it.
Here's a light.
Thanks.
Oh, what?
Never seen eyes quite that green in all life.
You're an authority on the subject, Michael.
Well, at times, namely now, I'd like to be.
Oh?
The story you were going to tell me.
Oh. Oh, yes. Well, my father spent his last few years traveling, Michael. Right up until he passed away last month in India.
Oh?
Just before he died, he wrote and told me he was sending something very valuable to me. A man was coming from India with it.
You mean somebody came all the way from India to bring it to you?
Yes, but I was late meeting the boat, and when I reached this messenger, he told me he'd been attacked and robbed.
Well, didn't he tell you what was in the package?
Well, he didn't know the package had been sealed. But some men at the waterfront told me the man who attacked the messenger was this man, Benny. One of them said Benny was coming to your office, so I looked up your address. Here I am. Michael.
Yeah?
You said Benny didn't give you anything. You weren't lying to me, were you?
No, I wasn't lying, Margot. Look, in the morning I'll nose around a little down at the waterfront. I can't guarantee anything, but maybe I'll find some crony of Benny's who can throw a little light on the subject.
I hope so. And there's something, Michael.
Yeah?
I'm sort of glad I met you, even if it was this way.
You know something, Margot? I'm sort of glad, too. Maybe,
Maybe, Michael.
We'll see.
I sat at my desk for maybe 5 minutes after Margot left, trying again to remember if Benny had said anything that might make sense. All I could come up with was Talani's tears and Tiger Shark, neither of which did. So I gave up for the night and walked out of my office. Just as I closed the door behind me, I stopped. Coming slowly down the hall toward me was one of the biggest guys I'd ever seen. On his head was a wool-stocking cap. He had a peg leg, and his voice was like an overworked foghorn.
Well, good evening, Mr. Shayne. Good evening. My name is Jeremiah.
Oh, no, not again.
What's that, Mr. Shayne?
Look, don't tell me I've got something you want.
I don't know about that, Mr. Shayne. Come along, let's get underway.
Huh?
The skipper wants to have a little chat with you.
Oh? Just who is the skipper?
Mr. Sick is his name.
Mr. Sick?
That's right, Mr. Shayne. Oh, he's not really a skipper. That's just a nautical figure of speech.
Yeah, I know. I was once a Sea Scout. Now, just what does this guy Sick have on his mind?
Mr. Shayne, all I'm to do is navigate you to Mr. Sick. It's up to him to tell you what he has on his mind.
Oh? Well, look, Jeremiah, supposing I decide I don't want to have a chat with Mr. Sick. What then?
Well, Mr. Shayne, with this belaying pin I've got in my hand, I think I could stove in your skull like an eggshell. Then I could trice you up like a furled mainsail and lug you there under my arm.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably could and would. Okay, Moby Dick. Let's go. My king-size escort and I went down to the waterfront and out on one of the piers to a sleek-looking 60-foot cruiser tied up there. We went aboard and down the ladder to a very luxurious cabin. And there was Mr. Sick, who was without a doubt the flabbiest-looking gent I'd seen in a long time.
Good work, Jeremiah. Good work. Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
Hello, Mr. Sick. Would anybody mind telling me what this is all about?
Not at all, sir, not at all. It's very simple. You have something which I desire.
You know something? This is only the third time tonight I've heard that little refrain. It's getting sort of monotonous.
The difference is, Mr. Shayne, that I intend to be much more persuasive than anyone else.
Oh, now, look, before you toss any polite threats this way, maybe you better tell me just what it is I've got that you want.
Obviously, the tears of Talani.
The what?
Mr. Shayne, I seldom repeat myself. I will make an exception in your case. It is the tears of Talani which I desire and will have.
Maybe Benny was making more sense than I thought.
Sir?
Skip it. Look, just what are the tears of Talani?
Your pretended ignorance amuses me, Mr. Shayne. So I'll indulge it. Tears of Talani, as you know, are 6 matched and priceless rubies.
Huh?
Talani was an ancient Indian goddess. The rubies were kept in a shrine and guarded by a native priest. That is, until they were stolen.
I see. Now, just where do you come in, Mr. Sick?
Let us simply say that I'm a collector, my dear sir.
Uh-huh.
A determined collector. When there is the air of forbidden fruit involved, my determination knows no bounds.
What do you mean, forbidden fruit?
Oh, legend has it there is a curse on the rubies. The priest who was killed while guarding them told his attackers they would not profit by their sacrilegious theft. It is told he even smiled as he was being killed.
Sounds like a pleasant pastime, robbing shrines.
The initial theft of Talani's tears does not interest me, Mr. Shayne. What does interest me is that I have good cause to believe you now have them.
You're just bubbling over with answers, Mr. Sick. Maybe you can give me one about a tiger shark.
An erroneous legend, my dear fellow. Tiger Shark is supposed to be a mysterious killer and jewel thief from the Middle East. No truth to the story.
Oh?
Enough of this question and answer game. Rubies, please.
Well, look, this may come as a shock, but I don't have them.
Mr. Shayne, to refer to my previous dissertation on the art of persuasion...
I still don't have them, Mr. Sick.
I do not intend to waste time, sir. The rubies at once.
Look, I can't give them to you if I don't have them.
Must I ask my friend Jeremiah here...
For the last time, I tell you I don't.
Very well. Jeremiah, you may proceed at will.
The big guy started for me. I edged away. I was trying to locate the door out of the corner of my eye. But before I knew it, my back was against the wall. Jeremiah kept coming slowly. I was watching his hands, and that was my big mistake. Because all of a sudden, he pivoted and swung his peg leg at me. It caught me in the stomach, and I went down. I got to my knees, but this time the peg leg crashed into my jaw. Once, twice, 3 times. The 3rd time was the charm. I went out.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of Talani's tears.
It all started when a waterfront drifter named Benny charged into my office, mumbled something about Talani's tears and the tiger shark, charged out, and promptly got himself killed. Well, shortly afterward, a number of people started telling me I had something they wanted. The last of these characters was a Mr. Sick, who told me I had the tears of Talani, which were 6 rubies, and that he wanted them. When I told him I didn't have them, he sent his boy Jeremiah after me. Jeremiah's peg leg was harder than my jaw, and I went out. Then after a while, I could hear water lapping against the pier. There I was, lying on hard planks, all except my head, which was held by 2 soft, cool hands.
Poor Michael.
What? Margot.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing here?
I'm afraid I wasn't sure you were telling me the truth earlier, Michael. So when you left your office with the big sailor and came down here, I followed you. You want to get up?
No, I don't ever want to get up. I just want to lie here.
You're sweet.
You know, that makes my head feel a lot better. You're the best doctor I've ever had. You got a cigarette?
Still out of them?
Still out of them.
Michael. Get out of it. I don't want you to get hurt anymore.
Believe me, it's mutual, Margot. How can I get out of something I've never been in? Incidentally, you ever hear of the tears of Talani?
Tears of Talani? What's that?
6 rubies stolen from a temple in India.
Rubies? I don't understand.
Now, look, that package which your father sent you from India just before he died.
Michael, you think the rubies were in that package?
Yeah, I don't know yet. You know, Margot, you told me to get out of this deal. Now I'm telling you, you better do the same. None of it smells good.
I'm going to get out of it, Michael. If it's those stolen rubies that were in that package, I don't want any part of them.
Well, that's good to hear.
Michael, please. Don't get mixed up in any more of it. Please.
You're so convincing. Okay, baby, I'll tell you what. As of tomorrow morning, we'll both of us forget the whole deal, huh?
That's a promise?
That's a promise. After all, there are a lot pleasanter things you and I could concentrate on. Aren't there? Well, as far as I was concerned, that was it. I was through. I went on home. Just as I got there and started down the hall to my room, my landlady's door opened. She came out with a couple of milk bottles in her hand.
Why, Mr. Shayne, what in the world's happened to you?
Huh?
Your coat, there's a button missing and a tear in it. And your face, will you just look at that lump on the side of your jaw?
Yeah, Mrs. Wilkins. Just put it down that I've had a bad night.
Honestly, Mr. Shayne, why don't you find something else to do for a living? Something safe.
You know, I think you got something there. Hey, look, would you mind sending this coat out to be fixed first thing in the morning? I'm going to sleep late.
Sure, you just leave it with me.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll empty the pockets. Fountain pen, wallet, couple of bills. That's funny.
What is?
This cigarette package.
I don't see nothing funny about a package with 2 cigarettes in it, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, but all evening I was sure I was out of cigarettes. I remember I had a pack on my desk, and I smoked the last one right after Benny got killed.
Benny killed? Mr. Shayne, what are you talking about?
I'm sure I only had that one pack when I got to the office today. Anyway, these aren't my brand. Hey, wait a minute.
Mr. Shayne, what is
Oh, never mind, Mrs. Wilkins. I'll see you later. It had hit me all of a sudden. Benny had grabbed my arm while he was in my office. He'd slipped the cigarette package in my pocket then. And he told me to be careful what I threw away. Yeah, it all made sense now. In my room, I tore the cigarette package apart, and there it was, tucked behind the foil. A little piece of tissue paper. The diagram of a deserted warehouse down on one of the piers, and an X in one corner of the warehouse. I had a very strong hunch about what I'd find at the X. I let myself into the warehouse a little after midnight. It was dark inside. I went to the corner marked by the X on the diagram. There was a little pile of rubbish there. I poked around and I pulled out a small leather case. I opened it and held it up to the window. There were 6 flashes of red. Yeah, the tears of Talani.
I stood there a minute thinking of a native temple and a priest who'd put a curse on the rubies and died with a smile on his lips. And then I quit thinking about anything because I heard a sound. Somebody was opening the warehouse door.
You're in here somewhere, aren't you, Mr. Shayne? I'll find you, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, it was Alex, the giggling knife thrower. He was silhouetted against the open doorway for a second, and then he started slowly across the warehouse toward me. I began circling around to my left. The idea was to try and get past him to the door, and then I stumbled into a crate. A knife plunked into the wood an inch from my ear. Well, at least my boy had lost his sting. I straightened up, and it almost cost me my life. And then I realized Alex probably had a year's supply of cutlery with him. So I started circling again, and this time I didn't make any noise. Finally, I got to the open door and eased outside. But as soon as I hit the pier, something very familiar came flying through the air at me. It was Jeremiah's peg leg.
Oh! Well, now, Mr. Shayne, you shouldn't be trying to leave in such a hurry. There! Oh. This hammerlock ought to keep you nice and peaceful, Mr. Shayne. If you move, your arm will snap like a masthead in a hurricane.
Jeremiah, you...
Don't try to talk just yet, Mr. Shayne. Just get your wind back. Getting hit in the stomach's kind of hard on a man.
Yeah, you're so right.
Jeremiah.
Mr. Shayne is with me, Alex.
Good. I was afraid.
He outmaneuvered you, Alex.
You will please not tell Mr. Sick that, Jeremiah.
So, you and Alex are on the same team. Hey, Jeremiah?
Shipmates, Mr. Shayne. Shipmates. Come on, time to shove off.
To see Mr. Sick again, of course.
Of course.
And with that small package that's sticking out of your pocket, Mr. Shayne, I can tell you'll be a very welcome visitor. Come along.
So I came along. I didn't exactly have much choice. But much to my surprise, we didn't go to Mr. Sick's boat, but to an apartment a few blocks away from the waterfront. Mr. Sick was waiting for us there with a broad, yellow-toothed grin splitting his purple lips.
And now, Mr. Shayne, kindly hand me that leather case.
Okay.
At last. You'll be happy to know you've saved Jeremiah's life, Mr. Shayne.
What do you mean?
It was Jeremiah's blunder which lost us the map to your friend Benny.
I don't get it.
We've been on the trail of these rubies for some time. Jeremiah finally persuaded the original thief to give him the map showing him where the rubies were hidden. Then he was careless enough to lose it to Penny before we'd even gotten a look at it.
I see.
I do not tolerate blunders. If Jeremiah had cost us the rubies, he'd have paid with his life.
Well, you tell him I'm very happy for him, Mr. Sick.
Oh, but I do not intend to see him again, Mr. Shayne. Or Alex, for that matter.
Oh, you're quite the cagey kid, aren't you?
A quaint way of putting it, but fairly accurate.
So this jewel thief and killer called the Tiger Shark is just a legend, huh?
Oh, I could see you were not convinced earlier this evening when I told you there was no such person.
Yeah. Well, you don't mind me asking one more question?
Not at all.
What happens to me?
Mr. Shayne, within the minute you will discover that any encounter with a tiger shark is inevitably fatal.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Sick's apartment. I'd handed over the rubies, and according to him, I was about to hand over something else. Namely, my life.
Mr. Shayne, time is a fleeting thing. And right now, it is a luxury which you can no longer afford. Therefore...
Drop the gun, Mr. Sick.
Margot!
Drop it.
Oh, baby, am I glad to see you.
Margot, my dear, I'm glad you got here.
I bet you're glad, Sick.
Hey, wait a minute.
I told you to keep out of this, Michael. I was beginning to like you.
Yeah.
Margot, we have the rubies now.
No, Sick. I heard enough to realize you were going to double-cross me and keep them for yourself.
Why, you've got it all wrong, my dear. I wouldn't think of double-crossing you. I was just amusing myself at Mr. Shayne's expense.
Then amuse yourself with this.
Oh, no, Margot, no. Margot!
Don't move, Michael.
So all along you were running the show, Marco.
That's right, Michael.
Sure, I should have figured it. I guess I forgot there are female sharks, too.
Yes, and the pity is you never see a shark's teeth until it's too late. Now I have them at last. I spent a year following this little leather case around the world, Michael. Now they're mine. The rubies, Talani's teeth. Yeah, there they are. They're... What?
What's the matter?
Oh, no. No.
What?
Well, they're paste. Paste! Paste! They're worthless!
She stood there with that beautiful red mouth hanging open. Her eyes riveted on the imitation rubies. The guard was down. I dove for the gun and wrenched it away. She didn't even struggle. She just sort of sagged slowly to the floor. I called the police, and they were happy to take over from there. Well, that's about it. It's been over for some time now, but I can't seem to forget it. Because it's made me think about a lot of things. About a native priest, how he protected his temple's treasures by substituting imitations. How he smiled as he told a killer you can't profit by stealing from a temple. About the real tears of Talani, still safe in that temple. And about Margot and her outfit lying, stealing, and killing to get their hands on 6 globs of red paste. Yeah, I've been thinking about all of that. Because, you know, it's occurred to me that there just might be a lesson in it somewhere.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Okay, Shane. Get the picture. A guy in front of you with a .38, a guy in back with a rifle, and you with nothing. If wishing will make it so, you better start wishing to be somewhere else fast, because...
This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Model Murder.
Waiter, my compliments to the chef. This shrimp's superb.
Look, maybe I'm talking out of turn, Mr. Franklin. After all, you're hiring me, but 20 a day is mighty short wages for some of the things I get involved in. And I've learned that the phony cases usually have the biggest hospital bills.
Phony, Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, I get a message that you want to see me urgently. Okay, I come dashing down here, expecting you to be tearing your hair or dying from a leaky artery. So what do I find?
You find me in a seafood bar enjoying New Orleans' most succulent river shrimp and sipping excellent dry Manhattan.
That's right. Then you give me a story about a girl, Marianne Chevney. I have to find her and bring her to her home by Friday midnight or she loses $8 million.
Is that too complicated?
No, Mr. Franklin, it's too simple. Instead of giving me any details, you go on chewing your shrimp.
And sipping my Manhattan. Waiter, one more of the same, dry. You sure you won't join me, Mr. Shayne?
Look, this picture you gave me, is it the only one you have?
The most recent, yes. It was taken a few weeks before Marianne ran away from home 7 years ago.
Oh.
She never got along with her father, you see.
What about this Friday business? Why Friday after 7 years?
Simply because Friday at midnight, Marianne will be 25.
So she's got to return home by then or she doesn't get her money.
Brilliant. Wait, another order of shrimp, please.
You're sure giving me a lot of time. This is Thursday. I got one whole day. Marianne's father was your partner, half owner of Chevney Franklin Importers, huh?
That's right.
Shevney died over 3 weeks ago. Why the sudden concern now?
Oh, I haven't been idle. I've been running ads for the girl in the papers.
Yeah, you've been a busy little bee, you have.
Mr. Shayne.
All right, what happens to the $8 million if Marion Shevney doesn't get home in time?
It goes into the business.
But you're the business now.
That's right. Don't look so perplexed. It's quite simple, really.
Yeah, something simple. You're hiring me to find her so that you can lose $8 million.
Precisely, Mr. Shayne. Waiter, another dry Manhattan.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
From the minute I walked into the seafood bar at the Carlton Manor Hotel and sat down opposite Franklin of Shevney Franklin Importers, I knew I was walking into something with more angles and a course in advanced geometry. My first impulse after hearing his story was to tell Mr. Franklin to go peddle his shrimp. Only I suddenly remembered that the only jingle I could raise in my pockets was the sound of my car keys rattling around. It seems his partner, Shevney, had died some 3 weeks before, and $8 million he couldn't take with him was waiting for his errant daughter, Marianne, who'd run away from home 7 years ago when she was 18. I was supposed to find the girl and bring her to her late father's house before Friday midnight, tomorrow night. Well, I took another look at the photo of the girl. The words Harrison Halstead Model Agency were stamped on the back. At least she'd worked there 7 years ago. I decided to give it a whirl. The receptionist was a sugar blonde with a cooperative look in her eyes.
Well, I sure would like to help you, Mr. Shayne, but I really don't know any Miss Shevney.
And you handle a lot of models here.
Oh, that's right.
This photograph help you any?
Pretty. No, I'm afraid not.
Taken 7 years ago.
I would just bet you'd go for something a little older.
And you'd have a good bet. The boss around?
Well, yes, Mr. Shayne, but I don't know.
Miss Winters, I want you... Oh. Yes, sir?
Mr. Shayne's looking for a girl by the name of Shevney, Mr. Halstead.
Sorry, can't help you.
Now, this photograph.
No. What do you want with her?
Well, she's got $8 million coming to her.
Sorry, Mr. Shayne.
Well, that's okay.
Miss Winters, get Miller on the phone, will you? He said he'll be ready at 2 this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
You recognize the photo.
Did he, Mr. Shayne?
You're a real good kid. Company girl, loyal.
Thank you.
Follow the rules.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just trying to help a penniless girl get $8 million.
But take one of our cards, Mr. Shayne. You just might want to come back.
Thanks. I don't have $8 million, but...
You don't need $8 million.
How much?
Just enough for a rare steak and baked potato.
It's a deal. Miss Winters struck me as a girl with the wrong name. There's nothing chilly in her attitude. As for this Halstead character, he was one of those guys with a monogram complex. Everywhere you looked, you found H.H. staring you in the face. Harrison Halstead. On his tie, on the pocket of his shirt. Even the cigarette lighter on the reception desk had the same two H's sort of leaning against one another. And the agency card Miss Winters had given me, they were there, too. As I waited for the elevator, I turned the card over. The handwriting was nice and firm. Mady Carter, 2614 Mount York Avenue, might be able to help you. I thought, Shane, how would you get along without that winning personality of yours? Mady Carter's place was a little bungalow in a court. There was a light on behind curtains. I rang the bell.
Yes.
Miss Carter?
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Marianne Shevney.
I don't know anybody by that name.
Miss Winters at the Halstead Agency
I
told
can't. I don't know her. She isn't here.
Easy. You better lower the volume. What'll the neighbors think?
Come in.
Thanks. Now, look, Miss Carter, I'm not trying to do anything but find Miss Shevney so I can give her $8 million.
She doesn't want.
You see, it doesn't pay to keep secrets. Where is she?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know she doesn't want the money?
She told me.
Oh, you spoke to her.
No. Why don't you leave me alone? I don't know anything.
Look, all I want... Never mind, Miss Carter. Maybe I got a bum steer. Sorry I bothered you. I suppose I could have broken her down if I'd kept at it. But I suddenly found what I came for. There was an envelope face down on the desk. From where I was standing, I was able to read the return address on the flap. Big as life it was. The initials MC, apartment 5, and the address 318 East 54th Street, New York City. MC, Marion Chevney. As I drove back to town, I began to get a familiar feeling. Maybe I don't have eyes behind my head, but I do have a little spot between my shoulder blades that's got a special talent. If somebody's following me, it begins to itch. It had bothered me a little right after I left the Halstead agency, but I didn't pay much attention to it. And right now, it was giving me the squirms in high gear, and I decided to do something about it. I pulled off the main road onto a side street, but quick. I parked, doused the lights, and waited. Cars kept going by, and I spotted a maroon job with one light dimmer than the other coming around the block for the second time. This time, it went about 100 yards past me, and then it parked. I waited. Nobody got out of the car. The spot between my shoulders stopped itching. I knew I was on solid ground. I got out of the car and started up the street. I saw the guy behind the wheel of the maroon job looking straight ahead as if he had nothing better to do than just sit there. I pulled the door open and slid into the front seat.
Huh? What's doing, champ?
Nice tail job.
No?
Pro job.
Well, you're not so bad yourself, spotting it.
New Orleans does that for me. There's a feel to the city. You must be from out of town.
Yeah.
Working?
Yeah.
Jonathan Franklin?
Never heard of him.
Franklin and Chevney importers. Bananas, I think.
I hate bananas.
Who is it?
You're doing all the talking, champ.
This is a tough town for strangers.
Not so tough.
You're not so tough either. All right, nice tie you got. Slips up nice and easy. You can't talk, champ, but you can sure listen. That's a very pretty color you're turning on. Let's see. Yeah, shoulder holster, 45 automatic. Okay, you can breathe now, but don't overdo it. And take a tip. I don't like being followed, and strangers in town ought to be courteous.
You're a pretty tough boy, Shane.
No, I'm the easygoingest guy in the world. I just don't like being tailed. Remember, mind your manners when you're in a strange city, champ. Franklin was in the dining room of the hotel carving up some rare roast beef with Yorkshire pudding on the side. I dropped into a chair on the other side of his table and told him what I'd found out. As usual, he got real interested.
New York, eh? Will you join me, Mr. Shayne?
You're real worried about getting Marianne Chevney back here before tomorrow night, aren't you?
Oh, you can't rush things, my boy.
Ah, this case smells clear across the river. Don't you trust me, Mr. Franklin?
One moment, Mr. Shayne. Wait up.
Yes, sir?
Bring me a phone, please. You were saying...
I said somebody's been tailing me. I'd like to know why.
You're implying, Mr. Shayne, that because I don't trust you, I've hired someone to watch you?
In a nutshell.
Now, that is not true. But the fact that someone is following you is very disconcerting.
Your telephone, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, thank you, waiter. You pardon me, Mr. Shayne. Travel desk, please. Hello? This is Jonathan Franklin speaking. Will you arrange for a charter plane with the New Orleans Charter Service, please? In the name of Michael Shayne. Yeah. In about an hour. It's now 8:30. The plane is to go to New York and leave here at 9:30. Thank you.
Well, you're full of surprises, Mr. Franklin.
I've got another one for you.
Yeah?
If you succeed in bringing Marianne back here before midnight tomorrow, there's a $1,000 bonus for you.
Sometimes, Mr. Franklin, your conversation is positively brilliant. A chartered plane to New York and a $1,000 jackpot at the end of the rainbow. I felt like a captain of industry as the plane got the right away from the airport tower and circled in for a landing. New York, great little city. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when the taxi pulled up in front of 518 East 54th Street. I told the cabbie to wait. What's money to me? Took the stairs of the brownstone 2 at a time. Apartment 5 was at the end of the hall on the first floor. I knocked. Nothing happened. I knocked again. Nobody could sleep like that. Then I tried the door. Locked. Apparently, Mary Ann was a dirty stay-out late. Across the hall, the door to apartment number 4 said manager. I walked over and started knocking again.
Well, what is it? What is it?
I'm sorry to get you out of bed all the time, but I'd like you to open the door to apartment 5.
Are you crazy waking a body at 4 in the morning?
Look, I'm a private detective. I'm looking for the girl who has that apartment. I want to get in, so I'll be there when she gets home.
Private detective? Huh? I'm sorry. If you was a police, it'd be...
Does this give me the necessary rank?
$5.
All right, make it 10.
Well, why didn't you tell me he was a private detective in the first place? Come on. Hey, light switch in there. There.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Here's your pound of flesh.
Now, you won't tell her that I let you...
What's the matter with you?
There. Over there. On the floor in the hall.
First, I saw a lot of blonde hair. And then I saw there was a girl attached to it. She probably would have been real pretty without that bullet hole in her forehead.
We'll return in a moment to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the model murder.
A glutton by the name of Jonathan Franklin had waved an ice-cold scent in front of my nose, but strangely enough, it still had a strong odor. My assignment was to find Mary Ann Chevney and get her back to her late dad's home so she could collect $8 million, according to the terms of her inheritance. Well, I picked up the trail at the Harrison Halstead Model Agency where Miss Chevney had once worked. Mr. H.H. and his secretary, Miss Winters, acted like I was after atomic secrets. And as I left, Miss Winters shoved a card in my hand with the name and address of Mady Carter. Miss Carter had the willies bad, but I picked up the information that the girl I was looking for was in New York. Franklin stopped eating roast beef long enough to charter a plane for me. And I arrived at the end of the trail just in time to find my quarry still warm, but with a bullet in her head.
Oh, my... Police, we'll have to call the police.
Yeah, but not before I make a phone call long distance.
Oh, you won't be long now, will you? Son, because they get real mad. If you don't tell
long distance, I want you to get me Mr. Jonathan Franklin at the Carlton Manor in New Orleans. Collect Michael Shayne at this end. That's right. This is Circle 65970.
Yeah, my reputation. You know this will be in the papers, don't you? Be police all over the place and reporters.
Yeah, and her blood stains a nice carpet,
Yeah,
too.
we
I
could
feel
pay
real
for
sorry
that.
for you. Hello?
Well, don't be long.
Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, what is it, please?
Well, take your earmuffs off. You might like to hear this.
What is it, Shane?
Just a second, Mr. Franklin. Look, old
police
timer.
on
Don't
this
you
one.
have a telephone in your own apartment?
Yes. Well, I never thought of that.
Well, think of it.
Well, Shane.
The gal is dead.
Really?
Now, what do you want me to do?
Come on home. You've done a good job.
You're not sorry?
No. Should I be?
What about the $1 grand bonus? I guess that's cold turkey, huh?
We'll talk about it when you get back.
Yeah.
Cold turkey, did you say?
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned it. That's an excellent thought. With a glass of cold milk, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Shane.
I had a little time before the cops had come, so I started moseying around the apartment. First thing that caught my eye was a cigarette lighter on an end table. It looked familiar. Very familiar. All of a sudden, I knew why. There was a monogram on it. Yeah, 2 H's sort of leaning against each other. I got the long-distance operator again and put in a call to Mr. Halstead, also collect.
There is no answer.
Are you sure you got the right guy?
Harrison Halstead's residence in New Orleans, Orange 240.
Thanks, operator.
Shall I try later?
I didn't know how, but it was pretty obvious that Halstead was in this thing up to his ears. I kept on wandering around the living room, and then I found it. There was a letter on the table in a girl's handwriting. The date was just 2 days ago, and the letter started with the words, Dear Matey. I didn't have to read the signature to know it was Mary Ann. I took a good look at the girl on the floor. Her hair was blonde, only there was about a 1/16 of an inch of dark brunette showing at the hairline. I got real smart then. I finally figured it out. This girl was Mady Carter, and the frightened girl back in New Orleans was really Mary Ann Chevney. Only somebody else had apparently made the same mistake, and it was my guess he was hightailing it back to New Orleans to correct his error. I made a quick call to homicide to pay my respects and then headed for the airport. Luckily, the plane was ready to go when I got there. Shane. You had the girl in your hands, and then you waltzed off with a dream. One thing was clear. Mary Ann Chevney had plenty to worry about. It took me just 10 minutes from the time I landed back in New Orleans to get to her place. The door to Mary Ann's bungalow was locked, and there was no answer to my banging. I started around the house trying to get a look-see inside. Nothing. Nobody home. When I got around to the rear and peeked in the bedroom, I saw why. The place was empty. Either she decided to run, or else she'd been taken on a trip without a return ticket. I scrambled over to Carlton Manor, and guess what? Yeah, Jonathan Franklin was eating.
It seems you made a mistake, Mr. Shayne.
How do you know?
The papers. Wasn't Mary Ann who was killed in New York. It was a girl by the name of Carter, Madeline Carter.
You still want me to find Mary Ann?
Oh, of course. Let's see. 3 now. You only have 9 hours left. Will you have some lunch? Bouillabaisse?
No, thanks.
Don't you ever find time to eat?
Yeah, but I'm peculiar. I only eat 3 meals a day. Mary Ann Chevney's life was in danger, and I wanted to get to her while she was still hale and hearty. I drove over to Halstead's agency. Miss Winters still had that cooperative look.
Well, hi there.
Hi, where's your boss?
Out.
Been in today?
Well, I know. As a matter of fact, he hadn't.
Did you try to reach him at home?
Yes, I did.
He wasn't there, huh?
Oh, is something wrong?
Something's very wrong, sweetheart. Look, that note you slipped me last night.
Not the kind I usually write.
Matey Carter, you knew I was looking for Mary Ann Chevney.
Well, I said Matey Carter might be a help. She's a friend of Miss Chevney's.
You didn't know there was a switch?
Switch?
Matey Carter was in New York. She was killed last night.
Killed?
Halstead could have taken a plane up there last night, couldn't he?
Well, I don't know.
As far as you know, he could have, couldn't he?
Well, yes. I haven't spoken to him since last night.
Tell me, is he a bachelor?
Yeah.
Lives alone?
Uh-huh.
In town or in the country?
Both.
Oh, he has a country place. Where?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. You want me to look it up?
You bet I do, sweetheart. If I'm not too late, it might make the difference between a long and wealthy life or a 45 slug to Mary Ann Chevney. It took me almost an hour to drive out to where Halstead had his beach home. The place had a real subtropical flavor, bordering on the Gulf and surrounded by a mass of lush undergrowth and stubby cypress trees. I didn't bother to announce myself. I just barged in. She'd been here, all right. There was a woman's jacket over a chair in the big paneled living room, and her purse half open on the floor. I went to the back door and opened it and looked out. Bounced off a stone, and I caught a glint of the bullet as it whined off on its ricochet. It had come from the left. I ducked back into the house. He had shells to burn, whoever he was. There was no sense my perching like a sitting duck, so I started toward the front. The living room had been empty a moment before, but now there was a man in it, a man with a gun. Halstead.
Stop where you are, Mr. Shayne, and raise your hands.
Where's Mary Ann?
It's none of your business. I said raise your hands.
Now, look, Halstead, don't be coy about this thing. There's a guy out there with a gun, a big gun, and he's got big ideas.
So have I. Move back. Against the wall.
Look, who's working for who around
You've
here?
been sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong, Shayne. Told you yesterday if there was anything about Mary Ann Chevney you ought to concern yourself with.
What did you do with her?
Let's just say she's in protective custody.
Yours?
As I said, that's none of your business.
Hello, champ. What's doing?
Still tailing me, huh?
Yeah, and this time no necktie.
Very bad taste. Huh? Drop that rifle.
I don't think so. You ought to practice more, you mess.
Oh, this is real cute. Champ was in the kitchen with a rifle, and you're in here with a pistol, Halstead. You both have a grudge against me, only you can't stop worrying about each other.
Shayne, who is that man in the kitchen?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but I think he's after Mary Ann, too. Aren't you, Champ?
Could be, but right now I'd get more places. Missed again.
Just stick your head into that doorway once more. Now, Mr. Shayne, I'll give you just 3 seconds to tell me what you want.
I told you.
I want the truth, now.
What difference does it make what I want with the girl if you're already...
All right, Shayne, I warned you.
We'll be back in just a moment with Mike Shayne and the thrilling climax to our story.
It was a second or two before I realized Halstead had fired at the laddie with the rifle, not me. But I wasn't inclined to administer first aid to Champ lying in the kitchen doorway because from the look on Halstead's face, he was getting ready for a repeat performance. And then I got a shock. Like when the shower suddenly turns from hot to cold. Mary Ann, the real Mary Ann, stepped into the room and went over to Halstead. I figured it was time to call a halt and settle who was who. Hello, Mary Ann.
You killed Matey.
No, the chap in the kitchen, that was his work.
Why don't you leave me alone, all of you?
All I've been trying to do is bring you back to your father's home by midnight tonight so you can inherit the $8 million he left you.
Marianne and I were married last night, Shane.
What?
So now the matter of her inheritance is my business. So why don't you leave us alone?
I will if Marianne or Mrs. Halstead will go back to her father's house.
But why, Mr. Shayne? Why should I go back there?
Well, if the $8 million doesn't mean anything to you, the 1,000 I stand to collect means plenty to me. I knew it was the right time. 6 o'clock, when I walked into the dining room of the Carlton Manor. Jonathan Franklin was having breast of guinea hen under glass and a white wine.
Well, won't you sit down? I'll have the waiter get you.
No, thanks.
Yeah. You look calm and relaxed, Mr. Shayne. Success?
Yes.
Splendid. And Marianne?
I found her. And her husband.
Her husband?
That's right. Oh, your boy is down at headquarters, Mr. Franklin.
Headquarters? My boy?
Yes, the chap. He talked when he came to. He got a little overeager after he trailed me to Halstead's beach house, and Halstead winged him.
Oh.
The way I figured, it wasn't a question of Marianne getting back to her father's home before her 25th birthday.
No? This wine is delicious. 1929 Sauterne.
No, it was a question of whether or not she'd reach her 25th birthday. And that's why you had me searching for her, to find her so you could have her killed before she did.
Now, you're not going to spoil my dinner.
You know, there's an old saying, Mr. Franklin, the foolish person eats himself into the grave.
You say he talked?
Yes. He told us why he'd been following me, so that if I found Marianne, he could kill her. He told us how he was sent to New York before I left. Oh, I should have guessed that, Mr. Franklin. It only takes 10 minutes to get to the airport from here. Why make the charter for an hour later?
You have a point.
And there was only one person besides myself and Marianne who knew the address of Matey Carter in New York.
I should have thought of that, I suppose.
You finished with your dinner, Mr. Franklin? Because if you are, there are some men waiting for you in the lobby. Homicide detail.
You're spoiling my digestion, Mr. Shayne.
Doesn't matter, Mr. Franklin. From now on, you'll be eating crow. Hearty appetite.
Mike, what I can't understand is why Mr. Franklin was so eager to get his partner's money. He must have made the same amount himself. After all, $8 million.
That's enough bait for anybody, sweetheart. With his appetite, maybe he needs $16 million to keep in groceries, especially with prices the way they are today.
Oh, Mike. Sugar, you're cute.
Now on, eat your steak. And will you have red wine served with it? Waiter, a sparkling burgundy, domestic, year of 1948.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.